Chapter 1. The Basketball Court. On September 1st, 2024, in City C of Chen Province, amidst the sweltering summer heat, Chen sat dejectedly beneath the basketball hoop after suffering a loss in a streetball game. "Damn it, that little guy plays dirty. If we hadn't missed that rebound, they wouldn't have won," complained Zhou Shi, slapping his belly with disdain. Zhou Shi and Chen were inseparable friends, having remained close since their university days. Both graduates of a sports academy, they often gathered for casual games of streetball. If you can't beat them, why not join them? Chen teased, "Pa, I'd rather forego playing than team up with that little guy. Have you seen him pass the ball?" Zhou Shi scoffed. "Once the ball's in his hands, it's like lending money to a deadbeat and expect to see it again. Damn it. Not to mention, look at how he commands his teammates, as if he's the king of the court," Zhou Shi added, his expression filled with contempt. "Indeed, I share that sentiment." Chen nodded in agreement, glancing at the little fellow. The basketball court was nestled within a residential community. Those familiar with streetball understood that in a game where neither skill nor officiating mattered, dominating the paint and securing rebounds was paramount. Given the amateur nature of shooting, whoever controlled the interior had the upper hand. The players from this community were notorious for their rough style. Once you entered the paint, the prospect of an easy layup was a fantasy, as fouls were almost guaranteed. Yet if you reciprocated their physicality, they would indignantly claim that such play was unacceptable and a dangerous move. Such a rough-and-tumble atmosphere was commonplace in streetball courts across the country, and Chen and Zhou Shi had long since adjusted to it. "Hey, you two big oafs, are you playing or not? If not, well, swap in," shouted a diminutive figure, standing at less than 1.70 meters, his tone laced with provocation. The term big oafs stemmed not only from his own biases, but also from Chen's imposing height of 1.95 meters and Zhou's eyes, 1.90 meters, quite a rarity on the streetball scene. The little guy wore a cocky expression, sporting a head of yellow hair, exuding an air of arrogance and bravado. He had teamed up with 3 burly men, each standing around 1.90 meters tall. Once the ball reached his hands, he would shoot without hesitation, regardless of the opportunity's quality. Meanwhile, the 3 muscular teammates would instinctively position themselves to secure rebounds, passing the ball back to him once they gained possession, creating a repetitive cycle. Despite his lack of skill, buoyed by the rebounding prowess of his teammates, the yellow-haired player had managed to secure a victory over Chen's team by a single point in the last game, attributing the win solely to his own efforts. "That cocky little brat. He's as clumsy as they come, yet acts so smug. We need to take him down and head home," Zhou Shi declared fiercely. Seeing his friend's indignation, Chen rose, shook off his shoulders, and flexed his hands. "Okay, we've played tougher games at the academy. Why should we fear them?" Chen reassured Zhou Shi, patting him on the shoulder. The team that had just entered the court prepared to serve. Chen held the ball in his right hand, dribbling to the right as the yellow-haired player closely shadowed him. Chen signaled to Zhou Shi to come up for a screen. Zhou Shi intuitively grasped the situation, revealing the tacit understanding cultivated over years of playing together. He moved forward to set a solid screen, effectively blocking Huang M.A.O.T. that moment. Chen immediately dribbled towards the right side, and a robust defender rushed to provide support. Chen lowered his center of gravity, feigning an aggressive drive towards the paint. The defender hastily retreated towards the K.E.Y. Chen executed a sudden stop, gathering the ball, and leaped. With a flick of his wrist, he released a jump shot. Mid-range jump shots and back-to-basket techniques were Chen's forte. Swish, the ball sailed through the net effortlessly. The score was 10. In the lead.in street basketball, the game is typically played to 4 points. This meant that whichever team reached 4 points first would claim victory. That was just a fluke shot. Can you make another one?" Huang Mao tilted his head, his eyes filled with disdain. Chen cast a sidelong glance at Huang Mao, choosing not to engage in further banter. As he prepared to serve, the ball returned to Chen's hands. Huang Mao tightened his defense, wrapping his arms around Chen's waist. This time, Chen refrained from calling for a screen, instead opting to break towards the right, with Huang Mao closely trailing him. Whoosh! With a swift change of direction, Chen used his left shoulder to deliver a powerful physical challenge to Huang Mao. The frail Huang Mao was immediately pushed back by a meter. Suddenly, the space in front of him opened up. Chen leaped, momentarily suspending in the air before releasing a jump shot. Realizing the ball was unguarded, Huang Mao lunged forward, crouching low, extending his left foot to trip Chen at his ankles. Chen's right ankle landed directly on Huang Mao's foot. Crack! A sharp pain shot through his right ankle. In a haze, he heard Zhou Shi yell, "What the hell are you doing?" tripping him. His vision faded to black as he lost consciousness. Nightfall, at Chen's home. The basketball training reward system awakened. Who was that sound? Chen exclaimed in astonishment. In the darkness, a bright screen materialized. Player, Chen. Height, 1.98 meters. Weight, 90 kilograms. Wingspan, 2.11 m. Position, shooting guard point guard. Initial template, weakened version of Kobe Bryant. Initial traits, A. Versatile player with commendable athletic ability. Possessing the potential to become a multifaceted offensive threat, his exceptional physical attributes suggest he could evolve into an all-around defensive powerhouse. Initial attributes. Offense. Close range, 75 including under the basket, hook shots, and back-to-basket combined value. Mid-range, 80 including fadeaways, stop and pop. Jumpers, and contested jumpers combined value. 3-point, 65 including long-range threes and stop and pop threes. Dribbling, 70 including stationary dribbling, crossovers, and dribbling while accelerating combined value. Defense. Rebounding, 75 including offensive and defensive rebounding combined value. Blocking, 70 including timing and awareness for blocks combined value. Stealing, 55, including stealing from ball handlers and off-ball stealing ability combined value. Lateral movement, 55. Physical attributes. Speed, 70 including 100-meter sprint and acceleration combined value. Strength, 80 absolute strength in bench press and squats. Jumping, 78 including vertical leap and explosive jump combined value. Stamina, 65. Overall initial attributes, 70. Possesses 3 badges: Outstanding Touch Offensive Badge, Iron Wall Defensive Badge, Athletic Master Dunking Badge. Triggering the Excellent Touch Badge significantly increases the probability of consecutive hits during the competition. Activating the Copper Wall and Iron Wall Badge greatly enhances defensive attributes. Engaging the Athletic Master Badge substantially boosts athletic capabilities. Badges are categorized into 4 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, and purple gold. Badge activation mechanism. They are randomly triggered during exceptional performances in matches. The host can complete randomly assigned tasks from the system to earn reward points, which can be used to enhance abilities and upgrade badges. Chen was taken aback as system. Had he, like in the novels, traversed through time? He immediately glanced around, eager to ascertain the era to which he had journeyed. Yet, in the next instant, his pupils dilated. The room's decor was identical to that of yesterday. He had not traversed at all. At that moment, a cold voice echoed. Due to an unknown error during your traversal, you have returned to reality, but the system remains. Upon hearing this, Chen's heart surged with joy. To obtain the system without the need for traversal was surely better than the latter. The chilling voice resonated again. Please, host, click the screen to claim your rewards. After claiming, the host will enter a deep slumber, during which the system will empower you. In NBA 2K, even the likes of Peak Jordan and Shaquille O'Neal possess a capability. Rating of 99. However, during the draft, the leading figure of Chinese basketball, Lian, had only a rating of 67. The Lakers' promising first-round pick, Sefko, rated a mere 72. By claiming the system's granted capability of 70, he would gain the prowess of an NBA player. Moreover, with Chen's fervent passion for basketball, how could he refuse? Thus, overwhelmed with excitement, he clicked the button. Claim successful. The host must enter the NBA within 10 days, or the abilities granted by the system will automatically vanish. What? 10 days? Enter the NBA? Wait. Before Chen could finish his sentence, a wave of light enveloped him, leaving his mind spinning. 3 hours later, in the apartment complex within his room, Chen awoke from his slumber. It seems I just had a dream. He rose from his bed and approached the mirror. The reflection staring back was still as handsome as ever. Wait, something felt amiss. He soon realized the difference in his appearance. His face seemed to have shifted upwards slightly in the mirror's reflection. Instinctively, Chen glanced at his body. I didn't just dream? He removed his short-sleeved shirt and squatted slightly in front of the mirror. Before him stood a figure with long limbs and well-defined muscles, a perfect physique. Chen touched his body. Is it true? Have I genuinely acquired the capability and physique from the system? Chapter 2. The Urgent Countdown. From elementary school through to university graduation, basketball had been Chen's singular passion. Gazing at his new physique, who would not be exhilarated? Right? Let me test my jumping ability now. Calming his racing heart, he looked up at the ceiling. Bending his knees, he crouched to gather strength, then leaped upwards with vigor. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. Not only did his hand touch the ceiling, but his face was nearly colliding with the last moment. Just before his face could strike the ceiling, he lifted his elbow. The recoil from the ceiling sent his elbow back down with a dull thud. Damn, that hurt. Chen exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at his legs. Such an outrageous leap! Holy cow! Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He swiftly donned a basketball uniform and slipped into his sneakers before heading out. Hailing a ride, he arrived at the nearest indoor basketball court. However, it was already 9 p.m., and the venue had long since closed. Approaching the entrance, he knocked forcefully. Bang! 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 After several firm raps, a bleary-eyed security guard opened the door. "What are you doing? The court is closed." But upon seeing the nearly 2-meter-tall Chen, the guard quickly softened his tone. "Sorry, the court is closed. Please come back tomorrow." Chen pulled 5 crisp notes from his pocket and slapped them against the guard's chest. "Just 2 hours." The guard hesitated, glancing around before quickly pocketing the money. All right then. Not only did he let Chen in, but he also switched on all the lights in the court. Chen could hardly contain his excitement. He rummaged through the equipment box and found a basketball. With a swift motion, he grasped it. Indeed, it felt utterly different in the past. He could hardly grip the ball. Now, with his extended wingspan, his fingers and palms had grown larger too. The sensation of holding the ball securely brought an unprecedented sense of control. In a flashback to Jordan's highlights, he recalled how the legend would grasp the ball with one hand, executing a jaw-dropping no-look pass that left defenders bewildered. Jordan had managed to pull the ball back just before passing, then effortlessly launched a jump shot that swished through the net. Can I really perform such a move now? He held the ball in his right hand, rocking it back and forth. Indeed, his large hands felt like a suction cup, firmly gripping the basketball. This is unbelievably cool. He then approached the free throw line, gazing at the hoop. Taking a deep breath, he sprang off the ground. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped him as he flicked the ball with his fingertips. Swish! The ball sailed through the net, leaving Chen astonished. This jump shot was astonishingly effortless, so this was what it felt like to be a professional player. Retrieving the ball, his gaze returned to the hoop. It's time to experience the thrill of a dunk. Chen gradually retreated beyond the three-point line, dribbled once, and charged toward the basket. He took a step inside the free throw line to gather himself. The new physique seemed to bestow upon him an inexhaustible source of energy, like a roaring fire erupting from within. He felt his body incredibly light, his limbs stretching to their fullest extent in the air. His entire being resembled a bowstring taut with power. With his eyes nearly level with the rim, he brought his right hand down forcefully, smashing the ball into the hoop. Bang! The rim trembled violently while Chen landed and could not help but exclaim, "Ah, how exhilarating!" He even felt that the height he had just jumped from was not his limit. He then picked up the ball again. Clang! Boom! The sounds of the rim being mercilessly assaulted echoed throughout the gymnasium. He continued until the fingers on his right hand were painfully struck by the rim, at which point he finally stopped. 2 hours swiftly passed, yet Chen was still far from satisfied. However, the security personnel had arrived to urge him to leave, compelling him to change his clothes and exit the gym. Upon returning home, he filled with anticipation and opened the system once more as he gazed down the panel, where the physical attributes bestowed by the system were impressively high. The only slight disappointment was that the template he received was a weakened version of Kobe Bryant's offensive prowess. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Even a diminished version of Kobe was formidable. Moreover, he could enhance his attributes through the system's tasks. Content, he closed the system, his excitement for his future basketball career soaring. Suddenly, he recalled the time constraint imposed by the system. With a thought, he opened it again. At the bottom of the panel, a series of pulsating red numbers caught his eye. Remaining time to enter the NBA, 238 hours and 53 minutes. Chen felt as though cold water had been splashed upon him. This system was truly a trap. Less than 10 days remained. Although he now possessed the system's abilities, how could he possibly achieve his goal in such a brief period? He shook his head and walked to his bedroom to turn on his computer. He typed into Baidu, "How can an ordinary person enter the NBA?" After some research, he learned that non-American players had 2 avenues to the NBA. The first was for players aged 19 to 22 to declare for the draft. The second was for players over 22 who would be considered free agents, allowing any team interested to sign them directly. For instance, former renowned player Durant was signed by the Spurs to train alongside Duncan. However, a significant issue arose. He had never participated in a professional league. The highest level of competition he had experienced was the Collegiate Basketball League. If he were to solemnly declare on social media, "I announced my entry into the NBA 2024 draft," his friends would either think he was out of his mind or had lost his senses entirely. Sighing, Chen scratched his head in frustration. After a moment, a sudden realization struck him. He recalled a street basketball event he had seen on Douyin. This event allowed any basketball enthusiast to register. The format involved amateur players competing in unknown matches. Such events were held in various cities and garnered significant online viewership. With the 70 attribute points provided by the system, he mused, I would undoubtedly dominate in this street basketball league. The immediate priority was to leverage this domestic event to gain notoriety, potentially attracting the attention of the NBA. At present, this seems to be the only viable option. Chen nodded silently to himself. He then opened the official website for the street basketball event. A message caught his eye. The latest competition was set to commence in 2 days. With a full 8 days remaining after that, the more time he had, the greater his opportunities would be. With this thought, he promptly filled out his information and registered for the event. Having completed all my tasks, I glanced at the clock and realized it was already midnight. A notification on my phone revealed an unread message that my close friend Joe she wrote. Yesterday, after you injured your ankle and fainted from the pain, I called some friends to carry you back to rest. I nearly got into a fight with that blonde guy. Afterward, it was only then that Chen recalled the events of the previous day. After fainting from the injury, he had unexpectedly experienced a failed transcendence, followed by the acquisition of a system. Truly, a blessing in disguise. Thanks, my brother. By the way, did you win? I hope you weren't hurt. Damn it, I was so close. If it weren't for the people holding me back, I would have smashed a brick over his head. As long as you're unscathed, that's all that matters. Next time, we shall seek vengeance on that blonde guy. Chen had no intention of disclosing the existence of the system to Zhou Shi, nor could he adequately explain it. Chapter 3. The Bystanders Tournament. After ending the call, Chen returned to his room and lay down on the bed. His body relaxed, yet his mind remained restless. Images began to surface in his mind. The dazzling basketball court illuminated by bright lights, with the audience erupting in a cacophony of voices. He dribbled the ball, executed a sudden stop, and gathered himself. With a leap, he released the shot. The ball traced a graceful arc in the air and swished through the net. The booming voice of the court DJ echoed, announcing the three-pointer from Chen. 2 days later, at 9 a.m., in City C, at the event site frequented by passersby. This was an outdoor university basketball court, featuring a total of 8 full-sized courts, all surrounded by barriers set up by the staff. A considerable crowd had gathered, and the atmosphere was electric, with many university students joining in the excitement. Chen stood at the entrance and exit of the event venue, awaiting his close friend Zhou Shi. Prior to this, he had given Zhou Shi a heads up, advising him not to be overly astonished upon arrival. Hey, can you conjure up a superhero or something? Why all the mystery? Zhou Shi, as always, remained skeptical of his longtime companion's penchant for theatrics. After a brief wait, a taxi approached. Zhou Shi alighted from the vehicle and immediately spotted the towering Chen, who stood at an impressive height of 198 meters. He was momentarily taken aback, although Chen was merely 3 centimeters taller. Their daily proximity rendered this slight difference quite pronounced. What? Is this guy wearing height-increasing insoles? Why does he seem taller? Height and stature surely isn't a bad thing, is it? What are you standing there for? Come over. The competition is about to begin. Chen said dismissively. Zhou Shi steadied himself and exclaimed, haha, this kick was worth it. It has elevated you. Chen was at a loss for words. What rank are you aiming for this time, Chen? Is there a prize? Zhou Shi inquired. Little did he know that Chen's aspirations had already soared to the NBA. Today, I specifically called you over to cheer for me. We are brothers, after all. If we secure a place, we shall share the prize equally. Chen has yet to disclose his NBA aspirations. I knew you must have summoned me for a significant surprise, exclaimed Zhou Shi, his eyes sparkling at the mention of a reward. With that, the two made their way to the registration desk. A few staff members were diligently explaining the competition rules to the participants. A woman, approximately 25 years of age, stood at the edge of the workbench, directing the personnel. She possessed strikingly beautiful large eyes, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, her fair complexion accentuating her curvaceous figure. As she glanced at the approaching duo, she noted Chen's impressive height and well-defined musculature. Good day, gentlemen. May I inquire if you are here to compete? Her voice was exceedingly melodious. We are here to secure a place. Zhou Shi replied with evident pride. Haha, splendid. Please fill out these forms, she said, handing over 2 sheets. He is competing. I am here to oversee, Zhou Shi added, casting a glance at Chen. The woman chuckled lightly. It is quite rare to meet competitors accompanied by an overseer. You two are rather unique. Chen cast a glance at Zhou Shi, signaling him to adopt a more serious demeanor. Miss, do not heed his frivolous remarks. We are merely here for some leisure, Chen clarified. With the competition yet to commence, he wished to maintain a low profile and leave a favorable impression. Furthermore, the organizer, known as Passerby A, holds a prestigious position in the domestic basketball realm, orchestrating events for numerous NBA players during their tours in China. To ascend swiftly into the NBA, one must rely on the official promotion by Passerby A. How modest, the woman remarked, retracting her playful demeanor. She proceeded with her introduction. I am Manager Wang from the Passerby A organizing committee. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult me at any time. The top 3 contenders in this competition will receive cash prizes, with the first place awarded a substantial sum of 300,000 yuan. The robust young man pondered. Perhaps he has the potential to evolve into a social media sensation. Thank you. Chen diligently noted down Manager Wang's phone number, completed the registration form, and, alongside Zhou Shi, found a seat to await the commencement of the competition. The participant roster for this amateur event comprised approximately 100 players. This annual tournament garners significant attention online, attracting numerous basketball enthusiasts. However, the majority of competitors are merely casual players, as professional athletes tend to disdain such a level of play. Thus, Chen, standing at a towering height of 198 meters, distinctly stood out among the crowd. Naturally, many eyes were drawn to him on the court. At that moment, the participants silently prayed not to be grouped with this towering giant. As the staff member blew the whistle, the players gathered at the center of the court to prepare for the draw. Hey, wait up, I'm not here yet. The voice was both familiar and grating. The crowd cast disdainful glances toward the source. It was none other than the yellow-haired individual from the previous encounter at the street court. Clad in a number 3 jersey, he casually dribbled a basketball. His sunglasses perched precariously on his forehead, swaggering over with an air of arrogance. Damn, it's him again. What a nuisance, Zhou Shi whispered to Chen. It was evident that Zhou Shi was waiting for a cue from Chen, ready to leap into action against the yellow-haired troublemaker at a moment's notice. We are here to compete. Let us hold off and assess the situation, Chen cautioned Zhou Shi. It was not out of cowardice. Rather, he believed the time for confronting the yellow-haired rival had not yet arrived. He was even less inclined to let this individual jeopardize their opportunity in the tournament. After all, the relentless countdown from the system loomed ominously in his mind. Engaging in a brawl now could have dire consequences. The yellow-haired contender remained oblivious to their presence. Striding up to the staff with impatience, demanding, "Let us get this started." The staff member merely scoffed, wearing a look of disdain. Subsequently, they produced a lottery box filled with numbered balls. Players drawing the same number would form a team. Each pair would compete in a one-on-one duel on half the court, with the first to reach 11 points declared the victor. The champion of this CS amateur tournament would secure a place in the national finals. Chen drew the number 8 ball for the first round of the match. How he longed to team up with Huang Mao, seeking to avenge that fateful kick with his current prowess. Yet, Huang Mao drew the number 2 ball, and coincidentally, another player, a bespectacled gentleman with black frames, also drew the same number. Consider yourself fortunate, Chen remarked to Zhou Shi, his words laced with reluctance. Zhou Shi cast a knowing glance at Huang Mao and meaningfully advised Chen, "Hey, I'll go fetch some drinks. You should warm up a bit." Chen stood by the basketball court, bending down to commence his stretching routine. Since acquiring the system and his new physique, this marked his inaugural foray into basketball, and he was filled with anticipation. "Bro, let us switch the ball." Chen looked up and was surprised to find that the speaker was none other than the bespectacled man with the number 2 ball. Chen took the ball in his hand, feeling utterly perplexed. What? Could it be that the blonde-haired fellow had noticed him? Was he deliberately seeking his own demise? The bespectacled man in black frames received the number 8 ball and remarked with satisfaction, $200 in hand. Chapter 4. Hand over the ball. I wish to return home. Haha. Chen finally realized that this was the idea of his close friend. Zhou Shi had approached at some point, patting Chen on the shoulder and speaking in a tone that suggested hidden prowess and reputation. Don't let my investment of 200 go to waste. But do watch your step. Rest assured, I shall fulfill this task. Chen replied, offering a salute to Zhou Shi. Look at you, all excited, Zhou Shi retorted. Suddenly, an electronic screen appeared in Chen's mind. Beep beep, the basketball movement system was activated. The system issued a task, defeat the yellow-haired opponent to earn rewards. Sports Master Badge upgraded to Silver. Silver unlocks various slam dunk moves. This was an opportunity for reward. Chen steadied his emotions, resolutely determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Firstly, it was a chance to avenge the previous humiliation. Secondly, Upgrading his badge would enhance his abilities, propelling him toward the NBA at an accelerated pace. The match was about to commence, and the participants entered the arena as the referee announced loudly. Chen walked to the center of the court, and it was at that moment that Huang Mao caught sight of his opponent. He silently cursed under his breath. Damn, what bad luck. It's that clumsy giant again. Just as I step onto the field, Chen fixed his piercing gaze upon the yellow-haired individual as he approached the court, his eyes unwavering, exuding a hint of menace. In that moment, Chen envisioned the yellow-haired player as the most formidable obstacle in his pursuit of entering the NBA. The intensity of Chen's stare unnerved the yellow-haired player, leaving him momentarily stunned. What on earth does this person intend to do? Is it merely a game of basketball? The match commenced, adopting a turn-based defensive strategy. Chen launched his attack first. He had awaited this moment for a long time, and at last, it had arrived. The system clock indicated a mere 190 hours remaining. He could afford not a single moment of delay. With his right hand dribbling the ball, he stepped forward with his left foot, propelling himself powerfully off the ground with his right. Whoosh! The blonde-haired opponent only sensed a shadow swiftly rushing past him, accompanied by a gust of wind that grazed his cheek. Chen stepped forward to the free throw line, receiving the ball with poise. With a powerful leap, he ascended like a rocket into the sky. His right hand swung the basketball in a broad arc, crashing it down towards the hoop with tremendous force. The resounding clang of the rim echoed through the air, a flawless axe dunk. Throughout the entire sequence, from dribbling to the climactic slam, Huang Mao had not even the slightest opportunity to mount a defensive response. His pupils dilated in shock, leaving him frozen in place. The old basketball hoop reverberated with a deafening roar from the impact, dislodging dust that cascaded down onto the freshly landed Chen. This thunderous sound captured the attention of everyone present, even those engaged in matches on the other side of the court. Oh my God, what extraordinary athleticism. Who is this guy? That dunk was absolutely spectacular. If only I possessed such physical prowess. Goodness, that was explosive. He could undoubtedly claim the title of Rookie of the Year. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Is this Chen? He is nothing short of a Chinese version of LeBron. Even Zhou Shi, a close friend watching from the sidelines, was left astounded. I must keep a close watch on this Chen. Manager Wang's gaze towards Chen transformed into one of intrigue. A vertical leap of 75 inches is considered above average in the NBA, yet it is exceptional when compared to the average individual. This was Chen's inaugural dunk in a real match since acquiring his system, and he aimed to execute this moment with utmost perfection. Thus, upon landing, he remained stationary, deliberately turning his gaze towards Huang Mao, who remained in a state of bewilderment. While spectators observed from a distance, he experienced firsthand the overwhelming strength and speed of Chen's athleticism. The NBA-level intensity of the impact delivered a profound jolt to his senses. In that moment, he realized that there was no longer a need for competition. He sought to preserve whatever dignity he had left on the court. Hey, it's your turn to attack. Chen spoke as he picked up the ball from the ground and handed it to the boy with yellow hair. His implication was unmistakable. Let us see your performance. The boy's legs trembled, and his gaze became vacant. He slowly raised his hand and said, "The ball is mine. Give it to me. I want to go home." "Ha. Are you a primary school student? Going home to find your mother?" Zhou Shi bent over in laughter, pointing at the boy with yellow hair. The crowd gathered at the sidelines erupted in laughter. "Ha. It turns out he is merely a coward who preys on the weak. Begone." Chen executed a powerful throw akin to that of a soccer goalkeeper, sending the basketball soaring beyond the court's boundaries, landing several meters away. Such a cowardly and unscrupulous player does not deserve any courtesy, nor is there any need for prolonged engagement with him. The boy with the yellow hair, his face flushed with humiliation in front of the onlookers, wished fervently to sink into the ground. Had he possessed martial prowess, he would have certainly approached Chen to deliver a decisive blow. However, his frail physique was no match for Chen's strength. Instead of retrieving the ball, he scowled and stormed off the court. Manager Wang, akin to a young girl, sauntered over to Chen and teased, "Wow, Chen, the match isn't even over yet, and you've already sent your opponent home. How are we to judge your advancement?" Chen was momentarily taken aback, displaying an expression of embarrassment as he scratched his head and inquired, "Are there any players left who will compete? I could participate in another match." He chuckled. "I was merely jesting. I observed your performance earlier, and I can report to the management that you can advance directly to the finals. Is that true?" Chen asked, astonished. "Indeed, we have a slot available. Moreover, considering your prowess, is there really a need for you to compete on this court? Who could possibly defeat you?" Manager Wang remarked playfully, casting a mischievous glance at Yi Chen. That's fantastic. When does the final commence? For Yi Chen, time was of the essence. Manager Wang chuckled. You are quite impatient, aren't you? At that moment, a sound signifying the system's activation resonated. The host has completed the task. Rewards have been automatically distributed. You now possess the badge, Exceptional Touch. The Bronze Fortress and Bronze Sports Master have been upgraded to Silver. Yi Chen received his reward and shut down the system. Damn, what a relief. LeBron is incredible. At that moment, Zhou Shi approached Yi Chen and patted him on the shoulder. Manager Wang, let me introduce you. The player standing in front of you is the Chinese version of LeBron. We are bound to seize the champion title in the amateur league. As for me, my surname is Zhou. I am his agent. You may refer to me as Agent Zhou. For any business collaborations, feel free to reach out to me directly. Once I speak, he won't dare to contradict. His close friend Zhou, she continued with a cheeky grin. All right, you rascal, you're already basking in my glory so soon, Yi Chen playfully retorted, giving Zhou Shi a light punch. Very well, Agent Zhou. Once the event concludes, I shall treat both of you to a meal. But let me make this clear. No one is to compete with me over the bill, or I shall be quite irked. Manager Wang, with years of experience in the workplace, seamlessly joined the conversation and extended his invitation. That sounds splendid. Yi Chen eagerly agreed. Although Manager Wang was merely the organizer of this amateur basketball competition, he had previously orchestrated several events involving NBA players visiting China, which assuredly meant he possessed valuable resources related to the NBA. Chapter 5. An unexpected opportunity in the bustling heart of City C. The streets were alive with activity. That evening, at 7 p.m., Yi Chen and Zhou Shi entered an upscale restaurant, nestled in the heart of the city, a Western dining establishment that exudes a unique ambience. From its exquisite decor to its elegant layout, every detail is imbued with romance and sophistication. Hey, who exactly is the manager here? How could I have been in City C for so long and not have known about such a splendid place? Zhou Shi remarked while surveying the surroundings. Yi Chen retorted with a hint of sarcasm. With your monthly salary, you might barely afford 2 meals before resorting to sleeping outdoors. Which table are you looking for? Inquired the attending waiter. We were invited by Manager Wang, Zhou Shi replied. Ah, please follow me, the waiter responded as they ascended to the second floor of the restaurant. Entering a private dining room, a lavish spread of dishes adorned the expansive circular rotating table, already prepared. Just as they were discussing, Manager Wang rose to greet them, exclaiming, Speak of the devil, here you are. I was just introducing Yi Chen to General Manager Li. The esteemed General Manager Li was seated at the center of the table. He appeared to be in his early 50s, robust in stature, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, adorned with a prestigious watch and a well-chosen tie. His hair, slightly graying, was meticulously styled. Were this not in China, Yi Chen might have mistaken him for Pat Riley, the president of the Miami Heat. Renowned for prioritizing the interests of the team and employing a resolute approach in its management. They exchanged brief pleasantries with General Manager Li and Manager Zhang before taking their seats. Ah, it is a pleasure to meet you both for the first time. I am Li, the president of the Lu Renjia event. I have just heard from Manager Wang about you, Yi Chen. A remarkable young talent, indeed. It is rare to find such promising youth. Li's voice carried a warmth and sincerity that contrasted with the typical cold demeanor of businessmen, leaving an unexpected impression. Upon receiving such praise from Mr. Li, Yi Chen felt a surge of joy within him. After all, having led an ordinary life thus far, few had taken the time to commend him in such a manner. He humbly returned the gesture with a bow, saying, Not at all. It is truly an honor to be recognized by you, Mr. Li, and Manager Wang. Manager Wang possesses a keen eye for talent. Her recommendations are undoubtedly sound. I heard from Manager Wang that you aspire to participate in the finals of the King of Street competition. Is that correct? Indeed. I have been a basketball enthusiast since childhood, and I now wish to carve out a path for myself in this domain. Well then, what are your aspirations in the realm of basketball? Or what specific plans do you have in mind? Mr. Li inquired further. To enter the NBA, Yi Chen spoke directly and candidly, articulating his ambitions with clarity. The moment his words resonated in the air, the room fell into a profound silence. Zhou Shi, seated nearby, widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at Yi Chen with astonishment. Manager Wang, too, was momentarily taken aback. After all, her invitation to Yi Chen stemmed merely from the belief that he could emerge as a popular athlete, thereby unlocking his commercial potential. In stark contrast, General Manager Li exhibited no signs of surprise. He cleared his throat, signaling the others at the table to regain their composure. With an affirming gaze directed at Chen, he proclaimed, "Young man, I am confident in your abilities." Li's response took everyone present by surprise, including Chen himself. As he spoke, Li retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and placed it before Chen, opening the gallery to play a video that showcased Chen's spectacular dunk from earlier. "This was shown to me by Xiaowang just now. After watching the footage, I hurriedly made my way here, eager to meet you as swiftly as possible. I harbor no doubts regarding your capability to enter the NBA. I was once a professional player in the domestic league, but an injury during a match forced me into an early retirement, leading me to establish the Rookie Challenge tournament. In my assessment, your physical attributes, encompassing agility, strength, speed, and explosiveness, are unparalleled, even beyond what I possessed at my peak. Though I am unaware of your prior experiences in formal leagues or your background, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that we can collaborate, young man." General Manager Li concluded with a hint of enthusiasm in his voice, his gaze fixed intently on Chen. In his eyes, there flickered a blend of excitement and envy, as he perceived in Chen the reflection of his own youthful aspirations. Chen suddenly realized. It turned out that Mr. Li was a former professional player in the domestic league. No wonder he could clearly assess Chen's current abilities upon watching the video. A deep admiration for Mr. Li began to blossom in his heart. "Hello, Mr. Li. Thank you for your kind words and encouragement. However, I have not participated in a professional league. But my ultimate goal is the NBA, and I aspire to achieve it as swiftly as possible." Chen's response was resolute. Mr. Li nodded in satisfaction at Chen and added, "I have already made up my mind before coming here. You will not participate in the final competition of the ordinary contestants." "Ah, did you not say my brother is exceptional? How can your words and actions be so contradictory?" Zhou Shi, as Chen's close confidant, was undoubtedly alarmed upon hearing this. Chen remained silent, gazing at President Li, aware that his words were far from concluded. President Li took a sip of tea and said, "My young friend, please be patient and allow me to finish. It is not that we are unwilling for your brother to participate. Rather, it is that there is currently no necessity for him to engage in the finals of the passerby tournament." "Why is that?" Zhou Shi inquired, puzzled. President Li spoke slowly. "No matter how well the passerby tournament is organized, it is, at best, merely an amateur league. Those who understand the game recognize the vast chasm that exists between amateur and professional levels. With Chen's prowess, he would undoubtedly secure the championship. However, what does that amount to? NBA scouts regard you as nothing more than an adept amateur, still far from qualifying for the NBA." The logical coherence of President Li's analysis prompted everyone present to nod in agreement. "Then, President Li, are you suggesting?" Chen ventured. President Li turned to Chen and stated, "On September 5th, Scotty Barnes, a player from the NBA's Toronto Raptors, will be visiting China. One segment of this visit involves an interactive basketball game with fans, an event that we are fortunate enough to host. Therefore, I wish to arrange a showdown, with you facing off against Barnes." Scotty Barnes, a player from the Toronto Raptors, was a lottery pick in 2021, standing at 6 feet 9 inches with a wingspan of 7 feet 2 inches. His exceptional athleticism not only makes him a formidable defender on the wing, but also enables him to guard all 5 positions on the court. Since Kawhi Leonard's departure, the Raptors have entered a rebuilding phase, with Barnes being cultivated as a cornerstone of the franchise. That sounds splendid. Excitement shimmered in Chen's eyes. If he were granted the opportunity to compete directly against NBA player Barnes, even if he could not conquer Barnes, merely causing him trouble would suffice. With the cloud of the streetball phenomenon, he could capture the attention of basketball enthusiasts worldwide. This would significantly enhance his chances of entering the NBA within the stipulated timeframe set by the system. "Very well, we shall arrange it this way. After our meal, you should return home to prepare. It would be prudent to avoid staying up late and refrain from excessive street antics in the coming days." Mr. Li remarked. "What exactly do you mean by collaboration?" Chen blinked and inquired, "Oh, well, I hope to become your agent. However, there is no rush. Please take your time to consider it, and I will ensure the arrangements for the competition." Mr. Li spoke with a mixture of anticipation and self-doubt. "Oh, I will think it over," Chen replied. He had not given much thought to the matter of an agent. His sole ambition at the moment was to secure a place in the NBA as swiftly as possible. "Come, my young friend, if it weren't for Manager Wang's discerning eye, we might have missed this opportunity. Our meeting is serendipitous. Let us raise our glasses to that," Mr. Li proclaimed with exuberance, lifting his cup high. "Cheers." Everyone present echoed, raising their glasses in unison. The meal was enjoyed by all, filled with merriment. After bidding farewell to Mr. Li and Manager Wang, Chen and Zhou Shi strolled through the bustling streets of CS City. Time flies so swiftly. It feels like just yesterday we were carefree high schoolers playing in this very area. Now, you are about to step into the NBA. While I remain in a state of unaccomplishment, Zhou Shi remarked, gazing at the familiar cityscape with a hint of nostalgia. Hey, why are you suddenly being so melancholic? It's broad daylight. Chen replied with a hint of irritation. Zhou Shi paused, bowing his head in silence. And it was then that Chen realized his close friend was genuinely troubled. After all, they had always been on similar paths. Now, with one of them experiencing a sudden surge in abilities, it was only natural for feelings of unease to arise. Hey, I've struck it rich. Surely, you wouldn't begrudge me the benefits, considering you were my good brother of many years. Chen raised his voice, exclaiming loudly while patting Zhou Shi on the shoulder. Zhou Shi took a moment to compose himself and replied to Chen, saying, Indeed, my good brother. Chen understood clearly that no matter how prosperous one becomes, one should never forget the good brothers who have shared both joys and hardships. Everyone experiences both fortune and misfortune. A fleeting moment of success or failure does not define their worth. Chapter 6, The 100% Showdown with Barnes, September 5, 2024. City C. At the site of the Huaxia Tour featuring NBA player Barnes, the basketball court was surrounded by an overwhelming throng of fans who had come from all directions. At that moment, a large bus slowly approached, and Barnes stepped off. The fans immediately surged forward. Wow, Barnes, the NBA player is truly imposing. Barnes, could I please have your autograph? I adore you. Barnes, the MVP of the North. The fans clamored enthusiastically. Barnes, however, exhibited a rather indifferent demeanor towards the fans, as he merely wished to expedite the event and collect the sponsorship fees from the organizers. He ignored the pleas of the fans and sauntered lazily into the basketball court within the event center. Early in the morning, Chen received a call from General Manager Li. As a former professional athlete, Li was anxious that this young talent might miss a rare opportunity. Not only did he bombard Chen with calls, but he also drove his luxury vehicle to pick him up from home. Unbeknownst to Li, Chen was even more anxious than he was. The system time was dwindling, with only 120 hours remaining. Each hour was invaluable to him. Do not be nervous when you take the court. Barnes, unaware of your capabilities, will likely become complacent. Seize the opportunity in the initial plays and strive to secure a lead before Barnes tightens his defense. This match will be broadcast live nationwide on the Douyin platform. Whether you gain fame depends solely on your fortune, Li advised as he stood by the sidelines at the event. Just go out there and give it your all. Who cares if he is an NBA player? He is just a man like you, and you can certainly defeat him, urged his close friend. Clearly, Zhou Shi was also aware of the prowess of genuine NBA players. However, this sentiment was valid, as overcoming a formidable opponent requires one to possess unwavering confidence. Chen nodded resolutely, signifying his understanding. Today, he donned a golden jersey and laced up a pair of Kobe-branded sneakers, which he had specially purchased from the mall. Aware that today's match would be a fierce contest, he hoped to embody the unwavering spirit of the number 24. Furthermore, he wished for the blessings of the basketball deity who now resided in paradise. While Jordan is revered as the god of basketball on earth, Kobe is celebrated as the god of basketball in heaven. Soon, the event commenced, and the competition unfolded in succession. First, Manager Wang, acting as the host, took to the center of the court to interview Barnes. She placed the microphone before him and inquired, Barnes, there are many fans present, and it is evident that they warmly welcome you. Do you feel excited? Her voice was utterly charming and sweet. Not really. I find them too noisy. Barnes replied nonchalantly. In his view, the fans from Huaxia lacked a true understanding of basketball, and he held little regard for the players from Huaxia. This was not due to any racial bias. Rather, he had never faced Huaxia players during his career. After all, when the peak of Yao Ming reigned over the NBA's interior, he was still playing in the mud. The atmosphere on the sidelines instantly cooled, as Barnes doused the enthusiasm of Huaxia fans with a bucket of cold water. The fans had not anticipated such indifference from the star they had eagerly awaited. Following the autograph session, the event swiftly transitioned to its centerpiece, the 100-point challenge. The rules of the challenge were straightforward. One fan would be randomly selected to face Barnes in a one-on-one duel on half the court. The first to score 100 points would emerge victorious. The defending player must thwart the offensive player's attempts to gain possession of the ball. If the offensive player scores, the possession remains unchanged. If not, Possession shifts. Which fan wishes to compete against Barnes? Manager Wong called out to the audience. Me. Fans along the sidelines eagerly stretched their bodies and raised their hands high. To engage in a one-on-one battle with an NBA player was a dream for any basketball enthusiast. Unsurprisingly, thanks to Mr. Lee's meticulous arrangements, the fortunate fan turned out to be Chen. Manager Wong invited Chen to the center of the court and asked, "Please introduce yourself." "Hello, everyone. My name is Chen. My hobby is playing basketball. Thank you all for your support." Chen maintained his humble demeanor, as always. This clumsy giant has only played basketball a few times. Can he even dribble? What a waste of such height. Why was I not chosen? The spectators buzzed with chatter. As the pregame warm-up commenced, Chen jogged lightly around the half-court to warm up, subsequently commencing his stretching routine. As he stretched, a portion of his attention was devoted to observing Barnes, who was casually practicing his shots on the court. With each thud of the ball leaving his hands, most of the shots ricocheted off the rim. It was evident that Barnes was not in optimal physical condition. Perhaps he had indulged in revelry at a nightclub the previous night. A subtle smile crept across Chen's lips. Suddenly, the basketball system activated, issuing a task: defeat Barnes to earn 2 ability points, which the host may allocate to any skill of their choosing. Chen accepted the task and powered down the system. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the match was set to commence. "Go forth, my child, pursue your desires, and vanquish him," Mr. Lee said, giving Chen's shoulder a reassuring pat. Chen slowly walked onto the court, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming nerves. This match represented an extraordinary opportunity for him, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. However, his opponent was no ordinary player. He was a legitimate NBA athlete, a cornerstone of the Raptors, towering over Chen with superior height and wingspan. Thus, he needed to exhibit 100% commitment and attitude from the very start of the game. Moreover, the glaring red numbers of the system continued to dwindle, leaving him with no avenue of retreat. The game commenced. Barnes took the lead, initiating the offensive play. Chen bent down, his body closely aligned with Barnes. His right hand was raised to defend against Barnes' shot, while his left hand was positioned at Barnes' waist, effectively obstructing his path to dribble. Barnes held the ball with both hands and executed a triple threat stance, leaning his left shoulder against Chen. In this confrontation, Chen remained utterly unmoved. Barnes was taken aback. The strength of this Huaxiao individual surpassed his expectations significantly. Chen possesses a strength value of 80 bestowed by the system, rendering him nearly as formidable as Barnes in terms of physical prowess, and perhaps even slightly superior. Consequently, Barnes feigned a drive to the right with the ball, only to abruptly pull back. He executed a significant retreat, positioning himself a step beyond the three-point line, and unleashed a long-range three-pointer. Chen was taken aback by this sudden feint. This marked his inaugural experience in defending against an NBA player, and Barnes possessed extraordinary physical prowess. The speed of a bona fide NBA player's movements caught him completely off guard. Chen exerted every ounce of his strength and lunged forward, his right hand stretching out in an attempt to block the shot. But the ball had already slipped past his fingertips. Swish, the basketball found its mark in the net. A wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. Many were witnessing an NBA player in action for the very first time, and their excitement was palpable. On the sidelines, Lee stood with an expression of anxiety etched across his face, shouting, "Don't give him any room to shoot." Barnes executed the shot with effortless ease. His gaze was laced with disdain, as if to say that the players from Huaxiao were merely a trivial challenge. Barnes maintained possession of the ball, skillfully maneuvering with a change of direction, retreating a step beyond the three-point line before launching another shot. The ball soared through the air, seemingly destined to find the net once more. Chapter 7. Showtime. A dazzling dunk by Barnes. At that moment, Chen concentrated all his strength in his legs, making a determined leap. His right hand extended as he swung his arm in a wide arc crack. The sound echoed. In midair, Chen executed a remarkable block on the basketball. The audience gasped in astonishment, their mouths forming a na shape, utterly taken aback by Chen's extraordinary feat. Even in the hallowed courts of the NBA, such three-point blocks are a rarity. The crowd had presumed that Chen was merely an exceptionally tall fan, much like themselves. "What a play!" exclaimed Mr. Lee, pounding his chest in fervent excitement, as though he were the one on the court. "Shut him down," shouted Joshi, his expression fierce. "Let us go," urged Manager Wong, his voice a blend of gentleness and urgency. The barrage of comments in the Douyin live stream flooded the screen. "What a block on Scotty Barnes. Haha, Barnes surely paid the price for his complacency." This deserves a 6,666. 666. Incredible. This is legendary. It can be bragged about for a lifetime. Barnes muttered in disbelief. Damn it. I can't believe I was blocked by this Huaxia guy. He had initially thought this exhibition match would be a light-hearted affair, merely a playful interaction with fans. Now, he resolved to show this Huaxia player what it truly meant to be the king of the North. Chen was acutely aware that Barnes had now been provoked. Once enraged, he would lose his composure, and with his rationality compromised, Chen's chances would significantly increase. As Barnes failed to score, the possession of the ball shifted. Barnes held a temporary lead of 3-0. Chen did not adopt the triple threat position. Instead, he initiated a dribble. This active state of the ball afforded him greater opportunity to create space for his offensive maneuvers. Barnes, having conceded a slight distance, positioned himself half a meter in front of Chen for defense. Having recently been blocked, he felt a twinge of apprehension towards Chen. Furthermore, he was unaware of the true strength and tactics of this individual from Huaxia. Thus, he opted to maintain a certain distance in defense, awaiting further developments. Chen suddenly dribbled to the right, advancing towards the free throw line. Barnes was left trailing by nearly half a meter, hastily attempting to catch up. Yet, it was too late. By the time Barnes positioned himself before Chen had already leaped into the air. With a smooth and decisive motion, he executed a jump shot. This was a familiar maneuver he had perfected over the course of more than a decade of playing, and with his current physique, its potency had increased tenfold. Swish, the ball went in. Chen pressed forward with his assault, employing the same maneuver once more. He dribbled to the free throw line, coming to a sudden halt. However, Barnes had anticipated this move. With a swift slide, he positioned himself in front of Chen, leaping into the air with his right hand raised high to impede the shot. Chen observed that the defensive reinforcement was in place. With a powerful thrust of his left foot, he firmly planted it on the ground, while his right foot swiftly followed suit. In an instant, he elevated the ball with remarkable finesse. As his body soared to its zenith in the air, he released the ball. Barnes, reaching out with his arms, could only manage to extend them to a point beneath Chen's elbow, posing no interference whatsoever. The trajectory of the ball was remarkably flat, yet its speed was astounding. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the rim, producing a crisp sound that echoed through the arena. It rebounded off the rim and swished through the net. This elegant and visually captivating shooting motion inevitably evokes memories of that youthful figure with the white horse and spear. The score stood at 4-3. A reversal of fortune. At that moment, the crowd of fans erupted in a fervor. Who could have imagined that a fan plucked from the audience could score over an NBA player? Moreover, achieving this feat with 2 consecutive jump shots. Chen's performance astonished the spectators, instilling within them a sense of confidence that they too could excel. Barnes, taken aback, turned to Chen, beginning to question whether this individual from Huaxia was indeed a professional athlete. The organizers had proclaimed that the event was for fans. Yet could it be that the fans from Huaxia were so formidable? At this moment, a sense of reverence for the name Huaxia began to take root in his mind. On the court, Chen pressed forward with his offensive play. This time, Barnes dared not grant Chen the space for a jump shot. He crouched low, pressing his chest against Chen's elbow. Chen refrained from continuing his dribble this time, assuming a triple threat position. With his right foot serving as the pivot, he took a step to the right with his left foot. Barnes was compelled to take a small step back. In that fleeting moment, Chen seized a sliver of space. He dribbled with his right hand before swiftly gathering the ball, simultaneously executing a leftward spin akin to a pirouette. Barnes closely adhered to him, leaping high in an attempt to block the shot. However, Chen used his body to shield against the airborne Barnes, spinning around to deliver a reverse layup with his right hand. It was successful. In the NBA, the master of the spin move is undoubtedly the French prodigy Tony Parker. To everyone's surprise, such finesse was witnessed today in City C. The audience was treated to a visual feast, unanimously deeming the ticket price a worthy investment. Impressive. Even Mr. Lee was captivated by this remarkable spin, exclaiming while throwing a punch into the air. Chen retained possession of the ball. After being outmaneuvered by Chen's spin in the previous play, Barnes took a slight step back to adjust his defensive stance. This created a small pocket of space in front of Chen. Suddenly, a sound resonated in Chen's mind. The athletic system had been activated, and the Master of Sports badge was automatically enabled, available for use. The Silver Dunk Master badge would enhance Chen's athletic ability by 20%. An opportunity for a grand performance had arrived. Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Chen dribbled the ball with his right hand. then deftly released it to the right side in front of Barnes, momentarily exposing it to his opponent. Barnes, with a fierce glint in his eyes, bent forward to snatch the ball. However, Chen forcefully slapped the ball, swiftly maneuvering it to the left side with a single hand. The sheer brilliance of this one-handed crossover left Barnes off balance, nearly toppling him backward to the ground. Chen broke to the right, his center of gravity lowered to the utmost, his body nearly parallel to the ground, with a significant stride of his left foot. He entered the elbow area and secured the ball. He initiated a three-step layup, at last, with a forceful push from his left foot. His body momentarily soared into the air. Bang! An axe-like dunk. Barnes became merely a backdrop to this magnificent slam. Barnes slammed his thigh in disbelief. How could I be both blocked and dunked on? The audience seemed to plunge into madness in an instant. Every spectator's mouth gaped in an O shape. Who is he? Where does he come from? How does he possess such extraordinary athletic prowess? The fans were akin to a chorus of 1,000 questions, fervently yearning to uncover Chen's true identity. The Douyin live stream exploded with excitement. 66666. Whose lieutenant is this? Chen is phenomenal. Oh my, Barnes got dunked on, huh? What kind of plot is this? Could it be staged? Wake up, Barnes. Barnes didn't even exert himself. Haha, Barnes is probably worried about injuring Chen. Amidst the astonishment, doubts arose in the comments about whether this was a scripted act orchestrated by the organizers. Chapter 8. The Blessing of the Basketball God. The clutch moment. The scoreboard displayed 8-3. Chen temporarily takes the lead, pressing forward with relentless determination, having exerted considerable effort to score 4 goals. Beads of sweat now glisten upon his forehead. Since acquiring the system, he has yet to undergo systematic training, resulting in a slight depletion of his stamina. This time, he opts for a relatively effortless offensive approach. With the ball in hand, he swiftly retreats a step beyond the three-point line and releases a jump shot. Thud. The basketball strikes the rim with a resounding force and bounces off. Barnes watches the protruding sphere with a sigh of relief. The three-pointer is not Chen's forte, as his shooting ability from beyond the arc is a meager 65. With the change of possession, it is finally Barnes's turn to attack, he muses. After the score was reversed, Barnes no longer dares to underestimate this Chinese player, and thus he spares no effort, embodying the competitive spirit of an NBA playoff contender. He drives the ball forward, directly penetrating Chen's defense, and with a powerful layup, he scores. In the next round, he executes a swift change of direction, driving in with his left hand for a thunderous dunk. Barnes continues to score, reclaiming some of his lost pride. His repressed emotions erupt as he shouts at Chen. Come on, try to stop me, clown. Through these 2 defensive plays, Chen discerned that his most significant vulnerability lay in his insufficient lateral movement. Barnes possessed an exceptionally swift first step, and when he exerted his full strength to initiate his advance, Chen found himself unable to obstruct Barnes' path of attack. Lateral agility was one of Chen's weakest attributes, a common deficiency among players of Asian descent. Even the illustrious Jeremy Lin, who once dominated the courts of New York and sparked insanity, exhibited a similar shortcoming in his defensive lateral movement. Stay further away from him. Allow him to shoot, but not to drive. Director Lee exclaimed anxiously from the sidelines. As a former professional player, he immediately recognized the predicament Chen faced. When unable to contain a driving opponent, the most prudent tactic is to concede the shot rather than the drive. A layup boasts a 99% success rate, whereas shooting percentages are seldom absolute. Even the extraordinary sharpshooter Stephen Curry has maintained merely a 43-point shooting average throughout his career. Chen nodded at Director Lee, indicating his understanding. Barnes pressed on with his offensive maneuver. For this defensive attempt, Chen chose to retreat near the 3-second area, gesturing towards Barnes beyond the 3-point line. Infuriated, Barnes retorted, I am an NBA player. How dare you give me the 3-point shot? Chen employed a psychological tactic. If he could induce a shift in Barnes' mindset, it might alter his shooting technique, consequently diminishing his 3-point shooting accuracy. Observing this scenario, Barnes raised his hand, deliberately took aim, and released the ball. This momentary focus disrupted the athlete's muscle memory, resulting in a noticeably heavier shot. The ball struck the rim and ricocheted away. The tactic proved effective, and a sense of clandestine joy welled up within Chen. In the ensuing moments, neither side yielded ground, and the competition grew exceptionally fierce. The match had escalated into a heated contest, marked by a balance of power, with Chen executing a deft layup. The sound of the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. As halftime arrived, the score reflected the intense struggle on the court, standing at 94-90. with Barnes having edged ahead by 4 points, leveraging his near all-star caliber prowess. Chen descended from the court, breathing heavily, and collapsed onto the bench. His complexion had turned pale, and he felt a disconnection from his legs. Beside him, Zhou Shi and generally shouted at him. But he could only see their lips moving. All he could hear was a dull roar, and his mind was a blank slate. Sweat poured from his body like rain, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. Across from him, Barnes exhibited slightly better physical condition, having been seasoned in the grueling NBA schedule. However, his emotions were unraveling. He never anticipated encountering such an absurd situation during what was supposed to be an entertaining off-season in China. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength against an amateur Chinese player, he found himself leading by a mere 4 points. Faced with this unacceptable reality, he began to regret his decision to participate in the China tour. In a fit of frustration, Barnes slammed his fist onto the bench, sending a water bottle flying and splashing water everywhere. He furiously muttered, "Damn those Chinese." The crowd erupted with a cacophony of boos. What kind of quality is this? If you can't handle the defeat, go back to the NBA. Chen, Chen. Meanwhile, a spectator suddenly shouted, and a tidal wave of voices followed suit. Hundreds of fans chanted the same name, including those who had originally supported Barnes, now completely swayed. They were captivated by Chen's prowess and fighting spirit. Every fan present felt as though they were part of the scene unfolding on the court. Chen's performance bestowed upon them an immense sense of immersion, as if each one had transformed into Chen, engaging in battle against Barnes. The court had metamorphosed into Chen's domain. Chen was invigorated by the resounding shouts. His body felt as though it had been infused with a can of energy, and vitality surged throughout him. The halftime break concluded, and the second half of the match commenced. Since Chen had scored in the previous round, the possession of the ball naturally rested in his hands. Amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, Chen suddenly conjured the resilient figure of the number 24 from the purple and gold dynasty in his mind. He then opted for the most primal approach to offense, the back-to-basket play, an iconic scoring method that paid homage to the basketball deity, Kobe Bryant. One by one, he carved his way through the defense. Although this method of attack is undeniably grueling, it stands as one of the most reliable means of scoring on the basketball court. In the year 2000, the Lakers' primary offensive strategy revolved around alternating back-to-basket plays executed by Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal. It was through this very offensive technique that the Lakers' dynasty forged their remarkable three-peat championship legacy. Chen dribbled the ball with his right hand, while his left hand executed a protective gesture. He pressed his left shoulder against Barnes, adopting a post-up stance, and forcefully leaned his shoulder into the paint. Barnes let out a muffled grunt as he was pushed back a step. Chen soared into the restricted area for a layup. 2 points secured. The score is now 94-92. As the ball is inbound, Chen employs the same tactic once more. His power rating of 80 proves to be pivotal at this moment. Although Barnes possesses elite physical attributes among NBA forwards, his youth indicates a lack of extensive muscle gain training, rendering his strength somewhat inadequate. In the blink of an eye, Chen has once again pushed Barnes down to the basket. Chen promptly executed a gentle hook shot, the ball striking the side frame and gracefully gliding into the net. The score is now tied. Chen once again seized possession of the ball, preparing to execute another post-up move. Barnes felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and helplessness. Being consistently overpowered by Chen left him in a state of bewilderment. In an NBA arena, he could easily call for help defense and double teams, yet this was a one-on-one contest, with no allies to assist him. The dull thuds echoed as Chen and Barnes collided, the sound of flesh meeting flesh and bone striking bone, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Chen advanced once more into the elbow area, preparing to make a decisive shot. Barnes, feeling the urgency, realized that if this shot were to go uncontested, the opposing team would reach 96 points, merely 2 away from the coveted century mark. The prospect of losing this one-on-one match, particularly against an amateur player, filled him with dread. How could he face a return to the NBA after such a defeat? How could he preserve his title as the King of the North? The thought of being forever etched in the annals of disgrace was unbearable. Thus, in a moment of desperation, he leaped, raising his hand to deliver a swift slap to Chen's cheek. Chen lost his balance midair, a searing pain radiating from his forehead. It felt akin to receiving a powerful blow in a boxing match. Yet, even before his descent, he exerted every ounce of effort to hurl the ball towards the hoop, only to crash heavily onto the ground. The ball circled the rim before, to his astonishment, it fortuitously nestled into the net. "And won," he exclaimed, realizing he had earned a free throw as well. What a reckless move. That should warrant a technical foul. Mr. Lee thunderously slammed his fist onto the bench. Springing up with fervor, he raised his arms high, signaling the referee to indicate an unsportsmanlike conduct. The referee, taken aback by Mr. Lee's fervent outburst, approached him. His expression a mixture of embarrassment and restraint. Mr. Lee, he murmured softly, this format does not include unsportsmanlike conduct. It's merely a common foul. One free throw. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience, accompanied by fervent fans shouting, "Corrupt referee! Corrupt referee!" Chen rose from the ground and took a deep breath. The fierce foul did not affect him. He scored. 97-94, Chen took the lead. "Oh yes," Manager Wang exclaimed, clenching his small fist tightly. "Hold on," Joshi shouted with wide eyes. "Maintain the offensive momentum. In the final moments, finish him off." President Lee yelled at Chen. He then crossed his arms over his chest, pacing back and forth along the sidelines, resembling a man waiting outside a maternity ward for his wife to give birth. Chen continues to possess the ball. The scoreboard reflects a score of 97-94. Chen is merely 3 points away from achieving a perfect score of 100. To score 2 points, 2 rounds would be required. Given the dynamics of the game, attempting a 3-point shot is evidently the more advantageous choice. Chen hesitated, possessing merely a 3-point shooting proficiency of 65. Yet, should he successfully land a 3-pointer, victory would be his. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately refrained from attempting the shot. He held steadfast to the basketball axiom that proximity to the hoop significantly enhances shooting accuracy. Once more, he adopted a back-to-the-basket stance. At that moment, Barnes found himself immobilized. His mind a blank slate. Lacking the strength to withstand Chen's post-play, he was acutely aware that the unfolding circumstances demanded he could not afford another defensive failure. Meanwhile, Chen had maneuvered the ball to a position just a step within the free throw line, seemingly poised to seize a favorable position within the paint. In response, Barnes bent his arms, pressing firmly against Chen's back, while simultaneously driving his right knee forcefully into the vulnerable bend of Chen's leg, a notably fragile area of the human body. In an instant, Chen was struck by a wave of excruciating pain, causing him to stagger, losing his center of gravity. The ball he had been maneuvering collided with the top of his foot. The sphere slipped from his grasp and rolled towards the apex of the arc. The referee, oblivious to Barnes' subtle maneuver, remained unaware of the transgression. The spectators on the sidelines felt their hearts leap into their throats, all eyes fixated on the ball's trajectory. A glint of avarice ignited in Barnes' gaze, resembling a ravenous wolf pouncing towards its prey. Chen, suppressing excruciating pain, summoned all his strength to rise. Attempting to position himself before Barnes, the two raced towards the 3-point line almost in unison. Bang! They collided, both momentarily staggering from the impact. In that moment, neither managed to gain possession of the ball, which rolled away from the arc towards the center circle. Both players sprang into action, pursuing the ball with every ounce of energy they could muster. The ball seemed destined to roll out of bounds. At that critical juncture, Chen let out a fierce shout, drawing upon the last vestiges of his willpower. With a final explosive effort, he lunged forward, barely managing to secure the ball from a distance that marked the NBA logo. Simultaneously, Barnes lunged at him, his form resembling that of a great black bird. At this moment, Chen was utterly exhausted. He could no longer bear it. At this moment, Chen felt a surge of determination within him. What did he intend to do? To take a shot from this position, akin to the legendary Lillard? The spectators in the arena were filled with a multitude of questions. Yet, before their murmurs could fade, Chen had already launched his attempt. In midair, his body twisted like a pretzel, his right foot lifted off the ground, while his left foot propelled him with a single push. He utilized a near push shot form. This ball, it soared with the velocity of a cannonball, tracing a spectacularly high arc. At that instant, the atmosphere in the arena seemed to freeze. All eyes were fixated on the trajectory of the ball as it soared through the air. However, the arc of the ball appeared alarmingly elevated. It seemed destined to sail over the backboard and out of bounds. A collective gasp of despair emanated from the audience. Barnes, observing the flight of the ball, felt his heart finally settle. General Manager Lee had covered his eyes, kneeling on the ground, unable to bear the unfolding spectacle. Yet, the ball deceived the eyes of all. It struck the backboard with a resounding thud. Miraculously, it ricocheted directly into the hoop. Expressions of disbelief spread across the crowd. Some fans began to applaud one another, while others embraced in sheer excitement. The basketball deity of the number 24 had favored Chen. Jordan is the god of basketball on earth, while Kobe reigns as the god of basketball in heaven. Barnes, on the other hand, collapsed to the ground in utter defeat. Beep. The referee blew the final whistle. The scoreboard illuminated exhilarating numbers, 100-94. Chen triumphed over Barnes. General Manager Lee, who was covering his eyes at the sidelines, heard the thunderous cheers and raised his gaze towards the scoreboard. He wiped his eyes, unable to believe the spectacle unfolding before him. Once he regained his composure, he danced in place like a child, exclaiming in delight, "We won! We won!" With exuberance, Zhou Shi punched the air triumphantly. Manager Wang, brimming with excitement, stood on one leg, one hand on his hip, while the other gestured a victorious V towards the sky. The fans present could no longer contain their exhilaration. Ignoring the security's attempts to restrain them, they surged onto the court, lifting Chen high and tossing him into the air. Chen raised his hands high and exclaimed, "I truly have won." He reveled in the fervor of the fans. Reaching a pinnacle he had never experienced since his birth, this moment marked the zenith of his life. Chapter 9. Letting go of the shackles within in the TNT studio across the Pacific. Today, Raptors player Barrett was invited for an interview. O'Neal began. "Before we commence this interview, I must address a certain matter, a matter I cannot overlook. You are aware, are you not? Yesterday, your team's leader was defeated in a one-on-one match by a fan in Huaxia." O'Neal's expression was one of incredulity as he spoke. "I am aware of this as well. And I find it hard to believe," he continued. "Barnes is a near all-star player, regardless of whether he was careless or in poor physical condition. Losing to an amateur player from Huaxia in a one-on-one match is simply unforgivable." "Absolutely unforgivable," exclaimed the American commentator Yang Yi, gesturing animatedly. Barrett crossed his legs thoughtfully, scratched his head, and awkwardly replied, "Well, Shark, I am aware of this incident. I heard about it from my teammates yesterday. You know, this news has spread throughout America. I am not quite sure what to say. I heard that guy was just a fan. Personally, I still feel that Barnes didn't put in his full effort." Clearly, Barrett's explanation lacked persuasiveness. O'Neal, with a mischievous grin, turned to Trent and said, "Let me clarify. Barnes went to Huaxia and lost to a fan in a one-on-one match? You should tell Barnes that I am going to give him a kick in the rear. Shark is going to give him a kick in the rear too. That's right." Fans across America have witnessed the entire match from the viral videos circulating online. "This is the NBA, my friend." Barrett averted his gaze from O'Neal, shrugged his shoulders, and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. At this moment, the atmosphere in the TNT studio was palpably awkward. It could be said that the fact Chen defeated Barnes was difficult for the official media of the NBA, TNT, to accept, leaving them with a tarnished reputation. "All right, let us move on to the next segment." O'Neal hastily shifted the conversation away from the uncomfortable topic. In City C, within a residential community, it was now September 6th, and less than 4 days remained until the deadline imposed by the system. If no NBA contract was secured within these 4 days, the system would cease to exist. Chen sat on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin short videos, as his duel with Barnes had surged to the top of the trending topics. During the NBA offseason, basketball news was scant, making such sensational content irresistible for all sports media in Huaxia. On Douyin, the Whale live stream was underway. The Whale, a renowned NBA commentator in the country, was currently broadcasting. The barrage of comments naturally focused on the epic showdown. "Whale, what are your thoughts on Chen's victory over Barnes? Was it all scripted?" The Whale began to share his perspective. "Barnes is a legitimate NBA player. To claim that Chen defeated him purely through skill is utterly preposterous. Honestly, Barnes didn't take it seriously. He was indifferent to the outcome. It was merely an entertainment event." In another live stream, Yang Yi chimed in my opinion, take this match as a source of amusement, but don't take it too seriously. What caliber of athlete is Barnes, after all? If you take this result to heart, you've already lost. This is just a scripted affair." Regarding these comments, Chen merely smiled. However, to say he was unfazed would be disingenuous. He preferred to let his actions speak for themselves. He resolved to eventually prove these so-called basketball commentators wrong. Yet, at that moment, he was more anxious to receive news from Mr. Lee. Following the conclusion of the match yesterday, Mr. Lee had flown overnight to Yanjing. His purpose was to meet with a sports company named Makai, which had extensive business collaborations with the NBA. Prior to Mr. Lee's journey, Chen had already reached an agreement with him, appointing Mr. Lee as his agent. Due to Mr. Lee's efforts, Chen had become a well-known internet celebrity in the basketball realm. Coupled with Mr. Lee's genuine care and support, Chen felt a deep sense of sincerity, prompting him to naturally sign the agent contract. At that moment, Chen's phone chimed. Uncle Lee, what is the update? Chen inquired anxiously. The term Uncle Lee clearly indicated the closeness of their relationship. Good news. Thanks to my long-standing rapport with Boss Xia from Macaili, I informed him of your desire to play in the NBA. Boss Xia has connections with the Warriors' general manager, Bob Myers. Your performance against Barnes has skyrocketed in popularity across the United States. Myers is already aware of you and has expressed that we can arrange a tryout soon. Chen was exuberantly dancing with joy. San Francisco, the Warriors, Curry. Just these few words were enough to ignite his excitement. He replied, "That's fantastic. Let's not wait any longer. We shall fly over today for a trial." Today? It's too late for today. I will book a flight to San Francisco for tomorrow. Chen nodded and said, "The sooner, the better, ideally by tomorrow morning." Uncle Lee responded, "The NBA tryouts demand a great deal from players. So you must be mentally prepared." "Understood, Uncle Lee. You can rest assured." Chen replied with unwavering determination. After ending the call with Uncle Lee, Chen promptly dialed Zhou Shi's number to share the good news with his close friend. Beep. Chen activated the system. The reward points for defeating Barnes have been distributed. The host is invited to claim 2 points of ability value as a reward. Chen incorporated these 2 points into his lateral movement. In the previous match, the inability to defend against Barnes primarily stemmed from inadequate lateral agility. Ding. Host's real-time lateral movement capacity has increased to 57. Overall capability has risen to 71. Chen contentedly closed the system with a capability score of 71. Although it had only increased by a seemingly insignificant increment, it brought him closer to the level of a competent NBA substitute, instilling within him a newfound confidence. After all, before acquiring the system, Chen was merely an ordinary basketball enthusiast. Each point gained in capability represented a small step forward in his progression. With a firm knock, Chen rapped on the door of his parents' home. This residence, situated in an aging neighborhood of City C, encompassed less than 60 square meters and had been allocated to Chen's father as a unit residence several decades prior. Chen's parents are retired educators. In their perspective, their son ought to pursue a conventional job and eventually marry and have children. This reflects the traditional values of the older generation. Since acquiring the system, Chen has not returned home, leaving him uncertain about how to broach the subject of his training in America with his parents. This has become a heavy weight on his heart. "Mom and Dad, I'm back," he exclaimed. "Oh, it's been so long since you last visited," his mother replied, handing him a pair of slippers. Noticing that Chen had grown taller, his mother did not express the surprise he had anticipated. Could it be that his parents had already learned of his circumstances through social media? His father sat on the sofa, a lit cigarette in hand, appearing burdened with thoughts. "Child, have a talk with your father. He has some concerns about you," his mother gently urged. At that moment, Chen felt a tremor within. Surely, his father would chastise him for pursuing an unorthodox path and insist that he prepare for the civil service examination, followed by a lengthy discourse on life as principles. Chen cautiously perched at the far end of the sofa, a hint of tension evident in his demeanor. Clearly, like many of his contemporaries, he harbored a deep aversion to his parents' incessant nagging. "My child, I am already aware of your situation," his father remarked after taking a puff from his cigarette. Shifting his gaze towards Chen, "I will study and participate in the unit's examination." Chen instinctively replied as his first response. His father extinguished the cigarette in his hand, his expression suddenly transforming into one of warmth and kindness. "Your mother and I have discussed this matter. We have previously imposed outdated expectations upon you. Young people ought to have their own lives and aspirations. Your match against the American players has demonstrated that your destiny is inextricably linked to basketball, regardless of the decisions you make. Your parents will always stand as your unwavering support." Upon hearing this, Chen was overwhelmed with emotions, tears streaming down his cheeks. He had never anticipated that his parents were aware of that match. Even more surprising was the fact that his traditionally minded parents had made a complete turnaround, now supporting the basketball career they had once regarded with disdain. Chen took a moment to compose himself, his voice trembling slightly as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your support. I will not disappoint your expectations." The family embraced each other, marking a day of reconciliation between the child and his parents, as well as a pivotal moment for Chen to release the burdens that weighed upon his heart. Chapter 10. The Warriors' trial. On September 8th, an aircraft descended smoothly upon the airport in San Francisco, California. Chen and his manager, Uncle Lee, disembarked from the plane and arrived at the airport entrance. The Golden State Warriors had already dispatched a driver to greet them. "Hello. You must be here for the tryouts from Huaxia. A cheerful young black man greeted them. Uncle Li politely nodded. Yes, thank you for your assistance. He then produced a $50 tip and handed it to the young man. Upon receiving the tip, the young man's demeanor instantly transformed into one of warmth as he lifted their luggage and placed it in the vehicle. He then drove towards the Warriors' home arena. Along the way, the young man glanced at the two in the back seat through the rearview mirror and remarked, "The Warriors' tryouts are no easy feat over the years. I have seen many candidates from Korea, Japan, and elsewhere, yet most come with high hopes only to leave disappointed." "Indeed, we must cherish this opportunity," Uncle Li replied. "I can't offer much advice, but I do know that adapting to American culture will be beneficial for your signing," the young man added. Upon hearing this, Chen promptly nodded. In truth, he had already undertaken preparations in this regard within the country. Chinese players in the NBA, such as the illustrious Yao Ming, exemplified this. During his tenure with the Houston Rockets, he not only trained diligently and maintained a commendable attitude, but also adapted to the American culture in this foreign land, preserving his humor and camaraderie with teammates. This endeared him to many, culminating in a stellar reputation within the NBA and his induction into the Hall of Fame. As they conversed, the vehicle had already arrived at the Chase Center. The construction of the Chase Center was a monumental investment of $1.3 billion by Warriors owner Joe Lacob in 2019. The arena boasts a seating capacity of 18,604 spectators, features a concert venue, and encompasses 2 office buildings with a total area of 54,000 square meters, alongside nearly 10,000 square meters dedicated to dining and retail spaces, collectively forming a grand sports complex. Gazing upon this remarkably modern and opulent arena, one cannot help but be awed. Chen's heart surged with excitement and anticipation. Who wouldn't yearn to play in such a grand arena? The vehicle turned and entered the players' parking area. They alighted from the car and traversed the lengthy players' exclusive corridor. Along the way, Chen nearly jogged in his eagerness. The system's vibrant red digits indicated that less than 48 hours remained. This trial must succeed. Failure was not an option. Upon reaching the training facility, Warriors general manager Bob Myers and coach Steve Kerr approached to welcome them. "We are delighted to have you here for the tryout," Coach Kerr said courteously. "It is our honor," Chen replied. After exchanging pleasantries and handshakes, the tryout commenced. The assessment comprised static talent tests, dynamic talent tests, shooting evaluations, and strength tests. After a day of rigorous trials, Coach Kerr held the report generated by the statistician. Player: Chen height without shoes, 1.98 m weight, 91 kilograms wingspan, 2.11 m standing reach, 2.65 m vertical jump, 80 centimeters running jump, 90 centimeters 100 meter sprint, 10.88 seconds bench press, 188 kilograms trainer's evaluation template. Iguodala? What? The template is Iguodala? Wasn't my template supposed to be? Coach. At this moment, Chen's mind was flooded with a myriad of frustrations. Kerr, holding the report, engaged in a furtive conversation with Deng Li. Subsequently, Kerr approached Chen and Uncle Li, stating, "Chen, your physical assessment data is quite impressive. Your height and wingspan meet the standards of an exceptional wing player. Most notably, your bench press results are on par with those of a young LeBron James, indicating that your physical prowess has reached an elite level suitable for NBA players. Furthermore, your ball handling skills are also remarkable." However, Kerr's tone shifted as he expressed his concerns, saying, "Yet, your weaknesses are glaringly apparent. Firstly, your lateral quickness is somewhat lacking, raising concerns about your ability to defend against guards and fast forwards. Secondly, you lack any prior experience in professional leagues, leaving us uncertain about your tactical comprehension on the court. Lastly, during the shooting drills, while your shooting percentage was commendable, your shooting form appears quite amateurish. Your left hand often interferes with your shot, which could result in significant inconsistency. Moreover, there are several rudimentary technical movements and details that require correction." Truly, this NBA-level tryout succinctly encapsulated all of Chen's attributes, revealing the entirety of his weaknesses. Chen scratched the back of his head and hesitantly replied, "Well, I indeed lack experience in professional leagues, but I believe I can compensate for my shortcomings through diligent training." Cole nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently inviting Chen and Uncle Li to take a seat in General Manager Deng Liwei's office for a discussion. Within the office, Cole turned to Chen, who sat across from him, and inquired, "We, the Warriors, are a team brimming with talent. With the addition of players such as Hield and Melton for the new season, We are not lacking in offensive firepower. If we were to sign you, how do you perceive your role within the team? This was a probing question, and Chen grasped the underlying implication of Cole's words. The Warriors are renowned in the NBA for their illustrious basketball philosophy, and what the team currently requires are scrappy, tenacious players. If a newcomer wishes to contend for ball possession against seasoned champions like Curry and Green, they ought to carefully consider their ambitions. Chen adjusted his posture, sitting up straight, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the two individuals. He spoke with conviction, "I am here to assist Curry in securing the championship." The moment these words left his lips, a wave of astonishment swept through everyone present. Even Uncle Lee had not anticipated such a declaration from Chen. In Uncle Lee's memory, Chen had always maintained a humble demeanor in his homeland, yet his transformation upon arriving in America was remarkably profound. Chen's statement carries dual implications. Firstly, it signifies that Chen will not vie for possession with Curry. Rather, he is here to assist him. This alleviates the concerns and apprehensions of Dunleavy and Kerr. Secondly, Chen emphasizes his role as a supporter, not as a mere subordinate, thereby elevating his own status. Typically, when discussing the support of superstars in their championship pursuits, one might reference Pippen as Jordan's aide, Irving as LeBron's, and Gasol as Kobe's. However, these supporters are indeed worthy of the title of co-stars, as they themselves belong to the ranks of superstars. The atmosphere domestically differs from that here, as Chinese culture has long cherished the ideals of modesty and gentlemanliness. Conversely, in the more open and untamed realm of America, this sentiment stands in stark contrast. Chen had long contemplated this notion. Thus, he shed his humble demeanor. This player from the East spoke with considerable confidence, even contemplating championship aspirations before securing a contract. Thought Kerr. However, Dunleavy did not display the same sense of astonishment as others, having ascended from player to scout, and ultimately to the position of general manager of the Warriors. His personal journey through the ranks afforded him a deeper understanding of the adage that a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. He could empathize more profoundly with the youthful arrogance exhibited by the young man. Dunleavy regarded Chen with an amused glint in his eye and replied with a tone of affirmation, "Firstly, I admire your ambition to bring honor to the team. However, the NBA is exceedingly demanding, with each season comprising 82 games, many of which are back-to-back. Do you possess the confidence to face the arduous and protracted season ahead? Basketball is my life, my everything. I am willing to dedicate all for it," Chen proclaimed. Chen replied with unwavering determination. Mr. Lee cast a satisfied glance in his direction. The young man's confident response evoked memories of Mr. Lee's own illustrious days in the CBA. "Very well," he said. "You may return for now. I shall confer with Coach Kerr and the management, and we will have a decision by tomorrow at the latest." Both parties rose to bid farewell. Chapter 11. Contract Finalization. Chen and Uncle Lee emerged from the Datong Center Arena. The nightscape of San Francisco began to unfold. Majestic buildings illuminated by dazzling lights towered above, while the streets thronged with a vibrant crowd. The scene could easily be described as intoxicatingly splendid. Chen and Uncle Lee hailed a taxi and journeyed to Chinatown in San Francisco, where they discovered a Chinese restaurant and indulged in a sumptuous dinner. After their meal, they returned to the vicinity of the Chase Center and found a hotel to rest. Reclining on the plush bed in their room, Chen found it difficult to relax. It was past midnight, heralding the arrival of September 9th. If he did not receive a response within the last 24 hours, the system would vanish, and he would forever be estranged from the NBA. Troubled, he gazed out through the room's glass at the incessant flow of traffic, lost in thought. Uncle Lee, discerning his unease, reassured him, "Xiaoyi, there is no need to be overly anxious. Today, Deng Liwei and Kerr pointed out your shortcomings, but these are not fatal flaws. They can be corrected through training. I believe they will not reject us because of these minor deficiencies." Upon hearing these words, Chen felt a considerable alleviation of his inner unease. With a hint of grievance, he remarked, "As long as they allow me to establish myself in the NBA, I am willing to dedicate all my time to training, mastering tactics, and refining my shooting form. I wouldn't mind not playing League of Legends for even a single day." "Haha, you mischievous lad, still thinking about the game." Uncle Lee was thoroughly amused by the latter remark about not playing League of Legends, his eyes narrowing into slits. At that moment, his phone rang. Uncle Lee promptly answered, while Chen leaned in, pressing his face against the right side of Uncle Lee's phone. The voice of Kerr emanated from the other end. "After discussions among the team's management, we have decided to offer Chen a two-way contract." "Hooray!" Chen sprang from his bed with exuberance. though he made a conscious effort to suppress his voice. His body could not help but dance with unrestrained joy upon the mattress. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Warriors. You may come to report to the team before the commencement of the new season's training camp. We are grateful for your trust, and we shall not disappoint you. Uncle Lee responded courteously before ending the call. Chen leapt from his bed directly into Uncle Lee's embrace, exclaiming, "We did it. Indeed, we did it." Uncle Lee's voice trembled slightly, and his eyes brimmed with tears. Entering the NBA to play basketball was, after all, a dream he once harbored as a professional athlete. This dream, now realized through the players he nurtured, not only fills the void of unfulfilled aspirations from his youth, but also stands as the greatest affirmation and honor of his career as a professional basketball manager. Chen picked up his phone and meticulously crafted a message to share this monumental news with all those dear to him. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Host has successfully secured an NBA contract. Countdown deactivated. Chen exhaled deeply, relieved as the harrowing countdown finally came to a close. That night, he slept soundly, not only because he carried a sense of pride and accomplishment, but also because his great dream had taken its first step. By the following morning, news of Chen's signing with the NBA's Golden State Warriors had spread like wildfire. During the NBA offseason, he had made headlines with 2 consecutive explosive announcements, dominating the front pages of major sports media outlets in the country. Online forums were abuzz with comments. "Incredible, Chen. Keep it up. Show your unique style. Don't shy away. Congratulations to Chen, wishing him the fulfillment of his dream as a Chinese player. Go Chen. Strive to stay in America. Our nation desperately needs an active NBA player." In the Tencent NBA studio, commentators gathered to discuss Chen's signing. Yang Yi was the first to pose a question. Are the Warriors' interests served by signing Chen to a 2-way contract? As an unknown amateur basketball player, will he even get a chance to play? Is it feasible for him to convert that 2-way contract into a standard one? He expressed skepticism, noting that the Warriors play a game of merit. Although Chen possesses some talent, he lacks the experience and qualifications of a professional player in the NBA. Furthermore, given the current roster of the Warriors, who could he possibly displace? Wang Ming quickly agreed. Coach Ma Jian voiced his support for Chen, stating, "I don't believe that's the case. First, Chen's victory over Barnes was not mere luck. Second, from observing his performance on the court, his athleticism, including his height and wingspan, is exceptional. Defeating Barnes was not a coincidence, nor was it scripted. Upon entering the NBA, Chen will need to start from the fundamentals, positioning for rebounds, fierce defense, and communication with teammates. He certainly has the potential to convert his 2-way contract into a standard one and remain in the NBA." The live chat was filled with a flurry of comments. "Isn't he just a bench warmer? A player merely aided by Barnes. Why don't you support Chinese players? Please refrain from belittling the dreams of Chinese athletes." Evidently, a stark polarization has emerged surrounding this topic, particularly within the realm of live streaming and bullet comments. After all, Chen has merely secured a 2-way contract. According to NBA regulations, a player on a 2-way contract may participate in no more than 45 games for the team throughout the season. After this period, they must either transition to a standard contract or depart. The NBA is renowned for its high player attrition rates. Even among those who enter through the annual draft, a significant portion fail to see any game time, let alone someone on a short-term contract like Chen. Speaking of Chen, despite having become a sensation in the Chinese sports arena, he harbors no trace of arrogance. On the contrary, the very next morning, he and Uncle Lee discovered a local basketball court near San Francisco and invested $500 to secure it for half a month. With ample time before the team's training camp commenced, he certainly would not squander this invaluable time. They aimed to thoroughly address the 3 issues articulated by Coach Kerr before reporting to the team, namely, the sluggish lateral movement, the interference of defenders during shooting, and the comprehension of NBA team strategies. To begin with, the issue of slow lateral movement is a common affliction among Chinese players and represents the lowest capability in Chen's system. Although his initial lateral movement rating of 55 was upgraded to 57 following his victory over Barnes, this rating remains insufficient. In an era that emphasizes the ability to switch defenses, Chen risks being outmaneuvered by guards with greater speed and explosiveness on the defensive end. At this juncture, Uncle Lee stood at the center of the court, a whistle poised between his lips. With a piercing blast of the whistle, Chen commenced his lateral slide training under Uncle Lee's watchful eye. The lateral slide is a fundamental defensive maneuver in basketball and one of the most routine training exercises within NBA teams, serving as the most effective method to enhance lateral movement. Chen bent his knees, lowered his body, and extended his arms, commencing a slide from one end of the basketball court to the other. Beep, beep, beep. Chen followed the cadence of the whistle, synchronizing his lateral slides with increasing frequency and velocity. After 2 hours of relentless practice, having completed 100 sets of lateral slides, he was drenched in sweat, the heat rising from his forehead, and his legs began to weaken. Stop. Uncle Lee called off the session with a sharp whistle, and Chen collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Lateral slide training completed. Lateral mobility increased by 3 points. Current lateral mobility is now 60. Overall capability has risen to 72. A spark of joy flickered in Chen's heart as he realized that training could indeed trigger enhancements in his abilities. The next phase involved shooting practice. Those who frequently engage in street basketball are well aware that many players exhibit exceedingly unorthodox shooting forms. However, from an amateur perspective, Chen's shooting technique could be considered quite refined. Both his jumping and shooting motions bore a resemblance to Kobe's iconic jump shot. Yet, he lacked the benefits of professional training. During his shooting practice, Chen's ball-handling hand tends to inadvertently push the ball, a habit that undermines his shooting consistency. In response to this phenomenon, Uncle Lee instructed Chen to position himself at the top of the arc and practice shooting with his right hand alone. This exercise aims to help him establish a feel for shooting with his right hand while utilizing his left hand solely for ball protection, ensuring the stability of the basketball's center of gravity during his jump shot. Uncle Lee stated firmly, "All right, good." Chen hastily responded, for he dared not show the slightest hint of negligence towards Uncle Lee's request. Chen stood at the apex of the court, commencing his practice with right-handed shots. Uncle Lee positioned himself beneath the basketball hoop, diligently retrieving the balls for him. Chapter 12, Warriors Locker Room Swish. The basketball continually found its mark. As his practice progressed, Chen's shooting accuracy, initially below 40%, gradually ascended to an impressive 65% with one-handed shots. At that moment, another basketball soared towards him from Uncle Lee's hands. Chen skillfully caught it with his right hand, executing a seamless shot that found the net. This marked his 9th successful three-pointer out of his last 10 attempts. Time flew as he trained relentlessly for 3 hours, drenched in sweat and with weary legs. Yet, the whistle from Uncle Lee remained silent. Without the sound of the whistle, the battle was not over. Uncle Lee's teachings resonated in his mind. He understood that from the moment he signed the contract, he had become a professional player. The spirit of the Mamba guided him to triumph over Barnes and brought him to this very place. He could not let down the deity of basketball. He bore the hopes of his family and friends, as well as the aspirations of Chinese players. Gradually, the sky darkened, and the lights of the court flickered on. Beep. After Chen scored a flawless three-pointer, Uncle Lee finally ceased his whistle. Chen felt utterly exhausted, slumped against the bench at the edge of the court. As he took a long swig from a bottle of Gatorade, suddenly, a notification echoed through his mind. Through rigorous three-point shooting training, his three-point shooting ability increased by 5 points, and his mid-range shooting improved by 5 points as well. His enhanced abilities now stood at three-point shooting 70, mid-range shooting 85. His overall player capability had risen to 78. Chen contentedly accepted the ability score and closed the system. With a score of 78, he has surpassed the peak value of 77 held by Jianlian, becoming the second highest ability score among Chinese players, following Yao Ming. This score of 78 places him at a commendable level of proficiency for an NBA backup player. In the ensuing fortnight, aside from honing his lateral movement and shooting skills, Uncle Lee also compiled a wealth of NBA team strategies for Chen to study, in addition to rectifying his habit of utilizing his left hand during shooting. Chen has also immersed himself in learning various offensive and defensive strategies from the NBA. Time has flown by, and before he knew it, it was October 2nd. This day marked the official commencement of the Warriors training camp for the new season, as well as Chen's first day reporting to the team. Last night, he was so exhilarated that he hardly slept. Upon closing his eyes, visions of playing alongside stars like Curry and Green, whom he had only ever seen on screen, danced in his mind. Early in the morning, Uncle Lee escorted Chen to the entrance of the Chase Center. At the door, Uncle Lee spoke earnestly to Chen. "I can only take you this far. There are matters back home that require my attention. After I leave, you must remain humble, diligent, and hardworking." I believe you will carve out your own paradise. With that, he patted Chen on the back. Chen nodded in acknowledgement, assuring, Uncle. You need not worry. After Uncle Lee had finished his instructions, he hailed a taxi and departed for the airport. As Chen watched Uncle Lee's figure fade away, he entered the Chase Center through the designated players' corridor. Having already signed a contract with the Warriors, his visage had been incorporated into the access recognition system, allowing him to pass through effortlessly. Chen meandered down the corridor, arriving at the training facility. The interior of the training center was remarkably high-tech, encompassing an area of over 2,000 square meters, which included 2 standard basketball courts and 6 hoops. As it was only 8 in the morning, Coach Kerr and the other members of the Warriors had yet to arrive at the training center. A voluptuous blonde staff member noticed Chen's entrance and approached him, inquiring, You must be the new Chinese player reporting for duty. Chen nodded in response, Indeed. Welcome. I am the trainer for the Warriors team. Since the training session has yet to commence, allow me to show you around the locker room and various facilities. Thank you for your kindness. With a smile gracing his face, Chen responded. The trainer led him to the team's locker room. The locker room was circular in design, with each locker equipped with a 32-inch LCD television and a leather chair. Curry's locker was situated at the very center of the room, signifying his status as the leader of the team. In a corner of the locker room, Chen discovered his own locker, adorned with the inscription V in English. Chen was exceedingly content with this arrangement, embracing his role under a two-way contract. The availability of a locker room to store his belongings brought him immense satisfaction. The blonde trainer handed him a key to a locker. Chen took the items and placed some miscellaneous belongings into the locker, following the footsteps of the blonde trainer. He toured the team's shower room, massage room, gym, and other facilities. After a lengthy circuit, the sounds of merriment could already be heard from the training ground. Chen expressed his gratitude to the trainer and made his way to the basketball training facility of the team. At that moment, the members of the Warriors had gathered, encircling Coach Kerr as they attentively listened to his words. The arrival of Chen shattered the prevailing atmosphere of the training ground, drawing the collective gaze of everyone present towards him. Entering this new environment, Chen, already somewhat apprehensive, found himself rendered even more uncomfortable by the intensity of their stares, his body stiffening as he stood frozen in place. Hey, relax a bit and come over here. It was none other than his idol, the illustrious Curry, who spoke these encouraging words, casually dribbling a basketball while beckoning Chen with an air of effortless ease. Chen was taken aback, resembling a child. As he hurriedly trotted to Curry's side, Kerr gently placed his arm on Chen's shoulder, signaling him to stand among the group. He pointed to Chen and announced, This is our new team member. His name is Yi. Let's give him a warm welcome. The Warriors players applauded in unison. Chen then bowed to everyone in gratitude. Subsequently, Kerr commenced his explanation, summarizing the tactical arrangements and objectives for the new season. During the time spent listening to Kerr discuss team matters, Chen discreetly observed every player on the Warriors team, paying close attention to their facial expressions and body language. This was an essential practice for anyone entering a new collective. Firstly, it allowed for an analysis of each individual's standing within the team, and secondly, it provided insight into how each player perceived him. The prominent players, Curry, Green, Wiggins, and Davis, regarded Chen with normalcy in their gazes. However, amidst the crowd, Chen discerned a peculiar look directed at him. This scrutiny came from the Warriors' second-year rookie, Podziemski, who regarded Chen with disdain, pondering, a player from Huaxia? Neither high-jumping nor fast-running. Why did Kerr sign him? Although Podziemski had recently joined the Warriors, his ability to flatter had earned him the trust of Coach Kerr. His knack for adulation was indeed remarkable. In his inaugural year in the league, he had managed to praise everyone from Curry to the janitor in the Warriors' employ. Despite Podziemski's mediocre athleticism, his playing style could only be described as unwise, if not outright foolish. He favored forcing shots while being closely guarded, often leading to blocked attempts, and his hesitancy in passing resulted in a high turnover rate. Defensively, he became the target for opponents, with rival teams adjusting their strategies to exploit his matchups. His lackluster performance had single-handedly cost the Warriors several games in the previous season. Yet, despite such abstract shortcomings, his playing time remained among the highest of the bench players. Consequently, on a certain Huaxia forum, netizens speculated that Podziemski had once saved Kerr's life. Naturally, Chen felt some disdain towards Podziemski, especially since he had been assigned by Kerr to serve as a backup for both the point guard and shooting guard positions, roles that overlapped with Podziemski's. To gain playing time, Chen needed to eclipse Podziemski's minutes. Thus, he regarded Podziemski as his first opponent in the NBA. Chapter 13. The Celtics 5 Tigers a month later. In November 2024, at the Chase Center. In the evening, the Warriors were about to face the defending champions, the Celtics, in a regular season matchup. This marked the Warriors' 7th game of the season, having achieved a record of 3 wins and 3 losses thus far, placing them temporarily in 10th position in the Western Conference. It was evident that the entire team was dissatisfied with their current performance. Tonight, as they prepared to face the reigning champions, the urgency for a victory to uplift their sagging morale was palpable. Inside the Warriors' locker room, the atmosphere was exceedingly tense. Coach Kerr was finalizing the pregame arrangements for the team. Our performances in the previous games have been abysmal, particularly against the Clippers. Despite their star player Leonard being absent, we allowed them to score a staggering 128 points. In this match, everyone must focus intently on defense, striving for a rebound to secure victory. After speaking, Kerr cast a sweeping glance around the players in the locker room. At this moment, Chen sat upon the leather stool in the changing room, immediately meeting Cole's gaze, his eyes brimming with longing and urgency. In the preceding month, following the conclusion of the training camp, he had been assigned to play in the G League, deprived even of the opportunity to participate in the preseason games. Cole had remarked that his lack of professional game experience necessitated this step down, intended to enhance his tactical comprehension. However, Chen did not allow this demotion to dishearten him. In the G League, he dedicated himself to rigorous training each day, striving to excel in every match. He maintained a humble demeanor within the team and absorbed a wealth of practical basketball strategies. Chen averaged 18 points per game in the G League, accompanied by 13 assists and 5 rebounds. This impressive performance elicited high praise from the head coach of the Santa Cruz Warriors, the affiliate team of the Golden State Warriors, who even went so far as to personally visit Coach Kerr's office to advocate for Chen's recall. Consequently, today Chen received the notification of his reinstatement. This marks Chen's inaugural appearance in a Warriors jersey as he embarks on the journey of the regular season with the team. When Coach Kerr glanced in his direction, Chen nearly exclaimed, "Coach, I wish to play." Kerr, discerning the urgency reflected in Chen's eyes, remained otherwise unresponsive. Beside Chen, Kyer gently patted him and said, "Do not fret, opportunities will arise." As a fellow player from Huaxia, Kyer naturally shared a close bond with Chen within the team. Not only did he elucidate many aspects of the game that Chen found perplexing, but he also invited Chen to his home for dinner. This gesture brought Chen, who found himself in a foreign land, a profound sense of warmth and comfort. Chen nodded towards Kyer in acknowledgement, yet the fervor within him blazed ever brighter. In the Tencent studio, the commentators for this match included Yang Yi, Wang Ming, Ma Jian, and the special guest, Mei Na. Yang Yi glanced at the two of them and remarked, "Chen has been summoned back by the Warriors. This marks his inaugural appearance on the team roster as an NBA player. Do you both believe that Coach Kerr will allow him to take the court?" "In my opinion, it seems unlikely, given that the Warriors have brought in guards Heald and Melton this season, whose positions heavily overlap with Chen's." Wang Ming adjusted his glasses and replied. Ma Jin countered, "From my perspective, Chen's performance in the G League has been nothing short of exceptional. His pull-up jump shot, in particular, is impressively graceful and fluid. This traditional yet effective scoring method has rendered him a stable offensive presence. I believe today may witness his NBA debut, and the likelihood is quite substantial." As a former professional player, Ma Jian naturally approached player evaluation from a competitive standpoint and held Chen in high regard. Chen's scoring style is rather outdated. The contemporary NBA thrives on fast-paced play, and the three-point shot reigns supreme, Wang Ming retorted. While the pace may be rapid, regardless of tempo, mid-range jump shots remain one of the most effective scoring methods on the court, especially during critical moments when defense is most challenging, Ma Jian analyzed professionally. In today's game, it's all about three-pointers and rotational offense. Those who slow down to play half-court will inevitably suffer, particularly the Warriors. Let us not forget, Ma Jian, that Chen is with the Warriors, the pioneers of small ball offense. Would Coach Kerr really slow down the pace for him? Yang Yi challenged. Yang Yi, having witnessed Chen triumph over Barnes, was convinced it was merely a scripted event. Since the Warriors signed Chen to a two-way contract, his expression had already lacked luster, and he was further disinclined to see Chen perform today. After all, should that occur, it would bruise his pride. The Warriors' fast-paced offense and Chen's traditional scoring method are not mutually exclusive. They even signed Kyer during the offseason. Ma Jian rebutted, his words resonating with persuasive strength. Li Kaier, known as the human evolution of crawling, is characterized by his notably slow style of play. Faced with such a reasonable counterargument, Yang Yi fell silent. The commentators held differing perspectives. "Dear audience, the match is about to commence," Mina gently announced. Her entrance abruptly halted the ongoing debate. The Chase Center was filled to capacity, eagerly anticipating the game. Suddenly, the arena lights dimmed, and the LED screen above the center court showcased the entrance ceremony for the Warriors' starting players. First up was the shooting guard, Podziemski, followed by the small forward, Wiggins, then the power forward, Green, and the center, Davis. At that moment, the DJ elevated the excitement, proclaiming, "Let us welcome the world's finest three-point shooter from Davidson College, Stephen Curry." The last to enter was none other than the Warriors' undeniable core, Curry. As he sprinted onto the court, an overwhelming cheer erupted from the fans. The adoration reserved for such superstars filled Chen, seated on the bench, with envy. He silently vowed, "One day, I shall make my entrance in such a manner." In the TNT studio, this game was set for nationwide broadcast, prompting TNT to assemble a most illustrious lineup of commentators: Kenny Smith, Charles Barkley, and Shaquille O'Neal. Barkley remarked, "The Warriors face the undefeated Celtics today. Shaq, do you believe the Warriors can withstand the Celtics' relentless offensive onslaught?" Well, as you mentioned, the Celtics have averaged a staggering 21 three-pointers over their last 6 games. Furthermore, their 2 key players, Tatum and Jaylen Brown, are in exceptional form, with Tatum scoring 45 points in his last outing. "I'm uncertain who the Warriors will assign to defend him. Wiggins might be a viable option, but given his current form, it's likely Tatum could dominate him," O'Neal replied. Kenny chimed in, "Today, we are all in agreement. The Warriors may not even last a quarter before the game turns into garbage time." Not only TNT, but the entire nation of basketball fans doubted the Warriors' chances against the Celtics. Chapter 14, Tatum and Brown ignite. With the referee's whistle, the game officially began. Portsias leaped for the tip-off, securing possession for the Celtics. Holiday dribbled the ball into the front court, passing it to Tatum. The Celtics employed a commonly used opening strategy, entrusting the ball to their star player, allowing Tatum to find his rhythm. If he found success early, their chances of winning would significantly increase. Tatum isolated against Wiggins on the right side. After creating a triple threat position, he executed his signature step-back jumper. Swish. The ball found its mark with precision. Wiggins, while defending Tatum's shot, maintained his position and extended his arm to interfere. Yet, Tatum still succeeded. It was evident that he was in splendid form tonight. Transitioning to the Warriors' offense, Curry maneuvered around a screen to receive the ball, only to be immediately double-teamed by White and Holiday. This is a common strategy employed by teams against the Warriors, to suffocate Curry, allowing other players to score, but ensuring that Curry does not find his rhythm. Curry had no choice but to pass it to the open Pritchard, who missed the three-pointer. Brown seized the long rebound and swiftly passed it to Tatum. Tatum caught the ball and delivered a thunderous dunk. Wiggins drove into the paint, soaring high in the air for a layup. Porzingis jumped to interfere. The ball circled the rim before rolling out. Holiday secured the rebound and passed it to Tatum for a fast break. At this moment, Green and Davis hurried back to the paint to defend. However, Tatum opted not to lay it up in transition. Instead, he collected the ball at the three-point line and confidently sank a three-pointer. Tatum had been waiting for this game for a long time. In his heart, this was a battle against a sworn enemy. The Warriors had defeated the Celtics in 2022 to claim that season's championship. During that year, rumors of discord between Tatum and Brown circulated, nearly fracturing the Celtics due to the Warriors' influence. Today, he sought to avenge that past defeat with a resounding victory. On the court, Curry finally hit the Warriors' first basket, a mere 2 steps behind the three-point line, releasing a sigh of relief. Yet, the Celtics' offense continued unabated. Brown overpowered Pritchard to complete a 2-1 play. On the next possession, the ball weaved through the hands of 4 Celtics players, eventually reaching White in the corner. He paused momentarily before confidently releasing a three-pointer that found the net. Coach Kerr called for a timeout at the sidelines. The score stood at 19-5. Just 5 minutes into the first quarter, the Warriors were trailing by 14 points. The crowd erupted with boos, unable to accept the Warriors' performance. They were reluctant to see their expensive tickets turn into a wasted opportunity within the first quarter. Kerr held his clipboard but refrained from outlining any strategy. He shouted at the Warriors players, "Wake up. This is our home court, and Tatum is annihilating us. You must defend." As he spoke, he pounded the tactical board emphatically. Curry, with a look of urgency, turned to his teammates and said, Holiday and White have been double-teaming me. You all must be decisive and take your open shots. However, upon returning from the timeout, the on-fire Tatum continued his display, demanding the ball in the low post. Facing Wiggins' defense, he powered through with 2 strong moves before suddenly pivoting and executing a jumper that found its target. In the ensuing round, he once again breached the Warriors' defense, slicing into the paint and executing a one-handed layup with finesse. On the contrary, the Warriors found themselves at a disadvantage, as Curry was relentlessly pursued by 2 or more defenders, forcing him to continually distribute the ball to his open teammates. However, as the Celtics steadily widened their lead, the Warriors players began to succumb to anxiety. A shift in mentality often leads to a decline in shooting accuracy. Brogdon missed an open three-pointer. Green also failed to capitalize on his opportunity from beyond the arc, and even the typically reliable Wiggins started to falter. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the first quarter. The scoreboard displayed a stark and chilling figure, 39-18. The Warriors trailed by 21 points at the conclusion of the first quarter. Tatum had amassed an impressive 19 points, while Brown contributed 8. As Shaquille O'Neal aptly noted, no Warrior could contain Tatum. The audience, once hopeful for their home team, now expressed their discontent, some resorting to derisive gestures, while others distractedly engaged with their mobile devices. In the Celtics huddle, players exchanged high fives in celebration, their expressions radiating relaxation and confidence. Tatum remarked, "We need to decide where to pop the champagne tonight. Tonight's celebration is on me." The Celtics players enthusiastically displayed victory signs, reveling in the prospect of libations. Mazzulla clapped his hands, signaling for composure, and stated, "We executed splendidly in the first quarter. Let us continue to double-team Curry, for they possess no other players capable of stepping up." In stark contrast, the Warriors bench exhibited a completely different atmosphere. The players appeared dejected, casting glances at the grim-faced Kerr, who seemed to suppress his frustration. Curry sat on a stool, helplessly gnawing on his mouthguard. Kerr had already slammed the tactical board in anger during the first quarter, yet it seemed futile to rouse his players. He understood that the starting lineup's performance was unlikely to improve. Scanning the bench, his gaze landed on Chen, seated at the far end. He then raised his hand and sequentially pointed to 5 players, starting with Chen. With a decisive gesture, he indicated, "You 5. Take the court." He opted to send out the 5 players from the end of the bench, not out of a sense of resignation that the game had devolved into garbage time, but rather from a belief that when the starters fail to elevate their game, the opportunity should be given to those eager to play. This was a remarkably fair approach. After Chen completed his instructions with Kerr, he abruptly rose from the bench, a moment he had long awaited. Every cell in his body felt as though it was ablaze, a surge of fervor emanating from his heart to his forehead. The second quarter commenced. The Warriors deployed the following lineup: point guard Chen, shooting guard Payton, small forward Santos, power forward Lee Kyle, and center Looney. This ensemble, with the exception of Payton, consisted entirely of players who seldom graced the court, the very definition of bench warmers. In the TNT broadcast studio, Barkley widened his eyes in disbelief, trailing by only 20 points, and the Warriors have fielded nothing but water-cooler players, including this two-way contract Eastern player. Shaq, equally incredulous, remarked, "Dear Kerr, have you already conceded defeat? What about our nationwide broadcast?" Kenny patted Shaq on the shoulder and said, "Aside from him defeating Barnes, what else do you know about this yellow-skinned Eastern player?" Both Shaq and Barkley turned to Kenny, shaking their heads. Clearly, Chen, this unknown individual, had not piqued their interest in the slightest. Chapter 15. Just an Eastern old man, not daunting me. On the court, Lee Kyle initiated the out-of-bounds play, passing the ball to Chen, who was positioned as the point guard. As Chen touched the basketball, a surge of vitality enveloped him. The entire nation was captivated by the live broadcast, showcasing the formidable quintet of the Celtics. The Warriors, trailing significantly in the first quarter, opted to substitute in their bench players. Merely these key phrases were enough to ascend the trending charts. He was acutely aware that if he could rise from the bench during this match, it would be a golden opportunity to establish his reputation in the NBA. Leveraging the Celtics' fervor, he was resolute in not squandering such a fortuitous chance. Chen swiftly advanced the ball to the front court. The Celtic player defending him was Pritchard. Upon seeing a yellow-skinned Eastern player that he did not recognize being sent in by the Warriors, a look of disdain appeared on his face. At that moment, Lee Kyle executed the predetermined tactical plan, moving to the arc to provide a screen for Chen. Chen immediately waved his hand, indicating that a screen was unnecessary. This seemingly insignificant gesture, however, captured the attention of the Warriors players. Chen had only just begun his inaugural match, and as a two-way contract player, he surprisingly disregarded the team's tactical directives during his first appearance on the court. The player who reacted most vehemently was Podziemski. At the very moment Chen raised his hand, Podziemski was already rising from the bench, arms outstretched, casting a bewildered glance at Kerr. His body language conveyed a clear message. What on earth is Chen doing? What gives him the right to flout the strategy? He was practically imploring Kerr to call a timeout, substitute Chen, and reprimand him without reservation. Meanwhile, Kerr maintained a momentary silence, arms crossed over his chest, intently observing the unfolding scene on the court. Chen executed a powerful dribble, advancing within a step of the three-point line. Pressing his left shoulder against Pritchard, he turned his back and thrust inward. With force, he made one move, then another. By the second thrust, Pritchard had already been propelled backward by Chen's strength. Retreating to the edge of the restricted area, Chen promptly gathered the ball, taking a small step inward from the free throw line, and launched a right-handed jump shot. The ball grazed the rim before gracefully settling into the net. Chen scored his first point on the NBA stage. It was a quintessential display of a dynamic yet subtle technical maneuver. In the subsequent possession, the Celtics missed a three-pointer. Looney exerted himself to secure the rebound and passed it to Chen. Chen dribbled the ball to the 45-degree position at half-court, gesturing for his teammates to spread out. After his initial successful isolation play, his teammates naturally followed suit, this time holding the ball in his left hand. He assumed a post-up stance, his right shoulder pressing against Pritchard. With a deliberate exertion of strength, Chen's formidable power forced Pritchard to retreat repeatedly. After merely 2 dribbles, Chen had maneuvered into the elbow area. At this moment, Horford hurried over to provide assistance and protect the paint. Chen swayed his shoulder to the right, prompting Pritchard to retreat in defense. It was in that fleeting moment of his withdrawal. Chen received the ball and launched into a jump shot. His legs extended gracefully in midair, forming a scissor-like angle. The ball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc before striking the rim with a resounding thud. With a crisp sound, it swished through the net. Having effortlessly scored 2 consecutive baskets against Pritchard, the latter was now visibly vexed. He dribbled the ball up the court, and before his teammates could position themselves, he took a shot from just beyond the three-point line. Pritchard thought to himself, that infuriating Eastern player managed to score 2 on sheer luck. Surely, I can reclaim the lead with a three-pointer. Chen had long been prepared for this moment. Having meticulously studied the members of the Celtics prior to the game, Pritchard's role within the Celtics primarily revolves around his three-point shooting. Particularly when the team holds a commanding lead, he often manages to sink consecutive three-pointers, rapidly altering the course of the match. Due to his preparation, Chen consistently maintained a defensive position closely aligned with Pritchard. As Pritchard launched his shot into the air, Chen ascended like a great bird. Given Pritchard's diminutive stature, his view was obstructed by Chen's imposing presence, rendering him unable to even see the hoop. He could only rely on instinct to release the ball, which, regrettably, did not even graze the net and sailed out of bounds. An airball. The crowd erupted with scattered jeers. Some fans, who had been absorbed in their phones, set them aside upon hearing the commotion and redirected their attention to the game. On the sidelines, Coach Kerr applauded vigorously, offering encouragement for Chen's defensive effort. Steph Curry, removing his mouthguard, also rose to his feet to applaud, for their team was significantly trailing, and as a core member, he yearned to witness a relentless defensive spirit, which he indeed found reflected in Chen. Upon witnessing this, Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. This was his idol personally cheering for him. Though it was merely a simple applause, it was enough to ignite his excitement. In that instant, he sensed that every cell in his body was aflame, and his legs brimmed with newfound strength. Rooney executed a baseline pass, and the ball was once again in Chen's possession. As Chen dribbled the ball to the arc's pinnacle, Pritchard was firmly glued to him, having faced defeat 3 consecutive times at the hands of Chen. Pritchard was infuriated. His eyes fixed on Chen, he muttered incessantly, "He's merely an Eastern fellow. He cannot intimidate me." Observing Pritchard's futile attempts to bolster his confidence, Chen found the spectacle somewhat amusing. Chen called for a pick, and the center, Rooney, promptly moved forward. Pritchard was tightly held by the screen, and Horford hurriedly rushed in to defend. Although Horford is renowned for his defensive prowess, age has inevitably taken its toll, and he no longer possesses the lateral quickness he once exhibited during his tenure with the Hawks. Chen lowered his center of gravity, propelled himself off the ground with his left foot, and swiftly evaded Horford. He then gathered the ball, initiated a three-step layup, and broke into the paint, executing a one-handed scoop shot with his right hand. Simultaneously, Tillman leaped high in the restricted area, obstructing the space above Chen's head with both hands. A fleeting smile of triumph graced Tillman's lips, as he relished the thought of having outmaneuvered the Eastern player. Just as he believed he was on the verge of securing a block, Chen altered his original layup posture, giving his wrist a deft flick, sending the ball behind him along his left shoulder. Curry, who had followed closely behind, received the pass, and the Celtics' paint was devoid of defenders. With great force, Curry executed a thunderous dunk. This no-look pass followed by the emphatic slam reignited the atmosphere at the TD Garden, stirring a portion of the crowd to rise and applaud enthusiastically. Chen and Curry leaped into the air, colliding their bodies in a jubilant celebration. On the sidelines, Green exclaimed with excitement, "That's it, Yi. That's it, Yi." Chen led the substitutes to a commanding 6-0 run, narrowing the deficit to 15 points. This particular margin is often seen as a pivotal moment in basketball. A 15-point gap typically signals the beginning of a comeback for the trailing team. With just 2 possessions separating 15 points from 10, it is not uncommon in the NBA for a team to overturn such a deficit within a mere 2 minutes. The Celtics head coach, wary of the shifting momentum, called for a timeout, not solely due to the dwindling score, but also because his team had yet to score since the arrival of this Eastern player in the second quarter. He sensed a troubling shift in energy. Turning to Holiday, he instructed, "This Eastern fellow is far too dynamic on the court. I need you to match up with him when you enter." This was the first name that came to Mazzel's mind. Though not particularly tall, Holiday possessed remarkable strength and elite defensive awareness. His impressive physical attributes allowed him to guard both forwards and interior players effectively. As a defensive stalwart for the Celtics, he had previously stifled Kyrie Irving during the finals last season. Holiday nodded, patting his chest in a gesture of confidence, indicating that the Eastern player would be his responsibility. "I believe I can manage him without your help, Holiday," Pritchard interjected, clearly still brimming with defiance regarding Chen's performance. "Oh, how could I forget? Pritchard, why we'll be subbing in for you shortly," Mazzel replied, turning back. Pritchard found himself on the verge of despair under his watch. The Eastern player had scored 4 points and made an assist. This was somewhat humiliating for him, as he had actively sought the matchup, only to be benched by his coach. Observing this, Tatum encouraged him, "Keep your mindset steady. We'll be celebrating with champagne tonight." Upon hearing Tatum's words, Pritchard took a seat on the bench, throwing down his towel in frustration, his face a mask of discontent. Chapter 16. The Arteas-style defense in the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room. Ma Jian clapped his hands while Yang Yi and Wang Ming were solemn expressions. "I told you Chen would get a chance to play, and not only did he play, but he also scored 4 points and made an assist, helping the Warriors stabilize their position. What do you two have to say about that?" Ma Jian grinned mischievously at the pair. Wang Yi looked up and replied, "Indeed. Chen performed admirably. However, Coach Ma, let us not forget the lineup the Warriors deployed in the second quarter, the substitutes of the substitutes." This was a drastic measure taken by Kerr in response to the starters' dismal performance in the first quarter. Therefore, Chen's appearance can be attributed, in part, to fortune. Had it not been for the significant deficit in the first quarter, he would not have had the opportunity to play. Ma Jian shook his head, stating, "Fortune is indeed a facet of skill, much like Leonard's game-winning shot against the 76ers in the playoffs." Wang Ming interjected, "So, how long do you think Chen will remain on the court in this game?" Yang Yi's eyes darted as he articulated his commentary style, which has always favored predictions, showcasing his deep understanding of the game through forecasts of match dynamics and team strategies. He remarked, "I believe that Coach Kerr will not send him back onto the court." Ma Jian, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? You mean he won't play a single second more?" Yang Yi elaborated, "Kerr's use of substitutes is a tactical surprise. Chen, as an unexpected asset, has already fulfilled his role in this match, narrowing the score to a manageable deficit. Therefore, Kerr will likely field the entire starting lineup unless the game loses its competitive edge, in which case Chen may have a chance to return." Yang Yi's skepticism towards Chen is not rooted in prejudice. Rather, it stems from his previous dismissal of Chen's capabilities in the match against Barnes, making it imperative for him to maintain consistency in his assessments. Ma Jian, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, perplexed by the lack of faith in Chen from both commentators. In the Warriors bench area, key players such as Curry, Green, and Wiggins exchanged high-fives with Chen, expressing their satisfaction with his debut performance. Particularly, Curry gave Chen a playful pat on the back, encouraging him with the words, "Yi, keep up this level of play." Chen stood at attention and saluted Curry, earnestly declaring, "I assure you, I will accomplish the task." This gesture, both sincere and overly theatrical, elicited hearty laughter from the Warriors' team members. Only Poole wore a stern expression, coldly regarding Chen. At that moment, Kerr cleared his throat, signaling everyone to focus. He began, "The bench unit performed exceptionally well. We have closed the gap and established momentum. Shortly, the Celtics starters will return, and we will also substitute in our first-string lineup. It is imperative that you prioritize containing Tatum." After Kerr concluded his instructions, the starting players removed their training gear, preparing to take the court. Chen felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing he could not continue playing. However, having delivered a commendable performance on his first day, he found himself reasonably content with the outcome. Subsequently, he returned to the far end of the bench, taking his designated seat. Just as he was about to don his practice jersey, Curry approached him and said, "Hey, Yi, don't put it on. It's time to get back out there." Chen turned back in surprise to look at Cole. Cole smiled at him and gestured with his head, indicating for Chen to hurry onto the stage. Chen was filled with immense joy as he promptly discarded his coat and hurried onto the field. It was only when he caught a glimpse of Bojemski from the corner of his eye that he realized he was temporarily taking Boe's place in the starting lineup. Chen's recent performance stirred a myriad of emotions within Cole's heart. During the few minutes that Chen graced the court, not only did he help reclaim the score, but more importantly, he invigorated the team's spirit. He wished to preserve this vitality on the court, thus it was imperative that Chen remained in the game. Meanwhile, the Celtics supporters were in full fervor as the team deployed their entire starting lineup. Holiday swiftly dribbled across half-court and passed the ball to Tatum. Tatum executed a pick-and-roll with Holiday, while Wiggins took a small step back. Chen maneuvered through the cover and directly switched his defensive assignment to Tatum. Chen felt a tightening in his chest. This was his first encounter with a superstar of the league. Tatum, standing at 203 centimeters, towered over Chen by a noticeable margin. Moreover, Tatum had already scored 19 points in the first quarter, and even Wiggins, who surpassed Chen in both height and wingspan, was unable to contain him. The system emitted a sound. The Iron Wall defense badge has been automatically activated. During the activation of the badge, the host's defensive attributes are significantly enhanced. A tremor coursed through Chen's heart as he clenched his fists tightly. The moment to activate his badge had arrived. Tatum, noticing that he was being guarded by a shorter Eastern opponent, swiftly dribbled to the left side at a 45-degree angle. With his left hand, he initiated a back-to-the-basket play against Chen. Observing this, Green immediately approached to provide assistance. However, Chen gestured towards Green, his gaze resolute. "No need. Guard your own man." Green hesitated for a moment, but upon witnessing the unwavering determination in Chen's eyes, he chose to trust him and retreated to the 3-second area. Tatum propelled himself forward with his right shoulder, then abruptly pulled the ball back, stepping back with his feet and rising straight up for a jump shot. This was Tatum's signature scoring technique, enhanced by his impressive height of 2.03 meters and a wingspan of 2.12 meters. Notably, this measurement was from his rookie combine. Since joining the league, he had grown taller, now standing at least 2.06 meters. Coupled with his step-back maneuver, his release point was exceedingly high, making it exceedingly difficult for defenders to interfere, let alone block his shot. Thus, Chen refrained from jumping to disrupt the shot. Instead, he bent his knees, lowered his center of gravity, and raised his arms high, pressing his chest against Tatum. In this moment, Chen's innate strength, augmented by his badge, came into play. Tatum's lower body was slightly affected by the contact, causing his body to momentarily distort in midair. Nevertheless, he managed to release the ball. It circled the rim before ultimately bouncing out. Green secured the rebound. At this moment, Chen had already sprinted to the front court as Green delivered a long pass. Chen received the ball and accelerated toward the paint. Holiday had already lunged at him, while White positioned himself behind, effectively sandwiching Chen between them. In that fleeting moment, Chen spotted a player with a cherubic face at a 45-degree angle, arms raised high. He promptly hurled the ball with great force. The cherubic-faced player caught it without a moment's hesitation and took the shot. Swish! The three-pointer glided smoothly through the net. Curry's three-point shooting prowess is nothing short of legendary. In a team with him, it is not uncommon to forego a simple two-point shot during fast breaks. opting instead to pass to Curry for a three-pointer. This has become a hallmark of the Curry era. Had one attempted such a strategy in Jordan's time, opting for a three-pointer instead of an easy layup during a fast break, the coach would surely have berated them and relegated them to obscurity. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to say that Curry's emergence has revolutionized the traditional style of basketball. At this moment, the Celtics initiated their offense, and the ball found its way back to Tatum. Tatum executed a pick and roll with Holiday, once again facing off against Chen. During their previous encounter, he had assumed he could easily dominate the Oriental player before him. Little did he expect Chen's defensive tactics to be so unexpectedly formidable. He was determined to make another attempt. Chen once again lowered his center of gravity, pressing his body closely against Tatum while continuously disrupting Tatum's dribbling with his hands. Tatum executed a crossover dribble, suddenly retreating a small step beyond the three-point line, challenging Chen as he took the shot. The release was still remarkably high, but this time it was a three-pointer. Chen remained poised, refraining from leaping as Tatum released the ball. He pressed his body against Tatum's lower half while raising his hands high. This maneuver was inspired by Chen's observation of the Rockets vs. Lakers series during the Yao Ming era, specifically emulating Artest's technique. Although Artest lacked speed and vertical leap, his formidable lower body strength and defensive acumen earned him the accolade of Defensive Player of the Year. This ancient defensive style proved to be even more excruciating than Leonard's infamous death grip. If Leonard's approach could be likened to a meat grinder, ruthlessly dismantling offensive players, then Artest's defense resembled an unyielding chain, incessantly binding and tormenting those who dared to attack. Chapter 17. Curry's Pippin Thud. The basketball struck the rim with a resounding force, ricocheting far away, resulting in a long rebound. Tatum sensed something amiss as he took his shot and hurriedly dashed forward to seize the ball. However, Chen anticipated his move, deftly redirecting the ball towards the backcourt while midair. Wiggins had already initiated a fast break, receiving the ball near the midcourt line and charging toward the frontcourt, aiming directly for the basket. With a resounding slam, the thunderous dunk ignited the atmosphere within the Chase Center. The fans erupted, rising to their feet in applause. The Warriors supporters, having endured a tense first quarter, finally exhaled with relief as Wiggins' dunk released the pent-up energy of the crowd. Yet, while the fans celebrated Wiggins' spectacular feat, Chen's defensive play and subsequent assist went largely unnoticed. The LED scoreboard displayed the score, 39-29, with the Warriors narrowing the gap to 10 points. Wiggins, grinning widely, patted Chen on the back, exclaiming, "Well played, Yi." "I agree." Chen responded with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of one. The Celtics initiated their attack, and the ball once again found its way into Tatum's hands. Having been thwarted by Chen twice in succession, Tatum resolved not to attempt to take him on one-on-one this time. It was not that Tatum feared Chen. Rather, he found the defensive style of this Eastern player to be peculiar. In his mind, he held the stereotype that individuals of Asian descent typically possessed inferior athleticism, neither quick on their feet nor capable of impressive vertical leaps. However, the Eastern player before him defied such notions. Upon making contact with Chen, Tatum's immediate impression was one of solidity. Chen's lower body was as firmly rooted as a tree trunk, deeply anchored to the hardwood floor. Furthermore, he seemed to constantly entangle himself in Tatum's space, creating an uncomfortable sensation that Tatum found difficult to adapt to. Unbeknownst to Tatum, Chen had acquired badges that enhanced his strength and defensive attributes. At this moment, Chen had taken the initiative to position himself directly in front of Tatum, having just switched defensive assignments with Wiggins. Chen crouched low, arms outstretched, his gaze piercing as he fixated on the basketball held by Tatum. Tatum glanced at Porzingis, who promptly understood and moved forward to set a screen. Dribbling left, Tatum faced the formidable defensive presence of Davis, the Warriors center, who clearly struggled to keep pace with him, allowing Tatum the opportunity to easily score. However, as Tatum dribbled left, Chen nimbly maneuvered around Porzingis, sliding laterally to position himself in front of Tatum. Tatum momentarily faltered, calling for another screen from Porzingis. Yet Chen skillfully navigated past the pick once more. Both failed attempts at the screen were a result of Chen's astute anticipation of Porzingis' positioning, enabling him to powerfully slip through the obstruction without being ensnared. Tatum, determined to try again, glanced at the shot clock, realizing only 5 seconds remained on the offensive timer. He pulled the ball back, executing a step back to attempt a bombastic shot. Yet, just as he released the ball, a hand reached out to contest his shot. Chen executed a prescient maneuver, swiftly intercepting the ball. Seizing possession, he swung his arm in a sweeping motion, delivering a pass that traversed the entire court. Green received the ball and effortlessly completed a layup. Chen gritted his teeth, his right hand bent into a tight fist, striking a victorious pose towards the audience. Although he maintained a low profile domestically, this is the NBA, where he demonstrated formidable defense on the court. It was only natural to be somewhat ostentatious, especially as it aligns with the basketball culture of America. Green also raised his arms, adopting a strongman celebration stance. The crowd erupted into cheers. Fans shouted back at them, reciprocating their jubilation. The scoreboard reflected a mere 8-point deficit. On the sidelines, Mazzulla could no longer contain himself and called for a timeout. He shouted at the Celtics players, "This Eastern player's defense is rather peculiar. Let us refrain from attempting to isolate him. You need to rotate the ball and score through assists." Tatum muttered under his breath, a hint of frustration evident. "Damn," as he glanced at the equally disheartened Pritchard. His gaze tinged with sympathy and understanding. This Eastern player, indeed, was no easy adversary. In the Warriors' bench area, Chen exchanged high-fives with his teammates, who affectionately patted him on the head. Curiosity sparked in Curry's eyes as he inquired, "Chen, I admire your defensive skills. Where did you acquire them?" Chen began to respond, "I learned from Arteas' perspective. That's precisely what I taught him. Just like that. Keep it up, ye." Green interjected, his face alight with excitement as he addressed both Curry and Chen. Chen looked at Green with a bewildered expression, silently lamenting, "You crafty one. When did you ever teach me this? Does your family even know?" However, he certainly did not confront Green, for Green held a significantly esteemed position within the Warriors. Moreover, Green's words were, in essence, a form of praise directed towards him. Chen naturally found it acceptable. Curry chuckled heartily, nodding continuously. Chen's performance today truly astonished and delighted him. What surprised him was the expectation that Chen would follow in the footsteps of other players with two-way contracts, playing a few games before being traded, or perhaps fading slowly from the league without even securing a renewal contract. To his utter amazement, Chen's performance since taking the court has been exceptional, particularly in terms of his passing and defensive skills. Naturally, his joy stemmed from the prospect of having a formidable teammate by his side, significantly enhancing his hopes for a fifth championship. Meanwhile, in the Tencent live broadcast room, the barrage of comments from fans flooded the screen. Chen, truly the Chinese version of Arteas 666, absolutely incredible. The pride of Chinese basketball, brother Yi. Finally, my Curry has a helping hand. Ma Jian wore a mischievous smile as he glanced at Yang Yi and Wang Ming, stating, "Who said Kerr wouldn't let Chen play?" Not only did he continue to play, but he also successfully limited Tatum's offensive attempts 3 times while contributing 3 assists. Yang Yi felt a slight flush on his face and cleared his throat, remarking, "This is somewhat unexpected. Chen's performance is indeed impressive. And it's a testament to Coach Ma's keen eye." Wang Ming readily agreed, clearly feeling a bit bruised by Chen's performance. They feared that if they did not quickly pivot their stance, they might find themselves in a precarious position should Chen continue to excel in the future. In the TNT studio, Shaquille O'Neal exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. This Eastern fellow's defense, his strength, his footwork, his defensive style, doesn't it remind you of Arteas, that defensive beast?" O'Neal looked at Barkley with incredulity. Indeed. Moreover, Shaq, look at his statistics. In less than 8 minutes on the court, he scored 4 points, provided 4 assists, and made 1 steal. These are numbers reminiscent of Kirilenko. After speaking, Barkley turned his gaze to Smith. Smith, animated and agitated, quickly added, "He reminds me of the defensive style from the 90s. I believe he is akin to a contemporary Pippen, and his plus-minus rating has reached a staggering 13. Although he lacks the height of a forward, he can withstand the offensive player's attack with his strength. By the way, Celtics, Tatum, Mazzulla, you should be on high alert. For Curry has found his Pippen." Chapter 18. Inspiring teammates upon returning from the timeout. Kerr continued to have Chen replace Poole in the starting lineup alongside the Warriors' first-string players. Chen continued to match up against Tatum, yet at this moment, an expression of gravity enveloped his visage. The time for the copper wall and iron wall badge was drawing to a close. Subsequently, his defensive capabilities would no longer be bolstered by the badge. Could he still contain Tatum under such circumstances? The answer was, evidently, rather uncertain. After all, Tatum was an all-star player and the leader of the reigning championship team. Nevertheless, Chen felt an urgent need to seize this rare opportunity to showcase his talent and prove his worth. Moreover, relying on badges was not a sustainable strategy. Even in the absence of such enhancements in the future, he was determined to give his all, striving to deliver a performance that would be sufficiently remarkable to secure a formal contract. Meanwhile, Green, sensing the turmoil within Yi Chen's expression, inquired, "Yi, what troubles you?" Yi Chen gently shook his head, his voice resolute. "There is no issue. I shall continue to guard Tatum. The absence of the badge's enhancement does not concern me." Yi Chen was compelled to defend with even greater fervor than before. While offense may rely on innate talent, defense is fundamentally contingent upon a player's dedication. Take, for instance, former Celtics player Tony Allen. Despite his mediocre physical attributes, he approached every defensive encounter with an unwavering tenacity. In an interview, Kobe Bryant was once asked by a host whom he dreaded facing most in a nightmare scenario, LeBron or Wade. After a moment of reflection, Kobe replied, "Tony Allen. That guy is incredibly tenacious. His defensive efforts are consistently fierce and relentless." At that moment, Yi Chen resolved to adopt a similarly unyielding defensive mentality. Whenever Tatum received the ball, Yi Chen adhered closely to him, preventing him from easily making a catch. Although he faced a height disadvantage, the continuous physical contact he imposed significantly drained Tatum's stamina. When Tatum had the ball, Yi Chen lowered his center of gravity, pressing his chest against Tatum while persistently disrupting his dribbling with his hands. Tatum, overwhelmed by this relentless defense, found himself severely out of rhythm, managing only one successful shot out of 3 attempts over the next few minutes. He scored merely 2 points from a lob pass by White. As for Jaylen Brown, he was stifled by Wiggins, hitting only 2 of 6 attempts. The Warriors starters, inspired by Yi Chen's indefatigable defensive spirit, showcased an unprecedented level of defensive intensity. In the ensuing minutes, the Warriors exhibited a remarkably high standard of defensive prowess, which in turn invigorated their offense. Curry, utilizing a screen from Green, sank a 3-pointer. Davis, benefiting from Yi Chen's assist, executed a slam dunk. Even Green managed to hit an open 3-pointer. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. During the Warriors' defensive possessions, the crowd erupted in unison, chanting, "Defense, defense, defense." In stark contrast, aside from Tatum and Brown, the remaining Celtics players struggled to find their shooting rhythm, continuously missing their 3-point attempts. As the second quarter concluded, the scoreboard displayed 55-55. The Warriors had erased a 21-point deficit, entering halftime in a deadlock. In the Warriors' locker room, each player exchanged enthusiastic high-fives with Yi Chen. Even Podziemski approached him to share a celebratory slap. Yi Chen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Once upon a time, he had basked in such treatment. Back when he played on the local courts, his teammates would not even share a high-five with him. Yet now, these NBA players, earning millions, were showering him with warmth. This scene stirred profound emotions within him. It almost felt surreal. It was a moment he had envisioned countless times in his dreams, and today, it had finally come to fruition. Of course, this was merely the beginning. His ambitions extended far beyond this. However grand his aspirations, he knew the importance of remaining grounded, achieving his goals step by step. With that thought, he snapped back to reality and took a sip from a bottle of Gatorade. At that moment, Coach Kerr approached him and remarked, "Yi, you played exceptionally well. Have you seen the stats?" Yi Chen devoted himself wholeheartedly to every moment of the match on the court, entirely disregarding his personal statistics. When he took the tablet from the coach's hand and glanced at it, he was astonished to find 6 points, 6 assists, 2 rebounds, and 2 steals, with an impeccable shooting percentage of 3 for 3. His plus-minus rating soared to an astonishing 21. At that moment, Curry approached, eyeing Yi Chen's impressive figures, and with a grin remarked, "Wow, with such phenomenal stats, you're treating us to late-night snacks tonight." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face flushed, and he jokingly replied, "How could I possibly dare to compete with the team captain for the bill?" It was not that Yi Chen was stingy or unwilling to treat others. Rather, given his current temporary contract salary, managing to survive in the United States was already a daunting task. If he were to treat the entire team to a lavish meal, he would likely find himself stranded before the next paycheck arrived, left to endure the harsh winds of the Northwest. Observing Yi Chen's expression, Curry burst into laughter. "Of course. I will cover the expenses. Do not worry, I was merely teasing you." He was fully aware of how meager Yi Chen's salary was compared to his own annual earnings of $50 million. Meanwhile, Bogdanovich, witnessing the camaraderie between Yi Chen and Curry, felt a pang of emotion. Across the Atlantic, in a Tencent live streaming room, Mena beamed with joy. Wang Meng, glancing at her, inquired, "Haven't you always been a Lakers fan? Why are you so thrilled now that the Warriors have caught up in score?" Mena retorted playfully, well, I now have two favorite teams. With Chen performing so splendidly, why shouldn't I be happy? Wang Ming nodded, congratulations, Mena, on your new favorite team. Returning to the game, Chen indeed played remarkably well, as the Warriors managed to erase a 21-point deficit in the second quarter. The question arose as to how they achieved such a rapid turnaround, prompting teacher Wang to provide insight. Adjusting his glasses and glancing at his tablet, he stated, in the past few minutes, Chen has effectively limited Tatum on the defensive end, rallying the Warriors to exhibit an impressive defensive intensity. During this period, not only did Tatum and Brown struggle, but White and Holiday also contributed little. In contrast, the Warriors' Green and Wiggins brought their defensive intensity to its peak. Ma Jian remarked, what surprised me most was Chen's performance. Although I had faith in him before the game, I did not anticipate such an impressive debut. He took on the primary defensive role against Tatum, who scored 19 points in the first quarter but only managed 2 in the second. Chen's defensive prowess truly astonished us. Indeed, another commentator responded, I was initially concerned about Chen's lack of professional experience, but after watching this match, his understanding of the game and the team's strategies is remarkably profound, especially in Steve Kerr's team, where tactical demands are high. His ability to remain on the court in the second quarter instead of Bogdanovich speaks volumes about Kerr's trust in him. A testament to the effort he has put in off the court, Yang Yi added. Clearly, Chen's outstanding performance was gradually redeeming him from his previous remarks. Chapter 19. The captain's back-to-back dominance soon, the halftime break concluded, and the third quarter commenced. Chen did not continue to replace Bojimski in the starting lineup. The Warriors maintained the same arrangement as at the beginning of the game. This does not imply that Kerr lacks confidence in Chen. Although Chen delivered an outstanding performance in the second quarter, in Kerr's eyes, he remains merely an exceptional bench player. The team cannot hastily alter the starting lineup simply because a substitute player has a commendable showing in one quarter. Chen sat on the bench, feeling unsurprised by his current position, as he was well aware of Kerr and the Warriors' culture. The Warriors are arguably the team in the NBA that emphasizes hierarchy. Given that their 4 championship trophies were won through the efforts of veterans like Curry and Green, he would eventually replace Podziemski as a starter, but not just yet. On the court, the Celtics appeared to have adjusted their offensive strategy. They no longer relied on their stars for isolation plays, but instead generated three-point opportunities through penetration and distribution. The Celtics' offensive prowess was indeed formidable, with starters White, Holiday, Brown, Tatum, and Porteous. Each of these players not only possessed the ability to shoot three-pointers but, apart from the center Porteous, the other 4 exhibited considerable ball-handling skills. Their tactical principle involved relentless drives and ball movement. Once the opponents committed to help defense in the paint, open three-point opportunities would invariably arise on the perimeter. A shooter with a three-point shooting percentage exceeding 35 would certainly punish any lapses in defensive coverage. Conversely, if there was no help defense, Tatum and Brown could exploit their size and skill to penetrate the paint with ease. On the court, as Porteous hit yet another deep three-pointer from the top of the arc, the game reached an official timeout with 2 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in the third quarter. During this interval, the Warriors continued to focus on Curry. However, under the duress of Holiday and White's tight defense, he struggled to find a good shooting opportunity but still managed to sink 2 long-range three-pointers. Yet, 2 fists cannot fend off 4 hands, and the Celtics flourished with their multifaceted offense. The scoreboard read 80-71, with the Warriors trailing by 9 points once again. In the transition from the end of the third quarter to the beginning of the fourth, it is common for both coaches to substitute in reserves, allowing starters to rest and preparing for the decisive final quarter. On the Celtics bench, Pritchard had already removed his jacket, eager to enter the game. He hurried over to Mazzulla, exclaiming, "That Eastern fellow is definitely coming in. Leave him to me." "You? Right? I almost forgot. You're not going in just yet," Mazzulla replied, his gaze shifting to Holiday. "Can you keep the reserves engaged for a few more minutes?" Holiday's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. He glanced towards the Warriors' bench, his focus landing on Chen, whose defensive performance against Tatum had left a strong impression on him. As someone also renowned for his defensive prowess, he was eager to take on this Eastern player and restore his leader-esque pride. During the second quarter, when matched up against Chen, he had not showcased much in terms of individual offense, and he understood Mazzulla's strategy well. Meanwhile, Pritchard stood by, bewildered. That insufferable Eastern fellow. Not only was he embarrassed on the court, but within the team, he had been overtly rebuffed by the coach on 2 occasions when he requested to play. which left him feeling humiliated. Silently, he opened his little notebook and inscribed Chen's name within its pages, while Chen remained blissfully unaware of this development. At that moment, he was attentively listening to Cole as he outlined the strategy. The Celtics had begun to excel in three-point shooting. We must avoid overcommitting on defense and rely as much as possible on one-on-one coverage. It's your turn to step in and lead the bench in closing the gap. Cole, recognizing the score deficit, immediately thought of Chen. This unexpected call left Chen pleasantly surprised. Chen nodded eagerly, his tone resolute despite the brevity of his words. However, this time his teammates were replaced with regular substitutes. The Warriors fielded Chen, Hield, Kuminga, Lee Kai, and Looney. As soon as Chen seized the ball, Holiday immediately adhered closely to him. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixated on Chen, seemingly determined to unleash the defensive prowess of a premier ball handler. Intent on making this Eastern player experience the suffocating grip of relentless defense. Chen was not naive. He understood that Holiday's forte lay in ball defense. He then maneuvered to the elbow area, dribbling with his right hand while using his left shoulder to shield the ball from Holiday. Observing this, his teammates intentionally spread out, clearing one side of the court for Chen. Holiday, while bracing against Chen, taunted, "You want to back me down, Oriental? Have you thought this through?" In the face of provocation, Chen merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. On the court, he preferred to let his actions speak for him. Pivoting on his left foot, he dribbled twice before abruptly gathering the ball and pivoting to the right, feigning a shoulder shake toward the paint. Holiday, anticipating the move, shifted his weight to the right as well. However, Chen's rightward motion was merely a ruse. In that fleeting moment when Holiday's balance was disrupted, Chen spun to the left, channeling power through his legs, leaping into the air with a backward lean, his body extending gracefully. At the apex of his jump, he released the ball, which traced a perfect arc and swished through the net. The crowd at the Moda Center erupted in astonishment. Holiday was left bewildered, unable to even extend his hand in defense. This fluid sequence of back down, shoulder feint, and lean back jump shot left Holiday feeling somewhat disoriented, staring at the Oriental before him. The form, the shoulder shake, even the release of the shot evoked a sense of déjà vu. It seemed that many years ago, he had been similarly outmatched by another player employing the same scoring technique. Chen lightly tapped the bewildered Holiday, who was staring at him. "Hey, how does it feel to be singled out?" Holiday snapped back to reality, his anger ignited by the gentle nudge. He vehemently shook off Chen's hand. This insignificant upstart dared to provoke him. In the next round, the Celtics launched their offense. Holiday, with the ball in hand, faced Chen, determined to reclaim his dignity by overpowering him. He executed a deceptive move, lowering his shoulder, positioning himself near the free throw line. Chen shifted his stance, extending his arms to maintain a barrier before him. At that moment, Waledi had halted the ball, intent on forcing a shot. However, he was overshadowed by Chen's height, leaving him with no room to attempt to throw. With a keen eye, he spotted the open corner where Hauser stood and leapt to pass the ball. Just as it was about to reach Hauser's hands, a figure emerged from the shadows. Lee Kai intercepted the ball and swiftly passed it to the fast-breaking Ku Ming, who executed a layup with precision. In the subsequent possession, the Celtics missed a three-pointer. Lee Kai secured the rebound and entrusted the ball to Chen. Chen once again positioned himself, backing into Holiday in the elbow area. This time, after feinting to the left, he spun his body to the right for a jump shot. Holiday, sensing trouble, thought to himself that he could not allow the Eastern player to back him down consecutively. He gathered his strength to leap, extending his right hand in a desperate attempt to block. However, as he took off, he cursed under his breath, realizing that Chen had no intention of shooting. Instead, after drawing him in, Chen maintained his pivot foot while stepping toward the basket with his other foot, then leapt with both feet. His body leaned forward, yet his center of gravity remained remarkably stable. With a deft push shot, the ball kissed the backboard and swished through the net. This mesmerizing footwork was nothing short of breathtaking. Curry on the sidelines widened his eyes, mouth agape in astonishment. Green even mimicked the move on the spot. The Chase Center erupted in cheers. The LED screen replayed Chen's dazzling maneuver against Holiday incessantly, while the DJ elongated the announcement. 2 points for Chen. In the Tencent live broadcast room, Mena clapped her hands excitedly. Observing her enthusiasm, Ma Jin pointed at her and teased. "Mena, your favorite player just scored. Look how happy you are." Mena's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Chen is truly amazing. This is his first NBA regular season game." Ma Jin continued, "Indeed. Particularly those two post-up plays by Chen astonished me. Such traditional scoring techniques are quite rare among players in the current league. Wang Ming nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, he backed down Holiday, who has been nominated for the Best Defensive Player award. Yang Yi exchanged knowing glances with them and softly remarked, let me say this. When you watch Yi Chun back down, does anyone come to mind? Wang Ming and Ma Jian exchanged looks and nodded subtly. There is indeed a resemblance to the old star from back in the day, right? I'm not the only one who thinks so. Yang Yi chuckled. Such is the nature of sports commentary, where one moment they may belittle Yi Chun, and the next, they elevate him. Returning to the game. The Celtics managed to score 2 points on their final possession, concluding the third quarter. During these 2 minutes, Yi Chun tallied 4 points from 2 post-up plays, while Kuminga added a fast break score. The Celtics only managed 2 points from Horford's offensive rebound. The Warriors had narrowed the gap to 5 points once more. In the TNT broadcast room, Barkley remarked, the remarkable young man from the East, how is it that every time he steps onto the court, the Warriors seem to catch up? This enigmatic Eastern player was dominating the game, radiating energy that invigorated his teammates. O'Neal wore an incredulous expression. Although this Eastern player had showcased some impressive plays, it was still far from sufficient to defeat the Celtics. In the fourth quarter, Tatum and Brown would step up and seize the game, Smith remarked. In the Celtics bench area, Mazzulla was orchestrating strategies among the players the moment this Eastern player entered. We began to falter. Observe the statistics. We lost a staggering 25 points while he was on the court. Henceforth, we must double-team him, compel him to make errors, and then reverse the momentum. The Celtics players nodded in agreement, signaling their understanding. Indeed, as the fourth quarter commenced, Yi Chun had just crossed half court when 2 Celtics players swiftly converged upon him, one to the left and one to the right. Caught unprepared, he succumbed to the unexpected double team, resulting in a turnover. Hauser capitalized on the situation, executing a fast break for 2 points. On the sidelines, Mazzulla wore a triumphant smile, reveling in the effectiveness of his double-team strategy against this Eastern player. As the Warriors prepared to inbound the ball from the baseline, Yi Chun received the pass and quietly exchanged words with Lee Kyle, who nodded in understanding before sprinting towards the front court. Yi Chun dribbled the ball into the front court, where 2 Celtics players swiftly converged to double-team him. The 2 players effectively trapped Yi Chun near the midcourt line. Yi Chun cast a glance at Lee Kyle, who was already stationed in the corner, poised for action. At that moment, Lee Kyle had crouched down, ready to receive the pass and take the shot. Yi Chun leaped backward, creating a bit of space before elegantly passing the ball midair. At that moment, Al Horford, situated at a 45-degree angle on the court, wore a subtle smirk. As a seasoned veteran of the league, he astutely noted the hushed exchange between Yi Chun and Lee Kyle. He quickly deduced that, under duress, Yi Chun would pass the ball to Lee Kyle. Hastily, he shuffled towards the predicted passing lane. However, the next instant left him utterly astonished. He grasped at nothing but air. Moreover, due to his forward lean, he tumbled to the ground. Hadn't he just witnessed the Eastern player make the pass? Where was the ball? Horford's eyes widened in bewilderment. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted behind him. Bang! There was Kuminga, soaring towards the rim, completing an alley-oop. Wow! The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Their admiration was not solely for Kuminga's electrifying dunk, but also for Yi Chun's remarkable pass. Some fans hadn't even caught a glimpse of how Yi Chun had made the delivery. Collectively, they turned their gazes toward the big screen, including Horford, who was still on the ground, trying to comprehend the moment. The broadcast team understood the audience's curiosity. They promptly replayed the footage in slow motion. Yi Chun, after leaping, held the ball with both hands and forcefully flung it towards the right corner. Yet, just as he was about to release the ball, he deftly cradled the bottom with his left hand, redirecting it to the cutting Kuminga, while his right hand maintained the passing motion. Horford and some fans had focused their attention on the right corner, thus falling prey to Yi Chun's clever ruse. After watching the replay, the entire arena erupted once more in exclamations of awe. Wow! Meanwhile, Mazzulla stood at the sidelines, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that his double-team strategy would be so swiftly dismantled, nor had he expected this Eastern player to possess such magician-like passing abilities. In the NBA 10-cent livestream, the comments section was inundated. Chinese magician. Yi Chun outwits Horford. This is what you call a magician in the NBA? Incredible. 666. In the livestream hall, Maina widened her beautiful eyes and patted her chest. That was terrifying. I thought Horford would steal the ball from Yi Chun, but thankfully he passed it to Kuminga. Marjin remarked, that pass was exceptionally beautiful, showcasing Yi Chun's remarkable court vision. Yang, What do you think? Will Mazala continue to double-team Chen? Yang adjusted his glasses and analyzed. I doubt he will. On one hand, Chen has demonstrated his passing prowess. On the other hand, standing at nearly 198 meters, attempting to double-team a player with the height of a standard forward is evidently an unwise choice. I concur with what teacher Yang has articulated, and Wang Ming echoed this sentiment. In the live broadcast room, everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yang Yi's well-reasoned analysis. Indeed, just as Yang Yi had predicted, the Celtics refrained from double-teaming Chen in the subsequent plays. With over 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the game has entered an official timeout. Chen, in addition to a single assist, also contributed a mid-range jumper. Kuminga and Lee Kyer also registered points on the scoreboard. At this juncture, the score stood at Celtics 90, Warriors 88. Subsequently, both teams were set to substitute in their key players as the match approached its decisive moments. Chen sat on the sidelines, grasping a bottle of Gatorade and drinking deeply. Although his time on the court was limited, he poured his heart and soul into every moment he played. On the offensive end, he was responsible for orchestrating plays and scoring, while on defense, he focused intently on the opposing team's key player. Even though he possessed the resilience of steel, he felt fatigue setting in. Cole approached, gently patting Chen on the back. You performed splendidly in this match. Chen nodded and responded with a smile. Aside from praising Chen, Cole seemed to imply that as a substitute, Chen had fulfilled his duty and would not be called upon to play again. Chapter 21, We Desire Ye. Chen naturally shared this sentiment. Moreover, his performance in this match had exceeded his own expectations, leaving him rather satisfied with his display. Although his ambitions extend far beyond this achievement, even the grandest of dreams must be realized step by step. He finished an entire bottle of Gatorade in one gulp and donned a long-sleeved training shirt. The break soon came to an end, and both teams returned to the court. Chen's ability to lead the substitutes in closing the scoring gap had provided Curry with ample rest. With his endearing appearance and innocent demeanor, Curry had earned the affectionate nicknames of the adorable god and the elementary school student. These monikers had taken root in the hearts of fans. Yet they seemed to overshadow the fact that Curry had already reached the age of 36 this season. For a veteran of his age, each second of rest during the game was invaluable. Indeed, rejuvenated, Curry re-emerged with remarkable vitality. He swiftly maneuvered past White and, while facing Porteous, executed a layup in the paint. Turning around, he nailed a three-pointer while being closely guarded by Brown as the shot clock neared expiration. The most exhilarating moment for Warriors fans occurred at the 6-minute mark. With the ball in hand, Curry, after a pick, found himself open as 3 Celtics players converged upon him. With a deft flick of his wrist, he delivered the ball to Davis, who effortlessly scored 2 points. This is the essence of Curry's gravity. Curry's extraordinary shooting touch and historically unparalleled off-ball prowess compelled defenders to shadow him relentlessly. Once they fixated on him, his teammates invariably found themselves with excellent scoring opportunities. Inspired by Curry, the entire Warriors squad played with a fervor that resembled a shot of adrenaline. Their offense flowed like mercury. In contrast, the Celtics appeared to have lost their touch from beyond the arc, with only Brown managing to sink a corner three-pointer. The Warriors unleashed a surge of 10-3. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. With a 5-point lead in hand, victory seemed all but assured for the Warriors. With just 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, sensing the Warriors' momentum, Mazzulla called for a timeout. He glanced toward the Warriors' bench, his eyes flickering with a sudden idea. Our three-point shooting is off, he mused. Unless we find ourselves with an open look from deep, we should refrain from attempting any shots. We must leverage our physical advantages. Whoever Podziemski is defending, we will create space for him to isolate. The Celtics players nodded in agreement upon hearing the strategy. As play resumed, Wiggins drove into the paint, aiming for a layup. However, Porteous made a timely defensive rotation, forcing Wiggins into a hurried shot that failed to find the mark. The ball quickly found its way into Brown's hands as he advanced to the top of the arc. Spotting Podziemski as his defender, he launched into a 3-step layup, powering through Podziemski's defense. Podziemski leaped to contest, but Brown's height, reach, and strength overwhelmed him. As Brown collided with him midair and executed a successful layup, the referee's whistle echoed simultaneously, signaling a 2-1. Brown confidently converted the free throw. In the subsequent possession, the Warriors faltered in their offensive attempt. The Celtics once again sought to exploit the defensive mismatch against Poole. This time, the ball found its way into White's hands. He skillfully maneuvered to the right, driving inward before pausing momentarily. Poole quickly pursued him, but White deftly shifted to the left. pulling the ball back beyond the three-point line and preparing for a shot. Observing this, Poole lunged forward. With a subtle smile, White halted his motion. Refraining from taking the shot, Poole, overcommitting, was unable to recover his balance. White gently leaned into Poole and, with the momentum, released the ball. Swish. The ball found the net. 3-1. A remarkable 7 points from 2 offensive plays, and the Celtics reclaimed the lead. The entire Celtics bench erupted, players leaping in exuberance. White, too, directed a fierce roar towards the audience. The previously vibrant atmosphere of the Chase Center was abruptly doused with cold water. Poole, casting a sidelong glance, spread his hands in an expression of feigned innocence, seemingly blaming his teammates for failing to provide defensive support. It was evident to all that the Celtics were targeting the Warriors' defensive vulnerability. Poole, "We want Yates," shouted a fan adorned in Curry's jersey. "We want Yates. Soon." The chorus of fans resonated throughout the arena, all chanting in unison. Chen's performance has utterly captivated the fans at the Daitong Center, including those watching the nationwide broadcast across America. "Kerr, what are you doing? Get that extraordinary young lad from the East onto the court," shouted some spectators, their frustration palpable. "Kerr, you phobic of heights, substitute that damned Eastern player in. We need his stature," echoed the voices of a few American fans watching the live stream from a bar. Meanwhile, on the court, White stood at the free throw line. In perfect synchronicity, the broadcast director directed the camera to focus on Chen, seated on the bench. As Chen's image appeared on the LED screen, an immediate wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Chen felt a sudden flush of warmth from the unexpected enthusiasm, rendering him unable to gaze directly at the screen. Observing this, Cole, though somewhat displeased, felt compelled to call for a timeout. His frustration was not directed towards the fans' discontent with Chen, but rather the embarrassment he felt as the head coach, confronted by the overwhelming opposition to his lineup decisions. In the TNT studio, Shaquille O'Neal remarked with disdain, "Even my grandmother could discern that the Celtics are isolating Bojan. Steve, bring you up." Indeed. With Bojan's abysmal athleticism and his meager height and wingspan, even your grandmother could feast on him, Charles Barkley added, chuckling. His words prompted a chorus of laughter in the live broadcast room. On the Warriors bench, Chen's heart was a tumult of delight and surprise. He had not anticipated that he would gain the recognition of American fans so swiftly. At that moment, he felt an invigorating surge of determination coursing through him. The fervent cheers of the fans ignited his competitive spirit even further, and the longing for battle radiated from his very demeanor. He glanced toward Kerr. Words poised on the tip of his tongue, yet he hesitated. Initially, he wished to proactively request to take the court, but upon reflection, he considered his recent arrival with the Warriors and the brevity of his tenure. Should he be met with refusal, it might disrupt the harmony of the locker room. Kerr was engaged with the tactical board, outlining defensive strategies. Curry cast a glance at Chen, seated on the bench, and meaningfully suggested to Kerr, "Let Chen have a chance. We could truly benefit from his energy at this moment." Kerr was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to devise a double-team strategy to thwart the Celtics from isolating Bogdanovich. However, Curry's suggestion to allow Chen a trial left him astonished. While Curry possessed an extroverted nature, he was not the one who wielded control over the locker room. His demeanor lacked the relentless drive and commanding presence of figures like Jordan and Kobe, nor did he exhibit the propensity of Butler to confront management when dissatisfied. Thus, despite Curry's status as the team's leader, the locker room's authority was largely held by Green. Recognizing Curry's unwavering trust in Chen, Kerr found no reason to decline. "Chen, it's your time." Chen was filled with exuberant joy as he swiftly shed his training attire in preparation for the game. As Stephen Curry approached, he said, "Ye, play well, we must secure this victory." Although Ye responded with a mere single word, it was evident that this brief utterance encompassed a profound commitment and fervent desire. With the team leader placing his trust in him, Chen felt an unwavering resolve to rise to the occasion. Chapter 22. The crucial three-pointer witnessing Curry allow Chen to replace him during a pivotal moment. Podziemski felt as though his chest were constricted. His fists clenched tightly as he glared at Chen with animosity. Meanwhile, Chen remained oblivious to Podziemski's hostility. He strode onto the court, his gaze fixed intently upon the Celtics players. Upon seeing Chen enter the game, Mazzulla furrowed his brow. He had intended to exploit Podziemski's perceived weakness to clinch the match, but this peculiar Eastern player had now taken the stage. Aside from knowing that Chen had triumphed over Barnes, he had no true understanding of Chen and had not devised any tactical plans to counter him. As Chen stepped onto the court, The fans at the Chase Center rose in unison, applauding him as though welcoming a hero, offering their encouragement. Chen nodded in acknowledgement, responding to the concerns of the fans. The match continued. After White successfully converted a free throw, the Celtics led 100-98. With just 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, both teams entered a critical moment. The fans at the TD Garden rose in unison to support their home team. Curry dribbled past half-court, with Chen positioned as the shooting guard. Following a pick-and-roll with Green, he faced Porzingis, executed a hesitation dribble, and stepped back to create space for a shot. However, at that instant, Brown left Wiggins wide open on the weak side, effectively sandwiching Curry between them. With no opportunity for a three-pointer, Curry had no choice but to pass the ball to Wiggins at a 45-degree angle. Wiggins, hesitant due to his poor shooting from beyond the arc that night, chose not to take the shot. Instead, he drove toward the paint. But White stood firm just outside the 3-second zone, remaining immovable against the charging Wiggins. In an unfortunate turn, Wiggins collided with White, resulting in an offensive foul. The Celtics regained possession and passed the ball to Brown. Brown advanced the ball swiftly up the court, and before the defenders could close in, he launched a three-pointer from the top of the arc, swish. Wow, Jaylen Brown. This exemplifies the prowess of a Finals MVP. In the TNT studio, Smith shouted with excitement. With only 1 minute and 24 seconds left on the clock, the Warriors trailed by 5 points. If they failed to score on this possession, their chances of winning would be exceedingly slim. The tension among the TD Garden fans escalated, with some clasping their hands over their hearts, bowing their heads in silent prayer. Curry once again brought the ball past half-court. Recognizing the success of the previous double team on Curry, Mazzulla shouted from the sidelines, "Continue to double-team Curry." Holiday and White immediately understood, converging on Curry like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. He glanced toward Wiggins, but Tatum shadowed him closely. Turning to the right, he noticed Chen was left unguarded at the 45-degree position. With no time to ponder, he delivered a bounce pass to Chen. The ball sailed through Holiday's legs, landing in Chen's hands, where the space before him appeared as vast as the ocean. Chen inhaled deeply, adjusting his stance. With a powerful leap, he flicked the ball into the air. The sphere traced an elegant arc, swiftly hurtling towards the hoop. The audience held their breath in unison, captivated by the trajectory of the ball. The Celtics players, too, felt a bead of sweat trickle down their brows. Although they were aware that Chen had yet to attempt a three-pointer in this match, at this critical juncture, it was a completely unguarded shot from beyond the arc. Thud! The ball struck the back rim with a resounding impact before soaring high into the air. A chorus of astonished gasps rose from the crowd. The Celtics players and coaches collectively exhaled in relief. It appeared their decision to double-team Curry was justified. This Eastern player lacked the prowess for three-point shooting. In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room, Ma Jian shook his head and sighed. Alas, what a pity. He squandered that open three. Wang Ming added, had that shot landed, Chen's performance would have been legendary. Such a missed opportunity. On the court, as the ball rebounded, Pojan found himself firmly positioned under the basket. Gripping the ball with both hands, poised to pass it to his teammate Tatum. Just as he brought the ball to his chest, a hand reached from his abdomen, striking upward at the basketball. The hand belonged to none other than Draymond Green, one of the Warriors' stalwarts. With a deft flick, Green dislodged the ball from Pojan's grasp, sending it soaring directly towards Chen. Chen once again found himself with an open opportunity at a 45-degree angle. He lifted his gaze towards the hoop, preparing to take another shot. The crowd collectively held its breath. Some fans silently urged him, "Don't shoot. Pass it to Curry to reorganize." Yet, determination radiated from Chen's eyes. His left foot anchored firmly to the ground as his right foot swiftly followed. In an instant, he gathered the ball and leaped. At the apex of his jump, he released the ball. The entire sequence flowed with grace and elegance. The sphere traced a perfect arc through the air, capturing the attention of every spectator. The hearts of the audience raced with anticipation. Thud! The ball struck the rim, producing a delightful, crisp sound. 3 points scored. The Chase Center erupted in joyous uproar. The arena's DJ amplified the momentous occasion. The three-pointer was credited to Chen. In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast, Ma Jian excitedly raised his arms. My goodness, this exemplifies the qualities of a clutch player. After missing the first attempt, he maintained his composure and seized the second chance. Mena also gleefully raised her small fist, exclaiming, "Yay!" Wang Ming expressed his astonishment. I initially thought he would pass to Curry, but his decisiveness in shooting was remarkable, and he made it count. Yang Yi, watching Chen on the screen, shook his head slightly, conveying his inner shock in this unique manner. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. 66-66 Yi Ge is incredible. The Warriors' new star. The scoreboard read, Warriors 101, Celtics 103. With just 45 seconds remaining in the game, the Warriors needed to defend against this attack. At that moment, Mazzulla opted not to call a timeout. He decided to let the Stars conclude the game on their own terms. As Holiday brought the ball past half-court, Tatum reached out to seize it. He had waited the entire game for this moment, finally having the chance to avenge the previous loss of the championship against the Warriors. On the sidelines, Kerr waved his arms, shouting into the arena, defense, defense, and no fouls. Tatum leisurely dribbled the ball up the court, showing no urgency to take a shot. Near the midcourt, he bent slightly, watching the clock as seconds ticked away. He resolved to hold the ball until the very last moment. Should he score, it would afford his team a lead of 4 or 5 points. Even if he missed, it would leave the Warriors with only one offensive opportunity. With 7 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he gradually moved to the top of the arc, lowering his center of gravity as he prepared to initiate his attack. Wiggins stayed closely on his tail. With a swift move to the right, Tatum felt Wiggins hastily sliding to keep pace. In that instant, Tatum executed a crossover. Switching to his left hand and accelerating past Wiggins on the left side, charging toward the paint. Green, stationed in the key, stepped in to obstruct Tatum's path. A direct approach would likely result in a block from Green. Thus, Tatum took a sidestep, creating ample space to his left, his body leaning as he released the ball. Simultaneously, Chen had already anticipated that Tatum would take the shot himself. He understood that in the final moments of an NBA game, 9 out of 10 plays are entrusted to the Stars, especially when the Celtics boasted a superstar like Tatum. He had swiftly moved from the weak side, channeling all his energy into his legs as he leapt with all his might. His right hand stretched toward the ball with utmost reach. Tatum, confronted by a looming dark figure that obscured the basket, was compelled to adjust the arc of his shot to its maximum height. One must acknowledge that Tatum's height and wingspan would make any basketball player envious. Although Chen leapt swiftly to block, Tatum's advantage in height and reach, coupled with the increased arc, provided him a critical edge. Chen was unable to block the shot. The ball soared through the air towards the basket. However, in its flight, it experienced a minute brush against the very tip of Chen's right fingers. This exceedingly subtle contact was perceptible only to Chen himself, remaining imperceptible to the naked eye. Thud. The ball struck the edge of the side rim, bouncing twice more. The hearts of the spectators collectively quivered in anticipation. Ultimately, it rebounded out. All the players of the Warriors exhaled in relief. Draymond Green secured the rebound and immediately called for a timeout. Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had only grazed the basketball in midair, or he would have undoubtedly become a mere backdrop to Tatum's game-winning shot. Tatum cast a surprised glance at Chen, astonished by the latter's remarkable vertical leap, which compelled him to adjust the trajectory of his shot. Had it not been for Chen's impressive jump, the ball surely would have found its mark. He removed his mouthguard, flung it aside, and exclaimed, "Damn it." With only 23 seconds remaining in the game, time was ample. The Warriors could also opt to hold the ball until the final moment before taking their shot. The question arose whether they would choose to score 2 points to extend the game into overtime or attempt a three-pointer to secure victory, prompting speculation among fans and commentators alike. The broadcast shifted its focus to the Warriors bench, where Coach Kerr was intently sketching strategies on a clipboard. In the 10-cent live broadcast, with the Warriors trailing by 2 points, the commentators pondered whether the team would opt for a 2-point or 3-point attempt, and who would execute the final play. Wang Ming posed the question. Yang Yi looked away from his tablet, adjusted his glasses, and analyzed, "I believe a 2-point attempt is more prudent, given Curry's presence. The Celtics fear his 3-point prowess. Should they concentrate their defense on him, the Warriors could capitalize on an easy layup opportunity." I concur with Yang Yi's assessment. But Curry is already 36. If the game goes into overtime, particularly in such a high-intensity match, it would test the veteran's stamina. Would Coach Kerr allow Curry to attempt a 3-pointer to seal the game? Or might there be another option, such as Chen? Ma Jian countered. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Both the 3-point and 2-point choices are valid. It ultimately depends on Coach Kerr's strategy. However, entrusting Chen with the ball seems improbable. Although he has had a commendable performance tonight, let us not forget that he is merely a two-way contract player. In such a critical game, any coach would favor their star players. Ma Jian replied, "While it is customary to hand the ball to a superstar to conclude the game, traditions can be broken, allowing for unexpected strategies. especially since Chen has just made a three-pointer and is in fine form. Simultaneously, fans in the live chat express their opinions. Curry forever. He will surely make the game winner. Curry, you are the hope of the entire village. Even my grandmother knows to support Curry. At the same time, critics emerge during this pivotal moment. Curry? Huh. Just a product of the system. One detractor remarked. Let him shoot. If he scores, I'll eat my words live. On the court, in the Warriors bench area, the players were visibly tense, gathered around Coach Kerr, attentively following his directives. At that moment, Chen spoke up. Give me the ball. Upon hearing Chen's words, all the Warriors players were taken aback, turning their gazes towards him, including Kerr. Upon witnessing this, Chen added, I will drive towards the paint to draw the defense, thereby creating opportunities for others. Kerr remained silent, casting a glance towards Curry, who nodded subtly twice. Only then did Kerr speak. All right, when you have the ball, the rest of the players will execute the F play on the perimeter. The F play was a meticulously crafted game-winning strategy designed specifically for Curry. This tactic had become second nature to the Warriors. In the Celtics bench area, the players wore serious expressions, particularly the substitutes, aware that failing to defend this play would mean missing out on savoring the boss's champagne tonight. Mazzulla remarked, for this play, our defensive focus will be on Curry. We must not allow him a three-point shot under any circumstances, nor can we afford to give them an easy 2 points. As the timeout concluded, the Warriors prepared for an inbounds play from the sideline. The ball was to be handed off by Green, with the other 4 players being Curry, Chen, Hield, and Wiggins. This lineup ensured that each player possessed the capability to shoot from beyond the arc. Following the tactical arrangement, Curry circled around Wiggins' screen from the elbow, feigning for the ball at the top of the arc. Holiday and White clung tightly to Curry, while Green executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball into the hands of the unguarded Chen at the 45-degree angle. Chen effortlessly received the ball, dribbling it as he watched the timer tick away second by second. The audience and commentators present were wide-eyed in disbelief. Could it be true that, in the final moments, Cole entrusted the ball to this Eastern player? Cole, are you certain this is your strategy? The TNT commentator rapidly conveyed the unfolding drama on the court. Chen raised his gaze towards the crimson digits on the timer, and as only 7 seconds remained, he gradually bent down. At that moment, White had already positioned himself in front of him. Chen dribbled the ball with his left hand, executing a deft crossover to his right. Switching to his right hand, he propelled the ball forward with great force, driving seamlessly towards the basket. With sheer strength, he charged past White, taking a step forward just beyond the free throw line before leaping into the air. The Celtics' paint was completely unguarded. In mid-flight, he gently cradled the ball in his right hand, preparing for the layup. Meanwhile, Tatum sensed the impending disaster. He abandoned Wiggins and rushed over, but the distance was too great, and it was too late. He could only watch as Chen soared towards the hoop. Overtime. At that moment, everyone present, along with fans watching from their screens, shared the same thought. Yet, in the air, Chen flicked his wrist and forcefully sent the ball towards the corner. A familiar face had already appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, he caught the ball and released it. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. All held their breath, eyes tracking its trajectory. Ding! The lights illuminated. The ball swished through the net. A three-pointer. Curry had triumphed over the Celtics. In that instant, the Chase Center erupted in jubilation. Fans exchanged high fives and even embraced one another. The excitement among the crowd was so palpable that it felt as if they might rush the court to celebrate with the players. Curry, gritting his teeth, lifted his jersey and shouted to the fans, "This is my home, my court." He then cupped his hands around his face, performing his iconic goodnight gesture. Following this, Curry reveled in the celebration with his teammates, hugs, pats on the head, and Green even lifted Curry's head for a kiss. In the 10-cent livestream comments, Curry's name dominated the screen. Curry delivered, "Good night, Boston. I love Curry. I want to have Curry's children." Meanwhile, the critics had vanished without a trace. Chapter 24, Katie's interview. At this moment, Chen sat alone on the bench, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with a towel. His solitude was not due to shyness, but rather the overwhelming fatigue that enveloped his body, necessitating a brief respite. Throughout the game, he had exerted every ounce of his energy, especially in the final moments. The drive past White had drained the last vestiges of his stamina. After celebrating with his teammates, Curry seemed to realize something was amiss. Scanning the arena, he finally spotted Chen seated on the bench. He called out, "Hey, come here, come here." At this moment, all the teammates turned their gazes towards Chen. Chen took a deep breath, feeling his strength gradually returning, and rose to approach his teammates. Kaya was the first to reach him, leaping into Chen's arms for an embrace. Following him, Wiggins, Green, Davis, and other players came forth, each celebrating with Chen through high fives and affectionate pats on the head. Curry, with a smile, addressed the group. "Look, here stands our chief architect of victory." Chen smiled and remarked, "Please do not flatter me too much. It was you who concluded the match. Besides, I still aspire to play for the Warriors and would never dare overshadow the team's leader." His words elicited laughter from everyone present. Chen's humor has significantly enhanced the Warriors players' fondness for him. In their perception, Eastern players are generally reserved and modest. However, Chen stands apart with his vibrant and humorous personality. Curry patted Chen on the back, saying, "You delivered an outstanding performance. We need more of this from you." Green also remarked, "You exhibited the energy of the game. This is precisely what I taught you." Congratulations. Chen secretly smiled to himself and nodded in response. At that moment, a player from the Celtics approached. According to the customary rituals of NBA games, players exchanged pleasantries after the match. After Jason Tatum embraced Draymond Green and Stephen Curry, he came over to hug Chen. He remarked, "Hi, you played quite well. I've remembered your name." Chen responded, "Thank you, and the same to you." Jaylen Brown approached, embracing him and gently patting his back. "Your prowess is quite impressive. I have high hopes for your future. You undoubtedly possess the potential to become a star." Jaylen Brown, one of the few academically inclined players in the NBA, graduated from the University of California, Berkeley. He is not only fluent in Spanish but also a passionate chess enthusiast. Upon receiving such praise, Chen felt an immediate surge of admiration for Brown. Nodding appreciatively, he humbly replied, "Thank you for your kind words. I will certainly strive to improve. And you are the finals MVP. I must learn from you." Brown chuckled heartily. No, just keep pushing forward." Subsequently, as Chen embraced Holiday, he sensed that Holiday seemed to exert a subtle strength. Rather than feeling any aversion, it ignited a fierce desire to compete within Chen. Holiday looked at Chen and remarked, "What a fierce defense. I look forward to our next encounter." "Absolutely." Chen spoke little, yet his tone was resolute. Among the Celtics players, only Pritchard made his way directly to the locker room, his countenance grim. This night felt like a nightmare to him, leaving him devoid of any mood. After the players exchanged their greetings, as per tradition, the sideline reporters were to interview the standout player from the victorious team. Today, the reporter dispatched by ESPN was Katie George. She epitomized Western beauty, with flowing golden locks, porcelain skin, and a height of 175 meters. On the court, one couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. Katie approached Curry, who was on the sidelines, and inquired, "Chef, you made the game-winning three-pointer tonight. How does that feel?" "It feels absolutely fantastic," Curry replied. "We had been trailing for most of the game, but we ultimately turned the tide." After finishing his statement, he called out to Chen, who was heading towards the player tunnel, "Come here." Chen felt a sense of surprise, momentarily stunned. Could it be that Curry wanted me to partake in an interview? Regaining his composure, he approached swiftly. "It's time for your interview. You performed admirably tonight. You deserve this opportunity." With that, he entrusted you to Katie, cautioning her playfully, "Do not be too hard on him." Curry winked at the reporters with a grin before cheerfully departing. Katie greeted Chen warmly. Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Katie remarked, "It is evident that you possess excellent rapport within the Warriors team." Chen replied with a smile, "Well, it was quite good. They are all wonderful teammates. Especially Curry and Green. They have been very supportive of me." This was during an interview where Chen, despite having undergone training for media interactions when he first entered the NBA, still felt a tinge of nervousness. Katie then inquired, "What stands out most is that this was your debut NBA game, where you achieved an impressive record of 17 points, 12 assists, 2 rebounds, and 2 steals. How were you able to accomplish such an outstanding performance?" Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. "This is the moment I have been eagerly anticipating. I have prepared extensively and invested considerable effort for this. Thus, as soon as I step onto the court, I am confident in delivering an exceptional performance." Katie was momentarily taken aback by Chen's words. She had anticipated him to express humble sentiments of gratitude towards his coach and teammates, but instead, he radiated unwavering confidence, asserting that with sufficient playing time, he would excel. However, upon reflection, it became clear to her that for a two-way contract player to achieve such impressive statistics in his debut game, He must possess extraordinary talent, which justified his confidence. Having come to this realization, Katie posed her third question in the final moments of the game. You created a shooting opportunity for Curry and assisted him in securing the victory. What was that feeling like? Curry, oh my goodness. His shooting touch is nothing short of remarkable. My sentiment is one of relief that he made the shot. Otherwise, I would have missed out on an assist. Chen responded with a smile, eliciting a hearty laugh from Katie, who instantly developed a fondness for the Oriental gentleman before her. What is your next plan in the NBA? Katie inquired, posing her final question. First and foremost, I aim to secure a contract. As I am currently just a temporary worker, he replied. However, his ambitions extended far beyond merely obtaining a contract. He aspired, step by step, to become a star. An all-star, a superstar, and ultimately, the greatest of all time. You will undoubtedly secure that contract. I wish you all the best, Yi. I look forward to the opportunity to interview you again, Katie remarked. Chen nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. After completing the interview, Chen walked towards the players' tunnel. Returning to the locker room. At this moment, the post-match press conference was underway. However, it was attended exclusively by prominent figures such as Tatum and Curry, who had been invited. Although Chen delivered a commendable performance, his influence still lags behind that of the illustrious stars. He removed his jersey and made his way to the bathroom, turning on the faucet to indulge in a refreshing shower. In an instant, he felt a significant revival of his stamina, and his spirits lifted in tandem. After changing into his own attire, he exited the locker room, traversed the players' corridor, and arrived at the underground parking garage of the arena. Chen's vehicle is a second-hand Toyota Corolla, which he acquired with borrowed funds from Uncle Lee. Given that his current contract salary is exceedingly meager, he is compelled to curtail all expenses to ensure his basic livelihood. Upon starting the engine, he drove out of the arena. Outside the Datong Center, a throng of Warriors fans had gathered at the entrance, as the game had just concluded. At that moment, a young fan spotted Chen through the Corolla's window and shouted, Yi. A large group of enthusiasts surged forward, obstructing Chen's vehicle. The fervor of American fans is truly remarkable, as they called out to Chen from inside the car. Hey, Yi, let us take a picture together. Yi, you played splendidly today. Yi, come join us. Chen was somewhat taken aback by the unexpected attention. They could recognize him after just one match? Nevertheless, he was determined not to disappoint his fans. He flashed an OK sign from his car, pulled over to the side of the road, and parked. Making his way through the crowd of admirers, he stopped to take photos with each one. A charming little blonde fan, clutching a basketball, exclaimed, Chen, I don't have your jersey. Would you kindly sign my ball? Chen chuckled heartily and remarked, certainly. After inscribing his signature, he further added, I assure you, before long, you will undoubtedly be able to purchase my jersey. The fans erupted in excitement, exclaiming in unison. Subsequently, he found himself enveloped by the fervent supporters, joining their spirited chant, Let us go Warriors. Chapter 25, Chen's meteoric rise in the media. He bid farewell to the enthusiastic admirers. Chen drove his vehicle along the road leading back to his apartment. It was now 11 o'clock at night, yet the city of San Francisco remained vibrant and alive. The neon lights of the buildings lining the streets and the dazzling billboards flickered in a kaleidoscope of colors, red, blue, and green lights intertwined, casting a brilliant spectrum upon the pavement, transforming it into a canvas of resplendent hues. Chen gazed through the car window, quietly admiring the vibrant cityscape before him. A sense of surrealism welled up within his heart. Just a few months prior, he was merely an ordinary basketball enthusiast from a small town. Yet now, he found himself in San Francisco, not only playing in the finest arena of the city, but also receiving the adoration of fans. The transformation of his life had occurred with astonishing swiftness. Chen parked his car by the roadside, lowered the window, and gently leaned his head out to breathe in the crisp air of San Francisco. He sought to affirm the authenticity of this splendid moment. After a brief pause, he suddenly shouted, I, Chen, shall make a name for myself here. Passers-by turned to glance at him, but their expressions were not of shock. Rather, some even smiled, reflecting the tolerant culture that enveloped this place. Chen waved goodbye to the passers-by, saying, Good night, San Francisco. Upon returning to his apartment, it was already 11:30 in the evening. The apartment was just spacious enough for a solitary occupant, a modest dwelling for which Chen paid a monthly rent of $300. The furnishings were exceedingly simple. Aside from a few essentials, there was merely a computer. Chen plopped onto the sofa and retrieved his phone, unlocking it. In an effort to maintain focus during the competition, he always turned off his phone on match days. To his astonishment, upon checking, he was greeted with a staggering number of unread messages, 578, along with 95 new friend requests. As he scrolled down, he noticed messages from not only familiar friends but also from acquaintances he hadn't contacted in years. To his surprise, even distant relatives, whom he scarcely knew, had reached out. The messages could be broadly categorized into a few types. The first type included enthusiastic greetings. Wow, Yigo, you're incredible. Can you take me to watch an NBA game courtside? I saw you're actually playing in the NBA. Could you ask Curry for an autograph? These messages came from former classmates who once shared a passion for basketball or friends from local courts. Their requests, all related to basketball, were quite reasonable, and Chen was more than willing to oblige. However, given his current contract salary, he realized that inviting them to a game or even purchasing a plane ticket would lead him to financial ruin. He replied uniformly, expressing gratitude for their support and promising, "Once I land a big contract, I will surely fulfill your requests." The second type of messages came from various distant relatives. Chen, my niece from your third aunt is quite beautiful. Are you seeing anyone over there? I can introduce you. Chen chose not to respond to these opportunistic relatives, particularly the third aunt, who had previously inquired about his employment during the last New Year's gathering. Upon learning of his temporary unemployment, she had smugly remarked, "The youth of today are so idle. Unlike my niece, who secured a civil service position," Chen chuckled softly and promptly blocked his third aunt. The third type, various female friends. "Hey handsome, are you there? Long time no see. What have you been busy with lately? How's America treating you?" For messages of this nature, Chen felt no aversion. However, he merely responded with polite brevity. After replying, he opened a friend's circle on WeChat featuring an avatar of Wang Zuxian. The post still displayed only for 3 days. This was the WeChat of Lin Qingxue, Chen's high school classmate. Lin Qingxue was universally acknowledged as the class beauty, tall and slender, with fair skin, a delicate nose, and luscious red lips that curled into an adorable smile. Once upon a time, she was the goddess of countless boys' dreams. Since graduating from high school, he had not seen her again. Reminiscing about their former camaraderie, Chen would occasionally peruse her moments on WeChat. Chen is certainly not a sycophant, rather, it is a cherished sentiment of first love that resides deep within his heart. Chen gently touched his forehead, a surge of motivation igniting within him. He was determined to deliver an outstanding performance in a short period, striving to secure a formal contract from Deng Liwei at the earliest opportunity. At that moment, his phone rang. A middle-aged man's voice resonated from the other end. "Chen, I watched the entire match, and you played remarkably well, showcasing the spirit that our Chinese players ought to embody." Hearing that familiar voice brought a sense of warmth to Chen's heart. "Uncle Li, have you finished your work? When can you come by? I'm still waiting for you to train together." "You brat, can't you train without me? Regardless of my presence, you must train diligently. Besides, doesn't the Warriors team have a trainer?" Uncle Li replied, somewhat exasperated. "But none can compare to you. After all, you are a former star athlete of the Chinese Professional League, haha." Chen smiled and said, "You little rascal, instead of learning well in the United States, you've picked up some bad habits. In a couple of days, when you face the Lakers, I will come to watch the game and see if you've made any progress during this time. Certainly, I will ensure that fine wine and exquisite dishes are prepared for you." After Chen finished his response, just as he was about to hang up the phone, Uncle Li added, "Wait, let me share some news with you. Check online. You're currently quite popular in the Huaxia media." "Understood, Uncle Li. Goodbye." After ending the call, Chen settled in front of his computer and began browsing various NBA portals. The Tencent NBA homepage was filled with reports about him. Prominently displayed in bold black font was the headline, "Living up to expectations. Chen's debut sees a stunning 17 points and 12 assists." Below this, a series of smaller titles followed, assisting Curry's buzzer beater. "What level is Chen's passing?" After Yao and another NBA superstar is emerging from our nation. The Warriors are about to officially sign Chen. These articles indeed carried a hint of exaggeration, but such is the nature of the media, particularly in sports. When one excels, they are naturally lauded. Chen was aware that he must not become complacent or arrogant due to this praise. Next, he opened Hoopoo.com. In the player rating section, Chen's score was an impressive 9. Over 100,000 fans had awarded him 5 stars. The most liked comment, with 30,000 likes, read, "Initially, Some claimed your victory over Barnes was mere hype. Then, others said your trial was nothing but a joke. Later, claims arose that you could never compete in the NBA regular season, yet today you scored 17 points in the NBA. It has been 6 years since a Huaxiao player made it to the league. Our fans have waited too long. Keep it up, ye. Reading this comment, Chen felt a surge of emotion, his eyes seemingly misty. After composing himself, he quietly saved the comment, silently vowing not to disappoint the Huaxiao fans. Of course, there were also detractors, some sitting at home with their keyboards, booing, and others commented, all this hype for just a blue-collar worker? Just a D-League player. To these naysayers, Chen merely smiled. He knew all too well that personal attacks were unworthy of his concern. No matter how well he performed, there would always be critics, and he was well aware of this reality. Chapter 26. A desperate turnaround the following morning. Chen awoke to find it was only 5:30 a.m. He squinted at his phone and considered pulling the covers over himself to catch a bit more sleep. Just as he was about to close his eyes, the image of Kobe Bryant surfaced in his mind. I detest lazy individuals. A lazy attitude drives me insane. He suddenly sprang up from his bed, silently murmuring an apology to his coach for having indulged in an extra hour of rest. After swiftly attending to his grooming and tidying up his belongings, he prepared a modest breakfast. Once he had finished his meal, he stepped outside and drove to the Datong Center. Upon parking his car, he traversed the player's tunnel and scanned his face for identification, making his way to the training facility. At this hour, 6 o'clock in the morning, the training hall was tranquil, with only a few custodial staff members diligently attending to their tasks. A woman in her 50s noticed Chen's arrival. She assisted him by turning on the lights of the court and remarked with a glance, "Indeed. When it comes to diligence, we must credit our esteemed Chinese heritage." Chen was momentarily taken aback, having not heard Mandarin in quite some time. He felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. "Indeed, Auntie, our Chinese nation is truly the most industrious in the world. San Francisco is one of the cities with the largest Chinese population globally, so encountering Chinese and Chinese Americans is quite commonplace. Play well and bring glory to our country." Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he immediately set about preparing for training, unwilling to squander even a moment. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed, "The basketball athletic reward system has been activated. Complete 50 sets of suicides, suicide sprints, speed 3. Lateral movement 3. Does the host accept the task?" "What? Suicide sprints?" Chen seems to have heard of it. The training method involves players positioning themselves at the baseline of the court, then sprinting to the nearest free throw line before returning to the baseline. Subsequently, they dash to the center court line and back to the baseline. Next, they sprint to the opposite free throw line and return to the baseline. Finally, they race to the far baseline and return to the starting baseline. During the sprinting process, players are required to come to a complete stop at each designated point before commencing the return run. This training regimen poses an immense challenge to the player's physical fitness, endurance, and speed. It can leave them feeling utterly exhausted, akin to undergoing a form of torment, hence it is referred to as suicide sprints. Chen was acutely aware of the challenges presented by the training regimen ahead. However, the prospect of enhanced speed and lateral movement capabilities, each augmented by 3 points, felt akin to a fortuitous boon in his current circumstances. His commendable defensive performance against the Celtics was largely attributable to the fact that neither Holiday nor White were particularly swift guards. With his current attributes of 70 in speed and 60 in lateral movement, facing explosive guards like Edwards and Morant could leave him utterly outmatched. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I accept the task." "Ding, task has been assigned. Please commence training." "Host, wait a moment." Chen recalled the badge provided by the system and inquired, "Why do badges sometimes activate automatically? For instance, when facing off against Huang Mao or Tatum? What are the conditions and timing for a badge to be activated?" He had long harbored questions about the system's badge mechanism and was eager to uncover the truth. "Ding. The host currently possesses the following badges: offensive, exceptional feel, bronze; defensive, iron wall, bronze; dunking, athletic master, silver. Badge activation method. The system randomly activates a badge when the host delivers an outstanding performance in a match. Duration of badges is determined by their tier: bronze 2 minutes, silver 3 minutes, gold 4 minutes, purple gold 5 minutes. So, it turns out that only by delivering an exceptionally commendable performance in a match will the badges activate. After Chen comprehended the badge mechanism, he deactivated the system. Subsequently, he commenced a leisurely jog around the court as a warm-up. After a short while, he felt his body begin to warm up. Stationed at one end of the court, his gaze resolute, he initiated a shuttle run. Upon completing the first set of shuttle runs, the system's screen materialized in his mind. Task completion, 150, time limit, 2 hours, remaining, 1 hour 57 minutes. It appeared that the system allotted 2 hours for completion. This posed a considerable challenge. Even an exceptionally fit NBA player requires approximately 35 seconds to finish a set of shuttle runs. By this calculation, without any breaks, completing 50 sets of these grueling runs would consume at least half an hour. Even more alarming, during the second set, Chen discerned an unsettling truth. If he did not sprint with utmost effort during the shuttle runs, the system would not grant him a full completion rate. This necessitated that Chen exert all his strength in every sprint, leaving no room for complacency. After 2 additional sets of shuttle runs, he found himself completely unable to regulate his breathing, gasping for air. Yet the cold reminder of time continued to tick away in his mind. Furrowing his brow, he pressed on with his sprints. At last, after one final full-court dash, he completed 10 shuttle runs. He collapsed onto the floor. Gazing up at the ceiling of the court, his vision blurred, and he could only faintly discern the beams of light above. A voice echoed in his mind, seemingly from his body. "Let us practice tomorrow. I'm too exhausted." Yet the man's voice resounded once more. "There is no tomorrow. Get up quickly. You only have today, now." Chen was instantly invigorated. "Yes, I cannot afford to stop." He rose once more and continued his sprint towards the free throw line. Uncertain of how long he had been running, he glanced at the system's progress. Task completion, 35, 50, remaining time, 59 minutes and 58 seconds, with an hour left to complete the final 15 sets. This time frame would seemingly be ample for an ordinary player. However, having already completed 35 sets of shuttle runs, Chen, in his current state, could barely outpace even a leisurely dancer. Sweat drenched his entire body, rendering him oblivious to the existence of his legs, and his ears rang with a persistent buzzing sound. Yet, to halt now would mean squandering all his hard work, and his contract time was dwindling. The Warriors were currently positioned 8th in the Western Conference, desperately in need of players capable of providing quality defense on the perimeter. If he could enhance his speed and lateral movement, his chances of securing a guaranteed contract would significantly increase. Thus, his gaze once again filled with determination. Even if it meant crawling, he would complete the final 15 sets. He began his sprint towards the baseline once more. Ultimately, driven by sheer willpower, he accomplished 14 sets. Although he took brief rests in between, only one set remained. He glanced at the system again. Task completion, 49, 50, remaining time, 56 seconds. Taking a deep breath, he dashed towards the free throw line, his hand brushing against it before he turned to retrace his steps. He resumed his stride towards the center of the court. To phrase it elegantly, he was running. In reality, he was moving slower than a grounded chicken. His hand touched the center line, and he pivoted to return, next approaching the distant free throw line, and upon completion, he would then head towards the opposite baseline. As Chen's hand grazed the baseline, a mere 12 seconds remained on the task clock. Only a short distance stood between him and the completion of his mission. Yet, he was utterly unable to straighten his back with every step forward. A sharp pain surged through his ankles and knees. He could only endure the agony and press on. However, just 2 meters shy of the finish line, darkness enveloped his vision, and his body collapsed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the system's cold countdown continued unabated. 5, 4, 3, 2. Chen gazed at the boundary that loomed perilously close, yet his body remained utterly immobilized. What should he do? Chapter 27, Internal Training Match. Beep. The system time has elapsed. In the final moment, Chen twisted his body, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to extend his foot towards the boundary. The system announced, task accomplished. At the very last instant, his heel made contact with the line. Chen let out a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping a close call. Reward acquired, lateral movement 3, speed 3, enhanced host's overall capability value, 80. After lying on the ground for over 10 minutes, he finally felt his stamina could support him in rising. He slowly got up and sat on a bench beside the court, grabbing a nearby Gatorade and downing it in one go. An Asian ant nearby, who had witnessed Chen's grueling training regimen, was left utterly astonished. At that moment, the dawn had brightened, indicating it was past 8 in the morning. A familiar figure entered the training facility, none other than Curry. Despite being a superstar in the league, Curry remained remarkably diligent in his training. Unlike some athletes who, upon achieving fame, often neglect personal training and frequently miss team-organized practices, Curry was different. Upon entering, he was taken aback to see Chen, drenched in sweat, indicating he had been training for quite some time. "Hey, you're here so early?" "Yes. I couldn't sleep last night, so I decided to train first." Chen responded, "Indeed, the young man has a promising future. The future belongs to you." Curry remarked with a hint of a smile. Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was this not Duncan teasing LeBron? Could it be that you wish to employ the same jest upon me? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and merely nodded in response to Curry. Subsequently, under the guidance of his personal trainer, Curry commenced his training. Chen naturally wished to observe up close how a superstar is forged in the grand spectacle of basketball. Who could possibly resist such an opportunity? He watched as Curry commenced his shooting practice from the free throw line, gradually extending outward to the three-point arc. Each shot had to find its mark before he could advance to the next position. Swish, swish, swish. Although Chen did not tally the shooting percentage, he was acutely aware of its excellence, for Curry's accuracy was nearly flawless. Again, swish after swish. Curry completed his round from the three-point line, corner, 45 degrees, and top of the arc, with an accuracy that remained astonishingly high. The sheer success of his training left Chen in a state of disbelief, shaking his head in astonishment. Some fans might argue that Curry lacks inherent talent. Indeed, he does not possess the extraordinary speed of Allen Iverson, the explosive power of Derrick Rose, nor the unparalleled physicality of peak Russell Westbrook as he penetrates the paint. However, does his remarkable basketball intuition and the exquisite softness of his shooting not represent another form of talent? One must ponder, apart from Curry, which player on this planet possesses such a unique finesse? By the time Curry concluded his practice, it was already 9 p.m. Head coach Kerr and the rest of the Warriors team had gathered at the training facility. Kerr called everyone to assemble and remarked, "Last night was a splendid victory. Everyone performed admirably." His tone then shifted to a more serious note. "Currently, our record stands at 4 wins and 3 losses, placing us 9th in the Western Conference. Based on directives from the management, we cannot afford to enter the play-in tournament this season. Our ranking is too low. I urge everyone to strive for a winning streak." Upon hearing Kerr's words, the gravity of the situation rendered the Warriors players visibly solemn. "All right, let us warm up. Shortly we will engage in an intra-squad scrimmage." Just after Coach Kerr's instructions, Chen felt a familiar gaze directed at him. Predictably, it was none other than Podziemski. If during Chen's first day with the Warriors, Podziemski merely felt discomfort at the arrival of a competitor in his position after last night's game, Chen had undoubtedly become a thorn in Podziemski's side. Chen harbored a profound aversion to such scrutinizing gazes. He did not flinch, instead meeting Bogey's stare with a cold, piercing gaze of his own. At that moment, Coach Kerr made his way to the center of the training court. Clapping his hands to gather attention, Team A comprised Curry, Bogey, Wiggins, Green, and Davis. Team B included Chen, Hield, Kuminga, Likire, and Looney. This arrangement was a customary formation for a practice match, as the starting players usually trained together to enhance their synergy on the court. With a sharp whistle from Kerr, the practice match commenced. Davis leaped to seize possession of the ball, but Bogey swiftly reclaimed it. Chen naturally approached with determination, directly facing Bogey. Following the conventional tactical deployment, Davis promptly came forward to assist Bogey with a screen. However, Bogey waved his hand, signaling his desire for a one-on-one confrontation. He aimed to vent the frustration of having been replaced by Chen at a critical moment. With Bogey's arrogant disposition, he could hardly endure the thought of a mere two-way contract player encroaching upon or even supplanting his esteemed position as a first-round draft pick. "Come on," Bogey declared, extending his finger with a provocative glint in his eyes. Chen advanced with purposeful strides, lowering his center of gravity and spreading his arms, assuming a defensive stance. He had long harbored this anticipation, and with Bogey approaching him, he was more than ready to engage. His teammates, recognizing the palpable tension between the two, instinctively created space. Bogey exuded confidence in his technical prowess. Dribbling with his right hand, he executed a sudden change of direction, accelerating towards the left to make a breakthrough. In his eyes, a mere feint would suffice to shake off this oriental adversary. However, as he planted his left foot, Chen swiftly sidestepped, positioning himself directly in Bogey's path. In an instant, Bogey felt as though he had collided with an impenetrable wall. His body lost equilibrium, causing the ball he had been handling with his left hand to slip from his grasp. Likire seized the opportunity to intercept. dashing down the court to effortlessly score with a layup. Meanwhile, after successfully thwarting the play, Chen remained in place, his head slightly tilted, fixed on Boji. The unambiguous message conveyed through his body language was clear: I can defend against you without even breaking a sweat. In the subsequent play, Boji initiated another offensive attempt. Chen continued to match his opponent's moves. Having suffered a setback in the previous round, Boji adopted a different offensive strategy. He dribbled with his left hand, feigning a drive towards the basket. As Chen retreated to keep pace, he abruptly pulled the ball back, stepping outside the three-point line to execute a jump shot. However, with Chen's current physical prowess and defensive awareness, it was impossible for him to be deceived. Chen swiftly advanced, gathering strength for a leap. With a resounding clap, Boji had barely completed his shooting motion when the ball was already swatted away. At that moment, his teammates stood in stunned silence. They were aware of Chen's defensive prowess, yet they had not anticipated such an extraordinary display. These two defensive maneuvers were so impenetrable that tight as a drum seemed a gross understatement. It was akin to an impregnable fortress, leaving Boji unable to even lift his hand. Kerr's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a coach, he possessed the keen ability to discern his players' advancements. Remarkably, after just one night, Chen's footwork had noticeably become more agile. This left Kerr perplexed. How had this Eastern player managed to enhance his foot speed in such a brief span? Chapter 28. Exploding Boji Jimsky. Of course, Kerr was unaware that Chen was equipped with a unique system. At this moment, Kerr felt a surge of delight and began to contemplate whether he should grant Chen more playing time. Frustrated by being thwarted by Chen on 2 consecutive attempts, Boji was seething with indignation, spewing invectives. Yet, Chen chose not to respond. He preferred to let his prowess speak for itself rather than engage in verbal sparring. Turning back, Team B regained possession of the ball. Chen advanced into the front court, while Boji closely marked him. The offense struggled, and it was essential to retaliate on the defensive end. Naturally, the teammates from Team B spread out, transforming what was originally a training match into a one-on-one showdown. Meanwhile, Kerr showed no inclination to intervene. In his view, conflicts on the court should be resolved through the medium of basketball. This notion was one he had personally experienced. During the 1995 season, in a training session with the Bulls, Jordan and Kerr found themselves on opposing teams. Jordan was notoriously demanding towards his teammates in practice, and during the game, he unleashed a torrent of trash talk directed at Kerr. He dominated Kerr's team, which incensed the fiercely competitive Kerr. Coach Phil Jackson sensed Jordan's heightened emotions and attempted to calm him down by calling some soft fouls. However, this only served to exacerbate the situation, as Jordan perceived Jackson to be shielding Kerr. In a subsequent offensive play, Jordan unceremoniously knocked Kerr to the ground and, pointing at him, emphatically declared to Jackson, "Now that's a foul." Yet, Kerr rose from the floor and, in a fit of anger, delivered a punch to Jordan's chest. Jordan's response resulted in Kerr sporting a black eye. Following this incident, Jordan bore no ill will towards Kerr. Rather, he found himself with a deeper respect for him, recognizing Kerr's equally tenacious spirit. In later reflections, Kerr remarked that fighting with Jordan was the most remarkable thing he had ever done in the NBA. This illustrates that perhaps conflicts can only be fully resolved when one party is able to best the other. Chen was undoubtedly aware of his principle. At this moment, he positioned himself at a 45-degree angle in the elbow region, adopting a back attack stance. Boji, meanwhile, exerted all his strength to press against Chen's waist, striving to hinder his exertion of force. Chen smiled faintly, pivoting on his left foot to face Boji, adopting a triple threat stance. He then gently shifted his right foot, causing Boji to momentarily react. In that instant, Chen executed a jump shot with remarkable swiftness. Boji lunged forward, but it was far too late. Swish. A perfect, smooth release reminiscent of silk followed the triple threat move, eliciting gasps of admiration from his teammates. "Is that ye? That motion resembles that of Gua. When did ye master Gua's technique?" Boji, overhearing these comments, felt his frustration mount, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it, fuck. How do I handle both offense and defense?" In the subsequent offensive play, Boji appeared to lose his composure. Receiving a pass from Curry, he disregarded all caution and barreled into the paint, his eyes seemingly fixated solely on the hoop. Yet, Chen swiftly followed suit, matching his pace. Boji, with his left elbow, struck towards Chen's chest. Utilizing that elbow to create a sliver of space, he launched himself, soaring into the air with a right-handed layup. However, just as the ball was about to meet the backboard, he felt an ominous presence behind him. Thud. A resounding impact echoed through the air. Chen executed a remarkable pin-down move in midair. Due to the immense force, the ball rebounded off the backboard and astonishingly soared beyond the three-point line. Kuminga seized the opportunity, launching a swift counterattack to deliver an emphatic dunk. On the subsequent offensive play, Chen skillfully backed down his opponent. After a subtle shoulder shimmy, he gracefully executed a fadeaway jump shot. Chen stands at an impressive height of 1.98 meters, whereas Boji measures only 1.95 meters. The disparity in strength is equally pronounced, as Chen can overpower even Barnes. This is particularly remarkable considering Chen's ability rating is merely in the low 70s. When matched against an opponent who is taller and stronger, yet possesses inferior skills, one might retain approximately a 30% chance of victory. However, when faced with a player who is not only superior in height and strength but also boasts refined techniques, alas, your chances of winning dwindle to a mere 0%. Confronted with this harsh reality, Boji remains unwilling to concede defeat. Gritting his teeth, he continues to defend, yet he underestimates the severity of the situation. Subsequently, Chen executes a series of three-point threats, followed by post moves and a powerful dunk in the paint, overwhelming Boji with 10 consecutive points. With each basket, Chen casts a cold, piercing gaze at Boji, as if to convey that mere words cannot secure victory in the game. Chen achieved an astonishing feat, making all 10 of his attempts, including a remarkable three-point play. In stark contrast, Bojemski managed to sink only a solitary three-pointer, while his remaining 8 attempts were met with failure. The one-sided nature of this brutal contest was so severe that even his teammates could hardly bear to witness it. Was there some deep-seated animosity between them? After all, this was merely a practice match, my friend. At that moment, Curry could no longer stand idly by. As the leader of the team, he would not show favoritism to either side, nor could he allow the situation to escalate into a physical altercation. He had experienced the consequences of such incidents himself, recalling the infamous video of Green delivering a fierce beating to Poole during a training session, which had circulated globally and thrust the Warriors into a media frenzy. It was only after Poole was traded away that the storm finally subsided. Curry cast a meaningful glance towards Chen, simultaneously refraining from passing the ball to Bojemski. Chen, of course, had to maintain the face of the captain, and it was evident to all discerning observers that he had emerged victorious in this confrontation. Consequently, during the subsequent series of attacks, Chen opted to pass the ball. However, Boji perceived the situation differently. He was already caught up in his emotions. He incessantly urged his teammates for the ball, striving to salvage some semblance of dignity. Yet his pleas went unheeded. In a fit of rage, he removed his mouthguard and threw it to the ground. Subsequently, he abandoned the practice match, his countenance darkened, and he strode directly to the locker room. Observing this scene, Cole refrained from further comment, for, after all, this was a mere trifle compared to the infamous brawls of the Bulls trainers in years past. Due to Boji's withdrawal and Chen's impeccable shooting accuracy, Team B maintained a significant lead in the score. Cole then declared that Team B had triumphed over Team A. At this juncture, Cole's thoughts were primarily focused on the upcoming rotations, contemplating not only an increase in Chen's playing time, but also the formulation of specific isolation plays tailored exclusively for him. Chen's ability to execute one-on-one plays from the back has truly caught attention. Although Kerr's tactical framework primarily revolves around passing and off-ball movement, this does not imply a lack of desire for ball-dominant plays. Rather, it reflects the reality that as Curry ages, his physical stamina is no longer sufficient to sustain the demands of heavy ball-handling offense. The Warriors' guards, including Hield, Moody, and Payton II, are largely functional players who inherently lack one-on-one skills. Aside from Curry, the Warriors' only remaining player with such capabilities is Wiggins. Yet he is not one who can shoulder a significant offensive load. Should there be a design of specific isolation plays for Chen in the future, it would not only elevate the team's offensive prowess and tactical diversity, but also alleviate some pressure off Curry. Contemplating this, Kerr's excitement began to swell. Chapter 29. The Clash of the Warriors and the Lakers. The following day marks the day of the match. In the morning, Chen participated in the team's training, which consisted of shooting drills and physical conditioning. In the afternoon, Coach Kerr did not schedule any training, as the team was set to face the Lakers at home in the evening. He hoped that the entire squad would conserve their energy to confront this formidable challenge. Since LeBron James joined the Lakers, the Warriors and Lakers have become long-standing rivals over the years. Following Durant's departure from the Warriors, the five-star Warriors disbanded, resulting in both teams maintaining a comparable level of strength. Throughout the regular season, their rankings oscillated around the playoff threshold. with one team frequently occupying the 7th position while the other held the 8th, akin to a couple entwined in affection. Moreover, in the 2021 play-in tournament, the two teams encountered each other, with the Lakers narrowly defeating the Warriors by a mere 2 points. In the 2023 playoffs, they faced off once more, with the Lakers again advancing to the Western Conference semifinals over the fallen Warriors. Being eliminated twice in pivotal matches by the Lakers could only be described as a disgrace. Although this was merely a regular season game, the Warriors regarded it with utmost seriousness, even describing their anticipation as one of holding their breath. At 10 p.m., the match was about to commence. The Chase Center was abuzz with excitement, as the arena was filled to capacity. Given the Lakers' status as a high-profile team, the event attracted not only fervent fans, but also numerous celebrities from the entertainment and sports industries. The broadcast team occasionally panned the cameras to capture these luminaries. Among them were die-hard Lakers fan and 3-time Oscar winner Jack Nicholson, renowned rapper Rihanna, and top American socialite Kim Kardashian. Even international stars such as Daniel Wu and Jay Chou from the East made an appearance. When the camera focused on the final celebrity, the crowd erupted in a deafening cheer for the most influential football player in history, Cristiano Ronaldo. Chen, warming up on the sidelines, marveled at the array of celebrities, a spectacle he had never before experienced. The sight of Ronaldo on the big screen sent shivers down his spine, filling him with exhilaration. In the Tencent NBA broadcast room, the commentators were Ku Fan and Su Kun, with former Chinese player Zhu Fangyu as a special guest. The female host was Shui Er. The plump Ku Fan initiated the discussion. Which team do you both believe has a greater chance of winning today? Su Kun replied, these two teams are indeed closely matched in strength. However, the Lakers hold the advantage, as both LeBron and Davis have been in excellent form recently. Especially LeBron. Despite nearing 40 years of age, he has averaged 33.5 points over the last 3 games. Additionally, this season, he has deliberately developed his 3-point shooting ability, achieving a remarkable 40 shooting percentage from beyond the arc. Furthermore, the Lakers benefit from the presence of Davis in the paint, which gives them an upper hand in height against the Warriors. Zhu Fangyu remarked, what you say is quite reasonable. During my time competing, the coach consistently emphasized that those who dominate the paint shall prevail. The Lakers possess a significant height advantage, while the Warriors rely solely on Curry, which is undoubtedly insufficient. Ku Fan then interjected, Chen performed admirably in the last match, stepping up from the bench to lead the Warriors in scoring. Do you think he can replicate that performance today? I have my doubts. Although he played well previously, it was largely due to the Celtics not giving him the attention he warranted, considering he is merely on a 2-way contract. However, once he demonstrates his capabilities, opponents will certainly take notice, and with that attention comes tailored defensive strategies, which could pose challenges for him. Su Kun analyzed, I must respectfully disagree with you, Teacher Su. Zhu Fangyu shook his head. From the perspective of a former professional athlete, I believe Chen possesses extraordinary talent. Even if the Lakers devise a plan against him from the bench, I am confident he will still score. Su Kun glanced at Zhu Fangyu and inquired, how do you think Chen compares to Jeremy Lin? During Lin's extraordinary period, the league had yet to scrutinize his gameplay, but once they began to analyze him, his performance declined significantly. Zhu Fangyu clarified, firstly, the primary reason for Jeremy Lin's decline was due to injuries. If you insist on comparing Chen to Lin, I believe they are fundamentally different types of players. Lin is a point guard whose game relies heavily on penetration and agility. In contrast, Chen is considerably taller, boasting a prototypical wing height, and his playing style is notably robust. His post-up skills are a refreshing divergence in an era that favors 3-point shooting. Personally, I hold high hopes for Chen's potential. Evidently, those who have personally experienced the professional league possess a clearer and more profound perspective than that of commentators. Soon, the players concluded their warm-ups, and the match commenced. Chen remained seated on the end of the bench. The Warriors' starting lineup consisted of Curry, Poole, Wiggins, Green, and Davis, while the Lakers featured Rivers, Christie, James, Hachimura, and Davis. In the initial moments before the game, the intensity did not appear as fierce as the media had portrayed. Neither team engaged in defensive play. Curry opened the scoring with a shot just beyond the 3-point line, swiftly followed by James with an open 3-pointer. This exemplified James's remarkable prowess. In his early years, he relied heavily on his explosive athleticism, making him nearly unstoppable during the regular season. However, in the playoffs, opponents would crowd the paint and challenge LeBron to shoot. After being defeated by the Celtics' Big Three in the playoffs, James faced immense scrutiny and even ridicule from the public. Upon joining the Heat, he dedicated an entire season to honing his three-point shooting skills. When he met the Celtics again in the playoffs, his mid-range and three-point shots pierced through their defenses. Now, at the age of 40, LeBron boasted a shooting accuracy of 40, leaving no one daring enough to allow him open looks. Great players invariably adapt to the times, continuously addressing their shortcomings. Kobe did so, as did Curry and James. As the game approached the first official timeout, neither team had committed a foul, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange. However, upon returning from the break, the dynamics shifted dramatically. The Lakers began to feed the ball into the post. James drove past Green and, facing Davis, successfully scored. Davis then hit a jump shot from the elbow. The Warriors, on the other hand, struggled with their three-point shooting, missing repeatedly. The Lakers executed a pick-and-roll with James and Davis, with Davis rolling to the basket. James promptly passed the ball, allowing Davis to complete an alley-oop dunk over Davis. But that was not the end. Davis began to establish position with his back to the basket. Once he did, there was no player on the Warriors capable of containing him one-on-one. They resorted to collapsing their defense, and Rivers seized the opportunity, knocking down consecutive open three-pointers. With 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers led 29-16, ahead by 13 points. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Kerr immediately called a timeout. At this moment, Chen felt a surge of anticipation, casting an eager glance towards Kerr. Chapter 30, the spectacular block by Davis. Chen cast an eager glance towards Coach Kerr. Yet it seemed that Kerr remained oblivious to his presence. Within the Tencent live broadcast room, the female host, Shui sighed and pouted as she inquired, "Teachers." No wonder some said before the game that the Lakers are a nemesis for the Warriors. The first quarter isn't even over, and the Warriors are already trailing by such a margin? Kofan remarked, "At this rate, we are not far from garbage time." The Warriors simply cannot match the Lakers' physique. Naturally, as commentators, adhering to the principle of supporting the team that is behind, we ought to offer suggestions for the Warriors. Sukun slightly shook his head. There aren't many viable strategies. The Warriors can only hope to close the gap with three-pointers. Given how well Chen performed last game, will Kerr bring him in to chase the score? Zhu Fangyu asked, a hint of anxiety in his expression. He will certainly have the opportunity to play, but it may not be just yet, as the game has not reached the substitution time frame, Sukun replied. Kerr did not immediately substitute Chen into the game. After the timeout, Davis was replaced by Looney. With the Lakers' sharpshooters already hitting their shots, the Warriors dared not double-team Davis any longer. They could only rely on Looney to match up against Davis, as he was the closest in physique within the Warriors lineup. However, while Looney held his ground in strength, his lateral movement was too slow. Noticing that he was being guarded one-on-one, Davis refrained from backing down and, instead, after receiving the ball in the paint, turned and assumed a triple threat position. Looney, apprehensive, hesitated to step forward, fearing Davis would outmaneuver him. Yet, Davis effortlessly sank a jumper. In the next possession, after establishing his triple threat stance, Davis lightly tapped the ground and feigned a shot. Looney, wary of his shooting ability, took a small step forward, only for Davis to drive past him cleanly and execute a thunderous dunk. Meanwhile, Curry, who had been tirelessly navigating screens in search of three-point opportunities, found himself closely guarded by the defensive specialist Christie, who resolutely denied Curry any easy shots. Nevertheless, despite this tight defense, Curry still managed to sink 2 three-pointers. However, he could not withstand the onslaught of Davis's inside-outside game. By the end of the first quarter, Davis had amassed an impressive 17 points, while also forcing Green into his second foul. The Warriors have once again suffered a setback, with a score of 10-4, trailing by 19 points. It is halftime, and the team's morale is disheartened. Curry, in particular, is seen incessantly gnawing on his mouthguard, his expression one of despondency. It is essential to recognize that the rivalry between the Lakers and the Warriors, often dubbed the Lakers-Warriors Showdown, not only stems from their comparable prowess but also from the underlying narrative of Curry versus LeBron James. While Curry may appear carefree, his competitive spirit is undoubtedly on par with that of Kobe Bryant. He would certainly prefer not to find himself at a disadvantage in this star-studded confrontation. In the stands at the Chase Center, a sea of glum faces among the fans reflects their dissatisfaction with the home team's performance. Some spectators have begun to voice their frustrations, exclaiming, "Wake up! Davis is beating you senseless." The sentiment is palpable. Paying to watch such a display is utterly disheartening. Meanwhile, one fan, Nicholson, revels in the moment, his face beaming with pride as a Lakers supporter. The murmurs of disapproval from the audience have escalated into boos, and Coach Kerr feels the weight of pressure mounting. His gaze sweeps across the bench, landing on Chen. Chen, it's your turn. Chen sprang from his seat, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. As the second quarter commenced, with James in need of respite, Anthony Davis was tasked with guiding the substitutes for a spell. The Lakers commenced with possession. Upon crossing half-court, Vincent swiftly delivered the ball into the capable hands of Davis. At that moment, the defender assigned to him was none other than Looney. Witnessing this matchup, the commentator exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my, poor Looney, once again facing a one-on-one." A subtle smirk graced Davis's lips. He was brimming with confidence in this encounter. It was, without a doubt, a situation well within his grasp. After executing a simple three-threat move, Looney lost his balance once more. Davis promptly elevated on his toes in the elbow area, raising his arms high for a jump shot. However, out of nowhere, a pale figure surged forward. With a resounding thud, the ball was swatted out of bounds, soaring into the hands of a spectator in the nth row. The commentator's pupils dilated in shock, unable to believe his own eyes. Chen astonishingly blocked the shot of the towering Anthony Davis, who stood a full 15 centimeters taller. A wave of gasps erupted from the audience. Davis, momentarily taken aback, stared incredulously at Chen, pondering in disbelief. How could this diminutive Eastern player have blocked me? As Chen deflected the ball out of bounds, the Lakers prepared to inbound. With only 5 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Vincent intended to take a contested three-pointer, but was closely guarded by Kuminga, leaving him no room to shoot. The ball found its way back to Davis, who glanced up at the timer, noting just 3 seconds left. In a decisive move, he executed a lateral step, effortlessly leaving Looney behind, and gathered the ball. As he took 2 steps and extended his arm, he delicately flicked the ball toward the basket. The release felt perfect. It seemed destined to swish through the net without even grazing the rim. However, Chen, acutely aware of the dwindling time, leaped early and soared to intercept. With a resounding smack, he delivered yet another emphatic block. The ball ricocheted away, and Kuminga swiftly seized the opportunity to initiate a fast break. At this moment, Chen arrived at the front court, and Kuminga, understanding the cue, delivered an alley-oop. Chen soared through the air, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. A magnificent block followed by an exhilarating alley-oop ignited the atmosphere within the Dacheng Center. Waves of applause surged from the audience, directed towards Chen. The DJ elongated his voice, announcing, "Dunk by Yi." Curry had already risen from the bench, his towel almost fraying from vigorous waving. Green, with enthusiasm spilling from his lips, shouted, "Yes, this is what I taught you. Bravo, Yi." Just like that. Put him down. Even Jay Cho, seated courtside, stood up to applaud. His voice steady yet cool as he remarked, "Chen, quite impressive indeed." As Chen had just returned to defense, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Due to executing 2 high-quality defensive maneuvers, the Master of Sports badge has been activated. Chen was filled with joy as the Sports Master badge activated, instantly enhancing his athletic capabilities by 20%. In the subsequent round, Vincent refrained from passing the ball directly to Anthony Davis. Instead, after executing a pick and roll, he stepped back to prepare for a jump shot. With Chen obstructed, Looney was compelled to step forward, striving to contest the shot. The seasoned Vincent, noticing that Chen and Looney had switched defensive assignments, promptly returned the ball to Davis. At that moment, Chen, playing the shooting guard position, found himself matched up against the towering center, Davis. Davis could have easily leveraged his height to take a straightforward shot. However, having been blocked twice by Chen in previous encounters, he felt a sense of humiliation. In the NBA, being blocked is a disgrace, especially by someone who stands a good 10 centimeters shorter. This ignited his fury, compelling him to forsake a simple jump shot in favor of an emphatic dunk to reclaim his pride. Consequently, he seized the ball without a moment's hesitation, turning his back to Chen, dribbling with determination and barreling towards him. Chen, undeterred, assumed a defensive stance, bracing himself against Davis. With a resounding impact, the collision echoed through the arena. The audience shuddered in response to the bone-crunching sounds of their bodies colliding. The commentators, covering their eyes, gasped in disbelief. Oh my. Given the height differential, Chen is surely destined to be dunked on this time. In Chapter 31, the blood block against Davis 2-0. The physically dominant Davis established position in the paint, ready to back down Chen. In the initial two confrontations, Chen, bolstered by his strength and the badge's enhancement, only stepped back slightly. With a forceful shoulder drop, Davis initiated a robust move, descending into the restricted area, showcasing a classic case of a larger player overpowering a smaller one. Chen was significantly overpowered this time. Although bolstered by his badge, his weight fell short compared to the formidable presence of Anthony Davis. With a thunderous roar, Davis soared like a sprout emerging from dry earth, executing a powerful slam dunk. On the sidelines, Nickerson had already risen, arms raised in celebration, while the home crowd averted their eyes in disbelief, unable to bear the sight. However, an astonishing turn of events transpired. Before the fans and Nickerson could fully comprehend the situation, the ball had rolled into the hands of young Peyton, who promptly executed a swift layup. Simultaneously, Davis released his grip from the rim, landing with a dejected shake of his head, muttering expletives under his breath. The commentators were equally perplexed, questioning what had just occurred and why the Lakers' score had not increased. An unspoken understanding prompted everyone to gaze upwards at the giant screen, eager to uncover the truth. The live broadcaster swiftly replayed the recent offensive sequence on the screen. It showed Davis forcefully pushing Chen aside, entering the paint, and preparing for the dunk. Yet, just as he raised the ball to his chest, Chen stepped forward decisively, extending his hand to forcefully swipe the ball away from Davis. However, due to the momentum of the action, Davis did not halt his dunking motion, resulting in the illusion of a successful dunk. After reviewing the replay, the spectators were left in astonished disbelief, mouths agape. Chen had successfully blocked Davis. Davis had missed an air ball. How could he achieve 3 consecutive blocks against Davis? This was utterly incredible. On the sidelines, Nicholson, after witnessing the replay, lowered his hand, his expression darkening as he returned to his seat. The commentators exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, in the Tencent live broadcast, Sukun exclaimed as Davis took off, "If he makes this dunk, it will be." Before he could finish his thought, his face morphed into one of utter shock, promptly changing his tune. "Wow. What a block by Chen." This elicited laughter from the audience. Schwer inquired, "Teacher Su, which team are you actually a fan of?" Sukun chuckled and replied, "I am, of course, neutral, but I enjoy watching the team that plays well." Zhu Fangyu remarked, "I only knew that Chen had exceptional post-up skills. I never anticipated his defense to be so formidable." Kofan commented, "It's not that Chen's defense is exceptionally strong. Rather, Davis is simply not in form today." On the sidelines, a staff member responsible for the technical area asked a colleague, "Was that defense by Yi a block or a steal?" The colleague pondered for a moment. "It's a rather ambiguous play. It could be classified as either a steal or a block." On the court, the Lakers were on the offensive again. Davis had been blocked 3 times during his 2 attempts, but he was certainly not one to accept defeat easily. He glared at Chen, thinking to himself, "I have been the dominant force in the league at the power forward position for years. This Eastern player has no idea." As Vincent brought the ball over half court, Davis frantically demanded the ball in the paint. Vincent had no choice but to pass it to him. After all, with LeBron James aging, once he retires, Davis would undoubtedly become the leader of the Lakers. Moreover, the future king was currently seething with anger, and he had no desire to attract trouble. After securing the ball, Davis cast a glance behind him to see Looney defending him, then looked towards the corner where Chen was guarding Rivers. He shouted to Rivers, "Come here, set a screen for me." Rivers was taken aback, thinking, "Aren't you usually the one setting screens for me?" Yet, as he glanced at Chen beside him, he realized that Davis intended to exploit the switch and take on Yi. He hurriedly sprinted over, and after completing the pick, Davis once again faced Chen. Though he had just been thwarted 3 times by Yi and felt a surge of frustration, he managed to retain his composure. This time, he refrained from his previous reckless exertion. Instead, he leaned against Chen's body. First, he gently pressed against Yi, then dribbled once before suddenly loosening his body. After a lateral shift and taking 2 steps, he executed a smooth motion with his right hand, delicately flicking the ball away. The sphere traced a remarkably high and elegant arc in the air, descending towards the basket. Upon releasing the ball, Davis cast a provocative glance at Chen, as if to challenge him. "Aren't you known for your shot blocking skills? Let me see if you can soar." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Chen sprang up from his position, his right hand reaching out vigorously towards the racket. As the ball glided through the air, reaching its apex before descending, the tips of his fingers made contact. The ball softly fell from the sky, only to be seized by Rooney beneath the basket, who swiftly passed it to the front court. Hield unleashed a 3-point shot with precision. The crowd erupted in a chorus of astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Chen. When the towering Anthony Davis, standing at 213 centimeters, executed a hook shot, no one anticipated that Chen could possibly block it. At that moment, Chen clenched his fists, striking a pose to showcase his muscles. He bellowed towards the audience, releasing the pent-up emotions from his remarkable block. Some spectators responded with their own roars of excitement, igniting the atmosphere within the TD Garden. The commentator, in a frenzy, exclaimed, "What on earth am I witnessing? What is this Eastern prodigy doing? It feels as though I have been transported back to the ancient era of the NBA, witnessing a battle between two behemoths, reminiscent of Wilt Chamberlain blocking Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's hook." Davis, initially taken aback, soon erupted in fury. He extended his finger, spinning in circles, shouting at the baseline referee, "Interference." However, the referee remained unfazed. Having observed that the ball had not yet descended, Davis then directed his ire towards Redick on the sidelines, insisting it was definitely interference. Challenge it. The technical area lit up with a red signal as Redick called for a challenge. Meanwhile, in the Tencent broadcast room, Zhu Fengyu and Su Kun were both in disbelief. Zhu remarked, "That shot was quite terrifying. This was a hook executed by a center. To block a center's hook, one needs not only astonishing vertical leap, but also impeccable timing." Chen's performance had given Zhu a new perspective on his defensive capabilities. Su Kun nodded in agreement, "Indeed. And he has blocked Davis 3 times in quick succession. Let us see if this is deemed interference. If not, it would be 4 consecutive blocks." Keffin, with a hint of sarcasm, added, "There's no doubt this is interference. The ball was already descending." On the sidelines, in the Lakers bench area, Redick was strategizing with the team. "We are leading in score. Let us play smart, remain patient, and avoid reckless actions." Although he did not directly mention Davis, it was clear he was addressing him. LeBron approached Davis, patting his shoulder in an effort to calm his troubled demeanor. Redick then turned his attention to Hakamura, saying, "You'll go in next to defend against ye." In Hakamura's eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashed. As a fellow player from an Asia-Pacific nation, he had long desired to compete head-to-head with Chen. Chapter 32. Hakamura drinks Lafayette. Redick's decision to assign Hakamura to guard Chen stemmed from the fact that ever since Chen had emerged from the bench, the team had consistently been suffering from a deficit in points. It was during such moments that the so-called scrappy players within the team often came to the forefront. In the United States, the term dog does not carry derogatory connotations. Such scrappy players are essential to every team. They specialize in defending the opposing team's star players and bear the brunt of the arduous tasks when an opposing superstar starts to shine. These scrappy players exert themselves to the utmost to disrupt their rhythm. Examples include Bruce Bowen from the esteemed Spurs era, former Clippers player Patrick Beverley, and the Rockets' Dylan Brooks, each epitomizing this role. They not only exhibit tenacious defense but, in certain situations, may deliberately provoke opposing players through exaggerated actions, even resorting to malicious fouls. Hakamura has assumed the mantle of the Lakers' scrappy player on the court. After a thorough review, the referee confirmed that the ball had not descended, validating the block. Davis attempted to engage in a discussion with the referee, but was restrained by LeBron. Chen recorded a block, adding to his impressive statistics. Upon resuming play, both teams substituted in their starting players. The scoreboard displayed a score of 39-27 in favor of the Lakers, who led the Warriors by a mere 12 points. Chen returned to the court, replacing Boji, who sat forlornly on the bench. After being thoroughly outplayed by Chen during practice, Boji's former arrogance had diminished. The ruthless nature of competitive sports dictates that only those who perform well earn the opportunity to play, while the weaker are inevitably trampled by the stronger, often facing merciless elimination. Following the initial moments of the game, the Lakers struggled as Davis faced several blocks from Chen, causing a decline in confidence and preventing them from exploiting their interior game as they had at the outset. Consequently, the Lakers' height advantage went unutilized, while the Warriors grew increasingly emboldened, with Curry drawing defenders and Green scoring with a layup. After Chen broke through the restricted area, he passed the ball. Curry received it and, with a swift motion, executed a 3-point shot successfully. Wiggins also found his rhythm, hitting 2 consecutive mid-range jumpers from the 45-degree elbow area. The Lakers managed to stay afloat solely through James's 2 driving layups. In a blink, their lead had dwindled to a mere 2 points. As the situation grew increasingly dire for the Lakers, Hakamura's eyes began to glimmer with intensity. During the next offensive play, after a pick and roll with Green, Curry attracted the attention of 2 Lakers defenders. he deftly passed the ball to Green, who was cutting down the center, dribbling swiftly towards the free throw line. Green found Davis arriving to provide help defense in the paint. In a remarkable display, Green executed a behind-the-back pass directed towards Davis. At that very moment, Chen had already launched from the wing. After catching the ball midair, he forcefully slammed it down into the hoop. Simultaneously, Hakamura charged in, delivering a fierce elbow directly into Chen's armpit while he was airborne. Chen let out a muffled groan as he was struck, feeling a sharp pain radiate from his ribs. His body lost balance midair and crashed directly into the front row of the audience. At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from the spectators, followed by a cacophony of boos filling the arena. Some fans shouted, "That's a dangerous play. Are you here to play basketball or to fight? You must be penalized. That's disgraceful." In the face of the jeers, Watanabe stood unfazed, feigning an expression of innocence. Meanwhile, the camera panned to Chen, who lay on the ground, prompting an immediate hush to fall over the crowd, as all eyes anxiously fixated on the large screen. Chen attempted to rise, but at the very moment he stood, a sharp pain surged through his ribs. He could only crouch on the ground, gritting his teeth and clutching his side. Cole's heart tightened, and he quickly motioned for the team doctor to come onto the field for an examination. Curry, Green, and Wiggins all approached to inquire about Chen's injury, with Lee Kyer displaying the greatest anxiety. The team doctor stepped forward and asked, "How do you feel at this moment?" Chen did not respond directly. Instead, he slowly rose to his feet, enduring the pain as he gradually moved his body. After a brief moment, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I am fine." The Warriors players sighed in relief upon witnessing Chen standing, particularly Coach Kerr. Throughout these two games, the team had heavily relied on Chen for both offense and defense. If he were to be injured at this moment, he was uncertain about how to proceed in the forthcoming matches. The fans at the Chase Center erupted into applause as they saw Chen regain his footing, rising from their seats in unison. Among them were celebrities such as Cristiano Ronaldo, Rihanna, Jay Cho, and Daniel Wu, all standing to show their support. Even Lakers fan Jack Nicholson joined in the applause. Though he supported the Lakers, no fan wishes to witness an injury. The officiating referee promptly rushed to the scorer's table to ascertain whether a flagrant foul had occurred. After a meticulous review of the video, the referee deemed Rui Hakamura's foul to be a level 1 flagrant foul. However, this decision sparked discontent among the Warriors players. The bench players raised their hands to signify that it was a deliberate foul aimed at injuring an opponent and called for it to be escalated to a level 2 flagrant foul. Kyle even charged onto the court to confront the referee, exclaiming, "This is not a basketball play. Open your eyes. This is a dangerous move, and he should be ejected." Yet, Chen intervened, holding Kyle back. This was not an act of cowardice on Chen's part, but rather a concern that Hakamura might be expelled from the game. After the timeout, both teams returned to the court. Chen made 2 free throws and 1 shot. Chen approached the free throw line, drawing in a deep breath. As he exhaled, a sharp pain surged through his ribs. Everyone present believed that he was largely unscathed. Yet none noticed the extensive bruising that had begun to form beneath his jersey's armpit. During the brief interlude between his successful first shot, Chen cast a glance towards Rui Hakamura, who stood to his right. Given that Hakamura had inflicted injury upon him, he felt a twinge of guilt under Chen's unwavering gaze. He then feigned remorse and said, "I apologize, it was not my intention." Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he nodded slightly and replied, "Like it." Instantly, Hakamura Rui displayed a look of astonishment. He even questioned whether he had misheard. With such a heavy hand, not only was he not angry, but he was also smiling. Could it be that this person has a penchant for masochism? After Chen scored his second goal, Hakamura, still in a state of bewilderment, remarked, "I have a bottle of 82 Lafite for you." Hakamura scratched the back of his head, perplexed by the nonsensical utterance. What on earth is he rambling about? I can't comprehend a single word. Having never watched the CBA, Hakamura was, of course, at a loss. In a CBA match, Jianlian was subjected to a foul by Shen Zijie, yet the referee only called it a common foul. Jianlian addressed the referee, saying, "All right. Blow your whistle however you wish. I could render him useless." Due to the cacophony of the venue and Jianlian's low voice, the fans mistakenly interpreted this statement as, "I can invite him for la fight." After Chen successfully made both free throws, the Warriors retained possession of the ball. Green inbounds the ball from the sidelines, and Chen steps forward to receive it. Hakamura continues to advance in defense. Chen's gaze sharpened as he lifted his eyes towards the hoop. With his right hand deftly dribbling the ball, he made no feints or deceptive movements. Suddenly, he lowered his center of gravity, propelling himself off his left foot before surging directly towards the paint from the right side. Seeing the fierce approach, Rue Hakamura quickly retreated to the restricted area. Yet, at that moment, Chen had already leaped high, his body stretching in midair, preparing to deliver a powerful dunk over him. Realizing he was about to be posterized, Hakamura's eyes filled with malice as he resorted to the same underhanded tactic, reaching out to tug at Chen's jersey, hoping to pull him down from the sky. However, as his hand reached out, he felt a sudden heat in his lower body, followed by a suffocating sensation, and then a piercing pain radiating from beneath him. He collapsed instantly, clutching himself in agony as he writhed on the ground. It turned out that Chen had anticipated Hakamura's dirty defensive move before launching his attack, strategically raising his right knee to meet Hakamura in midair. Chen's bottle of knee version law fight was indeed savored by Hakamura. However, the referee called an offensive foul against Chen, nullifying the dunk. Yet, the audience erupted in applause, particularly the Asian spectators. What a stunning display. It's only fitting that such behavior is met with this response. Well done, indeed, a satisfying spectacle. Morongyi. An eye for an eye. Chapter 33. LeBron's fury. Hakamura lay on the ground, clutching his knee in agony. The players from both teams gazed at him, a chill of apprehension sweeping through them. Any man knows the severity of pain that such an injury entails. Yet, an unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Hakamura had initiated the foul play, rendering it awkward for anyone to voice their thoughts, including the Lakers players. The referee halted the game once more, meticulously reviewing the footage to ascertain whether Chen's knee lift was indeed intentional. Chen stood at the sidelines, his gaze fixed on Rue Hakamura, his expression impassive. Teeth clenched against the mouthguard. Though his previous action had been rather fierce, it was warranted in the face of someone like Hakamura. It is worth noting that Hakamura's recent elbow was a move capable of jeopardizing an athlete's career. After a brief observation, the referee rendered a decision. Number 8 for the Warriors, Chen, was assessed a flagrant foul of the first degree, granting the Lakers 2 free throws and 1 possession. Chen accepted this ruling, yet even if it had escalated to a second-degree flagrant foul, he would have unhesitatingly raised his knee. The Lakers' medical staff conducted a thorough examination of Hakamura and confirmed that he was not seriously injured. Hakamura converted one of his 2 free throws, and the game resumed. In the second quarter, the competition remained evenly matched. However, during the remaining time, Hakamura's defensive maneuvers against Chen were noticeably more restrained than before. As the first half concluded, the score stood tied at 55-55. LeBron James dazzled with his performance, tallying 18 points along with 9 assists and 6 rebounds. Similarly, Stephen Curry showcased his prowess, sinking 4 three-pointers for a total of 17 points, alongside 3 assists and 1 rebound. Chen's statistics were particularly distinctive, amassing 10 points, 6 assists, 5 blocks, and 3 steals. Both teams retreated to their respective locker rooms for halftime. Within the Warriors' locker room, Chen entered the shower room alone, casting a cautious glance over his shoulder to ensure no one had followed him. He gazed into the mirror and gradually removed his jersey, leaning against the sink to inspect his injuries. His left side beneath the armpit bore a large bruise, and as his right hand gently touched the area, a sharp pain shot through him. Despite having mentally prepared himself, his face contorted in agony, and a sound escaped his throat. Ugh. After a thorough examination, he was relieved to find that his ribs were not fractured. He let out a slow breath, his brow momentarily relaxing. Although lifting his left arm elicited a sting, what did it matter? He had to persevere and finish the match. Chen was acutely aware that in the realm of the NBA, any injury, regardless of its severity, could significantly impact a player's contract. This was especially true for someone like him, a two-way contract player, as numerous instances existed of players being cast aside by their teams after a single injury. The image of Kobe Bryant enduring a dislocated finger, only to have the team doctor force it back into place, repeatedly flashed through his mind. He gazed into the mirror in silence. Yet a voice within him stirred. Come on, it's time to test your resolve. Upon returning to the locker room, Curry noticed Chen's pallor and immediately inquired, You look a bit off. Are you feeling unwell? Chen quickly shook his head, insisting, I am fine. Meanwhile, in the Tencent live broadcast room, Sukun remarked, the first half ended in a stalemate. Today's match has been quite intriguing, particularly the dramatic encounter between Chen and Rue Hakamura. What are your thoughts on their performance? Zhu Fengyu responded immediately. When I was still with the national team, Facing this country, we all understood each other without saying a word. Playing with even more intensity and dedication. I would give Chen a perfect score of 100 for his first-half performance. Whether it was his impressive blocks against Anthony Davis or his retaliation against Hakimura's malicious foul. In summary, it can be described in 2 words: resolute. Fan, maintaining neutrality. Added, on the court, I hope the athletes can minimize their actions to prevent injuries. Although his words were reasonable, Fan felt a twinge of displeasure. Previously, when Chen had blocked Davis, he publicly claimed it was due to Davis's poor form. Yet, Davis was once again thwarted by Chen. And throughout the remainder of the game, Davis struggled to perform, while Chen excelled, effectively slapping Fan's face with his prowess. In the Lakers' locker room, the mood was somber as the team had seen a nearly 20-point lead dwindle to a mere shadow by the second quarter, thanks to the Warriors. The players wore grim expressions, particularly Davis and Hakimura. The former was repeatedly blocked by Chen, while Hakimura felt discomfort after being shoved down. Observing the team's low morale, LeBron James, the unquestionable leader, knew he had to uplift their spirits. He clapped his hands to draw attention and declared, "Hey, guys. Don't be discouraged. We've only played the first half, and there is plenty of time left. We must bring our intensity in the second half. We played excellently in the first quarter, even though that number 8 player from the Warriors has narrowed the gap a bit. But don't worry, I will handle him." Upon hearing LeBron's words, the team's confidence was rekindled. J.J. Redick seized the moment, affirming, "LeBron is right. That number 8 player may have disrupted our rhythm. But with LeBron on our side, you can rest assured." Soon, the second half of the match commenced, with both teams fielding their starters. Having rallied his teammates in the locker room, LeBron James immediately took charge of the game. He demanded the ball and initiated play. The Warriors assigned Wiggins to guard him. Although Wiggins possessed remarkable physical attributes, few could truly measure up to LeBron's innate talent. When it comes to sheer ability, only a handful of retired legends, like Shaquille O'Neal, Wilt Chamberlain, Michael Jordan, and Tracy McGrady, and perhaps a solitary current player, the towering Victor Wembanyama at 7 feet 2 inches, could be mentioned in the same breath as him. Thus, even at the age of 39, with his explosiveness and speed waning in comparison to his youth, LeBron's vast experience and court vision allowed him to compensate for any physical decline. If LeBron were to summon all his strength to secure a victory, he would undoubtedly remain among the top 5 players in the NBA for the 2024 season, arguably even in the top 3. On the court, LeBron held the ball at the top of the arc, with Anthony Davis setting a screen. After the switch, LeBron faced Draymond Green. Aware of LeBron's propensity for aggressive drives, Green maintained a cautious distance, keeping just a step away. Sensing an opportunity for a shot, LeBron feigned a drive before launching a jump shot. His fake was so exaggerated that everyone could tell he was about to shoot, except for him. Green, not easily fooled, rushed to contest the shot, but LeBron had already released the ball. The three-pointer swished cleanly through the net. LeBron, filled with exhilaration, celebrated by mimicking the act of placing a crown upon his head. In the next possession, LeBron continued to collaborate with Davis for a pick and roll, once again confronting Green. Having witnessed LeBron's successful shot, Green stepped forward to defend more aggressively. However, LeBron, with the ball in hand, accelerated past Green. Davis leaped to contest the shot, but LeBron soared up to score. The referee's whistle blew simultaneously, signaling a 2-1. LeBron pounded his chest in triumph, letting out a fierce roar. The commentators couldn't help but express their admiration. The king is ready to dominate. He is here to vanquish the Warriors. Who would have imagined this was a 40-year-old man? Excited Lakers fans who had traveled from afar jumped in joy, chanting, "Monster, monster, beast LeBron." Even Rihanna stood up, exclaiming, "LeBron, my idol." Chapter 34. The response of the baby-faced player. LeBron approached the free throw line, took a deep breath, and confidently sank the shot. With 6 consecutive points, he ignited a competitive fire in Stephen Curry, who, as a fellow superstar, was not about to back down. Curry proactively took control of the ball, dribbling it up the court. He called for Green to set a screen, and in response, LeBron directed Davis to switch. Green's solid frame and his signature move, mobile screens, were formidable assets. The foundation of the Warriors' offensive system lies in an abundance of off-ball screens. However, it must be acknowledged that many of these screens exhibit questionable mobility. Nevertheless, the league's referees have adopted a tacit acceptance of this. So unless a moving screen is exceedingly blatant, officials generally refrain from calling it. Indeed, green screen effectively ensnared Reeves, forcing Davis to shift his defense towards Curry. With his left hand dribbling, Curry executed a swift change of direction, stepping right. Davis retreated in defense. In an instant, Curry performed a prayer gesture, preparing to shoot. Davis reached out, attempting to contest the shot. However, Curry deftly pulled the ball back with his right hand, simultaneously taking a significant step back beyond the three-point line. Davis thought to himself, "This is disastrous. I must not allow Curry to take a three." He shifted his left foot to keep pace. But his center of gravity had already been compromised, and his feet could not synchronize. Although he lunged forward, his weight was excessively tilted, causing him to tumble to the ground. Curry cast a glance at Davis, a smirk playing on his lips, and with a slight shake of his shoulders, he released the shot. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air, heading straight for the hoop. Before the ball even descended, Curry had already turned away, signaling a three-point gesture while roaring at the audience. A mere 0. 5 seconds later, the net rippled with a white wave as the ball swished through. A dazzling display of deception, a three-pointer, and an early celebration. Curry responded to James in his own unique fashion. The entire crowd at the Chase Center erupted in fervor, echoing Curry's roar. "This is Curry, the god of three-pointers. Oh my goodness, what have I just witnessed? It is utterly unbelievable. How did he know the ball would go in? My God, the best three-point shooter in the world." Amidst the astonished gasps of the live audience, the comments on 10-cent NBA exploded. "Curry schooling Davis, haha. Curry, my deity. Curry's insane, both dazzling and audacious." Meanwhile, Chen, seated courtside, watched Curry with nods of approval, his heart racing with excitement. He resolutely vowed that one day he too would ascend to greatness. No, not merely greatness, but to become a legendary superstar. At this moment, Davis rose from the floor, shaking his head in resignation. Had he been toppled by anyone else, he might have smashed the locker room in frustration, but this was Curry. In the ensuing possessions, apart from James and Curry, who both found the net, the players on both sides seemed to be invigorated by the presence of the stars. Reeves, assisted by James, sank 2 three-pointers, while Davis effortlessly scored in the paint. The Warriors, too, found success as Wiggins and Green executed layups through clever cuts. However, an alarming incident soon transpired. During a scramble for a rebound, Curry was struck by the elbow of Christie, who was descending from the air. Curry's eye was lacerated, blood streaming profusely. The Chase Center fell into an eerie silence. The hearts of the Warriors players raced with anxiety. Christie approached Curry, expressing his apologies. Curry waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was not a grave issue. The team physician rushed over to treat Curry's wound. Fortunately, it was merely a surface injury, but due to its depth, stitches were required. Curry waved to the fans before turning to head to the locker room. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the official timeout was called, with the score standing at Lakers 87, Warriors 85. Although the teams were merely 2 points apart, Curry's unexpected injury tilted the balance of victory toward the Lakers. What had been an exhilarating duel between the stars took a sudden and unforeseen turn. On the sidelines, Coach Kerr furrowed his brow in contemplation. Just then, the physician delivered the news. Curry's eye injury was significant, requiring 7 stitches, and for safety reasons, he would not return to the game. Upon hearing this, Kerr's expression grew even more somber. The foundation of the Warriors' offensive system relied on extensive off-ball screens and movement to create scoring opportunities, all anchored by Curry's historically unparalleled off-ball capabilities. Without Curry's gravitational pull, their off-ball tactics would lose their fundamental significance. Although this was merely a regular season game, the team faced immense pressure due to their current record, particularly against a bitter rival like the Lakers. Kerr refused to concede defeat. After a moment of reflection, his gaze swept across the bench, and he addressed his team. "Curry will not return for this game. We will hand the ball to Chen, and our strategy will center around him." The Warriors players were taken aback by this announcement, Chen included. However, upon further contemplation, Kerr's decision appeared exceedingly rational. Currently, apart from Chen, the Warriors had only Wiggins with stable ball handling capabilities. Yet, Wiggins was matched up against James, making it difficult to envision a scenario where he could take on James in isolation on every possession. Once this realization dawned upon them, the players nodded in understanding. Everyone, that is, except for Pajemski, whose gaze wandered, as if his mind had drifted far from the basketball court. Chen cast his gaze towards the opposite bench, lingering on the figure of James. He was never one to shy away from competition. The greater the prowess of his adversary, the more fervently it ignited his spirit of battle. At this moment, it seemed he had forgotten the pain from his rib injury, his sole focus resting upon the pursuit of victory. Soon enough, the timeout concluded, and the game resumed. The Warriors deployed a lineup consisting of Chen, Peyton II, Kuminga, Lee, and Looney as substitutes. Meanwhile, both James and Davis of the Lakers took a respite from the game. Chen dribbled the ball to the front court, acutely aware that the current lineup, despite possessing commendable athleticism, suffered from an exceedingly poor spatial arrangement. Although three-point shooting was not his forte, the other four players were even less reliable in that regard. Redick certainly noticed this as well. They deployed a twin tower formation featuring Hasegar and Koloko. Two 7-foot giants dominated the paint, leaving virtually no space beneath the basket. Chen signaled for Lee Kyle to come forward for a screen. After the pick, Koloko matched up against Chen, who was poised to initiate a one-on-one play. However, Reddish abandoned Lee Kyle and joined Koloko in a fierce double team. The two closed in from opposite sides with unwavering intensity. Chen, discerning an unmarked figure, executed a bounce pass towards Lee Kyle. Upon receiving the ball, Lee Kyle found himself 3 meters from the basket with no defender in sight. He hesitated momentarily, glancing at his teammates, only to realize that he was the sole recipient of open space. Despite being humorously dubbed the essence of human sluggishness, his confidence remained unshaken. Thus, he took a deliberate shot with unwavering assurance. The ball arced gracefully through the air. Thud! The basketball struck the backboard in an abstract manner, ricocheting into the hands of Hayes. Lee Kyle stared at his hands in disbelief, shaking his head slightly. Chapter 35, The Revival of 23 versus 24. In the ensuing possession, the Lakers capitalized on their interior advantage to score. Chen, the ball in hand, approached the arc once more. He was acutely aware that calling for a pick and roll might provoke a double team from the Lakers. Thus, as he dribbled, he cast his gaze towards his teammates maneuvering on the court, seeking to assist the team through a pass first. At that moment, Lee Kyle remained the most fervent, ceaselessly running to find opportunities. After receiving a high-quality screen from Looney, Lee Kyle shook off his defender. He positioned himself at the baseline three-point spot, readying for a shot. And Chen's pass was perfectly timed. Once again, Lee Kyle found himself 3 meters away from any opponent. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his eyes on the hoop, his gaze resolute, reminiscent of a determined elderly woman competing for space in a public square dance. The ball soared high in a perfect arc towards the basket. He felt an exhilarating sense of confidence after the release. From every angle, it appeared that the shot was destined to succeed. However, mere determination does not guarantee success. The ball grazed the rim and fell short, a complete miss. The crowd let out a collective sigh. Oh, the elderly dancer was ousted, failing to claim her territory. Underneath the basket, Hayes secured the rebound. Lee Kyle leapt in frustration, slapping his hands together. Hayes launched a long pass, with Reddish receiving it in the front court, swiftly finishing with a dunk. In the ensuing minute, both Lee Kyle and Gary Payton II missed 2 more three-point attempts. With the Lakers failing to score on their final possession, the third quarter concluded, leaving the Lakers ahead 91-85, re-establishing a 6-point lead, while the Warriors had gone scoreless for 2.5 minutes. Yet, astute observers could discern that the blame could not be placed on Chen. The Lakers had consistently double-teamed him, and the shooting capabilities of the lineup that Kerr had assembled were rather lacking. In the Lakers bench area, Redick expressed his satisfaction to the substitutes, saying, "You're doing splendidly, continue to double-team Chen. With Curry injured, if we can neutralize him, victory will be ours." Kerr, not one to be outmaneuvered, promptly introduced a remarkable 5-man lineup featuring Hield, Chen, Waters, Payton II, and Lee Kyle. Indeed, it was no mistake. The 188 centimeters tall Payton II was playing the 4. As for Lee Kyle, he could not be substituted merely due to a few missed shots, as that would severely undermine his confidence. Moreover, Lee Kyle possessed a high basketball IQ. Even if he was off shooting, he could still contribute defensively and in orchestrating plays for the team. Kerr pulled Chen aside and said, "I've assembled an exceptional shooting lineup. If the Lakers double team, pass the ball. If not, be assertive in your play, and be prepared to play the entirety of the fourth quarter." Chen replied affirmatively, his tone brief, yet resolute. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers maintained their unchanged lineup, still featuring their twin towers. The defensive strategy proved effective, as the Lakers continued to deploy Reddish and Koloko to double-team Chen. However, when one seeks to confine a player endowed with Kobe's height and expansive vision, the consequences can be dire. Chen executed a series of surgical passes with precision. Initially, He delivered a bounce pass to the interior, allowing the nimble Payton to effortlessly score a layup. In the subsequent possession, he glanced towards the unguarded Hardened in the left corner. The Lakers defender immediately rushed to close him down. However, with a deft flick of his wrist, Chen redirected the ball, and a mere half-second later, it found its way into the hands of Hield in the right corner. Hield received the pass and unleashed a three-pointer. "My three-point shot is the flame of hell," he proclaimed with a smile as he made the basket. The most exhilarating moment followed during the next offensive play, when Payton intercepted a pass from Hayes and swiftly relayed the ball to Chen at midcourt. Chen swiftly dribbled to the top of the arc, gathering the ball to execute a shooting motion. Reddish leapt up in an attempt to block the shot. However, Chen, who had initially raised his hands, suddenly lowered them, executing an under-the-leg pass to his rear. The red-hot Hield had already positioned himself, catching the ball and unhesitatingly releasing a three-pointer. Reddish moved to contest again, but Chen stood firm, providing a screen. Reddish collided forcefully with Chen, causing him to topple to the ground. The referee's whistle blared. Simultaneously, the three-pointer swished through the net. As the foul occurred during the shooting motion, the Warriors were granted an additional free throw. A single possession yielded 4 points. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Among them were the American fans in front of their screens, exclaiming, "That Eastern player's pass is truly impressive. An unbelievable assist. It's hard to fathom that he was not a professional player before. The extraordinary Yi." Meanwhile, in the 10-cent live broadcast room, Showdown was ecstatic. Dancing with joy, "I was really worried when Curry went down with an injury. I thought the game would lose its excitement. Well, I never expected Chen to shine so brilliantly, leading the team to a comeback. I declare that from now on, the Warriors are my favorite team. And I am a fan of Chen." Zhu Fengyu laughed heartily at Showdown. "I mentioned from the start that Chen is a player of remarkable intuition." Sukun adjusted his glasses and nodded. From the first quarter matching up against Davis, he showcased his defensive prowess. Then, he engaged in a battle of wits with Hakamura. And now, through his passing, he inspires his teammates to close the gap. What weaknesses does he possess? Kufan replied calmly, "Let us not forget. LeBron has yet to enter the game." The three looked at Kufan in confusion, wondering how the discussion of Chen related to LeBron's participation. Noticing their expressions, Kufan added, "The Warriors are thriving because they are up against the Lakers bench, which indeed lacks depth. Once LeBron and Davis take the court, Chen must hold his ground to prove he is an exceptional player." Su Kun remarked, "If Chen can lead the team to a turnaround in Curry's absence, he might just secure a permanent contract." Zhu Fengyu concurred, "True, but the challenge is significant. We hope Chen can succeed." Kufan shook his head. "It's difficult." On the court, Reddish angrily rose from the floor, berating his teammates for their defensive lapse. Meanwhile, Chen approached the free throw line to execute his technical shot. Redick took advantage of the stoppage to substitute in the reserves. LeBron, Davis, and Reeves returned to the game. However, Coach Kerr did not field all his starters. He only replaced Kyle with Green. This was a deliberate arrangement for Chen, ensuring that at least 4 players on the court could shoot three-pointers. Chen took a couple of dribbles in place, inhaling deeply as he prepared for the free throw. Just as he was about to fill his lungs completely, a sharp pain pierced through his left side, causing him to grimace in discomfort. Chen was acutely aware that the collision with Redick had exacerbated his rib injury. He exerted some strength on his left lower back to assess the damage, only to be met with a searing pain. What should he do? The match was not yet concluded. Should he withdraw? Yet, continuing to play might jeopardize his future career. Would he ever be able to play basketball again? His mind was in turmoil. The man who had guided him to this moment, was he truly so feeble? He resolved to fight on. The man was watching from above, observing every passionate basketball enthusiast. With that thought, Chen seemed to forget the pain, raising his arm and sinking a free throw. At that moment, the score stood at Warriors 98, Lakers 93. The Lakers starters returned to the game, albeit somewhat sluggish. Meanwhile, the Warriors' small lineup maintained their rhythm. With 4 minutes and 16 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the Warriors led 108-100, with Hield, Chen, and Waters all contributing to the score. Redick called for a timeout. He instructed, "The Warriors have found their shooting touch. Let us refrain from double teaming. Number 8 is galvanizing his teammates to score." LeBron glanced towards Chen in the Warriors zone, his eyes igniting with determination. "Leave number 8 to me. I will handle him." Redick responded affirmatively. "All right, LeBron, he is yours." The other Lakers players chimed in. "LeBron, take care of him. Shut him down." Upon resuming play, LeBron indeed unleashed his formidable prowess. A three-pointer found its mark. He stormed into the paint, executing a powerful layup. A fast break converted into a 2-1. He then launched an astonishing long-range three-pointer. In the span of just 3 minutes, he amassed 13 points. During this time, however, the Warriors suddenly faltered, missing shot after shot. Under the vigilant defense of James, Chen managed to score only a solitary three-pointer. With unwavering determination, James instigated a formidable counterattack, showcasing his formidable prowess. As the clock dwindled to a mere minute, the score stood at 112 for the Lakers and 111 for the Warriors. James's terrifying performance rendered the fans at the Chase Center abruptly silent. The Warriors supporters felt a sense of helplessness, having succumbed to this rival for the past 3 years, with James consistently taking control during crucial moments. History has a way of repeating itself. Would today be no different? Some fans in the stands, contemplating this, couldn't help but exhale a sigh of resignation. In the Lakers' bench area, teammates gathered around, celebrating by exchanging high-fives with James. "Our leader is magnificent," they exclaimed. "Well done, LeBron. This is LeBron's moment." Their faces radiated joy and ease, as if they were already assured of victory, even with the game still in play. This sentiment was hardly unfounded. In past encounters where LeBron had shone, the Lakers players felt a profound sense of confidence, akin to wearing a protective charm. Conversely, in the Warriors' bench area, the players wore expressions of tension, fully aware that the forthcoming possession was of paramount importance. They huddled together, listening intently as Coach Kerr outlined the strategy to double-team LeBron. At that moment, Chen unexpectedly spoke up, "I will guard LeBron one-on-one." The Warriors players were taken aback, and Kerr turned to Chen. Although Chen's defensive skills had made an impression in previous games, this was a different scenario. He was up against a rampaging LeBron. Moreover, Chen had been on the court, handling the ball throughout the fourth quarter, and his stamina was not at its peak. Kerr, exercising caution, inquired, "What is your plan?" Chen replied, "If we double-team LeBron, given his exceptional passing ability, the other players on the Lakers will undoubtedly find themselves open. Instead of allowing others to capitalize on open opportunities, it would be more prudent for me to devote my full efforts to defending him." Upon hearing this, Kerr appeared somewhat hesitant. However, when he met Chen's resolute and sincere gaze, he conceded, "Very well, you must contain him. If it becomes impossible to stop him, do not hesitate to commit a foul." Chen nodded slightly. As he returned from the pause, the moment he stepped onto the court, that chilling voice echoed once more in his mind. "Exquisite touch badge activated. The host's offensive capabilities will see a significant enhancement." Chen was filled with astonishment. The system was indeed a timely boon. Green initiated the play from the baseline, as Chen dribbled past half court and approached the arc's summit. In an instant, James lowered his center of gravity, his robust and formidable frame positioning itself before Chen. Chen gazed at the formidable James, and a spark of determination ignited within his eyes. He had never feared competition. It was a tenet ingrained in his very being since childhood. The mightier the opponent, the more it stirred his fighting spirit. In this moment, all his teammates had spread out to the corners of the court, leaving only Chen and LeBron in the semicircular space just inside the arc. Chen bent down, propelled himself off with his left foot, and followed swiftly with his right, making a lateral breakthrough to the right. James immediately shifted 2 steps to the left, bracing himself against Chen with his chest. Chen felt as though his body was being propelled by an unseen wall. He adjusted his footing, pulling the ball back with his right hand, while leaning against James and pivoting to the left. In response, James swiftly retreated a step to his right rear, attempting to obstruct Chen's turning space. However, at the very moment LeBron stepped back, Chen executed a low dribble with his right hand, pivoting on his left foot while launching himself skyward with a push from his right foot. He leaned back and released a jump shot. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, akin to a beautifully choreographed dance. LeBron suddenly leaped to contest the shot. However, having taken a step back, he found himself too far from Chen. Despite his remarkable leap and wingspan, he could only watch as the ball soared toward the hoop. Thud! The ball swished through the net with precision. The score stood at 113 to 112, with only 41 seconds remaining in the game. The Warriors led by a single point. Meanwhile, in the Tencent Live broadcast room, Sukun was so exhilarated that his glasses nearly slipped off his face. "What an exhilarating match!" he exclaimed. Chen is taking on James, and despite the physical disadvantage, he cleverly exploited a moment of hesitation, catching James off guard. Zhu Fangyu remarked, "Indeed, This is a move often employed by Kobe. I, too, fell victim to it during my time with the national team against the Dream Team. I never expected Chen to execute it so effectively. Ku Fan's expression darkened as he redirected the conversation, stating, "I believe LeBron will step up to seal the game. The Warriors cannot possibly contain him." Zhu Fengyu added, "We refer to players like LeBron and Kobe as superstars, and one of the reasons for this designation is that they cannot be contained by one-on-one defense. Thus, what you just mentioned about the Warriors being unable to defend against LeBron is somewhat misleading. Superstars can only be limited, never completely stopped." Ku Fan, his countenance grim, chose to remain silent. On the court, after Chen scored, he refrained from celebrating, fully aware that the match was still in progress. He maintained his gaze on LeBron while gradually retreating towards the backcourt. Everyone present could sense the intensity in his eyes. LeBron found himself momentarily bewildered by the actions and demeanor of this number 8 player. In that moment of confusion, memories from years past surged forth, recalling his encounters with that man during his time with the Cavaliers. This not only stirred recollections of LeBron's youthful days, but also ignited his competitive spirit. Christie initiated the play from the baseline, and Redick did not call for a timeout. LeBron dribbled past half-court, closely followed by Chen. At that instant, Davis stepped forward to set a screen, aiming to execute the classic pick-and-roll strategy with LeBron. However, LeBron waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the play to spread out. Davis was momentarily taken aback. This was not the typical LeBron. His usual approach prioritized teamwork, rarely opting for isolation plays. Nevertheless, he quickly complied and moved aside. As LeBron dribbled, he did not rush to attack, but instead slowly retreated to the center circle. On the sidelines, Coach Kerr felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. In his days with the Cavaliers, LeBron often employed this tactic. Retreating allowed him to create sufficient space, enabling a powerful drive. Once LeBron surged forward, he became an almost insurmountable force. Observing the situation, Chen took a step back, maintaining a two-body distance from James. Having studied footage of James, he was aware that James preferred to drive towards the basket from the right side, thus he positioned himself accordingly on James's right. With only 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, a fierce glint appeared in James's eyes as he prepared to launch an offensive maneuver. However, in an unexpected turn of events, he did not proceed to the right. Instead, after dribbling the ball a couple of times, he suddenly gathered it, initiating his movement and penetrating the paint from the left side. Chen was taken aback, and by the time he regained his composure, he found himself half a step behind James. He quickly adjusted his footing to trail closely behind James on his right side. As James approached the basket, leaping 2 meters away, Chen simultaneously extended his right arm and jumped to contest the shot. In the next moment, the two soared into the air, their bodies colliding mid-flight. James was momentarily startled. He had not anticipated Chen's formidable resistance. Against an average defender, his bulldozer-like physique would have easily overpowered his opponent. In truth, Chen exerted nearly all his strength in that confrontation, acutely aware of James's extraordinary physical prowess. To thwart the shot, he had to muster every ounce of his energy. However, leveraging his height advantage, James countered Chen's strength with a slight push, creating just enough space for a shot. With his left hand, he flicked the ball toward the basket, and after circling the rim several times, it finally dropped in. With only 24 seconds remaining, the Lakers surged ahead by a point, leading 114. The Warriors possessed the ball, but the players did not immediately inbound it. Instead, they glanced towards Kerr. Typically, with a full 24 seconds on the clock, a timeout would be called to devise a strategy. Yet Kerr, observing his players, waved his hand forward, indicating he had no intention of pausing the game. He entrusted the final moments to his star player. Although Chen was far from being a superstar at that moment, his performance in this game had undeniably reached a stellar level. Consequently, Green understood the cue and proceeded to inbound the ball from the baseline. Chen once again dribbled past half-court, facing off against LeBron James. The intensity of their one-on-one exchanges had the audience in raptures, exclaiming in exhilaration and delight, their eyes feasting upon the spectacle. In an era dominated by three-point shots in the NBA, such direct confrontations between stars are a rarity. At this moment, the entire audience had risen to their feet, captivated by the unfolding drama. Even celebrities like Jay Cho, Daniel Wu, and Rihanna stood up in anticipation. Remarkably, even Cristiano Ronaldo joined in, rising from his seat. Every spectator was fixated on the court, their breaths quickening, palms becoming clammy with excitement. The fans watching from their screens mirrored this tension, their hands slick with perspiration as they clutched their phones. This attack would determine the victor. Meanwhile, LeBron, retreating defensively, bit low and forcefully slapped the floor, shouting, "Come on, come on." As his teammates from the Warriors spread out, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Chen bent down, gently maneuvering the ball in his hands. As the timer's crimson digits leaped to 6, Chen positioned himself in the left elbow area, with his back turned towards James. Upon noticing this, James furrowed his brows, a surge of frustration igniting within him. Is this fellow attempting to back me down once more? I absolutely cannot allow myself to be outmaneuvered in succession, particularly not in the same manner. With this thought in mind, he pressed against Chen while asserting, "It won't be that simple. Come on, witness how I will thwart your efforts." Chen did not respond directly. With his right hand dribbling, he pressed his left shoulder against James. Then, with a burst of energy, he surged toward the basket. Bang! Bang! He pressed back twice. James remained in place, hardly moving. He chuckled, thinking to himself that this young lad was quite naive, attempting to overpower him. Meanwhile, Chen suddenly gathered the ball. His hands swiftly lifted, executing a leaning jump shot motion. James, having been deceived previously, merely raised his right hand slightly, his body remaining steadfast. However, even the slightest elevation of the hand would affect his body, influencing his subsequent movements. Chen executed a swift backward arch once more. James, still with his right hand slightly raised, refrained from leaping. Yet, at the very moment James lifted his hand, Chen propelled himself with a powerful push of his legs, momentarily suspended in midair. His body arched backward to an extreme degree, nearly parallel to the ground. In his gaze resided an unwavering resolve. As he reached the pinnacle of his leap, he prepared to flick the ball away. A shiver coursed through James's heart, prompting him to swiftly extend his arms and leap to block the shot. Chen felt a figure soaring towards him, akin to a great bird flapping its immense wings, casting a shadow over half the court's illumination. In that fleeting moment, as the ball was released, he exerted every ounce of strength to flick his fingers. The ball, propelled with an energy reminiscent of a helicopter taking flight, soared over James's fingertips. It traced an arc in the air, resembling an inverted letter U. As the ball reached its zenith, it began its descent toward the hoop. In that instant, time seemed to freeze within the chase center. Every heart raced, suspended in anticipation. All eyes followed the trajectory of the orange sphere. The next moment, a delightful swish echoed through the net. Swish. The ball cleanly entered the basket. A thunderous eruption of cheers resounded from the fans at the Chase Center. The overwhelming roar surged towards Chen like a tidal wave. The DJ elongated his announcement, proclaiming, 2 points from Chen. Fans leaped jubilantly, exchanging high fives, hugs, and kisses. Celebrities applauded, with Jay Cho and Daniel Wu embracing in exhilaration. Even Cristiano Ronaldo cast approving glances at Chen, nodding in affirmation. On the game clock, only 0.3 seconds remained. In such a brief span, executing a standard shot was virtually impossible. Unless it was a fast alley-oop, the ball could not afford a moment's pause in the hands. Despite the slim chances, Reddit called for a timeout. In the Lakers huddle, James sipped on Gatorade while watching the replay on the big screen. The footage showcased Chen's recent fadeaway shot. After viewing it, he shook his head slightly, realizing he had leaped high enough to almost block it. Yet, he had never anticipated that the number 8 would still make the shot. As the game resumed, James took the ball out from the sideline. All Warrior players crowded the paint, knowing that in 0.3 seconds, guarding the basket was sufficient. James attempted a long pass to find Davis in the key, but Green leapt up in midair, intercepting the ball effortlessly. The red light on the scoreboard illuminated. The match concluded, with the Warriors narrowly defeating the Lakers by a single point, 115-114. Once again, the arena erupted with deafening cheers, applause, thumbs up, blown kisses, and a cacophony of celebratory gestures filled the air. The Warriors players rushed towards Chen, piling on top of him. Some ruffled his hair, others tugged at his jersey, and a few teammates even playfully kissed the top of his head. Chapter 37. The devious reporter. After celebrating with his teammates, Chen suddenly had a thought. His gaze swept across the arena, ultimately resting upon a man seated at the sidelines. He excitedly dashed towards this individual, who, upon noticing Chen's approach, promptly rose to his feet and exchanged a high five. Cristiano, may I come to Riyadh to watch you play next time? Chen inquired. Cristiano responded with a charming smile. Of course, feel free to reach out to me anytime if you need. With that, he signaled to a nearby bodyguard, who immediately handed over a business card. Chen received the business card and clutched it tightly in his hand. After all, it was Cristiano Ronaldo. Although he had encountered numerous celebrities since joining the NBA, none had matched the stature of Ronaldo. Your shot was remarkable. Should the opportunity arise, feel free to visit my home in Madrid, Ronaldo remarked, gazing at the exhilarated Chen. Thank you for the compliment, esteemed champion. I shall certainly pay a visit when time permits, Chen replied. Oh, no, Ronaldo responded, slightly bashful from the praise. Subsequently, the two embraced in farewell. At that moment, after embracing Green, James approached Chen, patting him on the shoulder with a serious expression. Hey, you hit the game winner over me. I might just have to smash your locker room, he declared. Chen felt a tremor in his heart. Yet upon witnessing the transformation of James's expression from grave to jovial, he realized that James was merely jesting. James gently patted Chen on the back. His mouth stretched into a broad grin. Amidst his thick beard, his pearly white teeth gleamed. He exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, I was only joking. You played exceptionally well. However, next time, I shall not allow you to take the crucial shot. I shall outshine you. Ha ha, I shall eagerly anticipate that." Chen smiled as he patted James on the back. True strength often recognizes and appreciates itself. The rivalries forged on the court are destined to remain there. Yet, how many sincere sentiments are expressed in jest? Just as Chen was about to turn and depart, James called out to him once more, saying, "Your fadeaway jumper is quite impressive. Will you teach me next time?" Chen smiled apologetically and replied, "You truly flatter me, LeBron." This encapsulates James's sense of humor, whether he is with the Lakers or the national team. He often manages to utter amusing remarks, creating a relaxed atmosphere for everyone around him. This quality is undoubtedly one of the reasons he enjoys such a favorable reputation within the league. After the players' tribute segment concluded, Chen returned to the locker room and took a shower. While changing, Green approached him and said, "Hey, why don't you join me for the post-game press conference?" Traditionally, the Warriors' press conferences are attended by Curry and Green together. However, given Chen's remarkable performance today, even if Curry were not injured, it is likely that the media would seek to interview him in the locker room. Chen nodded and swiftly changed his attire. Subsequently, he followed Green to the venue of the press conference. Inside the hall, dozens of journalists had been waiting for quite some time. Upon the arrival of the two, they eagerly picked up their cameras, clicking away incessantly. This sensation of being the center of attention was novel for Chen, igniting a mysterious thrill within him. This was the NBA, this was San Francisco. As long as one could deliver an outstanding performance, immense exposure would naturally follow. Once they were seated, the journalists began to pose their inquiries. The first to speak was a female reporter from ESPN, Green. "Your team's performance in the initial games of this season has been somewhat lackluster. However, since recalling Chen from the G League, you have achieved 2 consecutive victories. What are your thoughts on this?" Green glanced at Chen before responding, "Well, it's a long season. The new season has just begun. So it's entirely normal for the team's performance to fluctuate. We have brought in numerous players this season, all of whom are exceptional and contribute to the team in various ways. As you can see, Chen is particularly remarkable in this context. He traveled thousands of miles to this country, joined this league, and then delivered an outstanding performance, all stemming from his dedication." Green's response was impeccably crafted, as he was well-versed in such scenarios. In reality, the reporter's question was a subtle attempt to create a controversy. The underlying implication was that the Warriors lacked foresight. Given Chen's prowess, why was he not recalled sooner? If Green's answer were to falter, they could seize the opportunity to fabricate a narrative of discord within the Warriors. At that moment, another reporter directed a question to Chen. "Firstly, congratulations on achieving a comprehensive stat line of 21 points, 10 assists, 6 blocks, and 4 steals. How does it feel to deliver such a performance?" Chen remarked, "That must be exceedingly delightful." Chen's choice of words is remarkably casual and approachable, enhancing the goodwill of the reporters present. The journalist smiled and nodded, then inquired, "In the final moments of the game, you made the decisive shot under James's defense. James is considered one of the greatest active players in the NBA. Do you believe you can replicate such a performance against him in your next encounter?" Chen pondered for a moment before responding. "Indeed, James is exceptional. He has secured 4 championships and numerous MVPs. He paused for a brief second and continued. "However, regardless of whom I am matched against, I shall focus solely on myself and play in my own style. I shall not concern myself with who my opponent is." Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the venue, and the reporters were visibly taken aback. They had not anticipated that this Eastern individual would boldly declare such a sentiment amidst the formidable competition of the NBA. Even Draymond, seated beside him, stared wide-eyed at Chen, wishing to caution him that such statements could thrust him into the spotlight for all the wrong reasons. The following day, headlines across major news outlets could very well proclaim, Chen disrespects fellow stars, or Warriors Chen arrogant and overconfident, and so forth. Yet, just as the words teetered on the edge of his lips, he held back, muttering softly, "Brother, I wish you well." Moments later, all the reporters turned their attention to Chen, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. This was indeed a sensational scoop for them. A strikingly attractive blonde reporter raised her hand and inquired, "What if your opponent is Michael Jordan? Do you not care?" This question was laden with implications. The debate surrounding the GOAT status of Jordan and James has been one of the most fervent topics in the NBA in recent years. Should Chen acknowledge Jordan, it would imply he holds Jordan in higher esteem than James. Conversely, if he continued to dismiss the notion, it could be reported that Chen does not regard even the two greatest players in league history with any reverence. Chen replied, "Regardless of whether it is Jordan, James, or Kobe, they are all extraordinary players whom I deeply respect. However, I have stated that as long as I am on the court, I shall exert every effort to strive for victory. The identity of my opponent is inconsequential. In many instances in life, our most significant challenge is to conquer ourselves." Much like what Kobe accomplished, Kobe consistently propelled himself towards progress with an insatiable attitude. Chen astutely transformed the comparisons among star athletes into a personal victory by referencing his idol, deftly sidestepping the reporter's inquiries. Observing Chen's avoidance of pitfalls, the blonde-haired journalist subtly shook her head, her expression tinged with disappointment. However, what Chen did not anticipate was that the following day, various media outlets would truncate his statements, presenting sensationalized headlines and reports. Chapter 38, the target of criticism the next afternoon, within an apartment in San Francisco. A voice of caution emerged. Young men should temper their exuberance. Even though you performed admirably in the last two games, there is no need to declare indifference to your opponents, Mr. Lee remarked, his gaze reflecting an elder's concern for Chen. What else can we call it but youthful fervor? It's merely the media's exaggeration. Uncle Lee, there is no need for excessive worry, haha. Chen sat on the sofa, responding with a playful grin to Mr. Lee. Just look at what the media in San Francisco has reported. As he spoke, Mr. Lee took out his phone, approached the sofa, and turned the screen towards Chen. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen, the valiant player, expressed after an impressive performance of 21 points and 10 assists, regardless of the opponent, "They cannot contain me, although the reports may have been somewhat exaggerated. This sentiment genuinely resonates within me," he chuckled lightly. President Lee shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, "You cheeky lad, having barely arrived in the NBA, you already boast so audaciously. The media does not concern me. However, I worry that your words may attract hostility within the league. Consider how these superstars will perceive your arrogance. How could a two-way contract player dismiss me so readily? What do you think they will do next? Whenever they face you, they will undoubtedly exert their utmost efforts to put you in a predicament." Upon hearing President Lee's admonition, Chen realized the potential repercussions of his statements. Although he harbored no fear, the thought of every star treating their encounters with him as a personal challenge was indeed daunting. What, then, should he do moving forward? Chen's expression turned somewhat earnest. What else could he do? Words once spoken are like water spilled. One can only respond with tangible actions. Delivering an outstanding performance will naturally silence the media, Uncle Lee remarked with a hint of annoyance. Meanwhile, in the ESN studio, ESN convenes commentators and guests in the afternoon for a brief analysis of the previous day's popular team matches. Today's commentators include the renowned Smith, O'Neal, Barkley, Perkins, and Garnett. Naturally, the Warriors and Lakers, being high-profile teams, are the first to be analyzed. The large screen displayed LeBron James scoring 13 points in the fourth quarter. "Wow, LeBron seems to have rejuvenated by 10 years today," Smith remarked, gazing at the screen. "Indeed, as his former teammate, I can tell from his demeanor and movements that he is exerting all his strength in this game," O'Neal responded earnestly. "I heard that it was that young warrior who ignited LeBron's competitive spirit," Perkins added. At that moment, the screen began to replay the final minute of the game, showcasing Chen's two consecutive back-to-the-basket plays against LeBron. "Here it comes. Look at this kid's post moves. Quite intriguing," O'Neal said as everyone turned their attention to the screen. "Wow, that spin fake looks as if Kobe himself taught him," they exclaimed. Look, LeBron couldn't even block that shot. Haha. The group engaged in animated discussion. O'Neal then stood in the center of the stage, mimicking Chen's footwork. With his hands positioned as if holding a ball, he spun around several times, continuously executing fake moves while calling out, "Come on, LeBron, try to guard me." He then turned and pretended to shoot an imaginary ball into the air, exclaiming, "Goodbye, LeBron. Goodbye." His imitation of Chen's actions sent the studio into fits of laughter. After watching the replay, the commentators began to share their opinions. O'Neal, recovering from his laughter, remarked, "I absolutely adore Chen. His post footwork is truly reminiscent of Kobe." Perkins added, "Chen, this player from Huaxia, possesses a myriad of offensive skills. He can shoot, he can play with his back to the basket, he can dribble, and even pass. Moreover, he exhibits a certain arrogance." Smith shifted the conversation. At this, the studio fell silent. "I heard that after scoring 21 points, he told the media, 'I don't care who is guarding me.' His implication is clear. I scored 21 points. And no one in the NBA can guard me." Barkley interjected, "How could he utter such words? One must consider the consequences before making such statements." Barkley, with a serious demeanor, stated, "If it were Jordan or Kobe making such remarks, I could accept it. They are champions, they are MVPs, they are scoring leaders." He extended his finger towards the camera and declared, "Listen, Chen, as a two-way contract player who has never even received the honor of Player of the Month, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Enough, enough, Jazz. He is merely a young man. Kobe was the same in the past. Don't take it too seriously." O'Neal, having played alongside a young Kobe, could empathize with Chen's personality. However, it was evident that the others in the studio disagreed. Perkins remarked, "I support Barkley. Chen is overly arrogant. After just 2 good games, he acts so boastfully. Listen, as the season progresses, the games will teach Chen what the NBA is, what the pinnacle of basketball entails." Though Chen had shown some commendable performances, Perkins's expression turned grave as he slowly added, "But listen, I urge the NBA players who will face Chen next. You must obliterate him, for his arrogance is excessive." Smith inquired, "Who is the Warriors' next opponent?" "The Phoenix Suns," everyone replied. Perkins solemnly stated, "Tonight, I will call Kevin, Devin, and Beal to ensure they crush Chen. Make him regret it." This proclamation elicited laughter from the group. Meanwhile, domestic NBA commentators on Douyin were fervently discussing Chen, among whom Su Jingyu was particularly notable. At that moment, Su was live-streaming, reading comments from viewers. Can Chen remain in the NBA? Whether he can or not depends on his consistency and performance. Currently, the sample size is small. He has only played 2 games. However, based on my personal judgment, his offensive performance has been generally commendable. Look at his style of play. Despite being on a 2-way contract, he employs a star-like ball-handling approach. This style is not necessarily bad, but it is excessively reliant on ball possession. Thus, he must maintain an exceptionally high level of consistency. Furthermore, his innate talent is not particularly high. Moving forward, opponents will undoubtedly devise defensive strategies targeted at him. If he cannot maintain his stability, he may plummet like a shooting star, reminiscent of Jeremy Lin's brief rise and fall. Another viewer asked how Su felt about Chen's assertion that he did not care about his opponents. Su's face flushed as she shouted, "He is just talking nonsense. He has no honors to speak of. What qualifies him to say such things?" The viewers in the chat echoed her sentiments, exclaiming, "If you can't perform well, just come back. Don't embarrass yourself out there. No one in the NBA can stop you? Why don't you first prove yourself on the national team? A person with such arrogance wouldn't even be wanted in the CBA." Amidst the clamor, some voices began to chant, "Boycott Chen, boycott Chen." However, Chen paid little heed to the vitriol directed at him. He was driving his dilapidated Toyota Corolla towards the residence of the private physician recommended by Mr. Lee. Following the game against the Lakers, his injury seemed to have worsened. Even while maneuvering the steering wheel to the left, he could faintly sense a tearing pain emanating from his left rib cage. Before long, the vehicle arrived in a residential neighborhood. Chen consulted his mobile map and turned into one of the private estates. After parking, a security guard of African descent promptly approached to assist him in opening the car door. Chen alighted from the vehicle and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a courtyard adorned with classical European decor. Although the courtyard was modest in size, it boasted a meticulously tended garden, filled with a variety of vibrant flowers and lush greenery, exuding an aura of vitality. It is said that high-paying professions in America include doctors, lawyers, and professors. Indeed, This perception has proven accurate, Chen mused quietly to himself. Upon entering the villa, an elderly gentleman with a full head of silver hair yet a radiant demeanor approached him. Greetings, I am Dr. Chen. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chen also expressed his greetings. Subsequently, Dr. Chen commenced a thorough examination of Chen. The examination was exceptionally meticulous, comprising several procedures that lasted over 2 hours. Upon completion, Dr. Chen held the examination report in his hands, his expression filled with astonishment. He had previously heard from Mr. Lee that Chen had played the match while injured. Initially, he assumed the injury was not severe. However, the nature of Chen's condition was such that, were it afflicting an ordinary individual, engaging in even a light jog would provoke difficulty in breathing. Dr. Chen solemnly stated, based on the examination, there is a severe contusion of the left rib, necessitating a month of rest. During this period, physical therapy will be required, including ultrasound treatment, to enhance blood circulation, alleviate muscle tension, and expedite recovery. Chen gently shook his head, stating, it is impossible to rest. The team is about to fly to Phoenix for an away game, and I must play. Dr. Chen immediately responded with a shake of his head. If you insist on playing, it may jeopardize your athletic career. Chen implored earnestly. I beg of you, please assist me. I cannot afford to rest. Dr. Chen tilted his head, wearing an expression of discomfort. A diligent and responsible physician, he felt a profound obligation to care for each of his patients. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, very well, considering that Mr. Lee is an old friend of mine, I shall employ a special treatment method for you. However, I must caution you that this approach carries certain risks. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen responded, very well, as long as I can continue competing, I am open to any treatment. Dr. Chen's unconventional therapy involved electrotherapy. As the treatment commenced, Chen first settled onto the apparatus, while the assistant placed electrodes from the TE device upon his left rib cage. The current was activated, and due to the severity of Chen's injuries, the intensity was quite high. The principle behind this therapy is to transmit low-frequency currents through the skin to the nerve endings, thereby disrupting the transmission of pain signals and alleviating discomfort. With each session, Chen would experience a sharp sting in his ribs, followed by a wave of numbness. After an hour, the treatment concluded. Chen, drenched in sweat from the agony, rose to his feet and, after pacing 2 laps, was astonished to discover that the pain had diminished significantly. Chen gazed at Chen, a surge of admiration swelling within him. Indeed, this doctor was remarkable. After several treatments that afternoon, Chen's injuries had improved somewhat. However, this method of treatment was exceedingly costly, and Chen found himself utterly unable to cover the expenses, which Mr. Lee had graciously advanced on his behalf. Due to the necessity of continuous treatment over the next 2 days, Chen opted to stay at Chen's residence for the night. At 7 p.m., as he reclined in his room, his phone suddenly rang. The screen illuminated with the name, Uncle Lee, and he hurriedly answered. I have just emerged from Director Deng's office. They informed me that, based on your performance in these 2 matches, you can secure an early renewal of a fully guaranteed contract. However, Chen, with a face full of anxiety, exclaimed, what? Speak quickly. Given the current salary cap of the Warriors, they can only offer an annual sum of $8 million. Considering your present popularity and performance, other teams have also made offers, hovering around $12 million. Shall I engage in discussions to secure the highest bid for you? Chen contemplated for a moment, deciding, I shall not consider other teams for now. It shall be the Warriors. His reflective demeanor did not stem from uncertainty. In truth, he had long made up his mind. As long as the Warriors offered him a formal contract, regardless of the amount, he wished to remain here. His thoughts at this moment revolved solely around the disparity of $4 million, an astronomical figure for him at this juncture. Yet, even with such a daunting sum, Chen arrived at a decision after but a brief contemplation. The reasons were threefold. First, the Warriors were the first team to grant him an opportunity, and his sentimental nature rendered him deeply grateful. Moreover, the veterans within the team, such as Curry, Green, and Coach Kerr, had shown him considerable kindness. Notably, Curry's selflessness allowed him to flourish. Unlike other stars, Curry did not monopolize ball possession but rather encouraged him to take more shots during games. Secondly, while $4 million is indeed a substantial sum, the Warriors are the highest valued team in the NBA, boasting greater visibility than even the Lakers and Knicks. With sufficient exposure, financial concerns become trivial. One must remember that Curry's sneaker endorsement with Under Armour began with a staggering $10 million contract years ago, including a share of the company. Thirdly, since acquiring the system, he has been resolute in his ambition to bring a championship to Curry, which is of paramount importance. On the other end of the line, General Lee noticed Chen's determination and promptly stated, "All right, I will call Dunleavy right away. We can sign the contract tomorrow." Although General Lee is a businessman who naturally desires the highest contract for Chen, since he would earn a 3.9 commission, an additional $400,000 would amount to a considerable sum of $150,000. He has long regarded Chen as a nephew. Chen's success in the NBA has, in a sense, fulfilled General Lee's youthful dreams. For this reason alone, even without a penny in commission, he would gladly assist Chen in every possible way. At this moment, Chen suddenly recalled General Lee's commission issue and remarked, "General Lee, if that is the case, you'll be missing out on $150,000 in commission. I will compensate you once I receive my salary. You little rascal, feeling sorry for me? Just focus on playing well. Don't worry about anything else. Let us end the call here." After hanging up, Chen leaned back against his bed and exhaled deeply. At last, he would no longer have to live frugally. Previously, he had been hesitant even to fill up his gas tank. Living alone in America incurs tremendous expenses. And now he could finally indulge in the pleasure of spending. With that thought, he excitedly turned over, buried his head in his pillow, pounded the bed with his hands, and shouted, "Yay!" Chapter 40. Bill's Fury. The following morning, Chen underwent another round of electrotherapy, and his injuries have improved by 85%. Dr. Sean provided him with additional antibiotics and pain medication, while also offering some precautionary advice. By noon, after having lunch and expressing his gratitude to Dr. Sean, Chen returned to the team. Although the team had scheduled a training session in the morning, Chen excused himself from participating due to his treatment. With the team set to face the Suns on the road tomorrow, the private jet was already arranged for the trip. At 1 p.m., the entire Warriors squad boarded the flight to Phoenix. Given the relatively short distance from San Francisco to Phoenix, the journey was brief, and everyone appeared to be in high spirits. Some engaged in conversation, others watched videos, while Draymond and a few teammates even played cards. Suddenly, Curry stood in the aisle of the plane, clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention, and with a serious expression, announced that there was a grave matter concerning Chen that he needed to disclose. All eyes turned to Chen, filled with curiosity and intrigue. Chen was taken aback, pondering about himself. A swift recollection surged through his mind as he reviewed his recent words and actions for any impropriety. As Chen was still reflecting, Curry interjected, "Ahem, although Chen has performed admirably in these recent games, I must offer a slight critique." Everyone leaned in attentively, and Chen widened his eyes, fixated on Curry. "He has yet to treat us to a meal. Tonight, he shall foot the bill." Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Subsequently, the team erupted in playful chants. "Boss, treat us, treat us." Indeed, Chen, having secured a substantial contract, ought to host us. Chen burst into hearty laughter and declared, "Let me make it abundantly clear. If anyone vies with me to settle the bill tonight, they are underestimating me, Chen, and I shall not take it lightly." The aircraft resonated with a wave of laughter, at which point Cole interjected, "I believe not only must we treat to dinner, but Chen should also bestow a lovely companion upon each member of the team." Indeed, indeed. Chen's expression shifted dramatically. "That would not do. Whose wife would kill me?" The team members turned their gazes towards Curry, and laughter erupted among them. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, the team arrived at their destination. They then transferred to a bus, heading to the hotel they had booked. The hotels where NBA players stay during away games are in collaboration with the league and are of exceptionally high standards. After storing their belongings at the hotel, the players eagerly sought out Chen. Subsequently, Chen accompanied the team to a restaurant recommended by Green, which offered delightful cuisine. After treating the entire team to a meal, Green and the others continued on to a renowned nightclub in Phoenix. Meanwhile, Chen returned to the hotel, not out of a lack of desire to revel, but because he had to train early the next morning. Due to his injuries, he had not had the opportunity to train for the past 2 days. To become a formidable athlete, self-discipline is paramount. Although he had just secured a formal contract, he was acutely aware that his aspirations extended far beyond this, necessitating even greater dedication. At 7 a.m. the following morning, as Chen stepped into the gym, that cold voice echoed once more in his mind. Complete 50 sets of 80 centimeters box jumps within 3 hours to upgrade the Master Athlete badge to gold. Upon upgrading to gold, the badge activation time will increase to 4 minutes. Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart as the system assigned him yet another task. Among his 3 badges, the Master of Sports held paramount significance. Once activated, it not only enhanced his jumping ability but also markedly improved both his speed and explosive power. In contrast, the badges of Exceptional Touch and Iron Wall provided relatively meager enhancements to athletic prowess. Particularly, the Exceptional Touch seemed to only slightly elevate his shooting accuracy, without contributing to any improvements in physical attributes. Chen gazed at the boxes arranged in the corner, resolutely determined to complete this training session. Although the golden badge merely conferred an additional minute, that extra time could prove invaluable in the final moments of a competition. After all, the overall strength of the Warriors was not particularly formidable, especially when pitted against stronger teams, often necessitating his own efforts to turn the tide. The gym housed several boxes of varying heights, ranging from 40 centimeters to 90 centimeters. The 40-centimeter height was already typical for an average person, while 90 centimeters was reserved for elite high jump athletes. The system had designated 80 centimeters as the ultimate height for athletes to practice, and he was tasked with completing 50 sets, each comprising 5 repetitions. Chen stood before the box, poised and ready. Taking a deep breath, he bent his knees and simultaneously leapt onto the box before descending once more. Under normal circumstances, he could complete a full jump in just 2 seconds. In the initial 10 sets, Chen executed each jump with ease. However, as the training session progressed, his stamina began to wane, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. By the time he reached the 20th set, he felt as though stars were dancing before his eyes. Yet, the relentless countdown of the system echoed in his mind, urging him forward. He dared not allow even the slightest lapse in focus. Soon, he was once more leaping onto the box, landing steadily, and then propelling himself into the air again. The training was arduous, and fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He could easily have chosen to emulate Green, opting instead to languish in his room, indulging in slumber. However, he understood that to become a formidable force, one must invest effort that others are unwilling to exert. Ding. Training completed. The Sports Master Badge has automatically upgraded to gold. Chen lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his thighs numb. His chest heaved violently. Drenched in sweat, the clock struck noon. The pre-game press conference commenced. A reporter inquired of Durant, "How prepared are you to face the Warriors, who are on a 2-game winning streak?" Durant replied, "We simply aim to perform well in every game. The Warriors are an exceptional team with remarkable players." The reporter, finding the response rather mundane, pressed on. A portly journalist, with a cunning expression, interjected, "Chen from the Warriors claims that no one in the NBA can guard him. What is your take on that?" Durant frowned slightly, responding, "Well, I am not familiar with him, so I will refrain from commenting." As soon as Durant finished speaking, laughter erupted in the room. Bill, seated beside him, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "The remarks from this Oriental fellow are utterly ridiculous." Noticing the intrigue in the eyes of the reporters, they quickly sought further insight. "Mr. Bill, what do you think about this?" Bill, pounding his fist on the table, declared, "He is arrogant beyond belief. I intend to dominate him tonight. Not just me. Our entire team will obliterate theirs. Let him gain some perspective and learn to show respect." Durant gazed at Bill in silence, pondering when they had become embroiled in this. Bill was aware of Durant's scrutiny, but was indifferent. The reporters, now brimming with excitement, thrust their microphones toward Bill. "Mr. Bill, can you elaborate on how you plan to dismantle him? It seems that even NBA legends share discontent with him. How will you strategize your defense against him in this match?" Soon, the game was about to commence. As Chen emerged from the lengthy players' tunnel, he was immediately met with a cacophony of boos and jeers echoing throughout the home arena of the Suns. It felt as though the over 20,000 fans present were united in their disdain for him. "Go back to San Francisco, coward," they taunted. Yet, in the face of this tumultuous reception, a faint smirk graced Chen's lips. Let them all fall silent. Starting from Phoenix. Chapter 41. The Devils away games soon. The match commenced. The Warriors retained the same starting lineup as in the previous 2 games. Curry, Poole, Wiggins, Green, and Davis. Chen remains a substitute. This is not due to a deficiency in his abilities, but rather a strategic decision by Coach Kerr. Temporarily placing Chen on the bench allows for a staggered play time with Curry, thereby enhancing the continuity of the Warriors' offensive firepower during the game, of course. This is merely a temporary arrangement. On the Suns' side, the lineup consists of Jones, Beal, Booker, Durant, and Nurkic. Davis leaps for possession as Poole dribbles past half-court. Meanwhile, Curry tirelessly maneuvers, seeking opportunities to shoot. This has been a common tactic employed by the Warriors over the past 2 seasons. given Curry's advancing age. Excessive ball handling could lead to significant fatigue in the game's closing moments. Therefore, Kerr has devised a complex off-ball strategy for Curry. However, playing without the ball does not equate to a reduction in Curry's burden. He must continuously run and weave to find shooting opportunities. At this moment, Curry utilizes green screen to shake off Booker and, upon receiving the ball at the top of the arc, launches a three-pointer. Durant hastily rushes to contest. But it is too late. He can only watch as the ball glides past his fingertips, the three-pointer finding its mark with precision. As he retreats on defense, Curry, gritting his teeth, glances at Durant with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Durant smiles and shakes his head. Curry, don't get cocky. The narrative of these two could fill an entire night, and if Green were included, it might stretch on for a month. In the following possession, Durant receives the ball at a 45-degree angle in the elbow area, assuming a triple threat posture. With a subtle step forward on his right foot, he swiftly rises to take a jump shot over Wiggins as soon as he perceives a slight movement from him. Swish. The hollow net. Durant smiled and spread his arms. Gazing at Curry, the crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. Even though it was merely the first basket, the audience's reaction was profoundly intense. Sitting on the bench, Chen felt a surge of adrenaline upon hearing the roar. This was precisely the effect he desired, playing the role of the villain on enemy territory. In that moment, Wiggins had successfully positioned himself defensively. However, Durant's towering height of 211 centimeters, coupled with an astonishing wingspan of 228 centimeters and an extraordinary shooting touch, rendered any attempts to block him futile. Turning back to the Warriors' offense, Curry continued to weave around screens, searching for scoring opportunities. The Warriors' offensive strategy, while seemingly intricate, was fundamentally straightforward. Curry perpetually navigated through the court, utilizing his teammates' screens to create chances. The other players simply needed to establish a human wall for him whenever he approached. Once Curry managed to secure an open shot, the ball was promptly delivered to him by the ball handler. This particular offensive play exemplified that strategy flawlessly. Curry first utilized Wiggins' screen to shake off the defending Booker. Yet, Beal quickly rotated to assist defensively, prompting Curry to leverage Green's screen to evade him as well. Ultimately, with Nurkic now guarding him, Curry executed a sudden retreat to the right corner beyond the three-point line. At the top of the arc, Poole immediately passed the ball to him. Curry caught it and released a quick shot. The ball traced an elegant arc through the air. Swish. Curry hit again. On the sidelines, the Warriors bench rose in unison, applauding and cheering. Kuminga, eyes wide and hands raised, shouted toward Curry, "You're on fire." The substitute players wore expressions of incredulity. Yet, the Suns were not to be underestimated. Turning back, Devin Booker initiated a pick and roll with Durant. Their combination was exceedingly difficult to defend. If the defense sagged, Durant's exceptional shooting would punish them mercilessly. Conversely, if they opted for a switch, Durant's current role as a power forward meant his defender would likely be slower on his feet. In such a scenario, Booker could exploit his speed to outmaneuver the opposing power forward. Alternatively, he could draw the defense and then dish the ball out to Beal for a three-point attempt. This time, the Warriors chose to switch. Green found himself matched up against Booker. Concerned about being beaten due to his slower footwork, Green maintained a cautious distance. Meanwhile, Booker, positioned just outside the three-point line, executed a quick stop and pop. Green rushed to close the gap, but the shot had already left Booker's hands. Swish. With a triumphant three-point shot. A resounding cheer erupted once more from Phoenix City. In the subsequent possession, the Warriors initiated their offensive play. The Suns expanded their defensive line and switched on screens, effectively curtailing the Warriors' perimeter pick-and-roll strategy. Indeed, with Booker and Jones entangled in relentless pursuit, Curry found himself unable to escape for an open shot this time. Holding the ball at the top of the arc, Poole, sensing the shot clock dwindling, forcefully drove towards the free-throw line. However, Nurkic's imposing figure closed in, effectively stifling Poole's advance. Left with no choice, Poole halted his progress, intending to pass the ball to Curry. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a swift hand emerged from beside him. With a resounding slap, Beal intercepted the ball. He sprinted towards the front court, converting a layup with his right hand. The possession shifted back to the Warriors. Curry, despite his commendable shooting form, could not be the sole target on every play. Poole, with the ball in hand, glanced at the paint and caught sight of Nurkic's massive frame. An idea sparked within him. Unlike his previous aggressive drive, he feigned a breakthrough, creating space between himself and the defending Jones. Retreating to the three-point line, he rose confidently for a jump shot. However, Just as he elevated, another hand reached out from his side. It was Beal again. Devin Booker seized the ball, launching yet another fast break. He stormed into the paint, drawing a foul from Green. 2 free throws awaited him. The audience in Phoenix erupted once more, their voices echoing in the arena. If you can't even handle the ball, don't mess around anymore. Just wait to be obliterated. These thoughts ignited a fire within Poole, who muttered curses under his breath. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that his gameplay had become predictable. Although Beal's overall defense was mediocre, his speed as a guard proved formidable. Coupled with Poole's overt movements, it was easy for Beal to secure consecutive steals. Determined to redeem himself, Poole looked towards Coach Kerr, aware that a third consecutive mistake would likely result in his substitution. Thus, he swiftly passed the ball to Curry. After a brief prayer gesture, Curry took a shot and nailed another three-pointer. Turning around, Beal effortlessly scored on a backdoor cut. He lifted his chin, casting a glance towards the bench where Chen sat, exclaiming, "FUK, this is the prowess of an all-star player." At this moment, Suns head coach Mike Budenholzer wore a satisfied expression. He had meticulously devised a flawless strategy prior to the game, consistently subjecting Curry to physical confrontations on the defensive end. Even though Curry showcased remarkable shooting prowess, each score he made was accompanied by a significant expenditure of energy due to the relentless pressure from the Suns' defense. As for the offensive side, he had no concerns, as the plan was to continuously pass the ball to the trio of superstars for their shots. The first quarter concluded with Curry delivering an outstanding performance, sinking 5 three-pointers and accumulating 17 points. The Suns' triumvirate included Durant with 11 points, Booker with 7 points, and Beal, who, as if invigorated, scored 14 points on a perfect 7-4-7 shooting, alongside 3 steals. The Suns led the Warriors by 14 points, 41-27. Observing the perspiring Curry and then glancing at the scoreboard, Coach Kerr furrowed his brow. Chapter 42, a stunning maneuver that toppled 2 opponents. During the intermission, Kerr scrutinized the score and again furrowed his brow. Although he had anticipated a high-scoring affair, the ferocity of the Suns trio surpassed his expectations. He understood that the foremost priority for his team at this juncture was to respond offensively. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. Moreover, with Durant, Beal, and Booker all in rhythm, any one of them possessed the capability to score over 50 points in a single game. At this moment, relying solely on defense to close the gap seemed increasingly daunting. With this in mind, Kerr addressed his Warriors. In the second quarter, we will prioritize offense and match the Suns blow for blow. As the second quarter commenced, Kerr deployed a lineup featuring Hield, Chen, Waters, Moody, and Kuminga, with Kuminga assuming the role of center in this small ball configuration. The Suns countered with Beal leading a group of reserves including Nurkic, Allen, and Royce O'Neal. Although Beal was a starter, he often directed the team during the transitional period when Durant and Booker were off the court. When Chen removed his warm-up gear and stepped onto the court, he was met with a cacophony of boos emanating from Phoenix. The sound reverberated like standing beside a speeding train, causing every fiber of his being to resonate with the vibrations. Yet, Chen's demeanor remained remarkably composed, a subtle smile even gracing his lips. This expression did not go unnoticed by the fans, some of whom began to hurl insults. How can he be so thick-skinned? Hey, Beal, take him down, and I'll buy your jersey. The Warriors regained possession of the ball as Hield dribbled it into the front court. Chen swiftly seized possession of the ball at the 45-degree angle near the elbow, after his game-winning shot against the Lakers. This spot has become his exclusive hot zone within the Warriors. Beal, undeterred, immediately closed in on him. In that instant, their gazes locked, and the palpable tension seemed to envelop the entire arena. With his right hand skillfully dribbling, Chen pressed his left shoulder against Beal, exerting his strength to back him down. Bang, bang. With 2 powerful thrusts, Beal stumbled back, acutely aware of Chen's might. Even though he knew he might not withstand the force, having already made his boast, he felt compelled to endure. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself for Chen's anticipated third surge. Yet, Chen refrained from further exertion, as Beal retreated and then attempted to push back. Chen pivoted on his right foot, leaning into Beal, and swiftly spun to the base of the basket. Leaning forward, he executed a reverse layup with his right hand. The rapidity of his turn left Nurkic, stationed in the paint, utterly unprepared to provide assistance. Beal, pinned by Chen, found himself unable to leap. The two could only watch helplessly as Chen approached the open basket. The ball circled the rim, only to miraculously slip out. Beal burst into laughter. "Ha ha, turns out he's just a paper tiger." The audience seized the moment to mock. Ha! Even Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother could make that shot. How dare you boast with such a level of skill? Go back home and find a plot of land to cultivate. The court is not meant for you. As the Warriors players prepared to celebrate, witnessing Yi Chen's missed layup, they all took their seats, their expressions laden with embarrassment. After Nurkic secured the rebound, Beal dribbled the ball up the court. Yi Chen clapped his hands vigorously. Earlier, in his eagerness to prove himself, he had unleashed excessive force. This time, on the defensive end, he could not afford to make the same mistake. During the subsequent offensive play, Beal, utilizing Nurkic's screen, evaded Yi Chen. Approaching just a step in front of the free throw line, he cast a glance at Kuminga, who had retreated beneath the basket. With a slight smirk, he executed his signature quick-stop jump shot. As the ball left his fingertips, he suddenly felt a shadow descend above him. Crash! A white figure swooped down, emphatically swatting the ball from above Beal's head. Beal turned to Yi Chen, his expression contorted in disbelief. How could this guy possess such extraordinary leaping ability? Exceptional jumping was only one aspect. Though initially obstructed by Nurkic, Yi Chen had not relinquished his pursuit. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Beal favored the quick-stop jump shot, making it highly probable that he would not drive towards the basket. Thus, after maneuvering around the screen, he seized the opportunity to leap for the block ahead of time. This remarkable rejection invigorated the Warriors' morale, prompting the players on the bench to spring back to life. They gazed at Yi Chen with wide eyes, exclaiming, "Well done, Yi. Great block." Curry added, "This guy brings energy every time he steps onto the court. It's truly astonishing." The next possession saw the Warriors on the offensive. Yi Chen still held the ball with his back to the court. Bill mocked from the side. "Are you about to attempt another airball, Oriental fellow?" Yi Chen cast a cold glance at Bill, dribbling the ball with his right hand, gathering strength. Once again, he leaned his body against Bill, pivoting to the right for a layup. Bill chuckled. "Here we go again?" This time he was well prepared, swiftly stepping back while relaxing his body to prevent Yi Chen from leaning on him. Then he leaped to block. Simultaneously, Nurkic in the paint also moved to assist. He soared high, his eyes gleaming. The two jumped one after the other, effectively sealing off Yi Chen's space for the layup. Yet, in the next moment, they both stood dumbfounded. As Yi Chen turned, he effortlessly elevated the ball with his right hand, only to swiftly retract it, pivoting on his left foot. He seamlessly transitioned into a leftward spin. Launching himself into the air, he reached the pinnacle of his jump, delicately flicking the ball with his fingertips. The sphere descended gracefully, akin to a falling leaf, softly nestling into the hoop. The sequence from his feint to the release was nothing short of exquisitely smooth. Meanwhile, Nurkic, in his fervent attempt to intercept, collided mid-air with the approaching Beal, both tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. A chorus of dismay erupted from the Phoenix crowd. "What on earth are you two doing? Who will bring some intensity to this Eastern player? Curse be it." On the sidelines, the Warriors players erupted in excitement upon witnessing the shot. Curry rose to his feet, vigorously nodding and applauding. Green, his enthusiasm spilling over, exclaimed, "That damn feint. That damn fadeaway. I adore you, Yi." Even the typically reserved Wiggins stood up, grinning widely and clapping his hands. Yi Chen waved to them, yet internally mused, merely a routine maneuver. In the subsequent round, Son Allen's open three-pointer failed to find its mark. The rebound soared high, only to be valiantly tipped away by Kuminga. Yi Chen seized the ball and swiftly advanced towards the front court. At this moment, only Royce O'Neal had retreated to the basket, presenting a one-on-one fast break opportunity. However, upon reaching the three-point line at the arc's apex, Yi Chen exhibited no hesitation. With his left foot firmly planted, he propelled himself upward with his right foot. Soaring into the air at the peak of his jump, he released the ball. The sphere traced a perfect arc in its trajectory. Bang! With a resounding clap, the ball struck the rim and was decisively lodged within the net. This three-pointer was executed with unwavering conviction. Following the basket, Yi Chen raised his hand to his ear, casting a glance towards the stands. "Boo! Boo!" Such a provocative gesture incited a tremendous chorus of boos from the audience. Yet, amidst this cacophony, Yi Chen felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through his veins. Chapter 43. Subduing Beal. Yi Chen's movements incited a surge of anger within Bill. He had always held a certain disdain for this player hailing from the East, and he was taken aback by Yi Chen's audacity to display such arrogance on his home turf. Despite having suffered 2 defeats at Yi Chen's hands, it was evident that Bill remained unconvinced of his superiority. During the Suns' offensive possession, Bill dribbled the ball across half court, his gaze fixed on Yi Chen, who defended him with palpable intensity. With an illustrious history as a three-time All-Star and a rival to Curry for the scoring title, he could not fathom Chen's significance. Sensing Bill's fury, Chen took a slight step back, arms outstretched, silently challenging him. "Come on." Bill cursed under his breath, executing a series of crossover dribbles as he prepared to attack. Observing that Chen's defensive stance was skewed to the left and noting the vulnerability of the Warriors' interior, he resolved to penetrate the paint from the right side, dribbling the ball with his right hand while feigning with his left shoulder. Chen shifted to the left with a swift step. In a flash, he pivoted to the right, employing a rhythmic maneuver to evade Chen, and surged into the penalty area from the right flank. At that moment, the penalty area lay wide open. With a self-satisfied glance over his shoulder, he took a stride and executed a delicate layup. Little did he anticipate that, just as the ball was about to kiss the backboard, Chen leapt from behind. With a resounding clap, he executed a flawless volleyball spike. The ball was forcefully slammed against the backboard by Chen, producing a dull thud. Bill gazed at Chen in disbelief. Just moments ago, when he glanced backward, this Eastern player was still 2 strides away. How did he manage that? Chen had deliberately positioned himself to the left, anticipating Bill's move. Now, Bill had long lost the speed of his prime, allowing Chen to remain stealthily behind him, waiting for Bill to make a shot so he could spring up for the block. After rebounding off the backboard, the ball soared into Waters' hands, who secured the rebound with ease. He passed the ball to Chen, who dribbled past half court once more, reaching the left elbow at a 45-degree angle. He backed down against Bill. It seemed that the recent block had shaken Bill's confidence. His face no longer bore its former assurance, and his defensive movements had become sluggish. As Chen feinted to the right, Bill's feet remained rooted. At this moment, the fire within Bill had extinguished, replaced by an encroaching sense of despair. He even felt an unsettling notion. He simply could not defend against this opponent. Yet, Chen showed no mercy. He pivoted and launched a jumper, delicately releasing the ball. Swish! It sank effortlessly into the net. The expression of satisfaction on the face of Suns head coach Budenholzer had vanished. He called for a timeout. Leading by 14 points in the first quarter, he had felt certain that his team would secure an easy victory, possibly a rout. However, the second quarter had seen this number 8 player single-handedly achieve a 7-0 run. While he could tolerate the initial setback, witnessing Bill's waning confidence and disjointed defensive awareness was utterly intolerable. Furiously, he pointed towards Chen on the Warriors bench, shouting at his players, "Do not allow him to receive the ball easily in the elbow area. When he positions himself, we must pressure him, exhausting his stamina, just as we defend against Curry." He then pulled out a tactical board, drawing with fervor. If he receives the ball in the low post, the weak side player must immediately come to double team. I cannot bear to see him score easily down low anymore. Do you understand? The Suns players nodded in agreement. He commanded, "Get the starters on the court. We need you to play more minutes in this game." Chen exchanged friendly gestures with key players such as Curry and Green. Coach Kerr approached, expressing his satisfaction. "Well done, Yi. Continue to exhibit that aggression. The team requires you to maintain this." Chen nodded slightly, indicating that there were no issues. The game resumed. The Suns had reinstated all their starters, while the Warriors remained with their bench lineup. Coach Kerr's style of coaching has always favored an extended rotation, and with a player like Chen, a formidable presence off the bench, his confidence in this strategy was further bolstered. The score on the court stood at Suns 41, Warriors 34. The Suns initiated their offense. This time, Booker, after receiving a screen from Durant, penetrated the interior and passed to the open Allen in the corner. Allen successfully converted a wide-open three-pointer, prompting the Warriors to continue their offensive efforts. Chen arrived at the front court, still positioned at the right side of the 45-degree elbow area, seeking the ball. However, this time, his defender was Royce O'Neal. He promptly delivered a lob pass to Chen. As Chen received the ball, he had yet to dribble. On the weak side, Booker approached, raising his hands high to block Chen's path to the right. Simultaneously, Royce O'Neal viciously collided with Chen's chest from behind. Observing this, Budenholzer on the sidelines revealed a look of satisfaction. It appeared that the player's defensive attitude had improved post-timeout, effectively implementing his strategy to restrict the Warriors' number 8. However, Chen refrained from forcing a shot. The moment Booker arrived to assist in defense, he swiftly passed the ball to the vacant Waters in the corner. Upon receiving the ball, Waters feigned a shooting motion, prompting Allen at the arc to rush over. Waters then passed to Hield, who aimed for the basket. Durant, positioned in the paint, lunged towards Hield, who once again shifted the ball to Moody in the left corner. following a series of precise ball movements. The Suns had no players left to rotate into position. Moody steadied himself, taking a full 2 seconds to line up before releasing his shot, which swished through the net. In the next possession, Booker and Durant executed a pick-and-roll. After breaking through, he returned the ball to Durant, who, under Moody's defense, successfully made a mid-range jumper. The Warriors initiated their offense once more. Just past half-court, Hield promptly passed the ball to Chen at the 45-degree angle. This time, Royce O'Neal applied even more pressure, bracing himself against Chen. Yet, he soon realized that Chen was not exerting any force to counter him. Momentarily stunned, he saw the ball already in Hield's hands at the arc. Hield welcomed an open three-pointer. O'Neal, now bewildered, recalled the coach's instruction to apply physicality, only to witness the opponent pass the ball without even taking a shot. At the moment Chen received the ball, the Suns' weak side helper had already surged forward. Chen, this time, did not even touch the ball. When it was passed to him, he effortlessly sent it soaring to the corner with a single hand. The player stationed in the corner then relayed the ball to Hield. Budenholzer, standing at the sidelines, appeared increasingly perturbed. He had meticulously crafted a defensive strategy specifically targeting this player, yet it was swiftly unraveled. Nevertheless, Budenholzer refrained from calling a timeout immediately. He wished to observe the next 2 plays, hoping that this Eastern player might falter under pressure. As the Suns initiated their offense, the ball found its way to Durant, who attempted a pull-up jumper. However, this time, the ball merely grazed the rim and failed to find its mark. After Kuminga secured the rebound, he passed the ball to Chen, exchanging a knowing glance. After Chen gained possession of the ball, the Suns once again opted for a ferocious double-team. This time, Chen executed a bounce pass, the ball skillfully maneuvering through O'Neal's legs and landing in Kuminga's hands. Upon receiving the pass, the area beneath the basket was already devoid of defenders. Kuminga's eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity. With a thunderous roar, he soared into the air, executing a powerful slam dunk. Chen executed a remarkable series of 3 passes, one resulting in an assist and 2 in indirect assists. The Warriors scored on all 3 possessions, accumulating a total of 8 points. Budenholzer called for a timeout, his expression darkened as if forged from iron. He had underestimated this Eastern player. Although he had conducted some research on Chen, he had not anticipated such exceptional court vision, nor the rapidity and precision of his passing. He instructed his players once more, "We can no longer double-team him. His passing is dismantling our defense. If he operates in the low post, we must force him into difficult, contested fadeaway jump shots to diminish his shooting percentage, while ensuring that no other players are left open." The Warriors bench erupted in excitement, with the substitutes even wishing for the game to continue without interruption. Every one of Chen's passes provided them with delightful scoring opportunities, akin to a practice match, all the while enhancing their individual statistics. Curry, brimming with enthusiasm, patted Chen on the back, exclaiming, "Your ball sharing is exemplary. This is the epitome of team basketball." At that moment, Kerr was equally elated. Although he was aware of Chen's passing prowess, he had not anticipated this level of performance. Chen possesses an expansive vision and an exceptional ability to deliver swift and precise passes. In the mind of Kerr, Chen's stature once again ascended. Chapter 44, 20 points in a single quarter. The timeout concluded, with more than 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Kerr had deployed his starting lineup. Yet Chen found himself replacing Poole once more to complement the starters. Having been substituted repeatedly, Poole had grown accustomed to this role. Since their last encounter in a practice match, where he succumbed to Chen, his voice on the court had dwindled considerably. Presently, he sat on the bench, staring vacantly at the floor, lost in thought. Not even Kerr, nor the coach of an elementary school basketball team, would consider benching Chen at this juncture. The scoreboard reflected a score of 42 for the Warriors against 46 for the Suns, narrowing the gap to 4 points. The players returned to the court, and possession belonged to the Suns. Although Chen had led the bench in closing the gap, the Suns' starting lineup boasted 3 superstars. Particularly when Devin Booker held the ball, he either executed a pick-and-roll with Durant or with Nurkic. The former could stretch the floor for a shot, while the latter could drive to attack the Warriors' interior defense. Durant's prowess is well acknowledged. Nurkic, with his imposing stature of 213 centimeters and 130 kilograms, posed a significant challenge in the paint. Given the heights of Green and Davis, it was exceedingly difficult to contain him once he secured the ball inside. Thus, it was improbable for the Warriors to completely stifle the Suns' offense in that moment. On this offensive play, Booker and Nurkic initiated a pick and roll, with Nurkic rolling to the basket for a thunderous dunk. The arena erupted with exuberant cheers once more. Turning back, the Warriors regained possession, this time with Green advancing the ball into the front court. He again passed it to Chen in the low post, who was being defended by Royce O'Neal. The Suns players were now hesitant to double team, especially with Curry maneuvering around screens on the court. Chen resumed his backcourt play. Royce O'Neal crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief, muttering, "You cannot score on me, you cannot score on me." Chen paid no heed, for Royce O'Neal's stature surpassed that of Bill. This time, he refrained from opting for a straightforward fadeaway jumper. Instead, he exerted a backward force momentarily, then unexpectedly released that energy, pivoting gracefully to the left. O'Neal, having braced himself for a second burst of power, found his center of gravity abruptly tilted forward due to this sudden release. As Chen pivoted, he propelled himself into the paint with a powerful push from his right foot. Shaquille O'Neal could only watch in helplessness as Chen surged into the restricted area. Yet a sense of reluctance surged within him. In an instant, he extended his left foot, ensnaring Chen's left ankle. Chen suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Yet, just before hitting the floor, he executed a shot reminiscent of tossing a chamber pot, launching the ball. It struck the backboard and gracefully arced into the hoop. Beep. The referee simultaneously blew the whistle. 2-1, observing the score nearly being equalized. The crowd once again erupted in dissatisfaction. For heaven's sake, guard against that Eastern fellow. O'Neal, are you a fool? Did you go clubbing last night? Royce O'Neal clenched his fist, incessantly cursing. Shete, shete. The Eastern player's back-to-basket technique was simply exquisite, alternating between powerful and gentle. It was exceedingly difficult to decipher, and defending against such a player left him with an indescribable feeling of frustration. Chen cast a glance at the morose Royce O'Neal, offering a faint smile. He then approached the free throw line and effortlessly scored. In the ensuing possession, Chen once again received the ball at a 45-degree angle with his back turned. Royce O'Neal swiftly approached him. However, this time he refrained from exerting too much force. Instead, he maintained a distance of a fist's length from Chen, defiantly asserting, "That was merely a lucky shot. If you dare, do it again." As Chen noticed Royce O'Neal's reluctance to close in, he pivoted, using his left foot as an axis, while his right foot executed a probing step forward. O'Neal, sensing this movement, felt a surge of anxiety and silently admonished himself not to fall for any feints this time. Thus, he raised his hands high and made slight adjustments to his position, fixating his gaze on Chen, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. At that moment, after another probing step, Chen swiftly lifted his hand to shoot. O'Neal leaped to contest the shot, but just as his feet left the ground, he cursed inwardly, cunning and devious huaxia. For Chen's action was merely a ruse. Having outmaneuvered O'Neal, he leaned slightly forward and executed a shooting motion. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air once more. 2 free throws. O'Neal seemed to grasp a fundamental truth. The body is always more honest than the mind. Although he had nearly anticipated Chen's feint, his body betrayed him, leaping despite his better judgment. This was partly due to the authenticity of Chen's deception and, more significantly, the considerable threat posed by Chen's mid-range shooting ability. Chen scored another 2 free throws. With just over 5 minutes remaining, his shooting touch remained scorching. By the end of the second quarter, he had played a full 12 minutes, achieving an impressive 8 out of 12 from the field. He amassed a staggering 20 points, along with 5 assists and 3 blocks, resulting in a phenomenal plus-minus of 18. The Warriors led the Suns 62-58 at halftime. In the Warriors' locker room, every player came over to high-five Chen. Even the team's trainer, nutritionist, and masseur, upon hearing of Chen's remarkable 20-point quarter, joined in to celebrate with him. Curry looked at Chen, nodding continuously, offering encouragement. "Bro, it seems you're feeling great today. Keep shooting in the second half." Meanwhile, in the 10-cent live broadcast room, the comments were flooded with Chen's name. "Wow, I'm moved to tears. Incredible. Yigu is truly phenomenal. I've watched the NBA for over a decade, and since the peak of Yao Ming, I've never seen a Chinese player perform like this. Yigu, I want to have your children." Chen 6666. Chen VDS. Even the skeptics were apologizing. "That day I said I would silence you. I'm sorry, I was wrong. No one in the NBA can guard him." Chwaer, filled with excitement, stomped her little feet and covered her mouth in disbelief, saying, "Watching Chen's performance this quarter makes me so thrilled. My heart races with every point he scores." Wang Ming, having changed his previous ambiguous stance towards Chen, remarked, Chen nearly single-handedly carried the team, scoring 20 points in a single quarter and leading the Warriors to reclaim the lead. Zhu Fangyu, a guest today, immediately remarked, it is truly our honor to have such a player from China in the NBA. I am now eagerly anticipating his performance in the national team. If he can maintain this level of play, our team has a chance to contend for a top 8 finish on the world stage. At this moment, Yang Yi also lifted his head and paused before stating, Chen's performance in this first half is genuinely exhilarating. Not only me, but I believe all fans watching the game share my sentiment. It feels somewhat like 3 heroes battling Lu Bu, except today. Lu Bu's role has shifted from Curry to Chen. Zhu Fangyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, with his singular prowess, he is matching the Suns' 3 superstars. How many points do you think Chen will score in the second half? Yang Yi glanced at his tablet, then looked up and said, I believe at least 30 points today, setting a new personal record. Wang Ming exclaimed, I predict 35. You are all too conservative. I predict over 40. Zhu Fangyu chimed in. Chapter 45, A Showdown with Devin Booker. Chen scored an impressive 20 points in the second quarter, leading his team to a comeback. His performance not only stifled Beal but also unsettled the fans in Phoenix, who remarked, where did the Warriors find such an astonishing substitute? It's quite bothersome. Do you know him? I heard he was merely a temporary contract player before. Why didn't we, the Suns, sign him? Soon, the halftime warm-up concluded. The players gathered at the sidelines, preparing to commence the second half of the game. At that moment, Chen suddenly felt a penetrating gaze directed at him, making him somewhat uneasy. This gaze belonged to none other than Devin Booker. As a top-tier scorer in the league, Booker certainly possessed the confidence to challenge anyone when it came to scoring. In a game against the Jazz in 2019, he made an astounding 19 of 34 attempts, amassing 59 points. In 2017, facing the Celtics, he took 40 shots, hitting 20, and showcased a remarkable scoring display, netting 70 points. Among active players, few have reached the milestone of 70 points, including Luka Doncic, Damian Lillard, Joel Embiid, and Donovan Mitchell. However, when it comes to the sheer magnitude of single-game scoring, one must recall the legends of Wilt Chamberlain and Kobe Bryant, whose legacies remain immortal, despite their passing. Chen's performance in the second quarter had long caught Booker's attention. His fighting spirit had already ignited, prompting him to resolve to compete fiercely with the number 8. With the referee's whistle signaling the commencement of the second half, the Warriors seized possession of the ball first. This marked the first occasion that Coach Kerr allowed Chen to directly substitute for Poole as a starter in the half. It also signified that Kerr had essentially acknowledged Chen's irreplaceable role within the team. Chen skillfully dribbled the ball past the halfway line, opting not to take the shot himself, but instead passing it to Green at the top of the arc. After all, he was collaborating with the starting lineup, which included a superstar like Curry. As the team's primary and secondary playmaker, he bore the dual responsibility of scoring while alleviating some of the pressure off Curry through orchestrating plays. Following a series of intricate passes and cuts, Green orchestrated the play from the arc, assisting Wiggins for a seamless cut to the basket, resulting in an effortless layup. As the Suns initiated their offense, Booker exchanged a knowing glance with Jones as he dribbled past the halfway line, signaling for the ball. At this juncture, both Chen and Booker were positioned as the shooting guards, naturally aligning against one another. As Booker advanced into the front court, he executed a feint from beyond the three-point line, evading Chen before penetrating the paint. Green leaped to contest the shot, but Booker swiftly maneuvered his body aside, executing a right-handed scoop that kissed the glass before finding the net. This play ignited a surge of excitement in Booker, who, after scoring, cast a provocative glance toward Chen, his eyes brimming with challenge. Chen chose to remain unfazed and continued to pass the ball in the next round. Green orchestrated the play from the top of the arc, and Curry deftly maneuvered away from his defender, penetrating into the paint. However, under Durant's lengthy reach, Green's pass fell short, and Curry was unable to secure it, resulting in the ball going out of bounds. The Suns regained possession, and Booker waved for Jones to take position in the corner, while he advanced the ball to the front court. Facing Chen, Booker utilized a teammate screen, lowering his body as he approached the free throw line, then suddenly rose for a jump shot. The ball swished through the net. He scored consecutively. The emotions of the Phoenix crowd, which had been subdued for an entire quarter, erupted once more. In the following possession, Chen passed to the open Wiggins at the arc. The sharpshooter made a slight adjustment before taking his shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, leading to a long rebound. Booker soared to seize the opportunity and push the fast break to the front court. Despite Green having returned to the paint, he opted not to drive for a layup. Instead, he executed a quick mid-range jump shot, hitting the mark once again. The Phoenix arena erupted in jubilation. Fans loudly chanted, "MVP, MVP." Booker, exhilarated and flushed, drew back his shoulders and raised an eyebrow towards Chen. This time, Chen did not shy away. His gaze met Booker's with determination. "If that is the challenge, then let it commence. Is it merely a mid-range shot? I can do that too." Chen dribbled to the arc's apex, facing Booker, refraining from passing the ball, bending low with both hands gracefully entwined around it. Booker assumed a defensive posture, intently fixated on the basketball in Chen's grasp. At that moment, the arena in Phoenix erupted with deafening roars, as fans waved their towels and shouted fervently, "Defense! Defense! Defense!" Amidst this cacophonous uproar, the players on the court struggled to communicate verbally, relying solely on their physical gestures to convey their intentions. Suddenly, Chen propelled himself off the ground with his right foot, lowering his center of gravity as he navigated a breakthrough down the right flank. A sense of foreboding washed over Booker. Was this individual capable of such rapid acceleration? He hastily retreated to defend. Yet, just as he managed to close the distance, Chen had already leaped into the air, his calves folded, his body gliding sideways to the right as he released the ball. It soared through the air like a leaf descending from a tree, spinning with finesse before finding its way into the net. On the sidelines, Budenholzer shook his head once more, compelled to acknowledge that he had underestimated this Eastern player. As Chen retreated, Booker leaned in and murmured near his ear, "Next time. It won't be so easy." Chen cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent. On the court, he let his actions speak for themselves. As the Suns' offense unfolded, Booker once more executed a mid-range jump shot following a screen. However, this time he was unable to maintain his rhythm. The ball ricocheted off the rim. He glanced at his hand and muttered a curse under his breath. After Davis secured the rebound, he passed the ball to Chen. Chen swiftly advanced to the front, with Booker closely trailing behind, never leaving his side. Upon entering the front court, Chen positioned himself in the right corner of the court, facing Booker with his back turned. With his left hand, he dribbled the ball, exerting force as he backed down. After a series of vigorous movements, he suddenly pivoted to the left. However, at that moment, Durant rushed in from the left to provide assistance. Meanwhile, Booker staunchly blocked Chen's right side, effectively sealing off the baseline space. The two players, one on the left and the other on the right, formed a barrier, entrapping Chen in the middle. A triumphant glint sparkled in Booker's eyes. Chen had seemingly lost all avenues for ball handling. Without hesitation, he attempted to steal the ball or force a jump ball. Yet, in that very instant, Chen suddenly pivoted, driving towards the baseline. Booker immediately retreated to block the baseline, while Durant closely adhered to him. As Chen found his baseline obstructed, he forcefully pivoted to the right and leaped, propelling his body towards the boundary. Booker thought to himself, "This is not good." He is about to attempt a fadeaway jump shot once more. He hastily leaped, extending his arm to contest the shot. Simultaneously, Durant reached out from the opposite side, also stretching his arm to block. In that instant, the three of them seemed to ascend into the air in unison. As Chen drifted in the air beyond the baseline, his body remained in a state of suspension. Durant and Booker had effectively sealed off his shooting space. It was only when his body formed a negative angle with the backboard that he finally found a sliver of opportunity to release the ball. With a determined flick of his fingers, he propelled the ball into the air. It soared in an extraordinarily high arc, gracefully surpassing the backboard. In midair, Booker exhaled in relief upon seeing the trajectory of the ball. Yet, in the next moment, the most astonishing event transpired. After clearing the backboard, the ball descended vertically into the hoop. The net remained undisturbed as the ball silently plunged into the basket. After Chen landed, his hand remained in the motion of the shot, raised high in the air. The ball, akin to a silencer, rendered the fans of Phoenix City collectively mute at that moment. Chapter 46, The Reverse Skyward Alley-oop. Chen executed a remarkable backward shot from a negative angle, plunging the previously boisterous Phoenix City into an abrupt silence. The spectators in the stands exhibited a range of emotions. Some wore grim expressions while others crossed their arms and shook their heads in disbelief. Despite their varied reactions, a shared sentiment of frustration and helplessness enveloped them. In stark contrast, the atmosphere on the Warriors' bench was electrifying. The players were stirred by Chen's audacious shot, their spirits buoyed. Upon witnessing the ball swish through the net, the team erupted from their seats, nearly rushing onto the court to celebrate. Hield attempted to restrain the exuberance of his teammates, his mouth agape in a silent O, while he gesticulated wildly. Comrade Lee Kyer waved a towel, exclaiming, "Wow, ye!" Little Peyton, brimming with joy, danced around, encouraging, "Ye, keep it up. No one can defeat us." Even Kerr, usually furrowed in concentration, momentarily broke into a rare smile. As Curry retreated on defense, he approached Chen, grasped his right hand, and playfully rubbed it against his own, grinning mischievously. "What a delightfully warm hand. May I borrow this splendid touch?" Chen paused for a moment, chuckled lightly, and graciously extended his hand, stating, "Feel free to borrow, but for someone like you, a wealthy boss, it will cost you $100 each time." This remark elicited hearty laughter from the Warriors players present. Booker, already vexed by a recently executed negative angle shot, was further irked to see the Warriors players casually joking during their defensive retreat. It seemed these individuals did not regard him, Devin Booker, with any seriousness. His expression darkened in an instant, fury surging within him, and his fist clenched tighter. During this offensive play, the Suns devised a strategy to isolate Durant for a one-on-one. Durant received the ball at a 45-degree angle near the elbow, poised to take on Wiggins. However, Green swiftly closed in for a double team. With a flick of his wrist, Durant passed the ball to Nurkic in the paint, whose imposing height posed a significant threat. Davis quickly raised his hands in defense, while Chen also positioned himself to assist in the paint. Nurkic feigned 2 consecutive shots, yet Davis remained grounded, and Chen stood firm with arms raised. Lacking a viable shooting opportunity and with the 3-second violation looming, Nurkic spotted Booker, who was positioned just beyond the arc, and passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Booker found himself closest to Curry, yet there remained a gap of 3 meters, rendering any advance futile, and Curry remained stationary. Booker's eyes gleamed with determination. An open expanse lay before him. Should he succeed in making this long-range three-pointer, it would not only elevate his team's morale but also serve as a retort to Chen. He inhaled deeply, glanced down to ascertain his position, and raised his hand to aim twice. In a fleeting second, he ensured his body posture was optimal and launched into a jump shot. The ball traced an elegant arc through the air, heading straight for the hoop. As soon as the ball left his hands, Booker's knees bent slightly as he gazed with eager anticipation. The fans in the arena had already raised their hands in excitement. However, the ball struck the edge of the rim and bounced several times within the basket before ultimately emerging. This is the essence of basketball. Despite Booker's career three-point shooting percentage exceeding 35%, which surpasses the NBA average, and despite being wide open, his eagerness to respond sometimes backfires. Often, the more one desires to score, the more the ball seems to mock one's intentions. In Game 6 of the 2013 NBA Finals between the Spurs and the Heat, with just 19 seconds remaining, the Spurs led the Heat 94-92 and possessed the ball. Leonard needed to make both free throws to extend the lead to 4 points, effectively sealing the championship. Yet, under immense pressure, he missed one of his shots. Conversely, Ray Allen, amidst tremendous pressure, instinctively retreated to the sideline and sank one of the most invaluable three-pointers in history. This is the enchanting allure of basketball. As long as the referee's whistle has not sounded, anything can transpire. The NBA is a realm where miracles can occur, and though they may not happen every time, when they do, the astonishment is enough to leave one in awe. On the court, following the rebound, Green leapt fiercely to secure the ball and swiftly passed it to Curry. At that moment, Nurkic was the most diligent defender. Retreating to the vicinity of the free throw line in the backcourt, Curry approached the three-point line and assessed the indecisive positioning of Nurkic. He hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to take the shot from beyond the arc or drive into the lane for a layup. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he caught a glimpse of Chen charging towards the basket from the opposite side. Chen raised his right hand towards the heavens, signaling for an alley-oop pass. Fueled by his fervor in the game and with Nurkic's defensive focus solely on him, Curry, driven by an altruistic impulse, did not hesitate to loft the ball high towards the basket. A sense of foreboding washed over Nurkic. Despite an inkling of impending misfortune, he instinctively retreated a step, turning to guard the paint. However, at that very moment, as he pivoted, Chen firmly planted his feet just a step away from the free throw line, poised and ready. At that moment, he leaped into the air, catching Curry's pass while soaring over Nurkic. With a thunderous roar emanating from his chest, he channeled all his strength and forcefully slammed the ball towards the hoop. Simultaneously, Nurkic raised his elbows, exerting pressure against Chen. Yet, Bolstered by the momentum of his leap, Chen remarkably withstood Nurkic's elbows, causing the latter to be toppled by the sheer force of impact. In the next instant, a resounding clang echoed as the basketball hoop reverberated throughout the Phoenix home arena. The expressions of all the fans contorted into a mix of shock and disbelief. As they gazed upon Nurkic lying on the ground, their sentiments shifted towards compassion, unable to bear the sight. The brutality of that dunk was indeed a harrowing spectacle. Players on the Warriors bench, after witnessing the replay on the large screen, covered their eyes, grimacing in response to the harshness of the moment. In the tense NBA Live broadcast room, the barrage of comments surged like a storm, overwhelming the screen and obscuring the view of the game. 666, 666, 6666. Chen 6666666. 1. 98 dunking over 2. 13. Haha. My heart aches for Nurkic. Zhu Fengyu was the first to voice his excitement, exclaiming, "Wow. Incredible plays." Wang Meng, in a fit of fervor, shouted his iconic phrase, "This is simply unbelievable." Yang Yi, nearly losing his glasses in his excitement, nodded vigorously, a shot following a rebound, coupled with a dunk. "I now concede that I underestimated Chen. Those 2 plays left me utterly astounded." He then jested, "It's a pity that Teacher Ma isn't here today. Otherwise, I'd owe him an apology, as he has believed in Chen from the very beginning." Zhu Fengyu quickly chimed in with humor, "No worries, I'll take your place, haha." Chapter 47. The clash begins. Nurkic, rising from the floor, stormed towards the referee in a fit of rage. Removing his mouthguard, he incessantly protested, "He pushed me down while dunking. That should have been an offensive foul." The referee not only dismissed the matter, but also issued Nurkic a verbal warning. After all, the current league primarily encourages offensive play. Moreover, there seemed to be a defensive foul on Nurkic's part. Had it not been for the game being held at the Suns' home court, it would undoubtedly have been a 2-1. Nurkic continued to argue incessantly with the referee, prompting Durant to intervene and pull him away. In the next possession, the Suns took to offense. However, after Chen scored 2 unconventional baskets in succession, the morale of the Suns visibly diminished, leading to frequent mistakes on the offensive end. Conversely, the Warriors grew increasingly emboldened. Finally, after Curry evaded Jones's defense and completed a driving layup, with 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Warriors had extended their lead to 10 points. Budenholzer could no longer bear to watch and called for a timeout. He glanced at Chen's figure across the court, then turned his gaze back to his players, saying, "Kevin, Devin, when you face the Warriors' number 8 on offense, you must resolutely take him one-on-one. He is currently on fire. We need to exhaust his stamina through our offensive plays. He is not invincible, he will tire, and his shooting percentage will decline." Durant and Booker nodded in understanding. Then he turned to Nurkic, saying, "Next, we will give you the ball, take it to the low post. The Warriors lack height in their interior defense. You must operate like a colossal bulldozer, delivering a heavy strike to them in the low post." Upon hearing this, Nurkic's eyes instantly lit up. In a team boasting 3 superstars, his role in the offensive plays had diminished day by day. The coach, at this moment, had essentially granted him unlimited autonomy in the low post, and if he wasn't excited now, then when would he be? He immediately replied, "Okay. I'll show those Warriors what inside scoring truly means." On the Warriors' side, the atmosphere was notably relaxed, having surged from a 14-point deficit to a 10-point lead. Kerr's expression also eased slightly, yet he reminded, "The game is not over. We cannot afford to relax. We must continue to play with this intensity." The pause has ended. Upon advancing to the front court, Jones immediately executed the coach's strategy, delivering the ball into the hands of Nurkic in the low post. Meanwhile, the other players, Durant, Booker, Beal, and Jones, positioned themselves at the corners and the 45-degree mark, poised to launch 3-point shots at any moment. Nurkic, having endured the weight, seized the ball in the low post and, leveraging his weight advantage, executed a powerful drop step that easily displaced Davis, resulting in a successful layup. In the subsequent possession, the Warriors' offense faltered. Jones dribbled forward and promptly passed the ball back to Nurkic. This time, after another drop step, he forcefully attempted a shot from beneath the basket. As Nurkic released the ball, Davis yanked down Nurkic's arm while simultaneously raising his right hand to signal to the referee that he had committed a foul. This action incited Nurkic's ire. After being fouled, he provocatively leaned and close to Davis's ear, murmuring disdainfully. Davis, known for his gentle demeanor, raised his hands and slowly backed away. Observing this, Green swiftly approached, positioning himself between Nurkic and Davis, and shouted at Nurkic, "If you have a problem, come at me." The atmosphere on the court grew increasingly charged. The raucous home crowd erupted, chanting, "You two should settle this, for heaven's sake. This is a game for men. Keep it going." I relish this tension. Meanwhile, in the Tencent live stream, Wang Ming exclaimed, "Hey, hey, hey, these two are starting to clash." Yang Yi lowered his voice, noting, "These two have long harbored disdain for one another. Their relationship resembles that of Coach Long and Paul. If I recall correctly, Green was suspended for 12 games last year due to his entanglement with Nurkic." Zhu Fengyu interjected. The two commentators turned to Zhu, hesitating to speak. Yet, Yang Yi could not restrain himself, softly asking, "Regarding such matters, Zhu, you have the most experience. What is your take on conflicts arising on the court?" A hint of pride emerged on Zhu Fengyu's face as he replied, "Athletes must exercise restraint on the court to prevent situations from escalating." The duo exchanged surprised glances at Zhu Fengyu, silently thinking, "Oh, Zhu, when you were executing the 8 fists, where was your restraint?" Sensing their thoughts, Zhu quickly added, "Basketball is a contact sport. Emotions and impulses can sometimes be unavoidable. However, if one is provoked to the point of needing to retaliate, one must ensure to engage in a well-calculated confrontation." After saying this, he burst into hearty laughter, perhaps reminiscing about his own vigorous fist work on the court. Returning to the game, Green and Nurkic remained entangled. The referee assessed the situation, issuing simultaneous technical fouls to both players. Nurkic approached the free-throw line, converting one of 2 attempts. In the subsequent possession, Warriors players Curry and Green executed a pick-and-roll. Under duress, Curry passed the ball to the descending Green. Glancing around, Green intended to distribute the ball but inadvertently noticed Nurkic stationed in the paint. His adrenaline surged and he disengaged the passing option, sprinting towards the basket with singular focus. Recognizing Green's aggressive advance, Nurkic instinctively guarded himself and positioned himself just outside the restricted area. Thud. Green collided with Nurkic, sending both players sprawling to the ground. Their limbs entwined. Beep. The referee called an offensive foul on Green. Meanwhile, teammates rushed in to separate the two, lifting them back to their feet. Both players exchanged fierce glares as they rose. As it was now the Suns' turn to attack, Green forcefully shoved Davis aside, closing in on Nurkic. Undeterred, Nurkic aggressively sought position in the paint after crossing half-court. Jones, being astute, recognized that this confrontation could escalate and decided against passing the ball inside. However, Nurkic, with one hand pushing against Green, extended the other and shouted, "Hey, hey, there's space in the paint. Pass it, hurry." Green, feeling slighted, retorted, as if to say, "Do you think I'm invisible?" In a moment of heated impulse, he sees Nurkic's hand resting on his waist, twisting his body. Once again, both players fell to the ground, Nurkic's weight pressing down on Green, who clung tightly to his arm. On the floor, both struggled to rise, only to collapse again. The entire team rushed over. Curry attempted to help Nurkic up but was pushed down from behind by a Suns teammate. As Chen observed the chaos, he hurriedly stepped forward to shield Curry. Bill attempted to charge in but was pulled back by Durant. The scene had descended into utter pandemonium. Chapter 48. Frenzied. The atmosphere was tumultuous. Several players from both the Suns and the Warriors surrounded Green and Nurkic. Some were pressing down on Green, others tugging at Nurkic's jersey, while a few stood in front of the crowd. The gaze of ball boys, fans, cheerleaders, and even custodians converged upon the fray. The home crowd in Phoenix, witnessing such a spectacle, grew increasingly exhilarated. Rather than calming the situation, they fervently urged, "Take down Green. Nurkic, unleash your fury on Draymond. This is what a man's game looks like. Flatten the entire Warriors team." The security captain on the sidelines, seeing the unfolding melee, immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie and called out, "A brawl has erupted in the arena. All security personnel, please proceed to the court." In an instant, over 20 suited security guards surged onto the floor, separating the players. Although the security staff may not possess the physical prowess of NBA players, they are generally more robust than the average person. These guards swiftly managed to restore order, pulling Nurkic and Green apart. Despite being separated, both parties continued to glare at each other with palpable fury, exchanging heated words across the distance. Green's jersey had been torn, and even amidst the throng, he pointed at Nurkic and shouted, "If you have the guts, let us settle this outside. Coward, coward, F you." Seeing that Green had been restrained, Nurkic was undeterred, retorting, "You'll be suspended, Draymond. Silver 1T let you play again. Prepare to go home and weep." Bill, too, directed his ire towards the Warriors bench, venting his suppressed emotions from earlier, "You pathetic team." Durant immediately patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to quiet down. After all, the Warriors were Durant's former teammates, and he could only act as a mediator. The referees promptly halted the game, reviewing the footage at the sidelines to determine penalties. Since the infamous Malice at the Palace incident, the NBA has maintained a zero-tolerance policy towards fighting. In the current NBA, where the intensity of competition is rare, such a volatile game is an anomaly. Curry and Chen both urged Green to settle down. If the situation escalated further into a full-blown fight, it was certain that players would face suspensions, particularly from the Warriors. Despite their recent two-game winning streak, they were still ranked 6th in the Western Conference. At such a critical juncture, a suspension would only add insult to injury. Soon enough, the head referee announced the penalties at the scorer's table. Warriors number 23, Green, is ejected from the game. Suns number 20, Nurkic, receives a technical foul. Suns number 3, Bill, also receives a technical foul. Upon uttering those words, Green erupted once more, exclaiming, "Fuck 3. The referee subsequently clarified, stating that, based on the actions observed, Nurkic had engaged in provocative verbal exchanges while in the low post, resulting in a technical foul. Green's arm-grabbing maneuver was deemed outside the realm of basketball conduct, leading to his expulsion from the game. Beal, too, exhibited provocative gestures, receiving a technical foul as well. In a fit of frustration, Green kicked a chair aside, stripped off his jersey to reveal his undershirt, and strode toward the player tunnel, expressing his displeasure vocally. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos. "Boo. Get out." Curry watched Green's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. With the team's interior already strained, Green's departure undoubtedly diminished their confidence in securing victory. Yet, Chen discerned Curry's sentiments through his gaze. He patted Curry reassuringly, his eyes conveying a sense of steadfastness and reliability. The game resumed, and Curry approached the free throw line, executing the technical foul shots flawlessly, extending the Warriors' lead to 11 points. The Suns regained possession, with Jones advancing the ball and exchanging passes with Nurkic. Utilizing his screen, he penetrated the Warriors' interior to score. The Warriors responded swiftly, with Curry racing down the court. Durant, sprinting to defend, delivered a resounding block just as Curry attempted a layup. Nurkic secured the ball and swiftly passed it to Booker. From just beyond the three-point arc, Booker launched a shot. Thud. This unexpected event seemed to reignite Booker's rhythm. Meanwhile, Chen attracted defensive attention in the low post, passing to an open Wiggins. Wiggins feigned a shot, evading Durant, and executed a layup. Nurkic rushed in, delivering a formidable block. Durant secured the rebound, and Beal dashed down court. Undeterred by the circumstances, driving toward the basket, he faced Davis's defense and converted a layup, achieving a 2-1. Beal calmly sank the ensuing free throw. In a subsequent possession, the Warriors committed a turnover. Durant grabbed the rebound and reached the arc without hesitation, raising his arms to take a shot. The ball sailed in a perfect arc, swishing through the net. Upon making the basket, Durant clenched his fists and let out a triumphant shout. "Ah!" The Warriors players were momentarily stunned. Their 11-point lead evaporated in an instant. The Phoenix crowd erupted into a frenzy, chanting in unison, "Let us go, Suns! Let us go, Suns!" The sound surged like a rising tide, and the momentum of the Suns reached its zenith. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the third quarter, sensing the perilous shift, Kerr urgently called for a timeout. The Warriors, having lost Green, found themselves bereft of a crucial defensive bastion, allowing Beal and Jones to penetrate the paint with ease. Meanwhile, the players appeared to have lost their confidence, their expressions betraying a hint of despondency. He emphasized to his team, "We must rally ourselves, do you understand?" He then retrieved the tactical board, illustrating, "When the Suns drive into the paint, the weak side players must converge to assist, as we must prioritize our interior defense." Amidst the cacophony, the Warriors nodded vacantly, yet Chen's gaze remained unwavering. In the preceding minutes, he aimed to invigorate his teammates through his passing while conserving energy for the decisive fourth quarter. However, his teammates seemed to have lost their spirit, failing to exert themselves. If they did not rise to the occasion, the contest would lose its suspense. Resolutely, he clenched his fist, silently vowing, "Let us do this." As the timeout concluded, the Warriors regained possession. Curry initiated a standard play, passing the ball to Chen. According to the strategy, he was supposed to set up a cutting player from the top of the arc. Yet, as Chen received the ball, the 20,000 fans erupted in a chorus of boos. Boo. Chen refrained from passing the ball. With a powerful dribble, he advanced to just inside the three-point line. Amidst the cacophony of jeers, he elevated for a shot. The ball traced a straight trajectory, imbued with his resolve and courage, accompanied by his determination to prove himself. Thud! The net erupted in a flurry of white. The ball found its mark. On the sidelines, Chen couldn't help but feel goosebumps. Having the closest bond with Chen in the team, he had never witnessed such unwavering determination in his eyes. He turned to Kerr and said, "Chen is ready to respond." Kerr nodded appreciatively. As the Suns launched their offense, Booker attempted another three-pointer. The ball ricocheted off the rim and swished through the net. Turning back, Chen utilized Davis's screen, maneuvering to an open position near the left free throw line. Receiving a pass from Curry, he executed a smooth fadeaway jumper. Thud! Another 2 points scored. The 20,000 fans erupted in a chorus of boos. Hiss. It was merely luck. You no longer have green. Surrender, Eastern fellow. During the Suns' offense, Durant penetrated the paint and scored with a layup. This time, the Warriors recognized Chen's resurgence and began to create space, setting him up for the shot. In a poised stance at a 45-degree angle, Chen deftly shifted his weight, leaving Booker momentarily off balance before he ascended for a shot. Thud. He struck again. It was now the Suns' turn to attack. Jones executed a penetrating layup with precision. In the subsequent play, Chen took control of the ball, advancing to the arc's apex. Confronted by Booker's defense, he lowered his center of gravity and stepped inward. With a graceful pivot, he unleashed a jump shot. He had now scored for consecutive points. As the ball swished through the net, the Warriors' bench erupted in exuberance, each player wearing an expression of disbelief. Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Kerr, silently affirming his earlier assertion. Kerr nodded with a smile. The Suns responded with Nurkic's decisive post move against Davis, successfully executing a hook shot. The Warriors continued to rely on Chen, who once again turned to deliver a fadeaway jumper. Without needing to glance, he knew it was another success. After netting his fifth shot, the jeers from the Suns' home crowd began to wane. The fans exchanged glances, bewildered by Chen's prowess. In the following play, Beal attempted a three-pointer from the corner, but this time he faltered. Wiggins seized the rebound. With just 24 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the ball found its way back to Chen. This time, Durant took the initiative to close in for the defense. Chen took a deep breath. With just 6 seconds remaining on the clock, he stepped forward with his right foot, breaking to the right. Durant spread his arms wide and swiftly shifted his feet to keep pace. Chen executed a sharp pivot, pulling the ball to his left hand in a gesture reminiscent of a prayer. Durant quickly stepped forward, yet he refrained from leaping. Chen once again pivoted to the right, the ball seamlessly transitioning to his right hand. Durant was momentarily thrown off balance by this succession of moves. Chen sprang up gracefully for a jump shot. Durant barely had time to leap. The ball swished through the net, and the lights illuminated. In that instant, the cacophony of boos from the crowd ceased entirely. The faces of the fans reflected sheer helplessness as they pointed at Chen, murmuring, "This guy must be on steroids. What a lunatic." Such an individual scoring exhibition was utterly breathtaking and wildly insane. In the final 3 minutes and 30 seconds, the Suns made 4 out of 5 attempts, including a three-pointer. With an astonishing 80 shooting accuracy, they failed to widen the gap and found themselves trailing by 3 points. Meanwhile, Chen achieved an impeccable 6 out of 6 shooting performance, amassing a staggering 12 points. How could one possibly compete against that? As Chen exited the court, Chen was the first to rush over, eager to celebrate with a mid-air leap alongside Chen. Yet Chen offered no response. Instead, he strode directly to the bench and sank down heavily onto it. Grasping a bottle of Gatorade, he gulped it down thirstily. At that moment, his complexion was pale, and even uttering words proved to be a challenge. One of the symptoms of a rib contusion is difficulty in breathing, and his injury had yet to fully heal. After enduring such an intense match, his body was now in a state of extreme hypoxia. Within the 10-cent live stream, the barrage of comments surged once more. 6666, 666, 6666. It is as if God donned Chen's jersey to play. Chen has proven himself. Brother Yi, VDS. Zhu Fang Yu exclaimed with fervor. Ha ha. My guess was the closest. I predicted 40, but it certainly appears to be more than that now. Yang Yi chuckled. Could it possibly reach 50 points? Wang Meng, ever the enthusiast, exclaimed his trademark phrase. By heaven, it must be 50 points. Chapter 49. A clash of blades. Count me in. Chen scored 12 consecutive points, leading the Warriors to regain a 3-point advantage. He has amassed a remarkable total of 38 points, setting a new career high. His teammates gathered around him, patting his head in congratulation. Gary Payton approached, resting a hand on Yi Chen's shoulder, his face close by as he remarked, 38 points. If you keep this up, you could secure an even more substantial contract. I'm envious. Looney, with a candid tone, added, indeed. Who knows? He might even have a chance to reach 50 points. Moody jested, if he scores 50 tonight, we can seize the opportunity to celebrate him lavishly. At that moment, only Li Kyle noticed something amiss with Yi Chen, though he chose to remain silent about it. Yi Chen nodded slightly, his voice barely a whisper as he uttered, I. Yet before he could finish his thought, his breathing became labored once more. At that moment, his teammates finally detected something amiss, casting worried glances in his direction. It was then that they noticed Yi Chen's pallid complexion and the purplish hue of his lips. Yi Chen lifted a bottle of water and took a sip, then picked up a towel to incessantly wipe the sweat from his brow. In a barely audible tone, he murmured, I merely wish for the team to secure victory. The number of points is of little consequence. His teammates exchanged glances, oblivious to the extent of Yi Chen's injuries. They assumed he was simply exhausted from exerting every ounce of his strength. Yet, even so, a sense of shame began to stir within them. Throughout the match, it was Yi Chen who led the team in their pursuit of points, while they, the substitutes, had failed to display the fighting spirit expected of them. Cole, ever perceptive, sensed the unusual atmosphere and turned to Yi Chen with concern, asking, Yi Chen, are you all right? Should I call for the team doctor? Yi Chen instinctively tightened his jersey, fearful that his injury might be discovered. He then mustered a faint smile and said, It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. Perhaps I didn't rest well last night. Though he spoke those words, even a fool could discern that something was amiss with Yi Chen's physical condition. This was especially true for professional athletes like those on the Warriors. Kerr felt the urge to say something, but the words faltered on the tip of his tongue. As a former professional athlete himself, he had already surmised the situation. Yet, since Yi Chen was reluctant to share, he respected his player's privacy. Quietly, he approached Yi Chen and gave a firm pat on his shoulder. This gesture profoundly moved the entire team. They understood that given Yi Chen's current physical state, whether he could return to the court in the fourth quarter was uncertain. Basketball is a team sport. Even the great Michael Jordan needed the support of Pippen and Rodman. At this moment, Yi Chen desperately required the assistance of his teammates. First to step forward was Payton, who also gave Yi Chen's shoulder a hearty pat. The body language conveyed a heartfelt message. Yi Chen is my brother. Count me in for the fight. Following suit were Kuminga, Moody, Waters, Li Kyle, Hield, and Looney. Even the most reluctant among them, Podziemski, put aside personal grievances for the greater good. One by one, the team members approached Yi Chen, nodding silently before offering him a supportive pat. They all recognized that it was time to rally together. The collective gaze of the team grew resolute, igniting a fervor within their hearts. Their singular belief was clear. For Yi Chen, they would fight with all their might. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Warriors deployed their bench, Podziemski, Payton, Kuminga, Li Kyle, and Looney. As Allen brought the ball past half-court, he felt a chill run down his spine. He noticed the Warriors players' eyes glimmering with the ferocity of wolves. Their stances were low, adopting exaggerated defensive postures that resembled a high-stakes boxing match, one where it was a fight to the death. Though Allen was momentarily bewildered, he executed the play and passed the ball to Plumlee in the paint. Plumlee attempted a strong move at the basket, but Looney, with arms as solid as iron, forcefully swatted the ball away. It ricocheted off Plumlee's foot, rolling towards the mid-court line. As O'Neal bent to retrieve it, Payton made a daring dive from the arc, crashing to the floor and clutching the basketball tightly with both arms. Sitting on the ground, he tossed the ball to Kuminga, who sprinted down the court with vigor. At that moment, Iguodala had already retreated to the basket. Yet Kuminga, fueled with an adrenaline rush, took off from just in front of the free-throw line, aiming to dunk over Iguodala. Although he missed the dunk, the crowd erupted with excitement. A foul was committed, and Kuminga made one of 2 free throws. In the next possession, the Suns initiated their offense. The 5 Warriors players maintained remarkably exaggerated physical stances. Allen received the ball at the arc, executed a shooting feint, and charged towards the paint. Li Kyle made a decisive lateral move from the elbow, delivering a forceful body confrontation. Beep. Foul. The Suns had the ball from the sideline. Once again, Allen drove into the lane for a layup. Looney, with a fierce glare, leaped up and delivered a resounding block, firmly controlling the ball. He then let out a triumphant roar. Chen has already fought valiantly for 38 points. Can you bear to watch him lose? For Chen, what are we waiting for? With that, he hurled the ball forward with great force. Upon hearing these words, the Warriors players felt a jolt of energy coursing through them, as if blood surged from their hearts to their minds. In the front court, Kuminga leapt high, seizing the ball, and once again attacked the rim, successfully scoring. In the following 5 minutes, the Warriors bench exhibited unwavering defensive tenacity, defending like rabid dogs, tearing into the Suns. The arena seemed to be transported back to the NBA of the 1970s, where there was only physicality, devoid of three-point shots. No one could easily secure a point. Within a mere 3 minutes, the Warriors had accumulated over 6 fouls. Yet, this did not dampen their defensive fervor. The Suns' bench was already weak, and coupled with the Warriors' sudden display of such fierce defense, they were caught off guard and utterly unable to adjust. With 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the Suns had yet to score from a field goal, managing only 4 points from free throws. The Warriors' scoring was also modest, amassing 12 points. However, thanks to the bench's ironclad defense, the Warriors re-established an 11-point lead. At that moment, a fierce gaze emanated from the Suns' bench, belonging to none other than the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. The Warriors, through the relentless defense of their bench players, expanded their lead to 11 points, prompting Coach Budenholzer to call for a timeout. With 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, he had already substituted in Booker and Beal over 8 minutes prior. However, as soon as Booker entered the game, he found himself tightly marked by Gary Payton II, a player whose career has been built upon defensive prowess. Energized by Chen, Payton's performance resembled a sudden activation of a defensive buff. Booker attempted several times to take on Payton one-on-one, only to be thwarted by turnovers or outright mistakes. As for Beal, he had lost his confidence from the onset of the game, having been thoroughly outplayed by Chen, resulting in neither player making the impact they were expected to. Budenholzer recognized that during the team's surge in the third quarter, they were on the verge of securing the game, but then the Warriors' number 8 emerged, scoring 12 consecutive points. Not only did he stabilize the situation, but his indomitable spirit also inspired his teammates. The Warriors had elevated the intensity of the game to that of the playoffs. Even the finals, a scenario Budenholzer had not anticipated. Time and again, number 8 dismantled his strategies, leading him to inwardly curse, "What a formidable opponent he is." Simultaneously, a twinge of jealousy arose within him, questioning why his team could not boast a player like Chen. In the aftermath, aside from substituting in his core player Durant, he knew he had to boost the team's morale. Thus, he resorted to a provocative approach. He struck the tactical board with fervor and shouted at his players, "You need to stand tall. Look around. This is our home court, filled with our fans. We must summon our spirit, and then we shall close the gap." After observing the players' reactions, he noticed a lack of change in their eyes. He escalated his motivational tactics. "Hey, can you tolerate others defecating on our heads? If you can endure that, I will immediately remove my suit and leave, because I cannot stand the feeling of being trampled upon." Upon hearing this, the players lifted their heads, gazing at the coach in astonishment. It was merely a regular season game, and they could internally accept a loss. However, they were taken aback by the coach's extreme provocation. With the coach's words striking such a chord, a wave of determination surged within them, particularly in Durant. Observing the players seemingly awakened, Budenholzer seized the moment. "We will reclaim the glory of Phoenix in this game. Let us fight, my children." Meanwhile, in the 10-cent broadcast room, Wang Ming sighed in relief. The Warriors' performance in the fourth quarter is reminiscent of a completely different team. "It has been a while since we witnessed such intensity in a game. I can scarcely believe my eyes. Is this truly the NBA of the 2024 season? What prompted such an intense defensive display from them?" Yang Yi cleared his throat and remarked analytically, "We are not athletes, so we cannot ascertain the specifics of what transpired. However, I surmise it is related to Chen. Moreover, the game has been ongoing for over 5 minutes, and despite Chen's stellar performance, he is yet to be substituted, which is quite peculiar. During a brief interlude in the third quarter, I noticed several players applauding Chen. Subsequently, the substitutes entered the game, attacking like rabid dogs. I must say, this match has been exhilarating. It has been years since I have witnessed such defensive intensity in an NBA regular season game." Zhu Fangyu then added, "Indeed, it is possible that Chen's consecutive scoring spurred his teammates on, and this indomitable spirit has spread throughout the entire team. On the court, in moments of fierce competition, it boils down to the psychological resilience of the players. The Warriors currently lead by 11 points. Do you both believe they can secure victory on the road?" Wang Ming posed a third question. Yang Yi responded, that depends on Coach Budenholzer's strategy, and one more thing, Durant has yet to make his mark in this game. Zhu Fangyu remarked, yes, it is crucial to observe whether Chen is experiencing any physical issues, and when the game reaches its climax, Durant will certainly step up. It will be a matter of whether the Warriors can withstand the pressure. Let us await the outcome. Meanwhile, on the Warriors' bench, the substitutes were already drenched in sweat. They eagerly exchanged high fives with Chen, signifying that they had not let him down. Chen nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. After a brief respite, he had somewhat regained his stamina, yet his complexion remained pallid and his lips still bore a faint hint of purple. Following his commendation of the substitute player's performance, Cole instructed the team to maintain their defensive intensity, anticipating the entry of Curry, Gary Payton II, Wiggins, Lee Kyer, and Davis onto the court. The players were momentarily taken aback, their gazes turning towards Chen. Chen was quite astonished. Despite his physical ailment, he had never contemplated relinquishing the game. He swiftly cast a questioning glance towards Kerr, who remained unresponsive to anyone. Kerr was acutely aware of Chen's predicament. Preserving the integrity of the team outweighed the risk of jeopardizing Chen's health for the sake of a mere regular season match. This was essential not only for the welfare of the entire team, but also for Chen's well-being. Moreover, the team was currently enjoying an 11-point lead. Although the margin was not insurmountable, it provided a significant advantage in the final 6 minutes of the fourth quarter. Stop dawdling. Execute as I previously instructed. Kerr commanded the players. With such resolute determination from Kerr, the players ceased their deliberations and returned to the court. The Suns regained possession of the ball. Coach Budenholzer's motivational tactics bore fruit, as the Suns elevated their defensive intensity, leading to a palpable tension between the two teams. Neither side managed to score within the first minute, transforming the match into an authentic defensive battle. However, during the Suns' subsequent offensive play, Durant seized control of the ball. After showcasing his versatility at the three-point arc, he confidently sank a three-pointer over Wiggins. Thereafter, he abruptly entered a state of relentless dominance. He executed mid-range jump shots, completed a driving layup with a foul for a three-point play, and drew defenders to assist Nurkic with a dunk. Wiggins was rendered helpless. Lee Kyer was powerless. Little Payton could not contain him. The Grim Reaper swung his scythe, piercing hearts with every strike, amassing 10 points in a mere 2 minutes. The center of Phoenix was instantaneously ignited by his prowess. The fans roared, their enthusiasm surging with each moment. Meanwhile, Curry struggled with his shooting, failing to convert several three-point attempts, indicating an off day for him. The Suns rapidly narrowed the gap to a single point. Kerr promptly called for a timeout. Warriors fans watching from afar were bewildered, flooding the screen with messages. Is he out of his mind? Why isn't Chen on the court now? Is Chen injured? Not allowing a player who scored 38 points to play? Kerr is incredible. If only Chen were 10 centimeters shorter, Kerr wouldn't have such a fear of heights. In the midst of a flurry of bullet comments, Chapter 51, The Little Flying Hero's Lever. With just 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the match, the Suns have once again leveled the score. A mere point separates them from seizing the lead, and the fans in Phoenix have succumbed to ecstasy. The din of the arena resembles that of a raucous nightclub. In the Warriors' bench area, every player wears a furrowed brow. No one relishes the chaos of such a frenzied away game, except for Chen. Enveloped by the thunderous cheers, his adrenaline surges. He gazes at the throng of over 20,000 fervent fans, and the innate warrior spirit buried within his very genes surges forth. Under this electrifying stimulation, he finds his weary body instantly revitalized. A singular thought reverberates in his mind. It is time to take the court and fight. At this moment, Coach Kerr is anxiously strategizing. Wiggins and Lee, as soon as Durant has the ball, you must rush to double-team him. Force him to pass. If you can steal the ball, that would be ideal. Meanwhile, Chen abruptly rises and declares to Kerr, Coach, I'm fine now. I must get on the court. Kerr furrows his brow, casting a doubtful glance at Chen, yet remains silent. Chen promptly leaped into the air, landing gracefully before soaring once more. After making 3 vertical jumps, Kerr waved his hand and remarked, well, that's enough, Yi. If you feel all right, you may take the court. However, during the game, should you experience any discomfort, you must exit immediately. It is not worth jeopardizing your career for a single match. Do you understand me, Yi? Upon hearing that he could play, Chen let out a sigh of relief and nodded in affirmation to Kerr. Meanwhile, Curry, Lee Kyer, Looney, and Payton Jr. approached Chen, offering him gentle pats on the back. Their gestures communicated a singular sentiment. Are you truly all right? Chen patted his chest, flashed a thumbs up with his right hand, and nodded emphatically twice. The pause concluded. The Warriors introduced a lineup featuring Curry, Chen, Wiggins, Gary Payton II, and Davis, with Gary Payton II temporarily substituting for Green. In the Tencent live broadcast room, the host sighed in relief upon Chen's entrance onto the court. Here he comes. Chen, it seems he is in good shape. Thank heavens, Chen is all right. As Chen stepped onto the court, a chilling voice echoed immediately. The golden badge of the athletic master has been activated. The golden badge, upgraded during the last training session, had finally been unlocked. Upon its activation, Chen felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through his body, stirring a ripple of excitement within him. Possessing the ball, the Warriors initiated their play. Curry, with the ball in hand, advanced to the front court and executed a screen with Davis. He then delivered a bounce pass to the cutting Davis. However, Davis fumbled the ball, resulting in a turnover as it rolled out of bounds. The Suns seized the opportunity to attack, spreading the floor once more. The ball found its way to the formidable Durant. After feigning a drive, he abruptly halted and launched a jump shot, effortlessly disregarding Wiggins' defense, and sank another mid-range basket. The Grim Reaper's scythe struck again, scoring 12 consecutive points and propelling the Suns into a 1-point lead. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Grim Reaper. Unbelievable. KD is simply unstoppable. How fortunate it is to have Durant on the team. In the subsequent possession, the Warriors regrouped for their offensive play. Curry, having crossed half-court, gestured for Chen to come forward, passing the ball into his hands. As the timeout concluded, Durant's gaze was already fixed upon Chen's silhouette. For players of superstar caliber, the greater the opponent's prowess, the more fervently their competitive spirit ignites. Upon receiving the ball, Chen was closely guarded by Durant. Chen did not rush to take action. Instead, he signaled with a tactical gesture. The Warriors players immediately repositioned, clearing the right side of the court. This strategy was meticulously crafted by Kerr specifically for Chen. Chen gradually positioned himself to the right side of the court, dribbling with his left hand. His back turned to Durant. Aware of Chen's proficiency in back-to-the-basket techniques, Durant, with his wealth of defensive experience, refrained from getting too close. Maintaining a distance of an arm's length, he gently nudged Chen with his left hand while raising his exceptionally long right arm high in the air, poised to disrupt Chen's fadeaway jump shot at any moment. Durant's defensive stance was astutely seasoned, making it a formidable challenge. Wang Ming commented rapidly in the broadcast, acknowledging the difficulty of backing down against Durant, who had both height and reach over Chen, not to mention his agility. Zhu Fangyu quickly responded, noting that interference was inevitable this time. Yang Yi spoke even faster, asserting that Chen would undoubtedly be thwarted. On the court, Chen began to exert force in his backing maneuver, one thrust, then another. Durant cunningly retreated, denying Chen the leverage he needed. With his superior height and wingspan, as long as he prevented Chen from fully engaging, he could leap at any moment to disrupt or even block Chen's signature fadeaway shot. And in that instant, as Durant retreated for the second time, Chen swiftly dribbled the ball with his left hand, executing a half-turn towards the baseline, then transferring the ball to his right hand as he surged towards the basket. Although Durant was momentarily delayed, his defensive position was closer to the hoop. He took a step back, utilizing his long legs to obstruct Chen's path to the rim. Simultaneously, Chen gathered the ball to his abdomen and, from a distance of half a meter from Durant, propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap. At this moment, Durant felt a jolt of realization. Did this audacious player intend to dunk over him? What a lunatic! Fury surged within Durant's chest. Even death itself is divine. The dignity of a god cannot be trampled upon by others. With this thought, Durant leapt fiercely, raising his arms high, creating a volleyball-style block in midair. Chen's offensive path was entirely thwarted by Durant. Should he attempt a forceful dunk, he would undoubtedly be met with Durant's formidable reach. Yet, in a remarkable display, he pulled his outstretched hands downward, drawing the ball to his abdomen. In a mere fraction of a second, Durant began his descent, while Chen continued to glide through the air, positioning himself on the opposite side of the rim. With every ounce of strength focused in his core, he gently tossed the ball upward, using the rim as a shield. Thud! The ball struck the backboard, and then cascaded into the net. As the ball swished through, the players on the Warriors bench gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape and eyes wide in disbelief at Chen's audacity. Curry, overwhelmed with excitement, celebrated with a goodnight gesture. The once vibrant arena in Phoenix fell into a profound silence. The fans' cheers transformed into a collective gasp. What was that move? Where did this extraordinary talent emerge from? Players from Huaxia are truly monstrous. Alas, every time the score tightens, this insufferable fellow appears. In the Tencent live broadcast, Wang Ming shook his head in disbelief. My goodness. What did I just witness? That core strength is akin to the little flying man. Only he could execute such a maneuver. Zhu Fengyu offered a professional analysis. This play showcases Yu Chen's exceptional core strength. Had he approached directly, he would have been blocked. Instead, he exerted force midair, releasing the ball just as KD began his descent. Yang Yi, with keen focus, observed the two and remarked, in all my years of watching basketball, only 3 players have displayed such fluidity and prolonged hang time in their moves: Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and Tracy McGrady. I never expected to witness Yu Chen perform such a feat today. Chapter 52, a back-and-forth battle. Yu Chen executed an astonishing layup, allowing the Warriors to reclaim a 1-point lead with merely 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Durant realized that this play could potentially render him a mere backdrop in the highlight reel. After Yu Chen's successful shot, he furiously slammed the ball down, his expression fraught with irritation as he pointed towards the baseline, bellowing at Nurkic beside him. What are you doing? You should have been there to help with the defense. Frustration radiated from him. Nurkic, with his head bowed, avoided Durant's gaze, fully aware that he dared not retort. Yet internally, he felt wronged, thinking, how unfair. You failed to defend, yet you blame me. Placing blame on Nurkic was undeniably unjust. After all, Yu Chen's swift transition into the layup was too rapid for Nurkic to respond, let alone provide assistance. It was evident that Durant was misdirecting his frustration regarding Yu Chen towards his teammate. Meanwhile, Yu Chen, during his retreat, felt a surge of satisfaction. The prestigious mastery badge had indeed proven its worth. Without the added advantage of the badge, Durant might have thwarted his previous offensive attempt. The diligent training he had undertaken bore remarkable fruit. In the next possession, the Suns initiated their offense. Booker held the ball, while Durant positioned himself beyond the three-point line. Booker signaled for Nurkic to set a screen, obstructing Yu Chen. As Booker penetrated near the free-throw line, he faced a charging Payton and was poised to shoot. Simultaneously, Durant made a sudden, explosive cut towards the basket, receiving Booker's pass midair as he soared in for a spectacular dunk. The rim reverberated with a thunderous clang. Following the dunk, he did not immediately release his grip, but instead hung from the rim, casting a glance back at Yu Chen. This electrifying play ignited a fervent roar from the Phoenix crowd, a cacophony of cheers that surged through the entire arena. Yu Chen, undeterred, swiftly responded with vigor. In the ensuing offensive, he took the initiative to seize possession of the ball. Advancing into the front court, he executed a screen with Davis, creating a favorable mismatch against Nurkic. Upon realizing he was matched up against Yu Chen, Nurkic immediately lowered his center of gravity and spread his arms wide. Having just faced criticism from Durant, he was fervently determined to thwart this play, seeking to redeem his image in the eyes of his leader. Yu Chen deftly maneuvered the ball inward, swiftly retreating a step before shifting to a left-handed prayer pose. Nurkic, in response, took a step back, then advanced, raising his arm to contest the shot. Yu Chen promptly transferred the ball to his right hand, effortlessly maneuvering past Nurkic. He found himself in the unguarded paint, his body slightly leaning forward, cradling the ball in his right hand. With a gentle motion, he sent it soaring into the basket. This exquisite combination of a change of direction, a prayer gesture, and a kiss off the rim was executed with such finesse that not a single superfluous movement was made. It flowed like silk. The Warriors reclaimed a 1-point lead. The intensity of this clash, akin to a cosmic collision, was electrifying. The fans in attendance could hardly contain their excitement, rising to their feet to witness the spectacle. Turning back, the Suns quickly initiated play. Durant was eager to respond. Seizing the moment before the Warriors could fully retreat on defense, he stepped just inside the three-point line, disregarding all caution. He lifted his arm and released a jumper. Swish. The Grim Reaper struck back once more. The Suns regained a 1-point lead, with Phoenix fans raising their hands in celebration. The arena DJ exuberantly announced, 2 points from Kevin Durant. As Yu Chen and Durant entered into this duel of scoring, the barrage of comments in the Tencent NBA live stream erupted into a frenzy. Yu Chen's kiss off the rim was as smooth as velvet. Yu Chen, 666, 6666. Durant, 6666666. The Grim Reaper is simply phenomenal. Let us go. The Tencent NBA annual membership purchase today was truly worth it. I'm in awe. Has Yu Chen now reached Durant's level? Zhu Fengyu's palms were drenched with sweat. This game is so tightly contested, with Chen and Durant exchanging blows back and forth, leading to 4 intense back-and-forth exchanges. Neither side yielded, with the score oscillating in rapid succession. This is the essence of a superstar showdown. I am at a loss for words to describe such exhilarating exchanges. Wang Ming adjusted his nearly slipping glasses and remarked, "My instincts tell me this game will reach a pivotal moment before a victor is determined. And perhaps we might witness a last-second heroics." Yang Yi has always enjoyed predicting the flow of the game. On the sidelines, Kerr felt an immense thrill. Besides Curry, the Warriors finally had another player to rely on. Since Klay Thompson's devastating injury and Durant's departure, no Warrior had displayed such remarkable prowess. On the court, within the next minute, Chen delivered another jump shot, while Durant once again connected from distance. Finally, in the last minute of the game, both players missed a shot, bringing this exhilarating exchange to a close. With just 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining, the Suns held a slender 1-point lead, and the Warriors possessed the ball. Kerr called for a timeout. Chen sat on the bench, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel. Cole inquired, "Yi, are you feeling all right?" Chen gasped for breath, his stamina having reached its zenith. Yet, with but a minute remaining in the match, he resolved to continue playing. Adjusting his breathing, he asserted, "No problem." Although physically intact, Cole discerned that Chen's energy reserves were nearly depleted. He held up the tactical board and instructed, "Next, Curry will handle the ball, and Davis will come up to set a high screen for Curry, while Chen feigns for the ball at the 45-degree angle." They are wary of Chen's prowess in the low post and would hesitate to double-team Curry. After the screen, if an opportunity arises, Curry should immediately take a three-pointer from the top of the arc. He continued, on the defensive end, as soon as Durant secures the ball, "We must double-team him without hesitation, ensuring that neither Durant nor Booker gets a shot off. We would prefer to allow other Suns players to take their chances." In the Suns bench, Durant was not faring much better, no longer in his youth. He had recently scored 12 consecutive points but had been engaged in a relentless battle with Chen for several possessions. His stamina was utterly spent, forcing him to push through despite his exhaustion. Observing the weary Durant, Budenholzer felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon his heart. Under normal circumstances, when Durant unleashed his scythe-like moves, the game would have already been secured. Furthermore, today, Curry's shooting touch was lacking, and unexpectedly, an eighth player had emerged, capable of both scoring and playmaking, giving him a headache throughout the game. He held the tactical board and directed his players, "In our upcoming defensive strategy, we must focus on tightly guarding Curry and that eighth player, ensuring they do not have an easy shot. If they pass out to find other shooters, we can accept that, but we must never leave the interior unguarded. Understood?" The Suns players nodded in agreement, fully supportive of their coach's game plan. They had witnessed Chen's one-on-one capabilities, and Curry required no further elaboration. In such a critical moment, everyone would prefer to gamble on the Warriors' other players taking open shots. Chapter 53, a last-minute putback. Across the Atlantic, in a university cafeteria, a bespectacled student had just finished his fourth class and approached the serving window. Suddenly, he heard an uproarious cheer erupt behind him. He turned to see a throng of students gathered around, their eyes fixed on the television mounted on the wall. The screen was replaying the highlights of Durant and Chen's fierce exchanges. One student exclaimed, "Chen is absolutely incredible today." Another chimed in, "Indeed. He's already scored 44 points, and with time still left in the game, I believe he could reach 50. A girl with a ponytail curiously asked, "Is this the Chen you all discuss daily? I didn't expect him to be quite so dashing." As the television showcased Chen's astonishing reverse layup, the cafeteria erupted in thunderous applause. Chen, the pride of the Chinese players. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon the entire cafeteria resonated with chants. "Chen, go for it. Chen, go for it." The atmosphere was such that the bespectacled youth felt a shiver run down his spine. Even someone who typically shunned basketball games found himself swept up in the crowd, joining in the chorus of encouragement for Chen. On the court, the Warriors launched an offensive. Following Kerr's tactical design, Davis set a high screen for Curry, while Chen drew defenders in the left elbow area. The original intent was for Curry to confront Nurkic, but after Jones was screened, he abandoned Davis to rush towards Curry. As Curry neared a double team from Nurkic and Jones, he had no choice but to pass the ball to the descending Davis. However, Durant swiftly closed in on him, leaving Davis with no room to shoot. Coming to a halt at the free throw line, Davis scanned the court and passed the ball to the wide-open Wiggins in the corner. Wiggins caught the ball, with no defender within 3 meters. This was precisely the strategy outlined by Budenholzer. If not now, when? Wiggins took a moment to aim at the hoop, inhaled deeply, and after a 2-second adjustment, released the ball. It soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc as it headed straight for the basket. The trajectory was exquisite, raising the hearts of the fans and the Suns players alike. Yet, thud. The ball ricocheted off the left side of the rim, bouncing high into the air. Budenholzer felt a surge of satisfaction, for it seemed the tactic was indeed sound. The other Warriors players faltered under pressure. With Nurkic now out of the play, only Durant remained beneath the basket. However, he had already positioned himself expertly. Anticipating the rebound's trajectory, as he extended his long arms to secure the ball, just as he was about to land. A hand reached up from below and swatted the ball into the air. Taken aback, Durant leaped again, but a white figure soared above him. Like a rocket ascending into the sky, snatching the ball to his chest. This figure was none other than the Warriors' number 8. The entire arena gasped in astonishment. No one had anticipated that he could seize the rebound directly over Durant's head. After Chen seized the offensive rebound, 3 players immediately surrounded him at the basket. 6 arms reached out simultaneously towards his chest. At this moment, he found himself too deep under the basket, encircled by 3 players, with his vision severely obstructed. Chen once again astonished everyone with his remarkable move. Just before being encircled by the Suns players, he propelled himself off the ground, leaping beyond the baseline. This maneuver created a significant distance between him and the defenders. In midair, he spotted Curry, who was cutting into the paint, summoning every ounce of strength. He sent the ball soaring toward him. Curry received the pass, and immediately 3 Suns players pivoted to intercept. However, Curry had already released the ball, with a high-arching shot. Swish. It was a perfect net. This basket was a result of a second-chance opportunity, with only 28 seconds remaining. The Warriors seized a 1-point lead. Budenholzer nearly leaped onto the court, pleading with the referee for a timeout. Just as his strategy seemed poised for success, his team relinquished a crucial rebound. His face flushed with anger, yet he suppressed his fury, orchestrating the final offensive play. Even a child would know that the last shot would undoubtedly be entrusted to Durant. In the Warriors' bench area, the team erupted in jubilant cheers, their spirits soaring. Curry and Chen celebrated with a chest bump, while teammates exchanged high-fives in exuberance. Chen's rebound was undeniably pivotal. Of course, Curry's floater was equally spectacular. Kerr quickly devised a defensive strategy. We must adhere to our previous defensive setup, allowing the Suns' other players to take shots. We absolutely cannot permit Durant and Booker to shoot freely, especially KD. Understood? The players nodded earnestly in agreement. As the timeout concluded, the Suns prepared to inbound the ball, with the exceptionally skilled Jones executing the pass. Wiggins closely guarded Durant, while Chen's gaze remained fixed on Durant, unwavering. Indeed, Durant began to maneuver, preparing to receive the ball at the top of the arc. Wiggins and Chen immediately surged forward. However, Nurkic and O'Neal swiftly executed a pick at the free throw line. As Durant slipped past, their robust physiques firmly closed the door, effectively obstructing the advancing Wiggins and Chen. Durant received the ball just inside the three-point line at the arc's peak. With his left foot planted, he lifted his right foot and executed a graceful arch shot reminiscent of horseback archery. The ball sailed through the air, tracing a magnificent arc before swishing through the net. The arena erupted with thunderous applause, as if it would engulf everything within it. Durant turned towards the audience, raising his fist. "This is my home court." In the Tencent live broadcast room, Wang Ming excitedly proclaimed that famous saying, "Kevin Durant doesn't believe the long night will come, for the torch is in his hand." Yang Yi and Zhu Fengyu echoed loudly. "The Grim Reaper has descended. It is utterly terrifying." Yang Yi then, with remarkable speed, inquired, "Who should the Warriors entrust with the final possession?" Wang Ming replied, "Curry or Chen." Both had delivered clutch shots in the previous 2 games. However, based solely on this match, Chen's shooting was notably superior. Yang Yi responded. Zhu Fengyu contemplated for half a second before stating, "Both are possibilities. It hinges on who has the opportunity." On the court, with just 24 seconds remaining, the Warriors had one final complete offensive play. The players glanced at Kerr, who showed no intention of calling a timeout. Davis sprinted to the baseline, passing the ball to Curry. As Curry brought the ball to the arc's apex, Durant immediately stepped up to defend. Curry remained composed, surveying the clock. The 20,000 fans in Phoenix chanted in unison, "Defense! Defense! Defense!" The glaring red numbers on the timer continued to count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Curry initiated his attack. Durant, almost frantically, closed in. Curry hesitated for a moment, refraining from driving inside. Instead, he took a significant step back, positioning himself near the logo at center court, and launched a three-pointer. The ball soared past Durant's fingertips. The entire arena held its breath as the basketball soared through the dome of Phoenix, unerringly aimed at the hoop. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Thud. The ball struck the rim, ricocheted within the hoop 3 times, and finally, with an air of reluctance, it bounced out. Instantly, over 20,000 fans exhaled in relief. Due to the coach's emphatic instructions, 3 players from the Suns firmly established their positions on the rebound. Suddenly, a figure clad in white emerged in the air. Royce O'Neal spotted this apparition and immediately shouted, "Rebound." However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Chen soared high, riding on Nurkic's momentum. With a deft flick of his right hand, he gently tapped the ball in midair. Beep. The light illuminated. The ball found its way into the net. The game concluded. The 8th player of the Warriors had executed a buzzer beater against the Suns. At this moment, all eyes in the arena were fixed upon Chen. Having exerted all his energy in that leap, he had fallen to the ground upon descending. Now, he merely sat quietly, refraining from excessive celebration. He reveled in the attention of over 20,000 fans in the stands, as well as countless viewers glued to their screens. It was only until his teammates surged toward him, toppling him in a frenzy, that the moment was truly realized. Chapter 54, A Night Belonging to You Phoenix Arena. After the conclusion of the match, the spectators did not immediately depart. Instead, they remained in place, silently watching the replay on the big screen. They clung to a final glimmer of hope, questioning whether Chen's putback had exceeded the time limit. Alas, their hopes were dashed. Although Chen leaped with less than a second remaining, the ball left his right hand just as the clock ticked down to 0. 2 seconds, and only then did the red light illuminate. Had Chen held the ball for an additional 0.2 seconds, it would have been deemed a violation. Yet, reality proved to be cruel for the fans. This was a flawless buzzer beater. Upon witnessing this, the fans shook their heads in disbelief, marveling at Chen's uncanny judgment of where the ball would land and his extraordinary vertical leap. The barrage of comments in the 10-cent live stream had taken over the screen. A flurry of white text cascading together. Chen 666666666666666. Chen V5. Chen VVVDDDDDSSS. Yee. Yay. Simply magnificent. In the studio, Zhu Fengyu was the first to rise, excitedly pounding the table. My goodness. A buzzer beater. In him, I see the future hope of our national team. He is destined to become the foremost idol in the hearts of Chinese fans. And I can hardly wait to see him represent our country. Wang Meng shouted, his face flushed and eyes squinting. We finally won. Chen was simply unstoppable in this game. This is the most thrilling NBA regular season match I have ever witnessed. Yang Yi shook his head in awe, exclaiming, 3 heroes battling elbow, ultimately falling to his lethal strike. From competing with Beal in the first quarter, to trading points with Devin Booker, and finally grappling with the Grim Reaper. He scored a staggering 46 points, along with 6 rebounds and 8 assists, with an astonishing shooting percentage of 65. I find myself at a loss for words. I cannot express the shock Chen has instilled in me. Zhu Fengyu added. Moreover, the most significant point is that we can now proudly proclaim to the world that Chen is a player of our great nation. His veins pulse with the blood of the descendants of Yin and Huang. This summary resonates deeply. In the studio, 3 individuals simultaneously expressed their pride and joy with heartfelt applause. In a certain chain supermarket in Huaxia, the proprietor, seated beside the cash register, witnesses this scene. He strikes his fist upon the glass table, causing the nearby ashtray to topple and cigarette butts to scatter across the surface. Yet, he remains unfazed. To hell with it. Huaxia Chen is truly remarkable. The regular customers shopping in the supermarket gaze at the owner in astonishment, as it is the first time they have seen him so animated. In the university cafeteria, hundreds of students raise their arms in unison, cheering with fervor, even more exhilarated than when their physical education teacher substitutes for a math class. A bespectacled boy leaps into a dance amid the crowd, despite having never watched a basketball game and lacking even a basic understanding of the rules. But none of that matters. What is significant is that he knows Chen, as a player representing Huaxia, has triumphed over the Phoenix City team single-handedly, and that is sufficient. Such scenes unfold simultaneously in the streets and alleys of Huaxia. Meanwhile, on the basketball court, Chen had just been freed from the throng by his teammates. Curry affectionately ruffled Chen's hair, his large eyes fixed on him. Brother, this is your night, truly a night to remember. Savor it. The substitutes, including Peyton, Looney, and Kaminga, approached one by one to embrace Chen, expressing their heartfelt sentiments. You are incredible. I wish to be your teammate for a lifetime. Following this, the Suns players came over to bid farewell to their Warriors counterparts. Durant was the first to embrace Curry, jokingly asking, "Chef, have you missed me lately? How about I come back to play?" Curry glanced at Chen and jested, "I have Chen now. I no longer need you." With that, both erupted into hearty laughter. Subsequently, Durant approached Chen, pointing at him with a mischievous grin. Next time, I won't leave you with 24 seconds. I'll just sink a buzzer beater." Chen's face broke into a smile as he replied, "Perhaps next time I shall simply seal you off." After speaking, the two embraced one another, laughter filling the air. Chen once again embraced each player from the Suns, demonstrating his respect and decorum despite the fierce competition on the court. However, Nurkic and Beal chose to forego such gestures, turning away to head directly to the locker room. The NBA designates specific days for locker room access, allowing reporters the freedom to enter and interview any players they wish. Within the Suns locker room, the reporters were most concentrated around Durant, with Beal following closely behind. This attention was undoubtedly a consequence of Beal's pre-game remarks regarding Chen. As reporters thrust microphones toward Beal, they inquired, "Mr. Beal, Chen scored 46 points, along with 8 assists and 6 rebounds, setting a new career high. What are your thoughts?" Beal, lowering his gaze, had anticipated such questions, having initiated the dialogue himself. Yet, instead of responding, he found himself overshadowed by Chen's decisive shot. Seeking to save face, he replied, "I want to comment on a player nearing 50 points. Thank you." At that moment, Nurkic, who was in the process of removing his jersey, interjected, "P.S. just like Green, very hot-headed. All players on the Warriors are like that. And honestly, I believe he committed a foul on that last shot." The reporters, sensing a story, quickly surrounded Nurkic, asking, "Wasn't Chen's put back a vertical leap? Do you think he pushed you?" "Absolutely, he even shoved me. Next time, I'll block him. And of course, Green too," Nurkic retorted defiantly. Yet, the essence of the game remains unchanged, regardless of whether Chen's final shot was a foul, as long as the referee did not call it. It stands as a valid play, much like the feudal debate surrounding Michael Jordan's last shot and whether a foul was committed. Meanwhile, ESPN's renowned reporter, Katie, made her appearance once more at the sidelines, and naturally, her focus was on interviewing Chen. "Hello, it's good to see you again," she said, leaning in closer as she conducted the interview. Chen caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from her. Chen nodded slightly. "Congratulations. Last time, you mentioned that your goal was to secure a formal contract, and you have not only achieved that, but you have also delivered yet another astonishing performance in this match." Chen nodded and smiled, saying, "It is all due to your interview with me that has bestowed upon me such good fortune." Katie chuckled lightly and inquired, "Thank you. Well, prior to the match, you stated that you do not concern yourself with who the opponent is as long as you are on the field. Your remarks seem to have stirred discontent among certain individuals. Would you consider today's performance a response to them?" This was indeed a pointed question. After experiencing a setback in front of the media, Chen has become more cautious. He replied, "Whenever I step onto the field, I will give it my all." Katie posed several more questions, yet Chen continued to respond with prudence. As she was leaving, Katie gave Chen a knowing glance and handed him a business card. "Shall we dine together this evening? I know a delightful restaurant in Phoenix." Chen graciously accepted and replied, "Oh, I may not be able to tonight, as I have training early tomorrow morning." Katie revealed a hint of disappointment and said, "Then perhaps next time." Chen nodded, acknowledging with a soft next time. After Katie departed, he caught sight of a familiar figure standing at the far end of the court, observing him intently. Chen recalled the familiar figure. The beautiful journalist from China, Zhou Lingen. Chapter 55, The Impact of the Bombardment. Zhou Lingen is a correspondent for Tencent Sports stationed in the United States. However, within the NBA league, Chinese journalists, regardless of their status, experience, or connections, invariably find themselves unable to compete with the likes of ESPN and TNT. Consequently, Chinese reporters often have the opportunity to interview only peripheral players in the NBA. High-profile athletes such as Curry, LeBron James, and Durant are not accessible at their discretion. Rather, interviews must be arranged through official personnel. Upon encountering the captivating visage of the Eastern beauty, Chen felt an immediate sense of familiarity. He took the initiative to approach. Drawing near to Zhou Lingen. Among Eastern women, Her figure could be described as nothing short of perfection. She possessed an enviable physique, with an impeccable balance between her upper and lower body, accentuating her alluring curves. This undeniably stirred one's emotions. Zhou Lingyan, taken aback by Yi Chen's approach, covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yi Chen smiled and took the initiative to say, "I have always seen the beautiful Miss Zhou on television, and this time I finally get to meet her in person." Zhou Lingyan waved her hand modestly, replying, "Oh no, not at all. Your words make me feel quite embarrassed." Yi Chen nodded slightly and remarked, "Aren't you eager to interview me?" "Haha." Zhou Lingyan covered her mouth and chuckled. Given Yi Chen's remarkable performance in the match, one could only imagine the throngs of prominent journalists eagerly awaiting their turn to speak with him. In her moment of excitement, she momentarily forgot this fact. Regaining her composure, she cleared her throat and inquired, "Yi Chen, you have set a new career high in scoring today. What does this feel like?" "Indeed. The media in Huaxia never fails to support their own." Yi Chen remarked, "It feels quite delightful. My teammates have created numerous opportunities for me. All I need to do is to put the ball through the hoop." Zhou Lingyan promptly posed a second question. "It is well known that a non-professional player from Huaxia has ascended to the NBA through a viral event. Could you share the emotional journey that transpired along the way?" This inquiry holds considerable depth. In many respects, Zhou Lingyan mirrors Yi Chen. Both engaged in basketball-related endeavors in a foreign land, particularly in a country like the United States, where racial discrimination is pervasive. There lies an abundance of heartache and untold stories beneath the surface. Yi Chen pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, "After competing with Barnes, I considered my entry into the NBA a natural progression. However, upon joining the team, I was relegated to the development league. During that period, I genuinely feared that I would be confined to playing in the development league indefinitely. When Coach Kerr called me back to the team, I was nearly overcome with tears. What I can share with everyone is that, regardless of your circumstances or the challenges you face in life, you must believe in yourself and persist in your efforts." With every word spoken by Yi Chen, Zhou Lingyan nodded in agreement as his words resonated deeply within her heart. After a brief pause, she posed another question. "The vast community of basketball enthusiasts in Huaxia yearns for you to impart a message to them." Yi Chen smiled and remarked, "I am not a person of vast knowledge. If I must express something, I shall borrow the words of a great figure. Do not be intimidated by the formidable presence of adversaries, nor disheartened by the difficulties that are still bearable. Do not lose heart over temporary setbacks. The path may be winding, yet the future is bright. The darkness will soon pass, and the dawn is just ahead." Meanwhile, an elderly man was queuing in the staff cafeteria, holding a lunchbox. This individual was Yi Chen's father, Yi Jiangwo. Due to health issues in his early years, he had retired early. However, after his health improved, he was re-employed by the organization. While standing in line today, he could distinctly feel the gazes of those around him converging upon him. A female teacher gently tapped his shoulder and inquired, "I heard your son Yi Chen is making quite a fortune playing basketball in America." Yi Jiangwo hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "I cannot claim to know about that. Besides, the money he earns is his own affair, which bears little significance to me. Heh." "Oh, how modest of you. With a son like that, you should simply await your days of leisure." Someone nearby chimed in, "If I were old Yi, I would forego work altogether and accompany my son to America to enjoy life." At that moment, the principal approached and remarked, "What do you all know? I have heard that the taxation on sports in America is quite steep. Furthermore, Yi Chen brings honor to our nation. It is not merely about wealth, you see?" As he spoke, the principal gently patted Yi Jiangwo on the shoulder and added, "Old Yi, when young Yi finds the time to return, let us invite him to mentor our basketball team and broaden our horizons." Yi Jiangwo nodded with a sense of earnestness. It was at this moment he truly grasped the extent of Yi Chen's influence in the NBA. Even the antiquated principal was aware of it, and within the institution, it seemed that everyone was in the know. Remarkably, even the once mischievous students had shed their boisterous habits, sitting upright and quietly absorbing his lessons, all for the mere hope of obtaining Yi Chen's autograph. Simultaneously, within a factory, a young man had just finished his shift and was eager to retreat to his dormitory. He eagerly picked up his phone, launched a video editing application, and commenced the creation of a montage featuring Yi Chen's exploits in the NBA. He initially edited a segment showcasing Yi Chen versus Barnes, captioned, "The Beginning." Following that, he included highlights of Yi Chen's performance against the Celtics, labeled Emergence. The background voice was a Mandarin, courtesy of a Tencent commentator. Next, he showcased Yi Chen's audacious jump shot over LeBron James, accompanied by the text, heir to the Mamba mentality, with an impassioned English commentary as the backdrop. Finally, he selected a trendy piece of music from Durant to serve as the background score. Just as he completed his work, the factory bell rang, prompting him to hastily upload the video to his personal page before returning to his duties. After merely 2 hours of work, he could no longer contain his excitement and requested a 15-minute break from his supervisor. Rushing back to his dormitory, he grabbed his phone and was nearly taken aback. Views, 150,000. Likes, 10,752. Comments, over 3,800. He could hardly restrain his exhilaration, exclaiming aloud, "Brother Yi, you must perform splendidly. My video revenue hinges on you." Across the Atlantic, at 645 Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, New York City, within the NBA headquarters, a staff member was grappling with a report. This was the NBA's video editing department, and the top 10 plays were due for final review that very evening. However, Chen's appearances in the preliminary selections were overwhelmingly numerous. Yet, as a Chinese player, the prospect of a non-native athlete dominating the top 10 could yield adverse repercussions. Would fans perceive a decline in American basketball talent? With a sigh, he resolved to pass this conundrum on to his superiors. The author has added chicken leg rice, enhancing the excitement. Chapter 56, Dominating the Top 10 Plays. The next day, ESN Studio. As per tradition, the major broadcasters gathered once more to analyze the previous day's game. O'Neal, clad in a suit and donning a pair of dark glasses, gazed meaningfully at the others and remarked, "I knew it. I knew it. This kid Chen would respond to you all in his own way." With 38 minutes on the court, a shooting accuracy of 65, he scored 46 points, along with 8 assists and 6 rebounds. Figures reminiscent of peak Kobe, ha ha ha. After O'Neal's statement, a brief silence enveloped the studio, with no one daring to speak. Particularly, Perkins, known for his loquaciousness, wore a sullen expression and remained silent. Observing this, O'Neal waved his hands and exclaimed, Look at their expressions. Can you tell if their faces are burning?" Barkley glanced at the shark, slightly recoiling, and admitted, "All right, Shaq. I can see that I underestimated his prowess." O'Neal waved dismissively, "Sir Charles, had I known this would happen, I should have provoked you last time, making you promise to kiss a donkey's backside." Laughter erupted among the group. This was a well-known joke. Years ago, when Yao Ming entered the league as the first overall pick in the NBA, his initial performances were lackluster. Barkley, in front of everyone at ESN, made a promise. If Yao scored 19 points, he would kiss Kenny Smith's backside. The retribution came swiftly. On November 18, 2002, during a game between the Rockets and the Lakers, Yao came off the bench, shooting 9 for 9, making 2 free throws, and scoring 20 points along with 6 rebounds, leading the Rockets to a 93-89 victory over the Lakers. However, Kenny Smith was unwilling to allow Barkley to kiss his backside. Therefore, he cleverly utilized the dual meaning of ass in English, renting a donkey, and attaching a sign reading Kenny to it. During a nationally televised halftime show, Barkley kissed the donkey's backside in front of the cameras. With his hands raised, Barkley quipped, "All right, Shark. If you provoke me again, I might just have to do it once more." O'Neal cast a somewhat disdainful glance at Barkley, saying, "Sir Charles, you really need to amend your biases against athletes of Asian descent. Yao Ming, Jeremy Lin, and now Chen. You always doubt them." Barkley shook his head and replied, "That being said, Chen is truly impressive. I had no idea of his remarkable athletic ability." O'Neal nodded and turned to Perkins, inquiring, "Hey, Perkins, what do you think?" After Barkley's statement, O'Neal took the initiative to question Perkins. Previously, it was these two who provoked Chen the most. O'Neal had long been a devoted fan of Chen. Beyond Chen's own commendable performance, O'Neal saw countless reflections of Kobe in him, whether it was on the court, in terms of position, physicality, movements, or even personality. The resemblance was striking. Naturally, Perkins was reluctant to address this topic, but he did not anticipate O'Neal's bold inquiry before everyone. He managed to force a smile and conceded, "I admit he has performed admirably in these 3 games. But that is merely limited to these 3. He shifted his tone, saying, "Back in the day, Jeremy Lin had 7 remarkable games, yet he faded like a shooting star. Where is Lin now?" After speaking, he glanced at O'Neal. O'Neal retorted without reservation, "Listen, Kendrick, comparing Jeremy Lin to Chen is a grave mistake. Lin plays as a point guard, while Chen embodies the quintessential shooting guard. His skills surpass Lin's, and his physical stature is notably more imposing. With Chen's post-up technique, I believe there is no one in the league capable of defending against him effectively. Perkins had already formulated his response in his mind. Before O'Neal could finish, he interjected, "Let us consider the teams Chen has faced in these past 3 games. The Lakers and Warriors, though boasting LeBron and Durant, have long passed their prime. Against the Celtics, he did not showcase his offensive prowess. Who currently occupies the MVP rankings? Alexander from the Thunder, Jokic from the Nuggets, Antetokounmpo from the Bucks, Wembanyama from the Spurs, and Towns from New York. Chen has not faced any of the top 5 MVP candidates. Claiming no one can defend him is utterly absurd. Antetokounmpo and Wembanyama could easily overpower him." O'Neal was poised to counter, yet Kenny Smith interrupted their debate. "All right, due to time constraints, we shall revisit the topic of Chen another time. Now, let us move on to the top 10 plays of the week." The hosts then turned to the large screen in the studio, welcoming viewers to this week's NBA Top 10 plays. Play number 10. Pacers Haliburton delivers a no-look assist, showcasing his magic as he assists Siakam for an easy layup. Play number 9. Bucks Antetokounmpo executes a crossover in transition, finishing with a one-handed slam dunk. The Greek Freak. Play number 8. Warriors Curry fakes out Davis with a step-back three-pointer, celebrating prematurely as the shot goes in, embodying the essence of the greatest three-point shooter in history. Unbelievable. How did he know the ball would go in? Truly a master of the three-point shot. The 7th highlight features the Thunder's SGA gliding past defenders for a graceful layup. Alexander effortlessly maneuvered around his opponent, executing a spectacular score that showcased his individual brilliance. I adore SGA's prowess. The Thunder are destined for the championship. And the crowd erupted in admiration. The 6th highlight showcases the Warriors' Chen, who mesmerized Horford with a brilliant feint, leading to an instant pass to Kuminga for a thunderous dunk. Horford, caught off guard, stumbled in bewilderment, demonstrating Chen's magician-like passing finesse. Laughter erupted as onlookers exclaimed, "Where's the ball, Horford?" Shaquille O'Neal chimed in, "Oh, my boy, Chen has finally arrived." The 5th highlight captures Durant's clutch shot for the Suns. In the final 26 seconds against the Warriors, Durant, standing tall, executed a pivotal mid-range jumper, holding the torch of victory high. KD has borrowed the legendary Dirk Nowitzki's signature move. In the 4th highlight, Chen secured a rebound and scored. He soared out of bounds, defying 2 defenders to make a difficult angle shot, showcasing his extraordinary body control and shooting touch. "Wow, KD's Booker." The crowd erupted as the ball swished through the net without disturbing the rim, a clear testament to skill rather than luck. O'Neal, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Oh, it's my boy again." The 3rd highlight features Chen's game-winning putback. In the dying moments of the match, Chen leapt over Nurkic, executing a right-handed putback that sealed the fate of the Suns, displaying exceptional rebounding instincts and vertical leap. "Nurkic, are you just standing there under the basket?" The Suns trio failed to secure the rebound, allowing the Eastern player to dominate. Chen claimed 3 spots in the top 8 highlights, leaving the studio in astonishment, with complaints about Nurkic's rebounding effort echoing around. O'Neal, reclining comfortably, was clearly entertained. The 2nd highlight showcases Chen's acrobatic layup. In midair, he deftly pulled the ball back to his abdomen, evading Durant's block, gliding to the opposite side of the basket for a bank score. Such a shot is indefensible. The distance he glided through the air was astonishing, leaving Durant in disbelief. Despite reluctance to see Chen shine again, the ESN studio hosts could not mask their heartfelt admiration in the face of such extraordinary skill. The pinnacle of the top 10 plays features Chen of the Warriors. With a fadeaway jumper that sent the Lakers home, he backed down against James, employing a series of feints before launching a high-arching shot that sealed the game. After watching the top 10 plays of the week, a profound silence enveloped the studio, as everyone exchanged glances in disbelief. In truth, they had anticipated this moment upon witnessing the 2nd play. They had already surmised that the first one featured the unmistakable silhouette of Chen. However, when the harsh reality of Chen's singular dominance in the weekly highlights unfolded before them, they found it challenging to come to terms with it. The primary reason for their discomfort, of course, stemmed from Chen's nationality. The sight of an athlete of Asian descent occupying such a prestigious position inevitably evoked a sense of decline in homegrown basketball talent within the American sporting sphere. Yet, even Perkins, who had been the most skeptical of Chen, could muster no words of dissent at this moment, merely shaking his head in resigned disbelief while seated. The top 10 plays are determined by a combination of media and fan votes, ultimately submitted for final review to the NBA's editorial team. Talent prevails. And each of Yi Chen's plays is undeniably deserving of recognition, particularly his acrobatic layup and game-winning fadeaway jumper, which even have the potential to contend for the NBA's annual top plays. Only Shaquille O'Neal wore a smug expression, remarking, "This is nothing to be surprised about. I foresee this becoming a regular occurrence." Chapter 57. I, too, am a fan of Yi Chen. Yi Chen single-handedly dominated 5 out of the top 10 plays. This news spread wildly through the American sports realm like mushrooms after a rain. On a basketball court in New York, a group had just concluded a street game when a black man, upon seeing the top 10 plays on his phone, astonishingly passed the device around. What? How can a slender yellow-skinned monkey occupy the NBA's best place? Silver has lost his mind. There's no saving him now. I shall not watch the NBA again until this Eastern fellow is gone. Silver seems solely focused on profit. He not only engages in gambling, but also aims to rescue the NBA's viewership with this Eastern player. In a nation rife with racial discrimination, such extreme fans are not uncommon. Whether in street basketball or semi-professional circles, many express discontent over Yi Chen's dominance on the list. However, among the extreme fans, a small faction remains capable of viewing Yi Chen through a lens of neutrality and rationality. They voice their opinions online. I believe this ranking is well-deserved. Yi Chen embodies greatness. Why the hostility? There is nothing wrong with this top 10. Many of his plays are game winners. He simply possesses talent. Set aside your despicable prejudice. If you can stop him, then speak. Meanwhile, domestically, he trends on Weibo's hot search list. The news of Yi Chen has long dominated the headlines. Trending first, Yi Chen's dramatic victory over the Suns. Second, Yi Chen scores an astonishing 46 points, 8 assists, and 6 rebounds. The sky is his only limit. Third, Yi Chen surpasses Yao Ming's career high of 41 points, setting a new record for the highest score by a Chinese player in the NBA. Fourth, from official media, our basketball player Yi Chen showcases remarkable talent in the NBA, astonishing the global basketball community. Fifth, with a surge in popularity, Yi Chen dominates the NBA's top 10 plays of the week. It is only at the 8th rank that news about the popular star, Showdown, appears. For celebrities, particularly those in the entertainment industry, popularity is vital to their existence. And social media is the primary battleground for exposure. Today marks the wrap of Yi Chen's new film, which has garnered immense anticipation from countless fans. Elated, he opens social media only to find Yi Chen's name everywhere. After scrolling for a while, he finally spots his own news in the 12th position. He sighs and shakes his head. Then, struck by inspiration, he swiftly posts, "Congratulations to our renowned star Yi Chen for his incredible performance. I am also a fan of his." Subsequently, his post is widely shared by friends. Numerous stars rush to capitalize on Yi Chen's popularity, particularly those less prominent in the industry. They flood social media with declarations of being Yi Chen's little fans, even though they know little about basketball. In no time, not just Yi Chen, but the sport of basketball itself has become the second hottest topic in China due to his performance. Yet, Yi Chen remains indifferent to all this. Even as his phone buzzes incessantly, he cares only about how to improve. The matters of popularity are beyond his comprehension and interest. Today is a training day. At 6 in the morning, he arrives at the Datong Center training facility, which remains empty save for the cleaning staff. Upon seeing Yi Chen, a Chinese Annie immediately gives him a thumbs up. Since witnessing Yi Chen's rigorous training last time, she is no longer surprised by any of his actions. Yi Chen politely responded to her with a smile. Today's task assigned by the system is to score 250 three-pointers within 2 hours, which would enhance his three-point ability by 5 points. This enhancement is of utmost significance. Yi Chen currently possesses only a three-point shooting ability rating of 70. In the contemporary NBA, characterized by its emphasis on small ball play, this figure is indeed rather low. This explains his reluctance to attempt three-point shots in the first 3 games. Should he enhance his proficiency from beyond the arc, the threat he poses when driving to the basket would significantly increase. If calculated at a 50 success rate, he would need to attempt 500 three-pointers, and the allotted time from the system is hardly generous. Contemplating this, he turned off his phone. The staff had already set up a professional shooting machine. He then positioned himself beyond the three-point line, inhaling deeply, his knees slightly bent, ready to receive the ball. As the machine roared to life, it propelled a basketball towards him. Upon receiving the pass, he planted his left foot firmly, swiftly followed by his right, leaping to his maximum height and flicking the ball with his fingertips. Thud. It went in. The system commenced its countdown. The shooting machine discharged another ball. He caught it and released it smoothly. Once again, it found the net. He repeated this for 10 consecutive shots, hitting 8 of them. Today, he felt remarkably good. During the initial 30 attempts, he maintained a shooting accuracy of approximately 70. However, when he reached the 50th shot, a slight pain emanated from his left lower rib. Though minimal, it caused a sharp decline in his accuracy. It then dawned upon him that he was supposed to visit Dr. Chen's villa for electrotherapy that morning. He had intended to train first, but now the injury had resurfaced. By the time he reached 70 shots, the pain intensified and his accuracy plummeted to around 50. To make matters worse, each jump elicited a twinge of pain, affecting his shooting speed. Yet, the relentless countdown from the system continued unabated. Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. He calculated the time, realizing that with the current shooting accuracy and release speed, he would undoubtedly run out of time. As he continued to shoot, his mind raced through potential solutions. He decided to employ a one-handed shot with his right hand. Indeed, this approach would spare his left arm from elevation, consequently alleviating any pain. He slightly angled his body to the left, as the shooting machine propelled the ball towards him. He caught it with his right hand, refraining from jumping and merely rising onto his toes to release the ball. Thud. The ball clanged against the rim. He shot again. Thud. Another misfire. This time, he took a moment to aim more carefully before releasing the ball once more. Thud. It was a lighter touch. Chen bit his lip in frustration. Yet, there was no turning back. He had to enhance his three-point shooting. Thus, he adjusted his mindset, took a deep breath, and once more elevated his hand to shoot. Whoosh. This time, it found its mark. Swish, swish, swish. Thud, thud, thud. With each resonant clang of the iron and the swish of the net, he was already soaked through, his arms tingling and knees aching. However, the fire in his eyes only intensified. There was only determination reflected in his gaze, devoid of any hint of retreat. He persevered for a considerable time before checking the system in his mind. Time remaining, 1 minute and 5 seconds. Completed, 238. Remaining, 12. Scoring 12 three-pointers in 1 minute was certainly no challenge for training. Yet, he had been shooting continuously for 2 hours, and his accuracy had plummeted to around 40. This implied he would need to attempt at least 24 shots. Soon, he scored another 8. Only 21 seconds remained. He needed to sink 4 three-pointers. At that moment, Chen gazed anxiously at the sluggish shooting machine, his heart racing. Finally, he seized the moment and shot swiftly. Thud. An iron rim. 18 seconds. Another shot. Another clang. 14 seconds. He inhaled deeply, striving to relax. With his right hand, he pushed forth. This time, it was successful. 11 seconds. He relaxed once more and released the ball gently. Swish. Another successful shot. Time dwindled to 3 seconds. He still had ample time to shoot. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted for 2 seconds, preparing himself for everything. He shot. The system emitted a beep. Time's up. The ball bounced once and rolled into the basket. Task completed. Reward. 5 points for three-point shooting. Three-point ability increased to 75. Chen's stamina had long since been depleted. His entire body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 58. Triangular Assault. Three-point capability has been enhanced to 75 due to the previous upgrade of the Athletic Master Badge to Gold, taking the above 2 factors into account. The host's overall capability has been elevated to 82. Chen slowly rose, contentedly accepting the reward and shutting down the system. The recent enhancement of 5 points to his three-point ability signifies a more diverse array of offensive options in future matches. During the games against the Celtics, Lakers, and Suns, he scarcely attempted any three-point shots. Although back-to-the-basket plays are his forte and primary scoring method, such maneuvers, particularly the fadeaway jumper, are quite physically demanding. The increase in his three-point capability will allow him to make more attempts from beyond the arc, thereby reducing the frequency of back-to-the-basket plays. At that moment, Curry and several other Warriors players arrived at the training facility. They were not overly surprised to see Chen, who was drenched in sweat. Over time, they had come to categorize him as a training fanatic on the court. With a whistle in his mouth, Coach Kerr blew it and gestured for everyone to gather in the conference room. This convened a routine weekly meeting for the team, intended to summarize recent game performances, adjust tactics, and address internal issues. In addition to regular meetings, NBA teams also hold emergency and special meetings. The former typically occurs when a team faces consecutive losses or significant defeats in crucial matches, leading to internal discussions regarding tactics and player mentality adjustments. It may also announce recent personnel changes. The latter involves official representatives from the NBA League visiting the team to discuss league policies, scheduling, and major reforms. For instance, on March 14, 2024, the NBA held a meeting to deliberate on significant changes to defensive rules. The players settled into the conference room. While Kerr took his place at the head of the table, casting his gaze upon the entire team as he began, the team has recently secured 3 consecutive victories, improving our record from 3 wins and 3 losses to 6 wins and 3 losses. Furthermore, we have ascended from 10th to 5th place in the Western Conference standings. This success is a testament to our collective effort, and we are now only 3 wins shy of the Thunder, who hold the top position in the West. Tomorrow, we will face the Spurs at home, although they are not ranked highly, with a premier point guard like Paul and the formidable Wembanyama in the paint. We must not underestimate them. We must secure this victory. Moving forward, I hope everyone strives to challenge for the top spot in the West. However, our fundamental goal for this season remains to enter the playoffs. If an NBA team qualifies for the playoffs, not only does the management benefit from substantial ticket and broadcasting revenues, but players also receive corresponding bonuses. After the Celtics claimed the championship last year, each member received approximately $600,000 in bonuses. While this sum may seem modest compared to the salaries of star players, it represents a significant amount for the team's bench players. Kerr then turned to Chen and inquired, "You'll be starting tomorrow night. Is that agreeable?" Upon the utterance of these words, all the Warriors players present turned their gaze towards Chen, momentarily taken aback. Although Chen had performed admirably in these 3 games, a glance at history reveals that it is exceedingly rare for a player who has only signed a 2-way contract and played merely 3 games to ascend to a starting position. This is especially true within the Warriors organization, where the likes of Peyton and Moody, having dedicated years of unwavering service, remain confined to the bench. Chen has certainly made a remarkable leap to become a starting player after just 3 games. At this moment, Coach Kerr discerned the sentiments of the players and added, "The team has been employing a passing and cutting strategy over the years, which has yielded commendable results. However, since Chen's arrival, he has introduced a novel approach and style of play in the low post during these past few games. The management appreciates this transformation, and thus, as per their directive, Chen will temporarily replace Bogdanović as the starting shooting guard." Following this statement, all teammates nodded in agreement, given that it was the management's decision. No one dared to voice any objections. Nevertheless, in terms of merit, neither Moody nor Bogdanović harbored any resentment. After all, Chen's statistics over these 3 games are nothing short of explosive, boasting a 60 shooting percentage, an average of 26, 3 points, 7 assists, and 5.1 rebounds per game. His scoring ranks just below Curry's average of 27 points. He leads the team in assists, holds the 3rd position in rebounds, and boasts the highest shooting percentage. At this moment, Bogdanović sat in the corner, his gaze wandering. He had anticipated the loss of his starting position. Yet his arrogant disposition did not allow him to fully concede to Chen. He was already contemplating who his next team might be. Observing that no objections arose, Kerr turned to "What do you think?" Chen, upon hearing these words, was already brimming with excitement. Being a starter in the NBA held immense significance for him. It was an essential step towards his ultimate aspiration of becoming a legendary superstar. This milestone was set to be realized in the upcoming match. His eyes sparkled as he responded with a resounding affirmation, "No problem." Coach Kerr smiled with satisfaction and remarked, "Very well, it is settled." Meanwhile, Curry observed Chen from the side, feeling quite pleased. Even if the management had not announced this decision today, Curry would have sought Kerr's counsel independently. Since the departures of Durant and Thompson, he had faced relentless defensive pressure from 2 to 3 opponents each game night, with the Warriors' offense relying heavily on his individual prowess. During this period, he had suggested to the management the acquisition of another star player or scorer to alleviate his burden. However, since Chen had joined the team and taken to the court, the defensive pressure he faced had significantly diminished. A noticeable change in Curry's performance had even been felt by his wife at home during the evenings. Subsequently, Coach Kerr announced the conclusion of the meeting and called the players to gather on the practice court. In addition to the regular training, Kerr had devised 3 tactical schemes specifically designed for Chen. 1. High post play and alley-oops. The tactics would typically initiate from the high post, with Green distributing the ball and executing an alley-oop pass to Chen positioned at the wing. 2. Low post isolation and collaboration. Upon receiving the ball in the low post, Chen could exploit his back-to-basket skills for offensive opportunities. while teammates like Curry and Wiggins would adjust their movements based on defensive setups to create better scoring opportunities for Chen. 3. Weak side shifts and cuts. If the low post offense encountered obstacles, Chen could opt to pass to a player on the weak side, leveraging their cuts and screens to generate new scoring chances. With the sound of Kerr's whistle, the players began to practice these 3 strategies, which were inspired by the Zen Master's triangle offense, intricately fused with the Warriors' passing and cutting style. Phil Jackson had previously designed the triangle offense for Jordan and Kobe, 2 players who dominated in the low post, thus establishing the dynasties of the Bulls and Lakers. Observing the players' enthusiastic training, Kerr felt a deep sense of satisfaction, never imagining that one day he would possess a formidable low-post weapon. The following day, the Warriors were set to face the Spurs. Chapter 59. The fastest three-pointer in history. The next day, the Warriors were about to host the Spurs. At the pre-game press conference, Spurs point guard Paul and forward Chen were in attendance. A reporter first questioned Paul, "You will be facing the Warriors on their home court. The Warriors have turned around their recent slump, achieving 3 consecutive victories. How do you plan to overcome them?" As a seasoned veteran in the league, Paul was certainly not one to fall for the tricks of the press. He brought the microphone closer to his lips and spoke with composure. The Warriors are a traditional team in the league, boasting the talents of Curry and many other exceptional players. Their 3 consecutive victories come as no surprise to me. We will diligently execute the coach's game plan and strive to secure a win in this match. The reporter then inquired, "Warriors player Chen has made crucial shots in 2 out of the last 3 games, and he will be starting in this match. What are your thoughts on Chen?" Paul replied, "Well, Yi is an outstanding player, and I look forward to competing against him on the court." It was a rather formal exchange of pleasantries. The reporter rolled his eyes and turned his attention to the less experienced Chen. Since he could not extract any juicy tidbits from the seasoned veteran, he hoped to glean something from the inexperienced young player. He asked Chen, "Chen has averaged 26.3 points over the last 3 games, and some fans say he resembles Kobe. What do you think?" Chen paused, squinted, and responded, "Who? Kobe? Are you mistaken? Who resembles Kobe? Who is Chen?" The reporter's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, "He is the Warriors' number 8 from Huaxia, who has hit game winners in the last 2 matches. Haven't you heard of him?" Chen shrugged and said, "Huaxia? I don't know him, nor am I familiar with Huaxia players." At this moment, within the Warriors' locker room, Chen was engaged in stretching exercises. After completing their press conference, Curry and Green returned to the locker room. Green glanced at Chen and remarked, "Hey, that kid from the Spurs claims he doesn't know you and even threatened to knock your head off." Curry chuckled and interjected, "That's enough, Draymond. No need to embellish the story, ha ha." Chen met Green's gaze and remarked, "Then you must assist me, boss. I've been struck on the head. Who will deliver the pass to you?" Laughter erupted among the members of the locker room. Yet, they failed to notice that the smile on Chen's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a flicker of ferocity in his eyes. Chen bore no resentment towards Green's jesting. However, he could not abide the notion that Sohan claimed ignorance of Chinese players. As the clock approached 9 at night, the commencement of the match drew near. Fans began to stream into the arena from the passageways, among the throngs donning jerseys of Curry and Green. One could also spot a contingent of American fans clad in the number 8 jersey. The atmosphere at the Chase Center was electric, with over 20,000 seats and boxes filled to capacity. The venue has always attracted social luminaries, and today, beyond the familiar faces of American stars, a greater number of Chinese celebrities were in attendance. Prominent male figures such as Jay Chou and Wu Yinzu, both ardent basketball enthusiasts, made it a point to come and support Chen, especially in light of his recent performances. The female stars, including Yang Mi and Lu Tao, along with several second-tier domestic celebrities seated further back, had also come to bask in the fervor surrounding Chen. It was nothing short of a grand convergence of the Chinese entertainment industry. At that moment, the lights in the arena dimmed. All eyes were fixed upon the large screen, which displayed the starting lineup for the Warriors. At point guard, Curry; shooting guard, Chen; small forward, Wiggins; power forward, Green; and center, Davis. As Chen made his way onto the court with a light jog, the DJ's voice resonated through the arena. Now entering the court, hailing from China, number 8. Chen. The crowd erupted in the most fervent applause, even more enthusiastic than for Curry's entrance. In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room, the commentators remained Wang Meng and Yang Yi, with the special guest today being the rare appearance of Coach Zhang Weiping. The female host continued to be Mena. As Chen took the court, The barrage of comments in the live chat erupted. Yiga is starting. Yi-Chun has started. I believe in love again. Yi-Chun is incredible. If he doesn't make the All-Star game after this, what are we even doing? So amazing. Yet, amidst the accolades, there were still detractors. A troll under the alias Old Sweat emerged to scoff. He has only played 3 games, and already the hype is unreal. If Yi-Chun doesn't deliver, I'll go live and humiliate myself. It's just a passing breeze. The fans of Yi-Chun in the live chat quickly rallied in defense. Get lost. Trolls shouldn't be allowed to ruin the broadcast. The commentators, witnessing this moment, were equally exhilarated. Wow, this is remarkable. He has become a starter in such a short time. I thought there would be a longer process, exclaimed Zhang Weiping in his authentic Beijing accent. Yang Yi responded, what Coach Zhang says is true. Yi-Chun has replaced Bojimski as a starter. It seems Coach Kerr is making some changes for this game. Wang Ming added, he should have been a starter long ago. In 3 games, he has 2 game winners and 1 assist for a game winner. If he is not a starter, who deserves to be? Mena remarked in a gentle voice. I share the same sentiment. Given Yi-Chun's remarkable prowess, he should have been a starter long ago. Zhang Weiping continued, indeed. Since Coach Kerr has chosen to make Yi-Chun a starter, he will undoubtedly devise specific strategies tailored for him. We shall soon witness this. Yang Yi exclaimed with enthusiasm. What an exhilarating match this promises to be. As the entrance ceremony concluded amidst a round of applause, both teams of players made their way onto the court for the jump ball. Upon Yi-Chun's arrival on the court, Curry patted him on the back and said, brother, it's your first game as a starter. Savor every moment. Yi-Chun glanced at Curry, who responded with a nod. Upon meeting Yi-Chun's gaze, Curry was momentarily taken aback. Traditionally, the eyes of Yi-Chun exuded unwavering determination and resoluteness. However, today was markedly different. Within Yi-Chun's eyes lingered a piercing intensity, a fierce aura of impending confrontation. Davis and Wembanyama prepared for the jump ball. Given Wembanyama's extraordinary height and formidable wingspan, Davis appeared to be at a significant disadvantage. Yet, as the referee tossed the ball into the air, he feigned a movement before releasing it. This ruse momentarily caught Wembanyama off guard, prompting him to leap prematurely. As Wembanyama descended, Davis seized the opportunity to spring into action, redirecting the ball towards the backcourt. The ball found its way into Green's hands, who swiftly passed it to Yi-Chun at the L0G0, orchestrating the play. The Spurs players, anticipating Wembanyama's assured victory in the jump, failed to adequately track their assigned defenders as Green made his pass. At that moment, the closest Spurs player to Yi-Chun was Sohan, who promptly moved in to contest him. Meanwhile, the Warriors players surged forward, poised to initiate their strategy. Yi-Chun received the pass from Green without dribbling. Instead, he lifted his gaze directly towards the hoop at the L0G0 mark. Upon seeing this, Sachin was momentarily taken aback, then flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. What are you planning to do? At that moment, everyone present was engulfed in confusion. What was this Oriental player intending to achieve? Had merely 2 seconds elapsed? However, Sachin's words were left unfinished. Yi-Chun's body soared into the air. With a swift motion, he raised his arm. His right hand propelled the ball, which flew through the air like an orange cannonball, accompanied by the terrified gazes of over 20,000 spectators. It streaked across the entire half of the court. Bang! It thundered into the hoop. At that moment, the game clock displayed 11 minutes and 57 seconds remaining in the first quarter. The arena erupted in an explosion of sound. Oh my, what did I just witness? I hadn't even settled into my seat when the Huaxia team scored. Chapter 60. This shot is utterly unreasonable. In a mere 3 seconds, Yi-Chun unleashed a breathtaking half-court three-pointer that pierced through the air. The over 20,000 spectators at the Daitong Center were left in sheer astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Many of the newly arrived fans, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, turned their gaze toward the giant screen. In that instant, the screen promptly replayed Yi-Chun's remarkable shot. As the crowd comprehended the magnitude of the moment, an unprecedented roar erupted, echoing through the venue. Wow! The harmonious exclamation of 20,000 voices resonated in unison. Yi-Chun's remarkable L0G0 three-pointer is truly astonishing. After Yi-Chun made his move, his hand did not descend immediately. Instead, he held it aloft, casting a piercing glare at Suo Han before gradually lowering it. Suo Han instinctively understood that this was a retort to his pre-match remarks. The fierce gaze, combined with the striking display of prowess, instilled a fleeting sense of trepidation within Suo Han. He was aware that this Eastern player possessed commendable post-up skills. Yet he was oblivious to his three-point shooting ability, and particularly the impressive range he commanded. How on earth am I supposed to defend against this? Although he felt a twinge of regret in that moment, he steeled himself, clenching his fist in determination. Meanwhile, the Warriors players stood in stunned silence, particularly Wiggins and Davis, caught off guard by the unfolding events. As Chen made his move, the moment they stepped into the front court, he had already secured a point. Among the crowd, only Curry remained unfazed, yet he was still taken aback by this remarkable three-pointer. Although he is the progenitor of the logo shot, witnessing such an audacious attempt just 3 seconds into the game was unprecedented. Throughout his illustrious career, he had never encountered such a feat, nor had it ever crossed his mind. Once he regained his composure, he playfully patted Chen on the back and remarked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that it could be done like this?" As Chen retreated defensively, he winked at Curry. Just as the Warriors players regained their composure and began to retreat to their defensive positions, a sharp whistle pierced the air. All the players on the court turned their puzzled gazes toward the referee. The head referee made a gesture indicating a timeout and pointed towards the Spurs bench. It turned out that the Spurs coach, Greg Popovich, had glanced at Chen and requested a timeout from the referee. The entire crowd was once again left in bewilderment, experiencing 2 moments of confusion within just 3 seconds of the game. In the Tencent live broadcast, the comments section erupted. "Ye good is magnificent. The opening three-pointer is incredible. Chen, the king of San Francisco." Meanwhile, an older gentleman chimed in, "It's merely luck. If he manages to sink 3 three-pointers this game, I'll eat my hat live." The fans of Chen swiftly retorted, "Does your family know you're out here deceiving others for food and drink?" Wang Ming donned an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, "Goodness! Have I just witnessed the fastest three-pointer in NBA history? A logo three-pointer within just 2 seconds of the game? Is such a feat even possible?" Yang, evidently having researched this matter, excitedly affirmed, "Indeed, you are not mistaken. According to NBA statistics, the previous record for the fastest three-pointer was set by Buddy Hield at 3.1 seconds. We are witnessing history. Chen has shattered the record for the fastest opening three-pointer in the NBA." Maina clapped her hands together, her fingertips dancing in applause. "Wow, my Chen is simply extraordinary." Zhang Weiping paused slightly, employing his classic basketball philosophy to analyze. Launching a long-range three-pointer right at the start is clearly quite unreasonable. However, it seems that Chen intended to convey a strong message to the Spurs with this shot. Yang Yi and Wang Ming exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of humor. Yang Yi stifled a smile and remarked, "We noticed that after Chen's opening three-pointer, Popovich immediately called a timeout. This game is destined to be a battle of the titans." Zhang Weiping nodded in agreement, if memory serves. Popovich called a timeout just 14 seconds into the game during the 2017 matchup between the Spurs and the Cavaliers. Today, that record has also been eclipsed. This game is surely destined for the annals of NBA history. In the Spurs bench area, Popovich was meticulously strategizing the defensive tactics against Chen. As a renowned veteran of the NBA, he sensed the explosive potential emanating from Chen right from the outset. "So, you're starting with a logo three-pointer, are you? Then I shall immediately call a timeout to disrupt your rhythm. I cannot allow you to string together a series of three-pointers. Truly cunning. He only grows more astute with age." He addressed Sachin, "You defended that opening shot excellently. From here on out, you will be primarily responsible for guarding Chen. You are taller and stronger than he is. You must continuously impose physicality upon him. Force him into taking difficult shots. I have faith that you can contain him. Do you understand?" As soon as Sachin was injected with a surge of vitality, he nodded vigorously. This is where Popovich's brilliance truly shines. Although Sachin failed to make the stop, he encouraged him to persist in his defensive efforts, thus bolstering the team's confidence on that end. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Paul dribbled past half court and set up a screen with Wembanyama. Wembanyama received Paul's pass beneath the basket and effortlessly scored. In the next possession, the Warriors initiated their offense. Sachin, entrusted with a significant responsibility by the venerable Popovich, dared not slacken his efforts. He stayed closely glued to Chen, not allowing any distance to form. However, this time Chen did not possess the ball. Instead, he engaged in off-ball movement, navigating around green screen. He received a pass from Curry at the arc. Sachin was already charging toward him. In that fleeting moment, Chen showed no hesitation. He bent his knees, propelled himself off the ground, and executed a swift three-point jumper. The ball soared over Sachin's fingertips, tracing a graceful arc toward the hoop. Yet, it struck the front rim with a resounding clang. Sachin exhaled in relief, muttering, "No luck this time, right? Weak Easterners." Chen paid him no mind. Glancing at his right hand, he shook his head slightly. It seemed as though the rhythm of the game had been momentarily interrupted. On the sidelines, Popovich displayed a satisfied smile. The opening three-pointer by the number 8 player was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. The timeout had evidently made an impact. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, comments flooded in. The old man's luck just ran out. They remarked that it was merely fortunate, as he lacked three-point shooting prowess. On the court, Wembanyama secured the rebound and passed it to Paul in the front court. Paul drove to the free throw line, facing the advancing Green. He executed a fake pass towards the paint, prompting Green to retreat hastily. Paul then swiftly halted for a mid-range jumper. Swish. It cleanly found the net. The veteran Paul's mid-range shot was the hallmark of his illustrious career. As he himself stated, shooting an open mid-range shot is no different from a layup. Although this assertion may seem somewhat exaggerated, it undeniably highlights Paul's confidence in his mid-range capabilities. After the basket, the Spurs reclaimed the lead. In the subsequent possession, the Warriors launched another attack. This time, Curry utilized a screen to shake off Paul, finding an open opportunity in the corner. Green at the arc promptly delivered the pass. However, just as the ball was about to reach Curry, it was deflected by a Spurs player, altering its trajectory and sending it flying towards Chen at a 45-degree angle. Chen seized the ball without the slightest hesitation, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. He swiftly launched a shot. Thud. The ball traced a perfect arc, striking the inner rim of the hoop and landing cleanly in the net. On the next defensive play, Paul attempted a lob pass to the low post, but it was miscalculated. Green intercepted the ball and swiftly passed it to Curry, initiating a fast break. Chen moved swiftly, positioning himself in the right corner. Noticing Chen, whose hands radiated warmth from his exceptional form, Curry quickly passed the ball to him. Chen, undeterred, raised his hand to take a shot. At that moment, Wembanyama swiftly retreated on defense. With an impressive wingspan of 2.44 meters, he lunged diagonally towards Chen. This season, Wembanyama has averaged 4 blocks per game, surpassing even the last-ranked Miami Heat by 0.2 blocks. Yet, Chen was no fool. With a subtle push off his toes, he retracted his raised arm, causing Wembanyama to be deceived and fly out of bounds. Chen swiftly propelled himself off the ground. Soaring to the apex of his jump, with a fluid motion, he deftly flicked the ball away. Whoosh! The ball struck true once more. The audience erupted in applause. Within a mere 3 minutes of the game's commencement, Chen had made 3 out of 4 attempts from beyond the arc, single-handedly accounting for all of the Warriors' points. Chapter 61. Make you defend one. On the sidelines, Coach Popovich called for a timeout. Although his team trailed by only 5 points, the Eastern player's remarkable shooting accuracy left him feeling uneasy. Prior to the game, he had indeed devised a defensive strategy specifically for Chen. He meticulously reviewed footage of Chen, understanding that he favored receiving the ball at the waist. Thus, before the game began, he had instructed his center, Wembanyama, to provide help defense whenever Chen received the ball in that area, ready to contest his shot. However, in the opening moments, Chen had not once positioned himself with his back to the basket. Instead, he launched into his least practiced three-point shots, and astonishingly, they were on target. This completely derailed Popovich's pregame defensive plan. Moreover, this season, the Spurs' defense had been lackluster, despite having the towering Wembanyama. His prowess was restricted to the paint. On the perimeter, Paul was too aged, while the younger players exhibited a lack of defensive zeal. At this juncture, he had to rely on a series of timeouts to rouse his players. Holding the tactical board, Popovich emphasized to the Spurs players that Eastern player has already found his rhythm from three-point range. We must give our utmost to defend him. It's preferable to allow him to penetrate the paint, where we have Wembanyama waiting. We are not afraid of him coming inside. I urge you all to apply constant physical pressure. He is not particularly strong. As long as we challenge him physically, his shooting percentage will decline. Understood? Sohan nodded vigorously. Having been bested by Chen's consecutive strikes, he felt deeply embarrassed before his coach. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to staunchly defend against this Eastern player in the ensuing plays. Meanwhile, on the Warriors' bench, with the score in their favor and playing at home, the atmosphere was exceptionally relaxed. Looney, in his endearing manner, remarked, "Wow, when did your three-point shooting become so accurate?" Kuminga playfully chimed in, "This guy must have been secretly practicing his threes without us knowing. Come on, brothers, let us not leave him any room." The players surged forward, playfully punching and slapping Chen. Curry approached, extending his right hand and placing it against Chen's palm. With a cheeky grin, he said, "This deadly hand of yours is warm again. Let me borrow it for a moment." Chen shot an exasperated glance at Curry, promptly retracting his hand. He retorted, "Let us settle the debt you owe me in dollars first." This remark elicited peals of laughter from the players. "Come on, chef, pay up. Chen only demands $100 per shot. With your salary, you could fund his shooting spree," chuckled Peyton, clutching his belly in mirth. Coach Kerr turned his gaze toward Chen, his face alight with delight. He was taken aback by Chen's prowess in three-point shooting. Just prior to the game, he had been contemplating how to maximize Chen's low-post capabilities with strategic plays. Little did he anticipate Chen would swiftly unveil his long-range skills. With this thought, he surveyed the bench, clutching a tactical board, sketching out strategies while briefing the team, now that Chen has found his rhythm from beyond the arc. The players in positions 3 and 4 shall create screens on either side of the court. The 5-man will position himself at the top of the arc to distribute the ball. Whichever of Curry or Chen creates a better opportunity for a three-pointer, the 5-man will deliver the pass. Is that clear? The players nodded in agreement. This particular strategy was frequently employed during the Warriors' peak years. However, since Clay's departure, Kerr had lacked a second reliable three-point shooter apart from Curry, leading him to abandon this tactic until Chen's recent shooting breakthrough. As the timeout concluded and Chen rose from the bench, a cold voice echoed in his mind, due to consecutive successful three-point shots. The exceptional shooting badge has been activated automatically. Badge duration, 2 minutes. Chen's heart trembled unexpectedly. Was the badge activated even before the crucial moment? Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, as the coach had just assigned a shooting strategy that would prove useful. On the court, the Spurs executed a baseline inbounds play, advancing to the front court. They performed a simple give-and-go. Sohan received a pass from Vassell, deftly evading Davis's block to score. After the basket, Sohan let out a triumphant roar while lowering his center of gravity. Before even crossing half-court, he approached Chen, legs spread wide in a fierce defensive stance. He continued to taunt, "Hey, Eastern fellow, I'm going to make you cry on the court." Chen observed the flamboyant antics of Sohan and found an inexplicable sense of humor in it. He whimsically replied, "All right, let me see you defend against one." Sohan was momentarily taken aback, truly. In the subsequent round, Curry initiated the play from the baseline. Green advanced the ball to the top of the arc. According to Kerr's tactical design, Davis and Wiggins established screens on either side. Meanwhile, Chen and Curry maneuvered to provide cover on the flanks. Curry was the first to break free on the left side, and as Green delivered the pass. Just as Curry prepared to shoot, Paul deftly navigated around the screen, closing in on him, prompting Curry to glance to the right. Chen deftly maneuvered to a 45-degree angle on the right. Curry once again selflessly swung his arm, sending the ball soaring through the air. After receiving the ball, Chen found himself pursued fiercely by Sohan from behind. However, due to a screen, there remained a gap of 2 body lengths between them. At that moment, Chen was in a position of openness. The Warriors bench rose in unison, eagerly raising their right hands to signal for a three-pointer. Yet, unexpectedly, he did not rush to take the shot. Instead, he held the ball in place, waiting for half a second. Sohan momentarily froze, questioning whether he would not shoot, whether he was truly not deceiving him, and whether he would indeed have to defend against him. As Sohan drew closer, Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as his right foot swiftly executed a probing step. Sohan was momentarily taken aback, retreating slightly. In that fleeting instant, Chen did not retract his outstretched right foot. Instead, he propelled himself upward, his legs gracefully splayed in midair. A sense of foreboding washed over Sohan, prompting him to leap and attempt a block. However, Chen had already released the ball with an unconventional form, sending it on an enigmatic arc toward the hoop. At that very moment, Sohan collided with Chen in midair. Swish! The ball struck the backboard and ricocheted into the net. The referee's whistle pierced the air, 3-1. The moment the ball sank, it ignited an exhilarating atmosphere in the Capitol Center. The stars of Huaxiao present rose to their feet in applause, while the fans erupted, heads and hands, exclaiming, "OMG," passing up an open shot for a 3-1. This Eastern gentleman is incredibly confident. So formidable, he undoubtedly deserves a max contract. The players on the Warriors bench sprang up once more, raising their arms in unison, shouting, and won. Sohan gazed at Chen, an avalanche of expletives swirling in his mind. "I believed you, you old rascal." With that basket, bolstered by the badge of exceptional touch, the moment became unforgettable. Chen felt his body entering a unique state, one reminiscent of the zone mentioned by Michael Jordan. In this state, Chen's focus became intensely acute, his body responding with fluidity and grace. The hoop appeared as vast as the ocean, as long as he was afforded the slightest opportunity to shoot. The ball would find its way into the net. Chapter 62, the opening with 5 three-pointers on the court. Chen stepped up to the free throw line to execute a crucial penalty shot. At this moment, Paul approached him, glancing sideways, with a playful pat on Chen's backside. He remarked, "Hey, you won't make it. All your shooting prowess has been reserved for three-pointers today, and this is the free throw line." This was a psychological tactic designed to subtly shift the player's mindset through deliberate pressure. Once a player's mentality is altered, the likelihood of missing the free throw increases. Should the free throw fail, a player lacking in mental fortitude may carry the burden of that failure throughout the game, potentially altering the entire course of the match. In the 1996-97 season, both the Chicago Bulls and the Utah Jazz entered the finals with an impressive regular season record of 62 wins and 20 losses. During the first game of the NBA Finals, the contest was fiercely contested, with the lead exchanging hands over 20 times. As the game neared its climax, the score stood tied at 82. With just 7.5 seconds remaining, Karl Malone found himself with 2 pivotal free throw opportunities. Should he succeed, the Jazz would gain a 2-point advantage. However, as Malone prepared to shoot, Scottie Pippen leaned in and quietly uttered, "The mailman doesn't deliver on Sundays." This remark cleverly played on Malone's nickname, coupled with the fact that it was indeed Sunday, insinuating that he would not perform to his usual standard on this particular day. Consequently, Malone, who boasted a free throw percentage exceeding 75, was evidently rattled by Pippen's words. The first shot ricocheted off the rim, and the second also failed to find its mark. In the aftermath, Michael Jordan secured the rebound and executed a game-winning buzzer beater. This instance of trash talk not only affected Malone's performance in that game, but ultimately influenced the trajectory of the series. Led by Jordan, the Bulls triumphed over the Jazz, clinching the championship in 1997. This phrase is widely regarded as the most iconic piece of trash talk in NBA history, unrivaled in its impact. Observing Chen's exceptional shooting form, Paul sought to employ a similar tactic in this match. Upon hearing this, Chen cast a glance at Paul. At this moment, he had already entered the Z0 NE state. It was not mere bravado on Chen's part. Even if someone were to wager with him on making a three-pointer with his eyes closed, he would agree without hesitation, let alone from the free throw line. He then smiled and remarked, "Hey, Chris, I can make it even with my eyes shut." Meanwhile, Green shot Chen a glance, indicating that he should disregard Paul. However, having already spoken, Chen waved his hand towards Green, signaling that there was no need for concern. Upon hearing this, Paul burst into laughter. "I don't believe you. Stop boasting. Do you think you're Jordan?" Chen immediately shut his eyes tightly and exclaimed, "Hey, Chris, watch closely." In the midst of his words, the ball was already released. It descended like a delicate autumn leaf, gracefully finding its way into the net. Chen tilted his head towards Paul, raising his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. At that moment, neither the audience nor the players on the bench paid close attention to this action. However, those players positioned near the paint, vying for the rebound, witnessed the entire spectacle up close, and their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. Their amazement stemmed not only from Chen's ability to sink the free throw with his eyes closed, but also from their admiration for his remarkable composure under pressure. It is crucial to note that had Chen missed that shot while blindfolded, it would have transformed into a significant embarrassment for the NBA. Meanwhile, Paul's expression darkened to a shade of iron. He had merely intended to disrupt Chen's free throw attempt, yet he inadvertently facilitated a grand display for Chen. Green, retreating on defense, offered Chen an enthusiastic thumbs up. Following this incident, Chen's stature in Green's eyes elevated once more. On the court, the Spurs regained possession. At last, they managed to stem the tide with Vassal's three-pointer from the corner. The Warriors quickly responded with an inbound pass as Curry advanced to the front court. Chen, upon arriving in the front court, immediately raised his hands, signaling for the ball. Curry, fully aware of the principle that the player in form should be favored, promptly delivered the pass. Chen's current state is such that the moment he steps past half-court, he has entered his shooting range. Simultaneously, the Spurs players anticipate his imminent shot. The three closest defenders converge upon him, yet he remains unfazed by their presence. Receiving the ball 3 steps beyond the three-point line, he plants his left foot firmly, draws his right foot in, and leaps into the air, flames of determination igniting in his eyes. He raises his arm and releases the ball, which soars over the apex of the Capital One arena, tracing a swift arc akin to a ballistic missile. Bang! It crashes into the center of the net. A hush envelopes the entire arena, only to be shattered moments later by a thunderous roar, reminiscent of colossal waves surging through the ocean. With an opening three-point shooting performance of 4 out of 5, including a spectacular 3-1, both Jay Chou and Wu Yanzhu rise to their feet, their hands almost coming apart from applause. Starlets like Yang Mi and Lu Tao place their hands near their mouths, forming a trumpet gesture, shouting into the arena, "Yichen is incredible." The massive screen lingers on Yichen, whose lips curl into a mysterious smile. The moment the ball was released, he knew it was destined to go in. Coach Popovich, his neck flushed, calls for a timeout once again. The Tencent live broadcast chat explodes. Wow, Brother Yi is phenomenal. What a performance. Yichen VVDS. He has already achieved a 5-kill start, transcending the ordinary. 5 3-pointers already. The old man has wheeled out for dinner. Meanwhile, the old man has long since vanished from the chat. Wang Ming's eyes sparkle with excitement. 5 3-pointers to start, plus a logo shot. A total of 16 points. Good heavens, this is astonishing. Even the typically composed Zhang Weiping cannot help but exclaim, Yichen's performance is indeed remarkable. However, there are some concerns. It is inappropriate for him to shoot, while the other 4 warriors stand idly by. Thankfully, all his shots went in. Yang Yi adds, Zhang's observations are astute. As a young player, Yichen can be impulsive and hot-headed, yet he embodies a fierce tenacity that is commendable. Beyond Yichen, no other Chinese player has exhibited such audacity in shooting 3-pointers in the NBA. This tenacity is something all Chinese players should aspire to. Mena chimes in with a sweet voice. Indeed, our Chinese players sometimes lack that fierce spirit. Meanwhile, the Warriors bench players spring to their feet once more. As Yichen descends, they raise their hands high, extending 3 fingers in salute. Curry shakes his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh my God." On the Spurs bench, Coach Popovich bellowed with fervor, instructing, "Next." Wembanyama assists Sachin in extending the defense. "You both must leave no room for Yichen's 3-point attempts. We cannot allow him to shoot like this. It would be our disgrace." In Chapter 63, Who is Curry? Sachin picked up a bottle of water and took a sip, then tightened the cap firmly, bowing his head in silence, offering no response to Popovich. Observing this, Wembanyama patted Sachin on the back in a gesture of reassurance, his eyes already brimming with competitive spirit. He thumped his chest and declared to Popovich, "Don't worry, old man. I'll take care of that Eastern player." After all, during Wembanyama's rookie year in the NBA, scouts had lauded his primary attribute as his defense. He certainly did not disappoint. In the league, the majority of guards, when faced with towering opponents, would rely on a series of crossovers, sudden stops, or retreats to create shooting space. However, in Wembanyama's debut season, even the most adept small ball specialists, such as Irving and Hardened, resorted to their traditional methods when challenged by him for the first time. Yet, with his imposing height of 2.22 meters and an extraordinary wingspan of 2.44 meters, Wembanyama made them experience the sting of defeat. Consequently, a remarkable phenomenon emerged in the NBA. Everyone sought to challenge Wembanyama, but their shots were either blocked or disrupted. Over time, it evolved into a strategy where players, when facing him, opted to either pass or adjust their shooting arcs to an extreme height. By this season, Wembanyama had transformed into the league's universally acknowledged premier defensive stalwart. He could not allow Yichen to wreak havoc above the Spurs' heads. Casting a glance towards the opposing bench where number 8 sat, he vigorously shook his arms. As the timeout concluded, both teams' players rose from the bench and returned to the court, with the score standing at Warriors 16, Spurs 9. Yichen single-handedly accounted for the entire team's scoring, leading the Spurs by 7 points. Paul, while dribbling, executed a deceptive pass feint, then pulled the ball back between his legs and released a 3-point jump shot. Swish. The ball found its mark with unwavering precision, a stabilizing shot from the seasoned veteran. The Warriors swiftly initiated a fast break from the backcourt, with Curry opting once again to entrust the ball to the red-hot Yichen. Yichen dashed towards the right side of the 3-point line, while Wembanyama had already extended his arms, pursuing Yichen from the center of the court. Simultaneously, Sohan, with a fierce glint in his eyes, joined Wembanyama in the chase. As Yichen observed the 2 towering figures charging towards him with ferocity, he contemplated the prospect of attempting a 3-pointer. However, even with an elevated arc, the likelihood of being blocked loomed large, and his shooting perspective would undoubtedly be compromised. Moreover, the duration of his exceptional shooting badge had elapsed, thereby diminishing his chances of success. Hence, he refrained from taking the shot and instead propelled himself towards the basket with a powerful push off his right foot. Wembanyama glanced at Chen and loudly exclaimed, "Are you attempting a sneaky layup? How naive." He then swiftly maneuvered towards the basket. Yet, Chen did not go for the layup. Instead, he came to an abrupt halt at the right side ghost position, feigning a shot with a swift upward motion of his arm. Wembanyama, resembling a colossal black bird, soared above him from the baseline. At this moment, Chen swiftly executed a shooting motion. Upon witnessing his brother being mocked, Sohan's eyes ignited with fury as he leapt into the air, charging towards Chen. Yet Chen once again retrieved the ball, his gaze following Sohan as he glided past. At that moment, however, Paul galloped onto the scene. Nevertheless, Chen had already taken his position in the ghost zone, rising effortlessly into a backward jump shot. Given Paul's stature, he could do nothing but watch as the sphere soared gracefully towards the hoop. Wembanyama had turned back, intent on resuming his defensive duties, but was effectively obstructed by Sohan, who had lost his balance in a deft maneuver. The basketball descended once more like a solitary leaf, silently finding its way into the net, leaving even the rim undisturbed. Chen toyed with Wembanyama and Sachin, disregarding Paul's jump shot. This individual is undeniably impressive. The Chase Center erupted into a frenzy, with the large screen continuously replaying Chen's three remarkable maneuvers. The arena's DJ exuberantly announced, "Yay, Chen." American fans watching from their television screens gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "This Eastern gentleman is truly clever. I never expected Wembanyama to be outplayed like this." Chen skillfully manipulated Wembanyama and Sachin with ease. This Eastern player possesses considerable talent. Even the discontented young fan, who was unhappy about Chen dominating the top 10 plays, could only shake his head in disbelief. This guy is truly extraordinary. On the court, the Spurs seemed to be affected by the unfolding events. Wembanyama received the ball beyond the three-point line, executed a feigned shot, and charged towards the basket, colliding with Wiggins. The referee emphatically signaled an offensive foul. Turning back, the Warriors regained possession. Wembanyama and Sachin continued to fixate on Chen, yet he, displaying his acumen, refrained from forcing a shot against their defense. Upon securing the ball, he promptly passed it to Curry. It is noteworthy that such treatment is typically reserved for Curry alone. Hence, Chen's ability to attract defensive attention was remarkable. A vast expanse opened up before Curry as he received the pass, swiftly launching a shot. Swish. With a left-hand flick and a right-hand sip, "I'll take my three and be on my way." Another offensive possession ensued. Curry again received Chen's pass at the arc, smiling as he released his shot. The ball soared through the night sky. No need to look, it was another basket. In contrast, the Spurs players, witnessing the widening score gap, grew increasingly anxious. Their offensive attempts frequently fell short, relying solely on sporadic contributions from Wembanyama and Paul to stay afloat. The large screen displayed Curry, then cut to Chen. On the sidelines, Coach Popovich shook his head in resignation. With few timeouts remaining, he could not afford to call another. He could only watch as his team was bombarded by a torrential downpour of three-pointers. He understood now that having two players of Curry's caliber on the same team is an extraordinarily formidable force. With yet another three-pointer made, Curry reached a state of transcendent excellence. After scoring, he gestured goodnight to the audience, inciting an ecstatic reaction from the commentator. "OMG, the world's greatest three-point shooter." Tonight, the Warriors boast two Curry-like players. They shall become invincible. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at Warriors 45, Spurs 25. Chen had an impressive performance, shooting 7 of 10 overall, including 5 of 6 from beyond the arc, amassing 20 points and 5 assists. Meanwhile, Curry contributed 15 points, including 3 three-pointers. The Twin Stars shone brightly over San Francisco. Chen and Curry returned to the bench, where the substitute players waved their towels in jubilant welcome. Curry wrapped his arm around Chen's shoulder, showering him with praise. "When did you steal my skills? OMG, it's unbelievable." This exclamation repeated thrice. The barrage in the 10-cent NBA live stream erupted in excitement. "Is this number 8 the Curry you all speak of? Chen is a vive DS. With Chen and Curry, our great ambitions can be realized." After Chen achieved a pinnacle, he propelled Curry to unparalleled heights. He made Wembanyama look astonishing. "What do you mean by made him look?" It was sheer mockery. Yet another fan chimed in, "Where's the old man? Off to eat." At that moment, the old man, now disguised in a vest labeled double-handed press, lurked among the crowd and slyly remarked, "It's just the first quarter. Don't celebrate too soon," before quickly vanishing. In a male dormitory at a university in the heart of Huaxia, a student sleeping on the upper bunk was roused by the raucous cheers from below. He turned over, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and glanced down. There sat Li Ping, fixated on his computer, a notebook in hand, jotting down notes intermittently. He rubbed his eyes again, slightly annoyed, muttering, "Why aren't you in class so early?" Turned down the game volume. But the very next moment, the scene before him nearly caused him to tumble out of bed. He rubbed his eyes once more to confirm he wasn't mistaken. "What the heck, Li Peng? When did you start watching basketball?" Before the computer desk, a keen observer was engrossed in the live broadcast of the Warriors vs. Spurs game. It was none other than the individual who had previously witnessed Yi Chen's dramatic last-minute shot that secured a victory against the Suns in the cafeteria. Li Peng cast a glance at his roommate, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence to indicate that he should be quiet. He then returned to diligently jotting down notes in his notebook, lifting his gaze once more to fully immerse himself in the match. The roommate couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. It is worth noting that they were both pursuing degrees in engineering, and Li Peng had earned a reputation as the top scholar in their dormitory. He had little interest in basketball or even in popular games such as League of Legends or PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which everyone else seemed to enjoy. When discussions about girls arose in the dorm, Li Peng would quietly listen, never engaging in the conversation. He was often absorbed in his own work. And aside from writing papers and focusing on his studies, no one had ever seen him partake in other activities. This morning, however, he had skipped his professional class to watch the NBA on his computer. His roommate rubbed his eyes and pinched himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming. He quickly dressed and approached Li Peng, giving him a gentle nudge. "Li Peng, exams are approaching. Shouldn't you be in class?" Li Peng waved his hand impatiently. "Go away. Yi Chen is on fire. I'll head to class once this game is over." The roommate chuckled and snatched Li Peng's notebook, glancing through it. "Not bad. Not only are you a fan of Yi Chen, but you've also taken notes." The hastily written notes read, "In the first quarter, Yi Chen had a shooting percentage of 70, scoring 20 points, with 5 assists, 1 assist out of bounds, and 2 steals." The roommate burst into laughter. "This should be 5 assists, 2 steals, and 1 turnover. You don't even understand the rules, yet you're pretending to be a fan." Li Peng's face flushed as he snatched the notebook back. "Get lost. Stop causing trouble." He then pulled his roommate by the arm and dragged a nearby chair over. "Come on, let's watch the game together. I'm telling you, Yi Chen is about to shine again." Reluctantly, the roommate sat on the chair and remarked, "You have a good eye. Being a fan of Yi Chen is indeed a wise choice. At first, I misjudged him. In the earlier games, although his performance was commendable, I thought he would fade away like Jeremy Lin, a fleeting star. But after the recent matches, I am truly impressed." Li Peng beamed with delight. "You have discernment. Tell me, isn't Yi Chen's game-winning shot magnificent?" At that moment, the computer screen showcased Yi Chen evading Wembanyama and Sachin. Both of them exclaimed in unison, "No way." Their voices carried to the adjacent dormitory, prompting several individuals to burst through the door. "So you were watching Yi Chen's game? Perfect. We don't have a membership. Let us join and share the experience." After concluding their conversation, a few individuals returned to their dormitory to retrieve chairs. At that moment, several other dorms, intrigued by the commotion, hurried over to join the excitement. Before long, nearly all the male students on the floor had gathered in Li Peng's dormitory to witness the live broadcast of the Warriors vs. Spurs game. With Yuji's stellar performance, who could still focus on classes? Watching the game took precedence. It is hoped that Yigu can maintain this level of play. If he consistently averages 25 points or more, he would undoubtedly be a bona fide all-star. The atmosphere was charged with fervent discussions, as if watching and analyzing Yi Chen's games had become an ingrained habit among them. Inside the ESN studio, the commentators remained the familiar duo. One was the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, and the other was his partner, Charles Barkley. The special guest was Perkins. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's three-point prowess in the first quarter, O'Neal praised, "Yi Chen is truly remarkable. I once thought his three-point shooting was his only weakness, but it seems that flaw has vanished in this first quarter." Barkley shrugged in agreement with Shaquille's assessment. After nearly having to kiss Yi Chen's behind due to a prior promise, he was wary of underestimating this Eastern phenomenon again. Perkins, maintaining a smile, interjected, "Hitting three-pointers doesn't mean much. Remember, the Spurs are no longer the team they once were. Their perimeter defense is among the worst in the league now." O'Neal retorted, "Don't forget, this kid just scored over 45 points. Isn't the Suns' defense poor? Perkins closed his eyes and shook his head. Shaq, given the current defensive intensity of the league, do you truly believe scoring 45 points is something to boast about? With Chen's physical attributes, if he were placed in the NBA of the 90s, he might struggle to average even 10 points. O'Neal shot Perkins a disapproving glance. So, in your eyes, you will always be inadequate? Perkins shook his head again. It's merely a fact. Besides, we've only played the first quarter. Paul and Wembanyama have yet to show their dominance. Especially if Wembanyama asserts his strength in the paint, Chen will certainly struggle to respond. O'Neal chuckled dismissively. During their commentary, they often created sensational discussions and disagreements to capture the audience's attention. They had previously engaged in heated debates over various points. Yet these disputes remained within the realm of the game and rarely targeted individual players. Instances like Perkins's repeated jabs at Chen were exceedingly rare. After all, commentators, like players, earn their living in the league and often cross paths. O'Neal found it peculiar that Perkins seemed to harbor a personal vendetta against Chen. Before Shaquille could process this, Perkins continued, "This Eastern lad has shown a bit of promise and already claims no one can defend him. Such arrogance and hubris. Let us see how Wembanyama teaches him a lesson." O'Neal and Barkley exchanged a glance, and Barkley swiftly redirected the conversation. The matchup between Curry and Paul is undeniably captivating. If both were in their prime, who do you think would prevail? Perkins responded, "It would undoubtedly be Paul, but their ages have advanced. The disparity in their supporting cast is quite pronounced. Paul now has Wembanyama, while the Warriors have yet to secure a formidable ally for Curry." Perkins then attempted to steer the discussion towards Chen. Barkley and Shaquille chose not to pursue the topic further. On the court, the second quarter was underway. The Spurs bench clearly exhibited superior offensive prowess compared to the Warriors. Ever since GD's retirement, Popovich has unabashedly opted for a symbolic rebuild. This strategy not only secured the prodigious talent of Wembanyama, but also amassed a wealth of promising young players and draft picks. Keldon Johnson first penetrated past Kuminga for a successful layup. Then at the arc, he confidently drained a three-pointer over Lee Kyer. He swiftly assisted this year's lottery pick, Stephen Castle, who also scored from beyond the arc. Within just 3 minutes, the Spurs reserves accumulated 18 points. In contrast, the Warriors bench, with Chen now in the starting lineup, saw most attempts coming from Podziemski. Against the athleticism of the Spurs substitutes, his physical capabilities appeared inadequate. He went 0 for 5, accompanied by 2 turnovers. Looney managed to score 2 points, while Hield contributed with 2 three-pointers. As the second quarter reached an official timeout, the score stood at Warriors 53, Spurs 43, with San Antonio narrowing the deficit to within 10 points. Chapter 65, CP3. The lead had dwindled to a mere 10 points. Yet, Coach Kerr remained unperturbed. Today, his team boasted 2 Kawhis. Since Durant's departure, he had never felt such abundance within the squad. With a relaxed demeanor, he addressed his players, saying, "Once the starters return to the court, our primary focus will be on the offensive end. The starters are feeling good today. Let us aim to take as many three-point shots as possible." After all, the Spurs currently find themselves ranked 12th in the league. In Kerr's perspective, when facing weaker opponents, it is imperative to increase attempts from beyond the arc. This strategy serves 2 purposes. Firstly, it leverages three-pointers to widen the score gap. Secondly, by taking more shots from long range, it mitigates player contact. The advantages of reduced physical confrontations include conserving player stamina and diminishing the risk of injuries. As the timeout concludes, both teams' starting players re-enter the court. The Warriors initiate an offensive play. This time, Curry holds the ball at the top of the arc, with Chen providing a screen for him. This is a newly developed tactic by Kerr, harnessing Chen's athleticism alongside Curry's shooting prowess. Should defenders converge on Curry, Chen can exploit his agility to receive the pass and drive directly toward the basket. If the opposing center attempts to delay, Chen can quickly reposition to a higher stance. His exceptional vision and ball handling skills enable him to either distribute the ball or penetrate the vacated interior. If the opponents opt for a switch in defense, the situation becomes even simpler. Curry merely needs to deliver the ball to Chen, who has lowered himself in the post. As the defender tasked with guarding Curry will find themselves faced with the towering presence of Chen. Chen effortlessly engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with the diminutive opponent. Any one of these 3 vials of poison would suffice to incapacitate the adversary. The Spurs had not anticipated this strategy prior to the match. After executing a screen, Chen, with the ball in hand, drew the attention of 2 defenders towards him. Chen delivered a pass to Curry behind him. As Curry received the ball, he noticed that the area within 3 meters was utterly vacant. He positioned himself for a three-point shot, seeking to unleash his perimeter prowess. The ball soared in an exquisite arc swish, right on target, echoing with a triumphant shout of "Please respond." Over. Curry, brimming with excitement, began to shake his shoulders in front of the audience, exclaiming with a jubilant woo. Meanwhile, Paul, having reprimanded Vassell for his misalignment in defense, arched an eyebrow towards Curry. Although they had previously been teammates, Paul's tenure with the Warriors had been far from joyous. Moreover, despite their shared competitive spirit, one exuded humor on the court while the other maintained a serious demeanor, resulting in contrasting styles. Over the years, they had engaged in a fierce rivalry, yet Paul, whether during his time with the Clippers or the Suns, had always found himself overshadowed by Curry. Observing the exuberant Curry now stirred a flicker of pride within Paul. In the next play, the Spurs unveiled their ace in the hole. Wembanyama stepped up to set a screen for Paul, but it was merely a feint. Wembanyama swiftly pivoted and dashed towards the paint. At that moment, both Curry and Green sensed the impending threat of Wembanyama's scoring prowess and instinctively shifted towards the interior. However, Paul refrained from passing the ball, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He dribbled, lifted his hand, and aimed for the basket, releasing a three-point shot that also traced a beautiful arc through the air. With the bow drawn and arrow poised, he awaited the wind, as well as Curry's response. Glancing back at Curry, it seemed he wished to showcase something significant. This match was a battle of validation. Paul aimed to prove that he could thrive even after departing from the Warriors. Curry sought to reaffirm his dominance in three-point shooting. And Wembanyama aspired to establish himself as a formidable defensive force in the league, leaving no room for insolence. Chen, keenly observant, recognized the competitive tension as the Warriors initiated their offensive play. Chen took the initiative to handle the ball, this time with Curry providing a screen for him. After utilizing a screen for cover, Chen advanced towards the paint, yet the quality of Curry's screen was rather subpar. The defender caught up, positioning himself in front of Chen's path to the basket. However, Chen had no intention of attacking. He feigned a forceful drive, leaping into the air. Suddenly, with a swift glance back, he passed the ball under his arm back to Curry. This move left Wembanyama in the paint completely outmaneuvered. Paul quickly reacted, attempting to defend Curry. Yet, with Curry's historically rapid shooting speed, a mere 0.5 seconds of space was ample. Paul once again watched as the ball sailed over his head, akin to stars in the night sky just beyond reach. The ball smoothly swished through the hoop. In the following possession, Paul engaged in another pick-and-roll with Wembanyama, rising for a mid-range jump shot. However, this time, Paul's mindset was somewhat anxious, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim, failing to find its mark. Green leapt to secure the rebound, swiftly swinging the ball to the fast-breaking Chen. At this moment, Chen found himself facing an open basket. He swiftly gathered the ball and dashed towards the paint. The Spurs defenders, noticing this, had already halted their pursuit. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen chose not to take the easy layup. Instead, he executed a deft pass mid-air to the trailing Curry. Curry, once again positioned in a favorable spot, wasted no time and lifted his hand to score 3 consecutive three-pointers. He had amassed 9 points in quick succession, extending the lead to 16 points. Coach Popovich promptly called for a timeout. As their star player shone brightly, the fans at the Chase Center erupted into enthusiastic applause. On the bench, Curry and Chen celebrated with a chest bump, while their teammates exchanged high-fives with them. Sitting on the sidelines, Curry took a sip of Gatorade and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Hey Yi, why didn't you go for the layup when you had the open shot?" Chen smiled slightly, stating, "Although mathematics is not my forte, I am aware that 3 is greater than 2. This remark prompted Curry to burst into laughter. Little Peyton interjected, "If Curry fails to score, Chen, brace yourself for a spot on the bench." Laughter erupted among the group. In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room, Yang Yi remarked, "This game is truly iconic. For these few minutes, Curry and Paul are the stars." And witnessing their duel is reminiscent of the series between the Clippers and the Warriors from that fateful year. Wang Ming also expressed his sentiments. With these two players nearing retirement, such confrontations are becoming rarer. To witness a clash between 2 elite point guards is indeed a privilege for us. Zhang Weiping's eyes glistened with emotion. The King of Bees has aged. He possesses the heart but lacks the strength. Despite not responding to Curry, his performance as a 39-year-old veteran has been commendable, especially as he continues to evolve his gameplay with age. Yang Yi posed a question. If you were to build a team around peak Paul or Curry, whom would you choose? Without hesitation, Wang Ming replied, the historical three-point king, the gravitational force of Curry. He then turned to Zhang Weiping for his response. Zhang Weiping stated, I would opt for the crafty one, Paul. He skillfully employs subtle maneuvers and details on the court to gain an advantage. Whether it be feigning to tie his shoelaces during free throws to orchestrate tactics or exploiting defensive lapses to draw fouls. This cunning style, while somewhat sly, is exceptionally effective. At his peak, Paul maintains a steady and rational game. As the narrative progressed, the scene shifted to Popovich, whose mood was akin to having swallowed a fly. After Chen hit 5 three-pointers, the gap widened to 20 points. However, in the second quarter, he adeptly utilized his seasoned bench to strategize, allowing the team to narrow the score and sustain the suspense. Yet, unexpectedly, Curry erupted once more in the second quarter, showing no signs of surrender. After all, the team had languished for years. Following the acquisition of the first overall pick to select Wembanyama, the Spurs had secured a foundational cornerstone for their franchise. In a certain sense, Wembanyama was akin to Tim Duncan for the Spurs. After selecting Duncan with the first pick in the 1997 NBA draft, the rookie season saw him propel the Spurs into the playoffs, ultimately leading them to their maiden NBA championship in the second season. This year marks the second season for Wembanyama in the NBA, and while a championship may be out of reach, it is evident that the Spurs management and Popovich aim for at least a playoff berth this season. Currently, the Spurs rank 10th in the Western Conference, trailing the 8th-seeded Kings by 5 games. A victory in this match would bring the team one step closer to securing a playoff ticket. Contemplating this, Popovich gritted his teeth and suddenly began to yell at the players, "Hey, your current performance is rather feeble." They are shooting three-pointers as if it were merely a practice match. Following this timeout, you must adopt a tenacious defensive stance. If you cannot contain them, employ strategic fouls. The Spurs players appeared somewhat intimidated by this outburst. Although Popovich was known for his fiery temperament in his youth, he seldom displays anger towards this young Spurs squad now that he has matured. The players exchanged apprehensive glances with Popovich. Seizing the moment, he urged, Wembanyama, Chen, and our other interior players, our three-point shooting today is off. The guards must deliver the ball inside. Let us initiate our offense from the post. One basket at a time, we can narrow the score, as the Warriors lack the height to defend against you. Upon hearing this, the players began to focus, their innate desire for survival ignited by the coach's words. As the timeout concluded, with over 7 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the starting players re-entered the fray. This time, the Spurs seemed to transform into a different team. Chen, receiving a pass from Paul, swiftly maneuvered past Wiggins, driving towards the basket, prompting Green to rush over. Instead of attempting a layup, Chen lofted the ball over Green's head. Davis, stationed beneath the rim, instinctively turned to look back. However, Wembanyama had already leaped behind him. As Davis jumped, Wembanyama, with his extraordinary wingspan, caught the ball mid-air, using his left hand to secure it. He then, with Davis unable to contest, slammed the ball into the hoop. An astounding alley-oop dunk. Wembanyama hung on the rim, his body swaying as he gazed down at Davis. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Upon landing, Wembanyama gestured to Davis, indicating his diminutive stature. Davis, known for his earnest demeanor, chose to ignore Wembanyama, silently retrieving the ball to inbound it from the baseline. The Spurs bench erupted in fervent roars. McLaughlin even stood up to shout towards the Warriors bench, let them experience Wembanyama's iron grip. After Davis inbound the ball, Curry advanced it past half court. At this moment, the Spurs players, invigorated as if electrified, widened their eyes and commenced their defensive efforts. Since Chen made 5 three-pointers in the first quarter, he has been resting for quite some time. Meanwhile, Curry, after several attempts to find a suitable shooting opportunity, turned and passed the ball to Chen, signaling to his teammates to create space for him. He then stealthily positioned himself in the left corner. Clearly, having witnessed his younger teammate Davis getting dunked on, Curry felt a tinge of displeasure and orchestrated this offensive play to respond. As Chen received the ball once more, Sohan gritted his teeth, summoning all his focus. He lowered his center of gravity to the maximum, spreading his legs and extending his arms wide. Today, he had already been outmatched by Chen's jump shot several times, and even humiliated once. Their head coach had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of exhibiting aggression on the defensive end. If this offensive play were to succeed again, where would he find himself in the eyes of the team? Chen received the ball and did not rush into an offensive maneuver. He wished to honor Curry's trust. Instead, he took his time dribbling in place, keenly observing the defensive positions of the Spurs players. In the next moment, he abruptly pushed off with his right foot while stepping forward to the right with his left foot, executing a decisive breakthrough to the right. Sohan instinctively recoiled. Chen executed a deft dribble beneath his hip with his right hand, skillfully pulling the ball back. He then retreated a considerable distance, positioning himself beyond the three-point line. With his body arched upward, he raised his left hand in a shooting motion. After the first quarter, Chen dared not allow Chen the opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc. He swiftly advanced with his right foot, lunging towards the three-point line. However, at the very moment he pushed off with his right foot, Chen shifted his left hand, transferring the ball to his right. While lowering his center of gravity once more, he surged forward with lightning speed from the right flank. Sohan had already perceived the impending move. Yet his body was slow to respond. Though his upper body had begun to pivot towards the basket, his feet were still stepping outward. Nevertheless, he exerted considerable effort to stabilize his balance, managing to avoid an immediate fall. Chen came to a sudden halt at the right side of the free throw line. Simultaneously, Barnes in the paint was wary of Chen's mid-range shooting threat and immediately leaped forward to contest. Yet, Chen once again pulled back with his right hand. Retreating a step, the ball was fiercely intercepted by Barnes mid-air, and upon landing, he collided with Sohan, who was also rushing back. Their foreheads met in an instant. Bang! A dull thud resonated, and both players collapsed to the ground. The spectators gasped in astonishment, their bodies leaning forward to witness the scene. At this moment, the last bastion of defense for the Spurs was the towering Wembanyama, standing at 24 meters. Without hesitation, Wembanyama strode forward, his long legs propelling him towards Chen. Chen dribbled the ball toward the restricted area with his right hand, but suddenly lost control of it. Victor Wembanyama sprang into action, his feet propelling him forward with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing this, Wembanyama's eyes sparkled with avarice. The Eastern player had clearly fumbled. If he could seize the ball, a fast break would ensue. He bent down, ready to snatch it. However, he underestimated the ball's velocity and trajectory. It struck precisely beneath him, eluding his arms and passing over his body. Just then, Chen surged forward with explosive speed, propelled by his remarkable physical prowess, swiftly positioning himself behind Wembanyama. The latter, attempting to retrieve the ball from between his legs, found his towering height of nearly 24 meters became a disadvantage. His vigorous bending caused him to lose balance, and he fell onto the ground. Chapter 67, a dunk beyond the rim. Wembanyama could only watch in dismay as Chen claimed the ball behind him. The scene around Chen resembled a battlefield, with chaos reigning. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration, and the space before him opened up like a vast prairie. Summoning every ounce of strength, he propelled himself off the ground with great force. His body soared into the air like a rocket, his gaze level with the rim, until his head surpassed its height. A mighty roar escaped his lips. He raised his right arm high, preparing to unleash a ferocious slam dunk upon the hoop. The resounding crash echoed throughout the entire TD Garden arena. In that moment, over 20,000 spectators widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in astonishment. It became clear to them that Chen's earlier fumble was no accident. It was a deliberate maneuver. At that instant, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. Oh, the fans had collectively succumbed to a state of ecstasy. A behind-the-back pass leading to an above-the-rim dunk. A dunk following the bewilderment of three opponents. OMG. What have I just witnessed? Is this a mirage? This must be the most exhilarating and breathtaking moment I have ever witnessed in a basketball game. This Eastern player cannot possibly be human. He must be from Mars. Celebrities like Jay Cho, Wu Yinzu, and Lu Tao stood up, raising their hands in jubilation. Some cheering while others gave a thumbs up. Yang Mi cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone, exclaiming, Chen, I'm your fan. I want your jersey. On the Warriors bench, players could hardly contain their excitement, eager to rush onto the court to celebrate with Chen. Meanwhile, Gary Payton too excitedly shouted to the Spurs bench. Now you get a taste of what it feels like to be dunked on. In the uppermost suite of the arena, Warriors owner Joe Lacob and manager Bob Myers rose from their seats, shaking their heads in disbelief. Their expressions a mixture of incredulity and quiet satisfaction at having secured such a prodigious talent for a mere $8 million contract. Meanwhile, in an adjacent suite, several owners and managers from other teams were present, each one calculating their strategies upon witnessing the scene, contemplating what assets they could leverage to propose a trade for Chen before the deadline. At this moment, Chen had undeniably become the most coveted player in the eyes of team owners and managers alike. Behind Chen lies the immense commercial value of the vast Chinese market, which is already quite alluring. Furthermore, the most critical factor is that this Eastern individual is perceived to be nearing an all-star level of prowess. With his exceptional talent combined with his commercial appeal, which team in the NBA, a league driven by commerce, would not desire him? In the ESPN studio, upon witnessing Chen's extraordinary dunk following a pass through his legs, Shaquille O'Neal leapt to his feet, exuberantly gesticulating within the studio. "Oh my goodness! My boy just toyed with Wembanyama. I envision the Emperor donning the number 8 jersey tonight." Beside him, Charles Barkley, equally animated, exclaimed, "When did Chen acquire such astonishing leaping ability? That play reminded me of Shaq's antics against Howard during the All-Star game. But this is a regular NBA match. How did he manage to pass the ball through Wembanyama's legs? It is simply unbelievable." At this moment, O'Neal turned to Perkins, inquiring, "Didn't you assert that Wembanyama could contain Chen? What is the outcome?" Perkins, his expression darkened, averted O'Neal's gaze, remaining silent. In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast, Mina paced excitedly, "Wow, that move by Chen is something I've never seen from any other player. It's incredibly cool." Wang Ming, finally recovering from his shock, exclaimed, "My goodness. After Chen maneuvered past Sohan and Barnes, I genuinely thought he had lost control of the ball. Little did I know, his release was intentional. How did the ball slip through Wembanyama's legs? Did you all see that?" Yang Yi, maintaining a measured tone, began to analyze this play. From the moment Curry passed to Chen, he was determined to make a move. Curry's implication was clear: Davis was being overpowered. And Davis is typically a reliable player for the Warriors. Thus, Chen had prepared himself from the outset, his gaze fixed on Wembanyama's legs. Although Wembanyama is tall, Chen is exceptionally astute, deftly utilizing the principles of body balance, recognizing that Wembanyama would struggle to bend down. Moreover, in my opinion, Chen's recent training regimen must have been intense, for his progress is remarkable. The explosiveness and vertical leap displayed in this play signify a significant advancement since my commentary on his debut game. Zhang Weiping nodded in agreement, stating, "Chen single-handedly took on 3. Initially, I thought he would miss. Yet, he managed to pass through Wembanyama's legs and executed a dunk. However, he shifted his tone, adding, that said, the play lacked a certain degree of reasonableness. After bypassing 2 players, the opportunity lay with Curry, who could have received the pass." The trio in the broadcast studio exchanged glances, nodding slightly. After all, Zhang's authority in the commentary realm remains unassailable. The live chat had already erupted with fervor. "This is not Chen. This is the embodiment of Vince Carter. Chen is truly remarkable. In a single match, he toyed with Wembanyama not once, but twice. What an extraordinary level of jumping ability Chen possesses. He's undoubtedly a legend." With a dazzling move that left 3 defenders in his wake, he executed a breathtaking dunk. It was not merely a standard dunk. I observed it clearly. The top of his head soared above the rim. Even the staunchest defender, who had been relentless until now, momentarily conceded, acknowledging, that was indeed impressive. Yet, other fans quickly chimed in, "Old man, shouldn't you repay the favor?" The defender swiftly vanished amidst the barrage of comments. On the court, a collision between Sachin and Barnes raised concerns for the player's safety, prompting the referee to halt the game as per standard protocol. As they returned to the bench, they received ice packs from the team physician to soothe their foreheads. Observing this, Coach Popovich promptly clapped his hands, signaling the team to refocus. Chen deftly penetrated the defensive line, and he knew he had to rally the team's spirits to prevent a defensive collapse. He began, "Our recent defense was commendable. Both Sachin and Wembanyama actively contributed. That last score from the Eastern player was merely fortunate. You effectively contained him. Moving forward, should he attempt another feint, do not be easily swayed. Raise your arms high and use your physical advantages to disrupt him." Wembanyama nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in the Warriors bench, Curry leaped onto Chen's back, exclaiming, "This is our hero." The bench players erupted in celebration, joining in the jubilation. As the second chapter unfolds, following Sachin and Barnes' recovery, both teams returned to the court. With 5 minutes and 49 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the Warriors maintained a 16-point lead over the Spurs. The recent dunk had nearly drained Chen of his energy, especially after exerting himself with 3-point attempts in the first quarter. Realizing this, he exchanged a knowing glance with Curry before stepping onto the court, signaling that Curry would take charge of ball control for the next few minutes. However, he added, "I will focus on defense." Curry nodded in agreement. As the Spurs regained possession, Paul passed the ball to Wembanyama at the top of the arc facing Green. Wembanyama executed a quick feint and, from a distance of 2 steps beyond the three-point line, launched a shot. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the rim. The ball struck the rim with precision and effortlessly swished through the net. One cannot help but remark that with Wembanyama's towering stature, such a pull-up three-pointer is akin to a more potent version of Durant, rendering him nearly indefensible. Turning back, the Warriors failed to score on their offensive attempt. Barnes secured the rebound and passed the ball to Paul for orchestration. The Spurs players, adhering diligently to Popovich's strategies, wasted no time. As the ball reached the front court, Wembanyama positioned his body against Green, extending his hands to request the ball in the paint. Green, possessing a wealth of defensive experience, stood as the stalwart of the Warriors' interior defense for many years. Utilizing his weight advantage, he took a step forward, positioning himself firmly in front of Wembanyama. His ample frame effectively shielded the young player behind him. This maneuver of Green's, affronting defense, was reminiscent of Boozer's tactics during the first round of the 2006 to 2007 NBA playoffs, where the Rockets, led by Yao Ming and McGrady, faced the Jazz. With Yao's height, the Jazz's interior defense consisted solely of Boozer and Oker, neither of whom could contain Yao once he received the ball in the paint. Jerry Sloan, then head coach of the Jazz, devised a strategy specifically targeting Yao's strengths whenever he received the ball inside. Boozer would aggressively front him while Oker was ready to assist from behind. On the offensive end, one was adept at three-pointers while Boozer excelled in mid-range shots, effectively neutralizing the dominating force of Yao Ming on both ends. Ultimately, the Rockets suffered a heartbreaking defeat in Game 7, a series now regarded as one of the most poignant for Chinese basketball fans. Meanwhile, Chen closely monitored Wembanyama, poised to assist Green defensively. However, Paul's passing prowess is formidable. He stepped forward and, adopting a shooting stance reminiscent of horseback archery, executed a pass characterized by both speed and arc. Such a pass demands exceptional skill from the passer. If executed too high, Wembanyama might fail to secure the ball, causing it to sail out of bounds. Conversely, if too low, the encroaching Green would easily intercept it. Paul's delivery was impeccable, landing perfectly as Wembanyama deftly tapped the ball with his toes, effortlessly securing it in the restricted area. Green, initially positioned in front of Wembanyama, now found himself behind. Wembanyama quickly elongated his arm and leaped for the layup. Yet, at that moment, Chen had sprinted from the perimeter, attempting to block from the side. Wembanyama caught a glimpse of Chen's shadow, causing him to momentarily hesitate and adjust the arc of his shot. Despite Chen's impressive jump, reaching significant heights in the air, Wembanyama's towering presence and extended wingspan, coupled with his altered shooting angle, remained formidable. Chen's fingertips barely grazed the basketball in the air. The ball struck the backboard and ricocheted off the front of the rim, soaring away. Wembanyama seized the opportunity to rebound, gathering his strength once more for a layup. Due to the forceful leap, Chen lost his balance and fell beneath the basket. At that very moment, Davis abandoned his defensive assignment and charged in. Wembanyama executed a feint, eluding Davis, and took another shot. This attempt fell short, as the ball struck the front rim and bounced back toward Wembanyama. Green rushed in, raising his arms and firmly positioning himself against Wembanyama. With a swift movement, Wembanyama leaned to one side, swinging his right arm to arc the ball. Thud. The ball struck the rim once more. In unison, Chen, Green, and Davis leaped to contest the rebound. Yet, Wembanyama's long limbs reached above the trio, lightly tapping the ball for a successful putback. This sequence showcased Wembanyama's dominance in the paint against the Warriors, securing 3 consecutive offensive rebounds and ultimately scoring despite the presence of 3 defenders. The Spurs surged with momentum. After scoring, Wembanyama let out a triumphant roar towards the sky. Ah! In the ESPN studio, Perkins, witnessing this spectacle, immediately became animated, pointing at the screen and exclaiming to O'Neal and Barkley, "Look at Wembanyama, this prodigious talent. Who can contain him in the paint? I've said it before. He will undoubtedly overpower that Eastern player from the Warriors." On the Warriors' side, it was evident that their spirits were dampened. The consecutive loss of rebounds had a significant impact on team morale, narrowing the score to an 11-point deficit for the Spurs. Kerr promptly called for a timeout. In the Tencent NBA broadcast room, Zhang Weiping sighed repeatedly, "Oh dear. This is quite serious," allowing Wembanyama to have his way in the paint after conceding 3 backcourt rebounds. Wang Ming shook his head slightly. Regarding Wembanyama, the Warriors simply lack anyone in the paint capable of matching up against him. Yang Yi further analyzed, "This season, The Warriors must acquire a tall center before the trade deadline to address their height and rebounding issues. Otherwise, no matter how well Curry and Chen perform, they won't advance far in the playoffs. Zhang Weiping nodded in agreement. They say we have entered the small ball era in the league. Yet, in my view, regardless of how things evolve, the closer you are to the basket, the higher your shooting percentage. Yang Yi concurred. Exactly. Even if you shoot threes at a 40% success rate, having a peak Shaquille O'Neal in the paint guarantees 100% success with dunks. How can you compete with that? This darkly humorous exchange elicited laughter among the studio audience. Meanwhile, in the Warriors' bench area, Kerr appeared somewhat irate, shouting at his players, "Rebounds. We must actively box out and fight for those boards." He then added, "As for Wembanyama, we need to implement double teams and traps." At this moment, Chen seized a bottle of Gatorade and consumed it in one go. He had exerted every effort to bolster his defensive position for this play. However, he lacked the height of an interior player, rendering it impossible for him to effectively guard the towering Wembanyama, who stands at 2.24 meters. In this instance, Chen recalled the badge activated during the first game, Iron Wall. If only he could activate the badge now, enhancing his vertical leap and strength. Although he might still struggle to defend Wembanyama one-on-one, it would certainly aid Green in providing assistance on defense. Yet, the activation of the badge required a moment of exceptional performance. For instance, in the first quarter, after he consecutively sank 3 three-pointers, the exceptional touch badge system had automatically engaged. Similarly, during the first match against the Celtics, Iron Wall had been activated following his series of outstanding defensive displays. Chen contemplated these thoughts, directing his gaze towards the imposing figure on the Spurs bench. Chapter 69, One-Handed Block by Wembanyama. Upon the resumption of play, there remained 3 minutes and 30 seconds in the second quarter. The Warriors initiated their offense, orchestrating a strategy centered around Chen. Green, positioned at the high post, distributed the ball to Chen, who occupied the mid-range area. Chen turned his back to Spurs Vassell. With a sudden burst of strength, Vassell was pushed back 2 steps. Observing this, Sachin quickly rushed over to provide assistance. With a swift flick of his wrist, Chen delivered the ball to Wiggins. Unopposed, Wiggins took a shot from beyond the arc. Perhaps due to an extended absence from the game, his attempt was rather forceful, sending the ball careening far afield. Wembanyama leaped to secure the rebound before transitioning to offense. The Warriors continued to struggle against the Spurs' interior presence, unable to match up with Wembanyama in the paint. Sachin and Wembanyama executed a high-low play, with Wembanyama receiving the ball and effortlessly finishing at the rim. The Spurs closed the gap to 9 points. On the sidelines, Coach Kerr began to furrow his brow. In the next possession, the Warriors persisted in executing the isolation play designed for Chen. Chen once again received the ball at his waist, this time confronted by Barnes. On the sidelines, Popovich wore a knowing smile, gesturing emphatically. Sohan once more abandoned his defensive assignment on Wiggins to join the double team. Chen swiftly passed the ball to the unmarked Wiggins. Although Wiggins' initial shot was rather forceful and missed, it would be folly to withhold the ball from him due to a single failure. Even if Wiggins were to miss 3 consecutive open shots, Chen would still deliver the ball to him. This is because once Wiggins successfully scores, the opposing team would be deterred from so brazenly double-teaming him in the low post. Wiggins took a glance at the basket, yet lacking confidence. He refrained from shooting and instead passed it to Curry at the corner. Curry raised his hand, attempting a shot, but Paul stepped forward, completely obstructing the space in front of him. He made an overhead pass to Davis stationed beneath the basket. Davis looked up at the hoop, only to find Wembanyama looming in the paint, arms outstretched in defense. In a hurry, he passed the ball from his waist to Green, who had cut into the lane. Green seized the ball. The right side was clear. He took a couple of strides, and with a right-handed layup. Meanwhile, Wembanyama had already turned and leaped. Hands raised to block. Thud. The ball ricocheted off the backboard as it was swatted away. Green, furious, raised his right hand, finger circling in protest. Leaping in place to appeal to the referee. That was a blatant goaltending. Are you blind? Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, pointing at Green. Addressing the scorer's table, number 23 of the Warriors, unsportsmanlike conduct towards the referee, technical foul. Green approached the referee, continuing his tirade. Curry rushed over to pull him away. Paul, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire. If he keeps disrespecting the referee, he should be ejected. Green then extended 4 fingers towards him. Hey, Chris. What do you see here? This is the Warriors' tradition. Remember when Clay was incensed by Booker and also raised 4 fingers? This gesture symbolizes their 4 championships. Of course, Some fans have mixed feelings about this act, as true heroes do not dwell on past glories. Paul, however, was unfazed, having witnessed such antics countless times. Yet, had it been Rondo raising his fingers, it might have unfolded differently. With a smile, Paul stepped up to the free throw line to execute the technical foul shot. Swish. With a career free throw percentage nearing 90, this was akin to a gift. Green shook his head incessantly, his expression one of disappointment as the stubble on his face grew increasingly gray. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen approached Green and gently patted him on the shoulder, whispering, "Hey, brother, don't let your frustrations with the referee get the better of you. It will only lead to more gray hairs." Green slightly shook his head and reciprocated with a pat. Observing this interaction stirred an uneasy feeling within Chen. Although both Curry and Green had once ascended to the pinnacle of the NBA, they now appeared to be aging. It was time for him to step up and carry the team forward. The Spurs initiated a play from the front court, continuing their focus on the interior. Wembanyama, positioned low, exerted his strength against Green, relentlessly pressing toward the basket. Green fought valiantly to hold his ground, but it seemed he was struggling against the younger player's might. After a couple of steps, Wembanyama, feeling he was close to the basket, pivoted to the left and released a shot with a slight lean back. However, scarcely had the ball left his hand and glided through the air for less than half a second when a blue figure emerged from nowhere. With a 180-degree swing of his right arm, he soared towards the airborne basketball. The sound echoed. A resounding smack as the ball was forcefully sent crashing down to the ground. Well, the spectators leapt from their seats in exhilaration. A spectacular volleyball-style rejection. After rebounding off the floor, the ball soared back into the air, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. Green seized the basketball and swiftly passed it to the fast-breaking Wiggins. Wiggins executed a two-step layup, successfully scoring. Wembanyama, filled with fury, widened his eyes and glanced beside him, eager to comprehend how his shot had been blocked. On the sidelines, Coach Popovich rose in astonishment. How could this Eastern player possess such remarkable athleticism to block his prized pupil, Wembanyama? Meanwhile, Chen met Wembanyama's gaze with a wolf-like intensity. Wembanyama, undeterred, responded, "Bring it on, Eastern fellow." As they prepared for the next round, as Chen defended, a chilling, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Due to the host's remarkable performance on the defensive end, the Iron Wall badge has been activated. The host's defensive attributes will increase by 10% for the next 2 minutes. Chen's lips curled into a subtle arc. The moment had finally arrived. This time, Paul executed a pick-and-roll with Wembanyama. Curry maneuvered around the screen, and Green took a step back. Paul found no opportunity for a mismatch. However, at that instant, Wembanyama suddenly made a decisive cut. Paul delivered a bounce pass in his direction. Green reacted, yet his footwork could not keep pace. Wembanyama sprinted away, instantly creating a two-step lead over Green. Upon receiving the ball, the Warriors' paint lay devoid of defenders. He revealed a triumphant smile, then took long strides toward the basket, ascending for a layup in 3 steps. As the ball left his hands, he felt a sense of certainty. This shot was destined to be successful. Yet, in the next heartbeat, another blue figure emerged like a flash of lightning in a tempest. At the very moment the basketball was about to kiss the backboard, Chen extended his right hand, firmly pressing down on the ball. Bang! The backboard emitted a dull thud. The ball was securely held in the air by Chen's hand. He then grasped the ball, drawing his right arm close. Upon landing, he wedged the ball under his armpit. A rejection, and it was executed with a single hand. The arena fell into a momentary silence. With a single-handed block, it was Wembanyama. What had just transpired? At that instant, the fans at the TD Garden finally grasped the magnitude of the event unfolding on the court. Suddenly, the entire crowd erupted. Roar. Over 20,000 spectators gasped in unison. 0W0. Wow. This was a block by the extraordinarily gifted Wembanyama, hailed as a once-in-a-century talent. Moreover, it was a rejection delivered in an audacious single-handed manner. How often can fans witness such a spectacle? It was truly awe-inspiring. Chapter 70. The Spine of Asia. Chen executed a stunning one-handed block with his right hand, elegantly capturing the ball in a manner that allowed him to cradle it under his arm upon landing. What was even more astonishing was that throughout this entire maneuver, his left hand remained virtually motionless. After landing, he held the ball firmly while gazing at Wembanyama, as if to convey, "I need merely one hand to guard against you." In the Tencent live broadcast, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. What an incredible block. Yi Gu is phenomenal. Chen is transcendent once again. He had already manifested his brilliance 3 times in this match. With an impressive streak of 15 consecutive kills, he was poised to obliterate the Spurs' hopes. What did I just witness? A block against Wembanyama, how amusing. At that moment, Wembanyama was utterly distraught, overwhelmed by emotion in the restroom. You are all mistaken. This is not Yi Chen, but rather Wallace donning Yi Chen's jersey. Even the venerable veteran couldn't resist joining the fray, exclaiming, Yi Chen's defensive plays have been nothing short of extraordinary. However, why can't he continue to exploit his low-post game? Mina, with her long legs, was trembling with excitement. Yi Chen is so cool, especially his pose after landing. It gives off a superhero vibe. Before Mina could finish her thought, Wang Ming could no longer contain the fervor within him. My goodness. What stands before us is not Yi Chen, but a messenger from the depths of hell. In consecutive plays, he wielded the chains of death, effectively freezing Wembanyama in his tracks. Yang Yi maintained a semblance of composure as he analyzed the situation. The first block came when Wembanyama was backing down. Yi Chen surged in from the side, catching him off guard. Given the height differential, that block was truly remarkable. He paused for emphasis, gesturing to draw attention, continuing, the second block defies description. I find myself at a loss for words. Why? After the first block, Wembanyama, upon landing, shifted his gaze towards Yi Chen, clearly anticipating a challenge. Thus, when he attempted a layup, he mustered all his strength, harboring a fierce determination. And yet, he was met with another block from Yi Chen. We know Yi Chen's standard height is 198 meters, but what of Wembanyama? During his time at the French club, his official height was listed as 220 meters. After entering the NBA draft, it increased to 222 meters, and rumors now suggest he may be as tall as 224 or even 226 meters. If we consider 224 meters, that presents a staggering 30-centimeter difference, excluding wingspan. He took a sip of water, lowering his voice slightly. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed Yi Chen could block Wembanyama, let alone do so consecutively. This is akin to hearing a spine-chilling horror tale. Finally, it was time for Coach Zhang to summarize. With a slightly hoarse voice, he affirmed, what has been said is absolutely correct. It is evident that Yi Chen possesses not only remarkable leaping ability, but also a keen sense of timing when it comes to blocking shots, as demonstrated by his two exceptional defensive plays. For the first block, Wembanyama certainly did not anticipate that Yi Chen could cover such a considerable distance to execute the rejection. In fact, for the second block, Wembanyama was clearly fueled by emotion, while Yi Chen had already positioned himself strategically behind him, merely awaiting the opportune moment to leap. This exemplifies the strategy of provocation found in Sun Tzu's Art of War, irritating your opponent to create an opportunity for retribution. Ahaha. On the court, as Yi Chen landed, Curry and Green approached him in unison, both thumping their chests and mimicking primal roars. Following his display, Green even leapt onto Yi Chen, exuberantly expressing his exhilaration. Yi Chen cast a sidelong glance at the two of them. These two fellows, are they truly so exhilarated over merely a blocked shot? Even more so than I am? Curry also embraced Yi Chen, thumping his chest with considerable force. Yi Chen hurriedly exclaimed, Ahem, that's enough. If you push me any further, I won't just walk. It's almost been 8 seconds. Upon hearing this, both individuals were momentarily taken aback, for in their excitement, they had completely forgotten that the match had not been paused. They quickly turned around and dashed back towards the front court. Yi Chen observed the figures of the two elderly gentlemen, finding humor in the moment while feeling a warmth within. With a swift dribble, he crossed half the court. In truth, the celebration had already surpassed the 8-second mark. However, the sheer astonishment of Yi Chen's block left even the referees momentarily stunned. Coupled with the fact that it was a home game for the Warriors, no violation was called. During this offensive play, the ball was passed multiple times before reaching Wiggins, who was intentionally left open by the Spurs. Perhaps inspired by Yi Chen's phenomenal block, Wiggins seized the opportunity without hesitation, successfully sinking a three-pointer. The Warriors once again established a lead of over 10 points. As the Spurs took their turn on offense, Wembanyama faced a series of blocks from Yi Chen. Amidst the raucous cheers of the home crowd, his confidence appeared to waver. After all, he was still young, unlike the seasoned veteran Paul, whose steady demeanor remained unshaken regardless of his opponent's actions. On this occasion, upon receiving the ball, Wembanyama hesitated despite an opportunity presenting itself before him. The ball was passed to Sachin in the low post, but Yi Chen quickly rotated to provide defensive support. Seeing Yi Chen as his defender, Sachin too faltered momentarily. Though a twinge of apprehension coursed through him, he realized that failing to take a shot would result in a 3-second violation. With no options left, he made a feint and leaped, attempting to release his shot in midair. Chen would certainly not falter. He extended his arms to envelop Suo Han. As he propelled Suo Han into the air, he leaped once more. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he delivered a resounding clap. Bang! Another solid blow akin to a hot pot. The ball descended, only to land once again in Suo Han's hands. Taken aback, his eyes immediately glimmered with fury. He could hardly believe the power this Eastern compatriot wielded. Upon regaining possession of the ball, a surge of anger erupted within him. Harnessing this fiery emotion, he leaped vertically. Drawing the ball behind his head, he aimed it toward the hoop, resolute in his defiance. Yet, mere anger would not shield him from being blocked. Moreover, Chen's formidable defense remained unyielding. At that moment, Chen ascended once again, his right hand mercilessly lunging toward the basketball held in Suo Han's grasp. Thud! The two collided midair. Suo Han felt as though he had struck a solid wall, his body rebounding backward while the ball soared away toward the audience. Chen landed gracefully, shrugged his shoulders, and gazed at Suo Han, who sat upon the ground. In a remarkable display, he raised his right hand, his index finger oscillating back and forth. This dramatic scene instantly ignited the emotions of the audience. Hands clasped atop their heads, eyes wide open, they exclaimed, "Goodness! Uncle Mu of the African spine. OMG, what a series of consecutive blocks. This is the Asian spine. Yee! Uncle Mu haha." Shaking his finger. Today's ticket was absolutely worth it. Chapter 71. Chen LSP in the ESN studio. O'Neal was brimming with excitement, raising his right hand towards Barkley, his finger incessantly waving. "Hey, Sir Barkley, you're outmatched. Ha 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 ha." Barkley reciprocated with his own raised hand. "Hey, Shark, weren't you once on the receiving end of Uncle Moo's blocks?" O'Neal replied, "Though I have indeed been subjected to his finger wagging, I still managed to overpower him. Ha 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 ha. Besides, weren't you also a frequent target in Uncle Moo's highlight reel?" The two engaged in an animated discussion, their enthusiasm evident as they debated the topic for a full 2 minutes. This was largely due to Chen's iconic gesture. In the contemporary NBA, players are predominantly preoccupied with launching three-point shots, leaving a scarcity of those who devote energy to defense. This nostalgia stirred within O'Neal and Barkley, ancient titans of the league, as they reminisced about their glory days. In the studio, however, Perkins wore a pale expression, remaining silent. He had previously lauded Wembanyama to great heights, yet in these few exchanges, Chen's relentless blocks had proven far beyond that intensity. Not even Wembanyama's young prodigy could evade the grasp of Chen's fingertips. Chen's performance undoubtedly delivered a resounding blow to Perkins' ego. Upon regaining his composure, O'Neal addressed Perkins, saying, "You ought to relinquish your biases against Eastern players, Perkins." In several matchups against Wembanyama, Chen showcased his prowess, and as I previously asserted, he is destined to become an extraordinary player, akin to the legendary Mamba. Although Barkley was initially skeptical of Chen, he has since been thoroughly impressed. He concurred, stating, "Indeed. Let's examine the statistics. Chen secured 5 blocks in just 3.5 minutes. That is not typical for a player in his position. It resembles the stats of an ancient behemoth. Listen, Perkins, from this moment forward, you must set aside your prejudice, or you shall find yourself faced with even more humiliation in the future." With that, both men chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. Perkins, feeling somewhat awkward in his silence, finally remarked, "It's still too early to praise Chen. We should wait until he has completed at least half a season to see if he can sustain this level of performance." On the court, Sachin, already irked by being blocked twice, witnessed Chen gesturing at him with a finger wag. He felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, igniting a small volcano of anger within. Consequently, as Chen turned his back to him, Sachin rushed forward and forcefully shoved him from behind. Chen, caught off guard, instinctively adjusted his center of gravity and was forced to lunge towards the audience, tumbling into the first row where Youngmi was seated. A delightful fragrance enveloped him, and it took a moment for Chen to realize he had fallen into Youngmi's embrace. Initially startled, she quickly composed herself, showing no disdain for the sweat-drenched Chen. After he regained his footing, she even initiated a hug, a gesture that, while commonplace in the West, is considered quite intimate within the more conservative confines of Chinese culture. This unexpected closeness incited the ire of Youngmi's fans, who were outraged by what they perceived as an affront. "How dare he take advantage of our beloved Mimi? Bring me a knife. I am ready to kill. Do not hold me back. I shall go to the Daitong Center and confront him." Meanwhile, the viewers in the Tencent live stream were consumed with envy. "Brother Yi, I want to switch places with him. Me. How I envy brother Yi. Leave him and come to me. A faction of basketball enthusiasts also voiced their discontent towards Sohan. He must be ejected. That was uncalled for. Sohan is a coward when he cannot compete. He resorts to violence. In the Daidong Center Arena, the sight incited fury among the Chinese celebrities present. Jay Chou, with his characteristic cool demeanor, exclaimed, "Is this how one plays basketball? Referee, send him off." At that moment, the referee halted the game. Warriors players immediately surged forward, encircling Sohan to demand an explanation. "Are you bullying someone? Next time, come at me, Sohan. That was a bit excessive, you coward." Draymond Green led the charge, rushing over to exchange heated words with Sohan. "Do you want to experience what it feels like to be hit?" Initially, Sohan stood his ground. But upon witnessing the solidarity of the Warriors, he faltered, not anticipating the camaraderie that this Eastern player enjoyed among the team. In an instant, he retreated. Just then, Coach Kerr and the coaching staff intervened to separate the players, recognizing the urgency of the situation as the first half of the game drew to a close. There was no need for the match to be interrupted over this incident, especially with the Warriors currently in the lead, thus avoiding any unnecessary technical fouls. As the players settled down and returned to their benches, the head referee approached the technical table to review the footage. A minute later, the referee rendered his decision. Warriors player Chen has displayed provocative behavior and is charged with one technical foul. Spurs player Sohan has committed a non-basketball act and is ejected from the game. As the referee's voice echoed across the arena, a chorus of boos erupted. While the ejection of Sohan was anticipated, the imposition of a technical foul on Chen left many bewildered. Is he not a victim? The fans remain oblivious. Initially, Mutombo's finger-wagging gesture was frequently penalized as a technical foul. However, as his career progressed, this gesture gradually evolved into his signature celebration. The league ultimately acquiesced to his right to perform the finger wag, provided it was not directed at his opponents. In a certain sense, the finger wag became synonymous with Uncle Mutombo. Thus, upon review, the referees concluded Chen's gesture of shaking his finger was a provocative act, resulting in a technical foul being called against him. Sohan, amidst a cacophony of boos, removed his jersey and made his way to the player tunnel. The match continued on the court. Only 1 minute and 45 seconds remained in the second quarter. Following the technical foul, Paul stepped up to the free throw line and successfully made his shot. In the ensuing minute, Curry and Hield each sank a three-pointer, while Green executed a layup. Meanwhile, Chen continued to make significant contributions on the defensive end. The Spurs managed to score only 2 points in that minute, with Paul missing a buzzer-beater three-pointer. The first half came to a close, and the Warriors re-established a commanding 18-point lead. In the Spurs locker room, although Paul had aged, he remained one of the team's leading figures. A primary objective of bringing Paul to the Spurs this season was to leverage his seasoned experience to mentor the younger players. Additionally, Paul possessed an immense competitive spirit. Witnessing the widening gap approaching 20 points, he recognized the necessity to uplift the team's morale. He clapped his hands incessantly, encouraging the younger players, "Do not be disheartened. Let us play our game, adhering to the coach's strategy, and continue moving forward." Chapter 72. Team recruitment. Paul was rallying his teammates in the locker room. However, given the current atmosphere among the Spurs, it was unrealistic to expect a mere speech from Paul to reverse their fortunes. After all, they had been repeatedly thwarted by Chen's blocks. Compounded by the expulsion of their starting player, Sohan, and the overwhelming roar of the San Francisco fans. These factors combined led the players to believe that victory was not destined for them that night. The locker room remained enveloped in silence, with players preoccupied with their own thoughts, not uttering a word. At that moment, Popovich entered the room. Yet, this scenario was far from daunting in his eyes. Having taken the helm of the Spurs in 1996, with nearly 3 decades of coaching experience, he had weathered countless storms. He strode to the center of the locker room and clapped his hands forcefully twice, addressing the players. "Have you lost faith with an 18-point deficit? What does 18 points mean? In the 2008 Western Conference semifinals, I led our team against the Hornets, and after the first 2 games, we found ourselves down 0-2. The entire world, along with the media, believed the Spurs were finished and that a rebuild was imminent. But I knew then that our team would not succumb. For the fighting spirit in the eyes of Duncan, Ginobili, Parker, and Robert Horry had not faded. In the next game, we decisively defeated the Hornets and ultimately advanced 4-3. I now refer to that determination in their eyes as the eye of the tiger." Upon finishing his words, Popovich widened his eyes and gazed intently at the players. At that moment, The athletes in the locker room began to respond gradually. When Banyama, as the team leader, declared, "The old man speaks the truth. We must embody the fierce gaze of a tiger, my brothers. Let us continue to fight, and we shall surely reclaim the score." Meanwhile, in the uppermost suite of the Chase Center, Dunleavy sat back in his chair, legs crossed, exuding an air of triumph. "Chen, I truly did not misjudge. And I am fortunate to have signed him in time. Had I delayed for just 2 more games, the price would have multiplied, and securing him would have been uncertain. Now, it is time to contemplate the extension of Chen's contract. However, the team's total salary has nearly reached $200 million, incurring a luxury tax, leaving very little salary cap space. Upon reflecting on this, he furrowed his brow. At that moment, the phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the voice of the Grizzlies' general manager. "Kleiman, Manager Dunleavy, our team is interested in that Huaxia player. Do you have any thoughts about trading him?" The tone was polite yet urgent. As a fellow competitor in the Southwest Division, General Manager Kleiman was acutely aware of the immense value of Huaxia players. In 2002, they watched helplessly as their rivals, the Rockets, selected Yao Ming. Subsequently, over the next 9 years, they profited immensely from the billions in viewership and attention from the Huaxia market. Since then, the Grizzlies have longed to acquire a Huaxia player to emulate the Rockets' business model. However, since Yao Ming, high-caliber Huaxia players have been exceedingly rare, and even Jianlian struggled to establish himself in the NBA. This has left their aspirations for a Huaxia player in limbo. Yet, Chen presents a different scenario. Although he has only played 3.5 games in the NBA thus far, his displayed competitive level is already more than sufficient. Thus, Kleiman made this late-night call to probe Dunleavy's stance. Upon hearing this, Dunleavy, though anticipating offers for Chen, was taken aback by the swiftness of the inquiry. He sighed softly and replied, "Kleiman, it seems the management isn't inclined to part with Chen at the moment." This statement was clearly a test. While he had no intentions of trading Chen, he wished to gauge the player's current trade value in the eyes of other NBA general managers, thus establishing a point of reference. However, it must be acknowledged that, to managers, the NBA is merely a business. As long as the price is right, no player is unsellable. Even a player like Luka Doncic, who led his team to the finals, could be traded. Who, then, is truly safe in the NBA? Kleiman chuckled and responded, "I understand that your management is cautious about trading Chen, but we can offer a very rich package. Would you not like to hear it?" Dunleavy's lips moved as he replied, "I am all ears." With confidence in his voice, Kleiman stated, "We are willing to offer our center, Zach Edey, along with a first-round draft pick in 2026 in exchange for Chen." In recent years, the Memphis Grizzlies have experienced a tumultuous performance. However, since Ja Morant's return to the team this season, they have achieved unexpectedly remarkable results. Currently, the Grizzlies are positioned second in the Western Conference, trailing only the championship contenders, the Oklahoma City Thunder. The management seeks to capitalize on this momentum by bringing in an all-star caliber player to support Morant, which is also a personal request from him. Chen not only possesses the requisite skills, but also embodies significant commercial value, aligning perfectly with the Grizzlies' current needs. Dunleavy felt a slight tremor at this revelation and fell into a momentary silence. Zach Edey, a projected lottery pick for 2024, stands at an impressive height of 2.26 meters and showcases refined post-up techniques. This season, in an average of 20 minutes per game, he boasts a shooting percentage nearing 60, with averages of 10.1 points, 7.6 rebounds, and 1.2 blocks. His scoring and rebounding statistics rank among the best for all rookies this year. Moreover, in a league where towering players are a rarity, Edey's trade value is exceptionally high, coupled with a first-round draft pick in 2026. This combination could undoubtedly secure any near-all-star player in the league. The absurdity of offering a first-round pick and a lottery rookie for a player who was once merely on a temporary contract is a scenario that, in the annals of NBA history, seems destined to occur solely with Chen. Observing Dunleavy's silence, Kleiman proceeded, "Of course, if you feel the offer is insufficient, we can negotiate further, perhaps even add additional assets. I trust that Mr. Dunleavy is a shrewd businessman, and as long as we present a valuable proposition, you will surely agree, correct?" Dunleavy responded, "I apologize, but we currently have no plans to trade Chen. You may inquire with other teams." Kleiman maintained his smile. "No worries, you may contemplate it. I will await your call." After ending the call, Dunleavy was left with mixed emotions. He felt that only by securing an early extension for Chen would the burden in his heart be alleviated. Otherwise, once the off-season arrives, Chen would become a free agent. If Chen continues to perform at his current level until the end of the season, he would truly be regarded as an all-star. At that point, his market value would be comparable to superstars like Curry, Durant, and Alexander. One can only imagine how many teams would vie for Chen's services. With this thought in mind, he documented a note in his phone. Call Chen's agent first thing tomorrow morning. Chapter 73. The Warriors clocking out after 3 quarters? Meanwhile, within the Warriors' locker room, the atmosphere was remarkably relaxed. Green was already engaged in a discussion with a few teammates, contemplating which nightclub they should grace with their presence after the game. The bench players approached one by one, exchanging high-fives with Chen in celebration, while offering compliments. Uncle Moo, greetings. No, he is referred to as Chen. The one and only Wallace Chen. Kevin Looney walked over and said, Chen, your shot-blocking instincts are exceptional. Do take the time to teach me sometime. Chen nodded slightly and simply replied, indeed, that's fine. He did not respond to his teammate's jest, maintaining a serious demeanor. Observing this, Curry immediately inquired, relax a little. We are on the verge of winning this game. Chen shook his head, asserting that a mere 20-point lead was not insurmountable. For the NBA had witnessed numerous instances of such a deficit being overturned. Upon his utterance, an immediate hush enveloped the locker room. This marked the first occasion where Chen's perspective diverged from that of Curry. Previously, whenever Curry spoke, Chen would invariably echo his sentiments or express agreement. As the teammates contemplated his words, it became evident that they were beginning to grasp the implications of Sohan's remarks regarding Chinese players. Deep within Chen, a lingering discomfort remained. At this moment, Chen gazed resolutely at his teammates. He paid no heed to what Sohan said, however. Any contempt directed towards Chinese players was something he could never tolerate. As Chen strode into the center of the locker room, he extended his right hand and declared, I believe this is not the time for relaxation. Let us continue to strive in the second half. Immediately, Curry approached, placing his right hand atop Chen's, nodding affirmatively. Observing this, the teammates gathered around, forming a circle and placing their hands together, proclaiming, let us continue to give our all in the second half. Noticing his teammates had shed their relaxed demeanor, Chen lightened the atmosphere with a playful remark. By the way, Curry, has it not been ages since you clocked out early after 3 quarters? When I watched you play on television back in Huaxia, you always seemed to finish your shifts after 3 quarters. I would love to experience that sensation. Curry burst into hearty laughter, responding, it has indeed been quite a while since I clocked out early. This exchange stirred nostalgic memories among the veteran Warriors, who had been part of a dynasty that claimed 4 championships in the past decade. They recalled their formidable prowess on the court. In contrast, the past 2 seasons had seen a scarcity of such dominating performances against their opponents. Reflecting on this, a fierce determination ignited in the eyes of the seasoned players. Green raised his hand and shouted, let us dismantle the Spurs in the 3rd quarter and clock out early. In unison, everyone in the locker room echoed, dismantle the Spurs. Clock out early. On the court, the match commenced anew. Players from both teams emerged from the locker rooms, infused with varying emotions. At this moment, due to Sachin's stance, the Spurs starting lineup was altered to include Paul, Vassell, Castle, Barnes, and Wembanyama, with this year's 4th overall pick, Castle, stepping in for Sachin. The Spurs formation became smaller yet faster. Conversely, the Warriors fielded Curry, Chen, Wiggins, Green, and Davis. From the outset, the Warriors maintained their defensive strategy, tightening the interior when Wembanyama had the ball. Coach Popovich's tactic remained to prevent Chen from receiving the ball in the low post, while closely marking Curry from beyond the arc. However, in the 3rd quarter, other Warriors players gradually found their rhythm. The team began to share the ball, and for the first few minutes, their offense flowed with the fluidity reminiscent of the storied Splash Brothers era. Players ceased to hold on to the ball, instead opting for quick passes to create opportunities. After Wiggins executed a spectacular alley-oop dunk from a Green assist, the score gap widened to 25 points. Yet, unexpectedly, following an official timeout, rookie Castle stepped up. He first sank a long-range 3-pointer, then, under Wiggins' defense, hit a challenging mid-range jumper. Subsequently, he penetrated the interior and assisted Barnes, who scored from beyond the arc. Seizing the moment, Wembanyama also cashed in with a 3-pointer from the top of the key. The Warriors were compelled to extend their defensive line. Yet they fell victim to the familiar rebounding woes. After a series of offensive plays where they relinquished 2 consecutive rebounds, Barnes capitalized on the opportunity to score. This sudden surge from the Spurs narrowed the deficit to 12 points. Observing this, Coach Kerr had no choice but to call a timeout. In truth, The Warriors players had performed adequately during those minutes. However, in the NBA, the disparities in team strengths are minimal, particularly in this era dominated by three-point shooting. Even the league's weakest teams, when they find their shooting touch, can triumph over the top teams by over 20 points. This was far less shocking than Liverpool's loss to Southampton. In the regular season, it wouldn't even qualify as an upset. Kerr merely sought a timeout to disrupt the Spurs' momentum. In the ESPN studio, Perkins expressed his enthusiasm, praising Coach Popovich's keen eye in selecting a player like Castle. O'Neal concurred, noting Castle's commendable performance, as this guard from the University of Connecticut averaged 13 points with explosive athleticism. Barkley added, highlighting Castle's fearless spirit, noting he currently ranks first among rookies. Perkins proudly proclaimed that Castle would lead the Spurs in closing the gap, asserting that the Warriors had no answer for him. On the Spurs bench, Popovich patted Castle on the back, saying, "Young man, you are performing exceptionally well. The team needs you to maintain this level of excellence." Castle nodded. His spirits lifted. His gaze then shifted towards the figure of the Warriors' number 8 on the bench. Entering the NBA with the prestigious aura of a high lottery pick, he ought to have garnered significant attention from both the league and the media. Yet, in the past week, it seemed that every individual within the NBA circle was engrossed in discussions about this Eastern newcomer. During last week's gathering of the 2024 rookie class, there was a palpable sense of discontent over the lack of recognition they received, and the root of their grievances pointed squarely at this Eastern player, who had swiftly stirred up a whirlwind of attention, overshadowing their own status as elite lottery picks. Contemplating this, Castle clenched his fists. It was time to demonstrate to this Eastern player what it truly meant to be a lottery pick and to showcase the talents of a genuine NBA graduate. Back on the court, the Warriors' initial offensive attempt fell short. On the defensive end, with the Spurs having found their rhythm, the Warriors opted to continuously extend their defensive line. As Chen pursued his defensive duties, he found himself confronted by Castle. Having attentively observed Chen's performance throughout the first half, Castle had discerned his defensive tendencies, particularly his penchant for leaping to block shots. Seizing upon this insight, Castle abruptly accelerated, dribbling the ball with his right hand as he pivoted towards Chen's right side. Chen slid to the right, deftly securing his defensive position. A confident smile graced Castle's lips, forming a subtle arc. It was merely a half-turn, his body angled. He then lowered his center of gravity and broke through from Chen's left flank. Chapter 74, dazzling two opponents with a Euro step. Chen took a step to the left. However, Castle had already maneuvered around Chen, positioning himself half a body length ahead. He executed a low dribble before attempting a jump shot feint, clearly intending to deceive Chen into leaping, which would allow him to draw a foul. Yet, Chen remained unfazed. He anchored his position with his chest and raised his hands high. Castle furrowed his brow. Why? After repeatedly jumping to block in the first and second quarters, did Chen not leap this time? At that moment, having halted his dribble and with Chen looming over him, Castle had no choice but to attempt a contested fadeaway shot. However, just as Castle raised his hand, Chen swiftly extended his right hand. With a sharp clap, he cleanly swatted the ball from Castle's grasp, securing it firmly in his possession. Chen cast a glance at Castle, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. Ever since he entered the league, he has meticulously studied the technical maneuvers of nearly every player through regular video analysis. He has even scrutinized the skills of the newcomers to the league, embodying the spirit of the Mamba. Kobe Bryant was particularly passionate about dissecting game footage, often reviewing opponents' performances in the locker room, at home, and even in his car. Not only did he watch entire games, but he also requested video editors to compile highlight reels of specific players for a more profound analysis of their strategies. By immersing himself in this footage, he gleaned insights into his opponent's latest techniques, habitual offensive patterns, and defensive vulnerabilities. In a playoff match against the Spurs, Parker demonstrated remarkable prowess, effortlessly outmaneuvering Fisher with a spinning move. During halftime, Fisher sought Kobe's counsel, who incisively advised him, when defending against Parker's spin, one should wait for him to leap first. Parker would look for physical contact before taking his shot. As the second half commenced, Fisher adopted Kobe's defensive approach, successfully curtailing Parker's impact on the game. This epitomizes the Mamba mentality, where the principles of Sun Tzu's know thyself and know thy enemy seamlessly integrate into the NBA arena. Moreover, Chen recognized that there was no need for him to jump first in this defensive scenario, given his physical attributes. He could afford to wait for Castle to leap before intervening. Castle grossly underestimated Chen's basketball intelligence. In the ensuing possession, Curry, drawing two defenders, passed the ball to Davis, who cut into the paint unguarded. Davis rose with ferocious intent, distorting the rim with his powerful dunk. The Spurs regained possession, and Castle, brimming with youthful arrogance, sought to challenge Chen directly on this offensive play. Chen did not hesitate to assume his defensive stance. Castle muttered a curse under his breath. Suddenly, he propelled himself off the ground with his left foot, lowering his center of gravity as he made a decisive breakthrough from the right flank. Chen swiftly glided forward to stand before him. Castle immediately pivoted, transferring the ball to his left hand, performing a gesture of reverence. Chen stepped forward once more. With his left hand, he shifted direction, while his right hand dribbled the ball before he took a significant step back. He positioned himself just beyond the three-point line. In an effort to evade his defender, he executed two swift crossovers followed by an exaggerated retreat. At this moment, Chen found himself positioned at the free throw line. Should this ball be swatted away? He might as well abandon his aspirations of becoming a professional athlete. Castle wore a triumphant smile as he raised his hand to take the shot. The trajectory of the ball was impeccably straight, finally allowing him to vent his frustrations in front of his Eastern adversary. However, as the ball ascended above Chen's head, he had already leapt into the air. With great determination, he extended his right hand, striking the ball. A soft thud echoed through the arena. Chen's fingertips barely grazed the basketball, causing it to descend softly and ineffectively through the air. A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience. Castle's three-point attempt was emphatically blocked by Chen, who stood several feet away. Given Castle's exceptional athleticism and his three-point shooting prowess, who could have anticipated such a spectacle? Who would dare to imagine it? Popovich, witnessing this astonishing moment, found himself momentarily stunned. He had not expected Chen to exhibit such an extraordinary level of leaping ability. Almost instinctively, he leapt from the bench, shouting at the referee, "Interference." In truth, Popovich had a clear view of the play. The ball had not yet begun to descend. However, his outburst served a dual purpose: to exert pressure on the officials and to protect Castle's dignity, as being blocked in such a manner was undeniably humiliating. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, several commentators simultaneously gasped at the scene. "Oh," Wang Ming exclaimed first, "I must say, that was a bit outrageous." This was a three-point shot attempted from 3 positions away, and Chen managed to block it mid-air. Coach Zhang Weiping also expressed his admiration, stating, "Chen is truly like a spring-loaded mechanism tonight. His shot blocking has been relentless since the second quarter. This is simply remarkable." On the court, the ball plummeted and was seized by Wiggins. Almost instantaneously, Chen launched a fast break, his body moving with the grace of a cheetah sprinting across the plains. Castle, infuriated, swiped his hand in frustration before pivoting to pursue Chen. Meanwhile, Paul, positioned at the arc, had already anticipated the play and retreated to defend the backcourt. Yet, none of the Warriors players had managed to keep pace with Chen's rapid advance. As Chen crossed the midcourt, he found himself in a precarious situation, with defenders ahead and pursuers behind. Logically, the play should have slowed down to allow teammates to establish position. However, from the moment Spurs player Chen dared to belittle the players from Huaxia, Chen had already made up his mind. He was determined to demonstrate the prowess of Chinese players before the entire American audience. He aimed to prove to the American media that individuals of Asian descent could possess remarkable physical capabilities. He intended to overpower all players and teams that looked down upon and scorned the Chinese. Thus, he would not relent, his focus solely on the hoop. As Chen advanced from the three-point arc into the front court, Castle had already retreated from the backcourt to defend. He raised his right hand high on Chen's right side, obstructing the space for Chen's layup. Simultaneously, he pressed his body closely against Chen, attempting to subtly unbalance him. Meanwhile, Paul had positioned himself firmly on the edge of the restricted area, guarding his lower body with both hands. On the sidelines, Kerr felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. In this situation, should Chen attempt a layup, he would either be blocked by Castle or collide with Paul, resulting in an offensive foul. It seemed there was no alternative, but at that moment, Chen unexpectedly decelerated. After gathering the ball, he took a large step with his right foot towards Castle. Thus, the ball in Chen's hands became exposed before both Castle and Paul. Both players simultaneously displayed a glint of greed in their eyes. In an instant, four hands surged towards Chen to snatch the ball. However, just as they made their move to intercept, Chen forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot, while simultaneously taking a large step to the left with his left foot. swiftly maneuvering the ball to the left side. Castle and Paul were instantly deceived by this peculiar footwork, their bodies collapsing backward like deflated balloons. At that moment, Chen raised his left hand high, launching the ball in an arc that made slight contact with the backboard. With a satisfying swish, it fell into the net. The trajectory of the basketball flowed as smoothly as silk. Meanwhile, Paul and Castle found themselves sprawled on the ground, with a bouncing basketball nearby, victims of Chen's serpentine Eurostep. In the Warriors' bench, towels were flying in every direction as everyone erupted in unison. OMG. Oh God. Gary Payton, holding an imaginary basketball, swayed left and right in imitation, exclaiming, "This is Manu Ginobbili's serpentine Eurostep." The rest of the Warriors suddenly realized what had just transpired, discussing in awe how Chen had replicated the elusive Eurostep of the Demon Blade. The play was a testament to the adage that the pupil can surpass the master. Truly a remarkable display of skill. At that moment, Coach Kerr breathed a sigh of relief, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. He never imagined that Chen, in a near-impossible situation, would cleverly utilize the Eurostep to avert disaster. In the ESPN studio, Shaquille O'Neal gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape as he made a comical expression. As a former rival of Ginobili during the Spurs' glory days, Shaquille had often suffered at the hands of this very move. Watching Chen execute it brought back memories of his youth, prompting him to repeatedly declare, "I love this move, and I love Chen. I truly adore Chen." Perkins leaned back in his chair, casting a disbelieving glance at O'Neal. "I can't see what's so charming about this Eastern player," he remarked. In the 10-cent live stream, the barrage of comments remained as fervent as ever, with enthusiastic 666 and awesome flooding the screen. An amusing remark caught attention. "Is Chen trying to go bald? Learning the moves of a baldy?" To which another retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. The Demon Blade lost his hair due to Duncan's touch. The Warriors have no Duncan. So how could Chen go bald?" An elderly commentator chimed in, "Oh, Paul and Castle's defense was abysmal. Even my grandmother could defend better." This incited the viewers further. "Is your grandmother that formidable? Does Popovich know about her skills?" Coach Zhang Weiping, observing Chen's fast break, exclaimed, "This play has to be quick, or it will get blocked." After witnessing Chen being surrounded and cornered, he shouted, "This shot is bound to miss. He'll either lose it or collide with Paul." Finally, when he saw Chen successfully score with the Eurostep, he exclaimed, "Oh my, Chen has outsmarted two defenders." Observe his technical execution. With an impressive display of agility, he seamlessly transitions into a European layup. Upon release, one can truly appreciate the finesse. Remarkable indeed. Yang Yi poses a thought-provoking question to the audience. What skill does this play demonstrate regarding Chen? Or rather, what abilities must one possess to execute such a maneuver? Wang Ming and Mena, naturally perplexed, inquire, "What is it?" Yang Yi, with utmost seriousness, elaborates, "In this instance, Paul has firmly established himself in the paint, while Castle lingers on the periphery. An ordinary athlete would have faltered long ago. Yet, Chen's initial stride is immensely expansive. It is only by taking this step that the play retains a glimmer of hope." He surveys the viewers in the live stream, seemingly building suspense. Before continuing his analysis, the ability to navigate complex maneuvers and finish in confined spaces is indicative of extraordinary physical control and coordination, qualities that Chen possesses. His analysis resonates powerfully, prompting nods of agreement from the audience. Within the grand arena of the Doton Center, the Warriors spectators are not merely satisfied. They feel as though they have stumbled upon a delightful treasure. It is worth noting that Chen is merely a short-term contract player. In these few exchanges, he has outperformed the opposing lottery pick on both ends of the court. What fan of any team wouldn't feel as though they are reaping the rewards? On the court, the Spurs continue their offensive play. As the ball reaches Castle, he notices Chen approaching defensively once more and promptly passes it away. Coach Popovich shakes his head in disappointment, recognizing this as a manifestation of Castle's dwindling confidence. Yet, Castle's lack of self-assurance extends beyond mere hesitation. He has begun to question his status as a lottery pick. This is understandable. Any lottery selection would likely feel similarly if consistently outplayed by a two-way contract player. Now, Barnes attempts to drive into the paint for a layup. However, as he releases the ball, Green swiftly intervenes, forcing him to exert greater effort. The result is an errant shot. Green secures the rebound and methodically advances the ball up the court. At this moment, the Warriors lead by 16 points, rendering haste unnecessary. The Warriors call upon a strategy they practiced in their previous training session. Chen received the ball on the right side of the waist, engaging in a one-on-one duel with Castle. Since the beginning of the second half, the Warriors players had regained their form, gradually finding their rhythm in shooting. Furthermore, as Chen received the pass, the Warriors' weak side players persistently maneuvered through the court. Consequently, the Spurs were understandably hesitant to double-team Chen. Chen turned his back to Castle, pivoting on his left foot to rotate his body. Castle's frame stiffened momentarily, his body reacting instinctively yet languidly. His gaze had long since dulled, drifting into a state of bemusement. However, Chen showed no mercy upon witnessing Castle's condition. He forewent any feigned maneuvers, instead executing a swift dribble. With a seamless leftward turn, he leaned back midair and released the ball. Castle merely extended a hand in a token gesture. Whoosh! It was all too effortless. Upon scoring, Chen spread his arms wide and gazed at Castle, his body language conveying a silent question. Why are you not defending? Castle, however, did not meet Chen's gaze. Instead, he lowered his head and trudged forward listlessly. In the subsequent play, the Spurs failed to convert a three-point attempt. This time, Davis secured the rebound, and Green slowly dribbled the ball up the court once more. The same tactic was employed. Yet Castle appeared intent on avoiding a one-on-one confrontation with Chen. As the Warriors executed their tactical movements, he deliberately steered clear of the right side waist position. However, as Paul passed by, believing Castle to be distracted, he impulsively shoved him from behind. This push was fortuitously timed, placing both players once again in a one-on-one situation at the same spot. Chen propelled himself towards the penalty area with determination, while Castle continued his mechanical defense. This lack of challenge left Chen feeling somewhat disenchanted. After all, there is a saying that exerting one's utmost is the greatest form of respect towards one's opponent. He executed two powerful dribbles, advancing into the small box. Upon pivoting, he effectively used his shoulder to displace Castle, rising for a layup. This time, Castle did not even attempt to jump. As Chen engaged in his powerful post play, he merely retreated to evade the confrontation. Chen added 2 more points, extending the Warriors' lead to 20. A helpless Popovich called for a timeout, fully aware that Castle was in a state of utter bewilderment. As the players returned to the bench, Popovich approached Castle, employing a tactic of provocation. What's the matter? Have you lost your confidence after just 2 hits? You are a lottery pick. Castle hung his head, slightly shaking it, finally mustering a response. I'm so frustrated. I just want to calm down. With a resigned shrug, Popovich opted to substitute Castle. Chapter 76, Annihilate them. Popovich cast a glance toward the distant figure of the Warriors' number 8. Though his expression remained composed, internally, he was tumultuous. Sohan, the 9th pick in the 2022 draft, and Castle, the 4th pick in 2024, represented the Spurs' prized lottery rookies. One had crumbled under Chen's psychological onslaught and faced ejection, while the other was so dazed he was reluctant to even step onto the court. Throughout Popovich's extensive coaching career, he had encountered myriad peculiarities. Yet today's scenario was unprecedented. Given his advancing years, this might very well be his final season at the helm. The management's intentions were clear. They wanted him to impart his vast experience to the Spurs' younger players in his last year. These 2 rookies, apart from Wembanyama, were amongst the most valued in the franchise. Yet what could he do? It was not as if he had overlooked the number 8 player. From the outset, he had devised a double-team strategy specifically for him. However, Chen had surprisingly opted to float outside rather than demand the ball in the low post. Not only did he shoot 3-pointers, but he also unleashed an extraordinary defensive performance that opened the game up for the Warriors, bullying his 2 lottery picks into existential doubts. Given the current state of the Warriors' number 8, Popovich could hardly conceive a counter-strategy, save for placing a peak Michael Jordan against him. With that thought, Popovich sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, on the Warriors' side, despite having restored their 20-point lead, the players showed no signs of complacency. A 20-point margin was far from secure, especially at halftime. They were determined to clock out after 3 quarters. At that moment, Curry stood up, pointed to the timer, and declared to his teammates, "Hey, there are 6 minutes and 45 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Let us aim to extend the lead to over 35 points. The players on the bench eagerly pointed out that as long as a 35-point lead was established, the starting players could conclude their game early. Meanwhile, the substitutes, who typically had little opportunity to play, would finally get their chance on the court. This was indeed a win-win situation that ignited a spark of excitement in the players' eyes, especially in Post, who had been selected by the team at the 22nd pick in the 2nd round this year, but had seen scant opportunities to showcase his skills. He had longed to step onto the court and demonstrate his prowess. The match continued. Castle did not return to the game, replaced instead by Champagne. Paul brought the ball to the front court, passing it to Wembanyama in the paint, who faced green with his back to the basket. Instinctively, he glanced around the court and, upon spotting Chen far away at the three-point line on the opposite side, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Chen's defensive presence is undeniably formidable. He skillfully dribbles laterally, penetrating the paint for a layup. Despite Green's solid defense, Wembanyama utilizes his impressive wingspan to elevate and release the shot, finally scoring a crucial 2 points to halt the bleeding, reducing the deficit to 18. This subtle gesture from Wembanyama was astutely observed by Yang Yi in the live broadcast, who couldn't help but chuckle. The others were somewhat bewildered, unaware of the situation. Yang Yi elaborated, "This moment carries a hint of dark humor. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would never have believed that the 24-meter Wembanyama glanced at the sub-2-meter Chen's defensive position before making his move in the paint." Zhang Weiping joined in the laughter, adding, "Haha, overall Wembanyama performed decently. Unlike Sachin and Kessler, who seemed to lose confidence completely against Chen." Wang Ming remarked, "In this game, Chen's defensive influence is omnipresent. Wembanyama truly harbors a slight psychological shadow." On the court, during the Warriors' offensive possession, Curry passed the ball to Chen. The Spurs adjusted their defensive strategy, with Champagnie and Barnes charging forward. This was a tactic devised by Popovich if they had to choose between allowing Chen to score or risking others. He would rather let the rest of the Warriors shoot freely than permit Chen to shine. This is due to the ruthlessness with which Chen deals with Spurs players. As Chen observed the two players lunging towards him, he refrained from passing the ball immediately. Instead, he held the ball behind his back, awaiting the precise moment when the assisting defender, Champagnie, was upon him. With a deft motion, he elevated the ball to his chest and executed a graceful semicircular arc with his hands, in a manner reminiscent of a javelin throw. He flicked the ball behind him. Barnes, reacting instinctively, reached out with his hand, but his fingertips merely grazed the air. Feeling the swift current of the ball as it soared through the air, the speed was astonishing, akin to a missile just launched as it traversed horizontally across the court, bypassing 7 or 8 players with remarkable precision. Meanwhile, Chen turned his back to the court, making his way toward the defensive end. The ball landed perfectly in the corner, exactly where Curry had positioned himself. The space before him was as vast as an ocean. It would have been a disservice not to shoot. A long-range arc soared through the air, plunging directly into the net. Wow! The over 20,000 spectators in the Chase Center gaped in astonishment, their mouths forming an O. What kind of pass was that? I have never witnessed such a feat. Sure, I've seen behind-the-back passes, but this was a behind-the-back, no-look pass. It was more magical than the great magician himself. Did this Eastern player possess eyes in the back of his head? How did he know Curry would be in the corner? As Curry retreated on defense, he approached Chen and playfully patted him on the back. "Hey Yi, what an exquisite pass." Chen nodded in agreement. He had anticipated the Spurs would employ a double team against him. At the moment Champagnie approached, Chen cast a glance towards the right rear, only to find no open players, but rather the imminent threat of a double team. Thus, he swiftly deduced that an open opportunity would inevitably arise at the weak side corner. This strategy was one that the Warriors had mastered during their training sessions, enabling him to secure the assist without even glancing at his teammates. In a single possession, the Spurs failed to score. Curry continued to lob the ball to Chen at the low post, still guarded by Barnes, while Champagnie advanced to double-team him. However, this time Wembanyama slightly elevated his defensive position, stepping just beyond the restricted area, effectively severing the passing lane between the low post and the corner. Consequently, while there were no opportunities available at the top, the baseline remained unguarded. Chen smiled gently, and with both hands, he executed a powerful strike towards the ground at the lower right side of his body. When Ban swiftly moved toward the basket, bang! Davis had already hung onto the rim. Chen graciously accepted another assist. In the next round, when Ban attempted a long-range shot from the perimeter, bang! He struck the iron with fury. Chen soared high, safeguarding the rebound. A swift pass to the front court found Wiggins, who executed a 3-step drive to the basket and scored. The deficit had now widened to 24 points. At this moment, the television broadcast shifted to the sidelines, where Coach Popovich stood with his arms crossed, gazing coldly at the unfolding events on the court, seemingly unwilling to make any adjustments. In the ESPN studio, Barkley delivered a rapid-fire commentary. Goodness, is Popovich preparing to concede the game? Perkins, visibly agitated, puffed his cheeks in frustration and exclaimed, "Damn it! Stop double-teaming that Eastern kid." Chapter 77. Curry went wild. Inside an opulent villa in San Francisco, two men sat on the sofa, engrossed in the ESPN live broadcast of the game. One, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and silver hair, shook his head in disbelief. In a trembling voice, he turned to his companion, a sharply dressed man with slick-back hair, and remarked, "This is simply astonishing." The slick-haired man wore a smug expression as he took a sip from his tea, replying, "The first time I saw this kid, I sensed a unique ferocity within him." The silver-haired man shook his head once more, witnessing Chen's performance. Words such as astonishment and shock felt insufficient to encapsulate his thoughts. Sheer bewilderment was more fitting. Just a week prior, after treating Chen's injuries, he had advised him to rest for at least 2 weeks before gradually resuming physical activity. Yet, here was Chen, defying all odds, playing through pain in consecutive games and delivering such a fearsome performance. Mr. Lee patted Dr. Sean on the shoulder, saying, "I knew the talent I was investing in would not disappoint. I owe you a great deal for your assistance. How can I express my gratitude?" Dr. Sean, snapping back to reality, waved his hand dismissively. "Mr. Lee, there is no need for such formality. Over the years, you have introduced me to countless Chinese players, and I am immensely grateful. Moreover, helping Chen is a privilege. Not only does he possess exceptional athletic prowess, but his indomitable will is truly remarkable." At that moment, Dr. Sean resolved to heal Chen's injuries in the shortest time possible. Driven not only by his medical ethics but also by a profound admiration for Chen's unwavering determination, he added, "Rest assured, Mr. Lee, I will spare no effort in ensuring Chen's complete recovery." Mr. Lee nodded, rubbing the corners of his eyes. He took out his phone and noticed an unread message from Warriors general manager, Bob Myers. "Hello, Mr. Lee. Could we schedule a time to discuss Chen's contract renewal?" Mr. Lee felt no surprise. He simply typed a few words in response. "Sure, I will decide after discussing it with Chen." The two continued to watch the game. At the Chase Center, the illuminated scoreboard displayed Warriors 98, Spurs 70. Only 2 minutes and 59 seconds remained in the third quarter. Coach Popovich remained stoically fixated on the court. It was not that he was unwilling to make adjustments. Rather, he found himself at a loss for how to counter the Warriors' number 8 player. On the court, the Spurs players recognized the inevitable defeat. Their movements began to grow languid. Only Paul and Wembanyama maintained their usual vigor, as Coach Popovich had yet to substitute them out. Given their status as both past and future superstars, their sense of responsibility weighed significantly heavier than that of their teammates. During this offensive play, Paul seized an opportunity to exploit a mismatch, lofting the ball to Wembanyama. In the process, Green and Chen momentarily lost track of their defensive assignments. Wembanyama found himself in the paint, presented with a chance to back down Chen. This moment held great significance for Wembanyama, not because he sought to close the scoring gap, but rather due to a matter of pride. As is often said in the NBA, a duel between superstars demands reciprocity. Wembanyama was ready to unleash his full potential. This instinct was shared by his teammates on the Spurs bench, and Wembanyama echoed their sentiments. "I must score this." He began to dribble, backing down with force as he moved toward the paint. Thud. After a single dribble, Chen was jolted backward. After all, Wembanyama's height and weight were significant advantages, and Chen was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Noticing this, Green attempted to shift over for help defense, but it was too late. Wembanyama had already begun his powerful backing down. This time, he summoned the strength of his entire being. He was determined to overpower the Eastern player, denying him any chance to leap for a block. In the next instant, bam! The sound of bone colliding with the floor reverberated through the arena. At that moment, all eyes in the audience turned in unison. What had just transpired? Wembanyama found himself sitting on the ground. Chen withdrew the chair. Yet, Wembanyama had not relinquished hope, for the basketball remained firmly in his grasp. As long as the ball was in his possession, the play could not be deemed a mistake. He swiftly glanced at the referee, eager to call a timeout. However, just as he opened his mouth, the words had yet to escape. Chen's hands had already reached into his embrace. Then, with a sudden and forceful tug, Wembanyama was unexpectedly lifted into the air by this overwhelming strength. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. He felt as though Chen's arms were as unyielding as iron. The ball in his grasp seemed to be instantaneously drawn away by an immense force. This scene once again tightened the heart of Popovich at the sidelines. After receiving the ball, Chen passed it to Curry and swiftly dashed towards the front court. This time, The Spurs had no players advancing to apply pressure. They had already succumbed to exhaustion. As Chen had just crossed the halfway line, Curry initiated a long pass toward him. This momentarily caught Chen off guard, as he had anticipated that Curry would first dribble the ball forward before delivering an alley-oop pass to him. As Chen received the ball beyond the three-point line on the right side, there were no defenders in the front court. Just as he was preparing to take 3 steps for a layup, he heard Curry's voice behind him. "Hey." Chen turned to his left, only to see Curry already sprinting to the arc's apex, his eyes brimming with excitement as he raised his right hand skyward. In a moment of astonishment, Chen nevertheless propelled the ball into the air. The spectators widened their eyes, filled with anticipation. Curry was signaling for an alley-oop. Curry leaped. Was he truly about to execute an alley-oop? Surely he wouldn't slip at the last moment. God forbid he missed the dunk. In the next heartbeat, the sound of the rim echoed, not overly loud, but Curry successfully hung from the hoop. This marked Curry's inaugural alley-oop in a regular season game. The Warriors bench erupted in genuine fervor. They shouted in exhilaration, "Ha ha ha. I can't believe my eyes. Chef, have you taken some performance enhancers?" Kevin Looney, with his endearing tone, jested, "Chef, you ought to thank Chen, for if he had passed just 1 centimeter higher, you would have missed it." As Curry landed, he flexed his muscles toward the fans, roaring, "Ah." Chen also rushed over, excitedly patting Curry on the back. After the celebration, Curry said to Yi, "Congratulations on achieving your first career triple-double." Chen was taken aback. Throughout the match, he had been entirely focused on his defensive duties. As for the statistics, he had not given them much thought. Curry added, "Just now, when I glanced at my stats, I caught sight of yours and noticed that you were merely 1 assist shy of a triple-double." Understanding dawned upon Chen, and his heart warmed at this revelation about Curry's behavior. The scoreboard indicated that the Warriors were leading by 30 points. On the sidelines, Popovich once again called for a timeout. After the break, Popovich opted to substitute in the bench players, although the point spread had yet to reach 35. The Spurs had conceded defeat. Chapter 78, All-Star? I couldn't care less. Following the timeout, Kerr also brought in the substitutes. Chen and Curry, along with the other starters, exited the court. The rookie, Post, swiftly removed his training gear, his eyes shimmering with excitement as the fourth quarter commenced. Curry and Chen relaxed on the sidelines, with Curry feeling quite pleased. This satisfaction stemmed not only from the team's rarity of completing 3 quarters before clocking out, but also from the benefits of additional rest, which conserved energy and minimized injury risks. Last season's playoffs witnessed a spate of injuries across several teams, including the Celtics' Portsy and the Mavericks' Gafford, with key players like the Bucks' Giannis, the Heat's Butler, the Pacers' Halliburton, and the Knicks' Brunson all sidelined. Thus, securing a championship requires not only skill but also health and a touch of fortune. Under Coach Kerr's strategies, Curry consistently maintains an average distance of over 4 kilometers per game, a figure that has placed him among the top 10 in the league for years. He glanced at Chen beside him, his spirits lifted as if he had just savored a sweet treat. Meanwhile, Coach Kerr radiated a brilliant smile. Since he had employed Chen, the team had secured 4 consecutive victories. After this match, he would have ample opportunity to boast before the management. On the court, Post received a pass from a teammate and effortlessly sank a 3-pointer. Both Curry and Chen rose to their feet, applauding and cheering. The fans at the Chase Center were equally in a state of relaxation, and amidst the laughter and cheers, the final buzzer sounded. The Warriors triumphed over the Spurs with a resounding score of 128-95. In this match, Curry shot 10 out of 19, including an impressive 8 out of 16 from beyond the arc, accumulating 34 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists. Although the opposing Wembanyama was somewhat restrained by Chen, he still managed to secure 19 points, 16 rebounds, and 4 blocks. However, Chen delivered a staggering performance, achieving a remarkable triple-double with 33 points, 10 assists, and 10 blocks. As per tradition, the players exchanged embraces and gestures of goodwill. After a brief exchange with Coach Kerr, Popovich approached Chen, resting a hand on his shoulder and patting his back, stating, "Chen, your performance is truly impressive. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate in the future." Among NBA coaches, one cannot doubt Popovich's discerning eye. Setting aside the extraordinary talent of the first overall pick, Duncan, both Parker and Ginobili were not highly regarded at their draft positions. After recognizing their potential, Popovich nurtured them into all-star players, both of whom have since been inducted into the Hall of Fame. Chen smiled modestly and said, "Don't retire early. Wait for me." This just elicited hearty laughter from Popovich, who exclaimed, You speak true. It's a promise. At that moment, Wembanyama approached Chen and asked, Yi, could you share your number with me? When I have the chance, I would like to invite you to Paris to experience the charm of genuine French women. Although Wembanyama had faced defeat against Chen multiple times on the court, such matters were merely part of the game. In the spirit of camaraderie within the league, as long as one is not a petty player, these encounters are easily brushed off. After all, as Mamba once said, giving one's all on the court is the highest form of respect for one's opponent. Furthermore, Wembanyama couldn't help but feel admiration for this peer who had achieved such remarkable performance as a temporary contract player. Chen nodded with enthusiasm, handed the number to Wembanyama, and remarked, I am open to going to Paris, but alas, I shall not have the fortune to enjoy the company of French ladies. Haha. Chen's aesthetic aligns with that of many individuals from Huaxia. He possesses a distinct preference for the visage of Eastern women. Victor Wembanyama playfully thumped Chen on the chest, exclaiming, until next time. After bidding farewell to his fellow Spurs teammates, a female reporter from ESPN approached Chen for an interview. Unlike the traditional blonde, Western beauty reporters, she was of African descent and sported an unconventional dreadlock hairstyle. This was Malika Andrews, widely recognized as a rising star among NBA sideline reporters. Renowned for her incisive interviewing style and exceptional journalistic acumen, she greeted him warmly. Hello, Yi. Thank you for agreeing to this sideline interview with ESPN. Chen nodded slightly. Marika continued, congratulations on achieving your first career triple-double tonight, and on scoring over 30 points in consecutive games. In your rookie season, such performance is already sufficient to place you alongside legendary superstars like Kobe Bryant and Allen Iverson. How do you feel at this moment? Chen furrowed her brows, finding the preconditions of this question to be excessively exaggerated. Is this an attempt to push me into the flames? Chen shook his head, stating, achieving a consecutive score of over 30 points is indeed impressive. However, comparing my current self to the likes of A and Mamba, though they are our idols, I have only played 4 games. There is no need to elaborate on Kobe's greatness, while Allen Iverson is the man who introduced hip-hop culture into the NBA. Both are legendary superstars who have fought in the league for many years. You are exaggerating. His astute response not only acknowledged the magnificence of Kobe and Iverson, but also placed emphasis on the timeline, without belittling himself. At that moment, within a luxurious villa in Philadelphia, a man adorned with a gold necklace and sporting a stylish haircut casually puffed on a cigarette while watching an interview on television. A knowing smile crossed his face. This guy is quite good, and he shows understanding. Marika chuckled softly and posed another question. In the third quarter, you executed a Eurostep layup, evading 2 defenders, which inevitably brings to mind Gin Billy. Yet, Gin Billy has never managed to elude 2 players with his Eurostep. Your skills evidently surpass his. What are your thoughts on this? Chen couldn't help but feel a hint of amusement. She truly was relentless in her pursuit of her goals. Chen pondered for a moment before responding, according to your reasoning. If I were to secure the winning shot while facing 2 opponents next time, would you claim that I have surpassed Jordan? After all, Jordan's iconic shot against the Jazz was executed over the singular figure of Byron Russell. Marika felt a twinge of irritation, realizing that despite her 2 carefully crafted questions, she had failed to extract any revealing information. The logical acumen of this individual from Huaxia was undeniably formidable. Nevertheless, she maintained an air of feigned innocence, mustering a smile to ease the tension. Then, she employed her trump card. Given your current performance, you are undoubtedly qualified for selection to the All-Star game. If you were to be selected, how would you approach the game? Chen replied without a moment's hesitation. I cannot say whether I will be selected. That is beyond my control. However, should I have the opportunity to play in the All-Star game, I shall approach it with utmost aggression. Marika's eyes sparkled with excitement. The All-Star game is meant to be a relaxed and entertaining affair. Why would you choose to set yourself apart from the others? Chen replied in a deep voice, as long as I step onto the court to play basketball, I will give it my all. I won't concern myself with the actions of others. Marika pressed on, but what if your opponent plays in a more entertaining manner during the All-Star game? You are earnest in your efforts, yet he does not defend against you. How would you respond? Chen responded, basketball is not merely a performance. Once one steps onto the court, one must honor both oneself and the fans. If asked to partake in a contest devoid of competition, I would rather indulge in a deep slumber at home. Can one truly forego such a resplendent honor as the All-Star designation? Chen nodded slightly, affirming his indifference. He then turned and departed with a graceful flourish. Chapter 79. After Chen's exit, ESN reporter Marika struggled to contain her excitement. covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. This Oriental figure had now become a sensational star within the league. The prospect of unearthing such a monumental story could lead to promotions, raises, and perhaps even reaching the pinnacle of her career. He had audaciously criticized the All-Star system, which had been meticulously crafted by Commissioner Silver, and moreover, he had shown contempt for the players participating in the All-Star game, directly undermining the very value of the honor itself. It is worth noting that the NBA strictly prohibits players from publicly criticizing league policies in front of the media. The rationale behind this is clear. Players earn their salaries under the league's governance. It is akin to working within a corporation, while employees may voice concerns to their superiors. Openly disparaging company policies can have dire consequences. What might a boss think in such situations? Furthermore, considering the NBA's global stature and the revenue it generates annually from around the world, particularly from the astronomical broadcasting fees in markets like China and India, one must ponder the hidden interests of the enigmatic wealthy benefactors behind the league. The incident involving Kyrie Irving still looms large in memory. If she were to publish this news, a mere fine for Chen would be the least of his worries. He could face suspension, or worse, risk alienating the league's powerful financial backers. How would Silver respond then? The mere thought sent a shiver down Marika's spine. Yet, she appeared undeterred, especially since Chen was merely a player who had journeyed from afar in China. In truth, Chen was not oblivious to the repercussions. Although he later reflected on his impulsiveness, he remained steadfast in his principles. Since Silver had succeeded Stern as commissioner, the All-Star event had devolved into a mere spectacle. Players meandered on the court, casually shooting three-pointers, with no one willing to defend, leading to absurd records of scoring over 100 points in a single quarter. As the heir to the Mamba mentality, Chen harbors a profound disdain for competitions devoid of genuine rivalry. He firmly believes that had Kobe been alive, he would have echoed the same sentiments. After all, numerous star players have articulated similar thoughts during interviews. Kobe, during the All-Star Games, would exemplify a serious attitude on the defensive end, setting a standard for others. What would the other players think? If Kobe is earnestly defending, can I merely stand by and watch? Is that justifiable? Thus, when Dwayne Wade, during an All-Star game, inadvertently broke Kobe's nose with an overzealous move, he felt deeply remorseful afterward and reached out to Kobe to apologize. However, on the other end of the line, Kobe remarked, "I love that move, don't worry." This is the hallmark of a true superstar. In those days, the All-Star Game was a genuine arena for the competition of the elite. What transpires when the world's finest players unite in fierce combat? This is the All-Star experience that resonates with the expectations of fans worldwide. Chen returned to the changing room, took a refreshing shower, and gathered his personal belongings. The recent schedule had been exceedingly intense, and following tonight's match, the next game would not occur for another 4 days. At that moment, Curry and Green entered, both bearing troubled expressions. Furrowing his brow, Green remarked, "You've landed yourself in quite a predicament." Curry, looking as though he had lost his spirit, shook his head and added, "I understand your competitive nature. We often discuss how lacking in competitiveness the current All-Star scene is. However, you ought not to voice such sentiments publicly, especially when Marika is involved. I genuinely fear you may face a suspension." Chen curled his lips slightly and remarked, "I am merely speaking the truth. Besides, does this nation not constantly champion the notion of freedom of speech?" Curry and Green exchanged glances, then approached to pat Chen on the back. Curry spoke up. "No matter what transpires, we will stand by you and offer our utmost support." Chen turned to look at Curry and replied, "Thank you." After tidying up, he turned and left the locker room. The following day at noon, Chen enjoyed a restful slumber last night. Throughout the week, he had engaged in several grueling battles despite his injuries, leaving him utterly fatigued. Upon rising, he drove once more to Dr. Sean's villa. In the examination room, Dr. Sean meticulously assessed his injuries once again. The condition of his wounds had improved more than I had anticipated. After all, youth is not only characterized by strong willpower, but also remarkable recuperative abilities. Chen nodded and inquired, "May I ask how much longer it will take for a complete recovery?" Sean, while documenting the injury, responded, "You have already recovered 90%. I will prescribe some special Yunnan Baiyao from your homeland. Given your current condition, electrotherapy is no longer necessary. As long as you apply the medication regularly, you will be fully healed within a week." Upon hearing this, Chen felt a weight lift from his heart. At that moment, a man with a glossy sheen entered from outside the door. Chen immediately exclaimed, "Uncle Lee." Mr. Lee exited the room, and took a seat on the stool beside Chen. He nodded with satisfaction, saying, "It seems your injury is healing swiftly." Chen nodded in agreement. Mr. Li continued, "This morning, I visited Mr. Deng Liwei's office, and we discussed matters pertaining to your contract renewal." Chen was quite taken aback. Hadn't a contract just been signed? How could Deng Liwei act so swiftly? He then inquired of General Manager Li, "What did they say?" General Manager Li placed his hand on his forehead, rubbing it gently. "My plan is to secure you a maximum salary renewal. Deng Liwei is very willing to offer a 3-year contract at the maximum salary, but it must be done during the off-season. As the Warriors are currently paying luxury taxes and can only make such provisions after the off-season operations." Chen was momentarily taken aback. He could have anticipated that the Warriors would seek to extend his contract, but he never imagined they would be willing to offer him a maximum salary. According to NBA regulations, for players with 0 to 6 years of experience, the starting salary for a maximum contract is set at 25% of the salary cap, which amounts to nearly $35 million per annum. Chen slowly inquired of Mr. Li, "What are your thoughts?" Mr. Li smiled gently. "It is invaluable to pursue what you truly enjoy. If you find the Warriors appealing, then you should consent to their offer." He crossed his legs casually. "First, extend them a verbal commitment to reassure them." Leaning slightly towards Chen, he added, "Numerous teams are interested in you at present, so it is essential to provide them with a response." Chen moved his left hand and donned his clothes. "Let it be as it is. Simply convey my agreement to them." After eavesdropping, Dr. Sean shook his head. "In my next life, I shall master basketball. The abundance of American dollars awaits." This remark elicited hearty laughter from Chen and Uncle Li. Chapter 80. The First of Huaxia. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of Huaxia, news of Chen's remarkable triple-double performance, featuring 33 points, 10 assists, and 10 blocks, has inundated the media. Concurrently, videos showcasing Chen's consecutive blocks against Wembanyama and his awe-inspiring dunks have swiftly gained traction across the internet. Chen has become a trending topic across various major portals, with videos featuring his name garnering clicks and views that far surpass other content. Suddenly, a wave of imitators has emerged on the Douyin platform, among whom one stands out for his remarkable resemblance, mimicking the scene of Chen's impressive performance after a match against Wembanyama. Within just an hour, this video soared to the top of Douyin's trending charts. In a factory in Huaxia, a worker had just finished his shift and returned to the dormitory, where he found a colleague named Zhang Wei engrossed in video editing. "Zhang Wei, are you still editing? Does making videos actually make money?" Zhang Wei glanced up momentarily but did not respond, instead focusing intently on the Chen video he had created that day. The view count had already reached 200,000, and both comments and likes were steadily climbing. What thrilled him even more was the astonishing completion rate of 60 for this video. Such figures indicated that the video was surely on the cusp of going viral, and with its success, his Douyin account might also gain popularity. He opened the comments section and began to read through them one by one. "Chen is amazing. The Demon Blade Yi is incredible. What do you know? It should be Demon Overlord. The pride of Huaxia." Yet, one comment stood out due to its starkly incongruous tone. From Weibo, it read, "What is this? Sweating profusely while playing ball. Such a barbaric person dares to compete for the trending spot with my beloved AI Kuan? My AI Kuan is an elegant musician. Such a crude individual is only fit to carry his shoes. My AI Kuan VVDS. I will love you forever." The moment this comment appeared, it was met with a barrage of backlash. If you don't understand the game, that's fine, but don't engage in professional discrimination. Do you know what it means to have dignity? Your Kuan is merely a flashy vase. How will he stand against true superstars? This is a man's sport, a realm for real men. We do not welcome lipstick-wearing pretty boys in our comment section. Zhang Wei shook his head involuntarily. What kind of people are these? At that moment, a thought struck him. He navigated to the balance page on Douyin's backend. Today marked the settlement of earnings from his previous Chen video. As he opened it, a string of numbers caught his eye. Zhang Wei was nearly unable to steady his phone in his astonishment. The earnings from this video amounted to 13,005. 76 yuan. He swallowed hard and counted the digits again to ensure he was not mistaken. It was indeed a 5-figure sum. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. It is essential to understand that he toiled for 12 hours in shifts at the factory, earning a mere 5,000 yuan a month. Yet, just one video had equated to nearly 3 months of arduous labor. Excitedly, he dialed his good friend's number to share the joyous news. With fervor, he exclaimed, "Brother, you won't believe the earnings from my video. Guess how much?" 100? Came the tentative reply. Huh. Guess again. Aim higher. 800? No way. Is making videos that lucrative? You underestimate my prowess, my friend. 2000? Try 20. 000. The disbelief on the other end was palpable. You must be joking. How is that even possible? Zhang Wei replied. I wouldn't jest about something like this. If you let me stay up all night gaming, then I'll believe you. Huh. Staying up all night is no big deal. With that, Zhang Wei hung up. He opened the Mate1 app and spent 600 yuan to book 2 complete 120-minute foot massage sessions. Then a brilliant idea struck him. He reopened the app and spent 800 yuan to reserve a luxurious 2-day esports double room. Subsequently, he sent the vouchers directly to his friend via WeChat. Before a minute had passed, an urgent phone call rang through. Damn. Zhang Wei, you're incredible. You're mistaken. It's Yigu who is truly remarkable. Chen was indeed extraordinary, practically his savior. It's worth noting that both Zhang Wei and his close friend worked at the factory. Their meager salaries were mostly sent home, with barely enough left for personal expenses. They would often have to pool resources just to afford a night at an internet CAF, let alone indulge in luxuries like foot massages and esports rooms. After ending the call, Zhang Wei gazed once more at Chen in the video, whispering, Thank you. Yigu. Were it not for Chen's spectacular performance, he would never have earned such a sum. He resolved to meticulously edit the video from the previous day. Silently praying, Yigu, please continue to deliver such stellar performances. Meanwhile, in City C, within a worker's dormitory, Yi Jiangwo held a cigarette in his hand, while on the table lay the manuscript for tomorrow's class. At that moment, a voice echoed from the living room. Old Yi, hurry here. Our son is on television. Yi Jiangwo extinguished his cigarette and hurried to the living room. On the television, the CCTV channel was broadcasting a news segment. Our nation's athletic prodigy, Chen, continued to exhibit remarkable prowess on the NBA stage. In a match against the Spurs at the Warriors' home court, Chen achieved an impressive triple-double, amassing 33 points, 10 assists, and 10 blocks, thus becoming the first player from our country to accomplish such a feat in the NBA. Following this announcement, highlights from Chen's performance were showcased, including a series of breathtaking dunks following deft ball handling, as well as 2 blocks against Wembanyama. The segment concluded with a mesmerizing Eurostep, featuring an array of stunning moments that lasted a full 3 minutes. Yet, the excitement did not end there. The host continued, stating that Chen's astounding performance had ignited a fervor for basketball across our nation's schools, prompting many institutions to independently form and expand their basketball teams. Subsequently, a campus interview was conducted. A reporter approached a student clutching a basketball and inquired, Do you admire Chen? The student replied enthusiastically, I absolutely do. My dream is to become an athlete like him when I grow up and bring glory to our country. Upon witnessing this, the couple was moved to tears. The wife exclaimed, Indeed, he truly is our son. My dear, our son has achieved great success. Yi Jiangwo nodded, tears glistening in his eyes. At that moment, his phone rang. Old master, your son has truly distinguished himself. He has even appeared on the television news. Yi Jiangwo responded with his characteristic humility, Oh, it's nothing. He still has to work harder. Shortly thereafter, another call came in. Old Yi, shall you have a girlfriend? Please introduce him to my daughter. Such calls came incessantly. It was not until midnight that Yi Jiangwo had managed to respond to all his relatives' inquiries. Across the Atlantic, in a media office building, Marika sat at her desk, cradling a cup of instant coffee. She swept her hair back and gazed at the computer screen, where the news video and written materials about Chen were ready for editing and review before publication. A satisfied smile crept across her face. A promotion and a raise seemed to be within her grasp. Chapter 81. Stirring up a storm in a San Francisco apartment. Early in the morning, Mr. Lee sat on the sofa, his fingers anxiously massaging his furrowed brow as he perused sports news on his phone. Chinese player Chen mocks the All-Star game system. Warriors player Chen criticizes President Silver for establishing the All-Star format. Chen declares he cares little for the All-Star title. NBA legends express collective discontent over Chen's remarks. Chen's statements are utterly disrespectful to past All-Star players. He inhaled sharply and said, This situation has escalated far too much. Even I am at a loss as to how to resolve it. Chen sat on a recliner opposite Uncle Lee. Observing Uncle Lee's evident anxiety, he gently patted him on the shoulder and offered words of consolation. It's all right. Isn't it merely a matter of severe penalties, fines, and suspensions? I can accept that. Mr. Lee's gaze fell upon Chen as he spoke in a somber tone. while fines and suspensions are manageable. Our foremost priority now is to suppress the media coverage. My greatest concern is the sensationalized reporting by the American press. If this situation continues to unfold unchecked, not only will our reputation and finances suffer, but we could also, like Kyrie Irving, offend the upper echelons of power and risk being ostracized. Chen shook his head slightly and picked up a glass of water. Uncle Lee, I merely spoke some truths. If the NBA were to blacklist me for my words, I would simply play in Europe instead. Uncle Lee also shook his head. Is it truly that simple? Consider this. If the NBA were to indeed banish you, clubs in Europe, such as Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Panathinaikos, do not prioritize their basketball programs, and their salary levels are worlds apart from the NBA. He shot a sideways glance at Chen. Furthermore, I have heard this year that Adam Silver is already in discussions with European clubs for collaboration. And there is even the possibility of establishing NBA teams within these prestigious European franchises in the future. There exists a myriad of intricate connections between Silver and the European clubs. Do you truly believe he would risk offending the NBA for the sake of a single player like you? Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He never anticipated that such words could lead him to the brink of being without a game to play. Was he truly destined to become a veteran in the CBA? At that moment, President Lee's phone rang. Upon glancing at his mobile device, his eyebrows instantly shot up. He promptly rose to his feet and exited the apartment to take the call. Chen leaned forward from the sofa, observing Uncle Lee's silhouette with great curiosity. Typically composed and unflappable, what significant figure could possibly incite such a display of fervor in him? Moments later, Mr. Lee entered, his demeanor still grave. He handed Chen his phone, stating, "It's for you." Chen, filled with curiosity, took the phone, and on the other end, a voice thick with a Shanghai accent resonated. "Chen, you have been performing exceptionally well lately. First and foremost, congratulations on achieving a triple-double." Chen managed to muster a faint smile and replied, "Thank you. May I ask who you are?" "Haha, did Mr. Lee not mention it? I am you." Chen felt a tremor in his heart. It was indeed Yao. He replied, astonished and delighted, "I have only seen you on television before. Now I finally get to converse with you in person." Yao, as always, responded with his characteristic wisdom, "I could say the same to you." Chen smiled faintly. Subsequently, Yao Ming shifted his tone, speaking in a low voice. "According to my sources, your comments regarding the All-Star event have stirred the attention of several NBA legends who have reached out to Adam Silver." Yao paused slightly, lowering his voice to a whisper, almost requiring one to strain to hear. "However, that is of secondary importance. The primary concern lies with certain partner organizations collaborating with the NBA who hold significant opinions about you. This morning, the NBA executives convened a meeting specifically to deliberate on how to address your situation." Chen, "Indeed, I have just received the news and hurriedly called to inform you. However, I do not possess your contact number, so I could only reach out to Mr. Lee first. Regarding this matter, I will do my utmost to assist you. Although I am not very well acquainted with Xiaohua, if Stern were still around, this issue would be considerably easier to address." Chen nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Yao." He added, "Please be mindful of your words next time. The depths of the NBA are far more profound than you might imagine." After exchanging pleasantries, Chen hung up the phone, only to realize that the situation was far more serious than he had initially thought. Yao Ming had spent many years in the NBA, possessing an extensive network that few in China could rival. His insights were undoubtedly reliable, especially since Chen had never previously interacted with him. It was evident that the gravity of the situation warranted Yao's call. As a fellow Chinese player in the NBA, Yao was certainly striving to improve himself. However, he had never anticipated the implications of Yao's mention of gambling. Noticing Chen's puzzled expression, Mr. Lee rose and walked to the window, gazing with concern at the ceaseless flow of traffic outside. He spoke, "The All-Star game involves numerous gambling interests. Your words have encroached upon their territory." Upon hearing this, Chen understood. Ever since Adam Silver facilitated the collaboration between the NBA and the gambling entity MGM in 2018, fans had voiced their grievances regarding the games that followed. Yet, Silver had reaped substantial rewards, while player contracts grew ever more lucrative. This clearly illustrated the extent to which gambling had infiltrated the NBA's interests. By declaring his intent to compete fiercely in the All-Star game, Chen had inadvertently contradicted their agenda of entertainment control. Mr. Lee sighed, then turned to Chen, saying, "I will seek a solution. I will inform you at the earliest opportunity if I receive any updates." With that, he approached Chen, offered a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and exited the room. Upon witnessing this, Chen felt an undeniable sense of discomfort within. Even if granted another opportunity, he might still utter the same words. Yet, seeing these elders toil and fret on his behalf evoked a profound sense of guilt in him. Chen glanced at the time. It was already 10 a.m. The rehabilitation period advised by Dr. Chen had elapsed. He immediately rose and stepped outside, driving to the Datong Center. At this moment, Chen felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Training had become his sole focus. During training, he could cast aside all distractions. This time, the task assigned by the system differed from the usual. It was a standard strength training regimen. Within 4 hours, he was to complete 50 repetitions of 100 kilograms in deadlifts and squats, which would enhance his jumping ability by 5 points. Currently, Chen's vertical leap stood at 78. An increase of 5 points would signify a monumental advancement. Moreover, squats would also engage the leg muscles, including the quadriceps and hamstrings, which are crucial for actions such as jumping, sprinting, and changing direction in basketball. Additionally, deadlifts would bolster core strength, enhancing both balance and stability. With these thoughts in mind, Chen took a deep breath. After changing into his workout gear in the locker room, he proceeded to the weight room, ready to undertake this formidable challenge. Chapter 82. A 30-game suspension? Chen entered the mechanical room. The fitness center's equipment, meticulously crafted by the Warriors management, amounted to a staggering $6 million. It boasted an array of cardiovascular machines, including treadmills, spinning bikes, and rowing machines. Strength training apparatus and core workout devices were plentiful, complemented by various auxiliary tools such as heart rate monitors and fitness mirrors that offered virtual workout courses through cameras and screens. The array of equipment in the gym was a testament to the Warriors management's investment. There was nothing one could imagine that was absent from this remarkable facility. Chen adjusted the weight of the barbell plates, preparing to commence his deadlift training. The task assigned by the system was a formidable 100 kilograms. For an average fitness enthusiast, this weight may not seem particularly daunting, especially when compared to the impressive figures of NBA athletes. It is noteworthy that LeBron James has achieved a deadlift of 210 kilograms, while even the relatively slender Stephen Curry boasts a lift around 180 kilograms. For Chen, who possesses a naturally strong physique, this weight would undoubtedly not pose a significant challenge. However, the task required him to complete an arduous 50 repetitions. To ensure the completion of this task within the stipulated time, it was imperative that he also safeguard against the risk of muscle strain under such demanding circumstances. This presented a true test for Chen. Chen first engaged in a series of simple stretching exercises until his body began to warm slightly. He then approached the barbell, positioning his feet shoulder-width apart with his toes slightly turned outward. Subsequently, he bent at the waist to grasp the barbell with a firm grip, then thrust his hips forward, lifting the barbell from the ground with ease. He performed 10 standard deadlifts in one go. Despite beads of sweat forming on his forehead, he felt invigorated. After a brief respite, he executed another 10 deadlifts. The deadlift is a compound movement that simultaneously activates multiple joints and muscle groups, particularly yielding significant benefits for the muscles of the back. At this moment, Chen felt his back muscles fully engaged. The powerful sensation of the muscular bulge instilling within him a sense of fulfillment and confidence. In less than an hour, he had completed 50 deadlifts. The exhilaration of training was delightful, allowing him to escape the worries that plagued his mind. Simultaneously, in a lavish office on the top floor of the Olympic Tower at 645 Fifth Avenue, New York, a bald man with silver-rimmed glasses sat comfortably on a plush sofa, his legs crossed. Opposite him were 3 or 4 middle-aged men clad in suits. This individual was none other than NBA Commissioner Adam Silver. The men across from him were representatives dispatched by several major gambling companies. One man, dressed in an opulent suit, addressed Silver, saying, "Commissioner, this player from Huaxia has barely begun his career and already speaks arrogantly. If we do not impose a sufficiently severe penalty, there is a risk that more players will come forward to publicly criticize the league's system, which could jeopardize our interests." Silver glanced at him, rubbed the corners of his eyes, and replied slowly, "Indeed, this Eastern player does possess a certain audacity in his words. Yet he is performing admirably and has the potential to become an all-star." The suited man scoffed. "All-star? When has the NBA ever lacked stars? Besides, we can always create them when needed." Silver shook his head slightly. He knew that handling Chen required utmost caution. The reason was simple. The lucrative Chinese market was not something to be trifled with. Currently, The NBA's viewership in the United States was declining year after year, facing the looming threat of being overshadowed by the NFL. On the other hand, the equally substantial interests of the gambling companies placed him in a precarious position. What are your thoughts on how to handle Chen? The suited man asked with a menacing glint in his eyes. Our collective recommendation is to suspend him for over 40 games, he declared, then softened his tone. Of course, the final decision rests with you, Commissioner. Upon hearing this, Silver felt a weight in his heart. 40 games? The most severe penalty in recent NBA history was for O.J. Mayo, who was banned in 2016 for substance abuse. The infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills saw only the player Ron Artest suspended for the remainder of the season, while his teammates Steven Jackson and Jermaine O'Neal received 30 and 25-game suspensions, respectively. This indicated the ruthlessness of the gambling representatives. Silver rose from his seat, gazed out the window, contemplated for a moment, then turned to them and said, 40 games seems excessively harsh. I believe a 30-game suspension would be a more prudent course of action. Upon hearing the pronouncement from Xiaohua, the men refrained from further comments. After all, a 30-game suspension is indeed a severe reprimand. They all nodded in agreement, a hint of smugness gracing their faces, with this punitive measure intended to serve as a warning. It is unlikely any player would dare to openly challenge the organization in the future. Before their departure, Xiaohua added, I will instruct my assistant to prepare the necessary documents today. The disciplinary decision will be announced first thing tomorrow morning, so you need not worry. Inside the training room of the Daidong Center, Chen had been training for over 3 hours. Only 3 final squats remained in his arduous task. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, steam rising from his head. The lactic acid had accumulated in his thighs, and his knees ached. He could not afford to surrender. With the barbell resting upon his shoulders, he took a deep breath, engaging his hips and knees simultaneously once more. He descended into another squat, gritting his teeth, exerting his legs, and sprang upward with a forceful leap. Ding! Task completed. Host jump value 5. Previous jump value 83. Chen dropped the barbell. His body languidly sprawled upon the gym mat. Every muscle within him swelled with a rush of blood, a sensation of euphoria enveloping him. What a delightful feeling. At that moment, a round of applause erupted from behind him. Chen turned his gaze towards the entrance. Indeed, it is no wonder he can deliver such remarkable performances. Like Mamba, he is a masochist at heart. This individual is none other than C.J. McCollum, the guard for the Pelicans. However, he possesses another significant title, the president of the NBA Players Association. Chen rose to his feet, gasping for breath, a smile gracing his face. Oh, what brings the chairman here? McCollum replied, I tried calling your phone, but it was unreachable, so I made a special trip over. Chen has a habit of silencing his phone during training and competitions, making it impossible to reach him. Chen nodded, fully aware that his visitor had no reason to seek him out without purpose. Once he had changed his attire, Chen and McCollum proceeded to a conference room within the training facility. McCollum's expression was grave as he relayed the news. I have received word that Silver intends to impose a 30-game suspension on you, and this announcement will be made public tomorrow. Yet Chen remained unconvinced. As soon as CJ approached, he anticipated that the repercussions would be quite severe. McCollum added, You merely criticized the All-Star system and did not commit any other serious violations. Such a penalty is excessively harsh. I will assist you in appealing to the league. However, this process may take as long as a year. The NBA Players Association has been remarkably diligent in safeguarding players' interests. For instance, during the lockout in 2011, the association led the players in their confrontation with the league, ultimately emerging victorious. Chapter 83. The backstory of Lin Xingxue. Chen nodded and replied, It's just a trivial matter. I feel rather embarrassed to trouble you with this. I suppose I shall let the appeal go. At worst, I will accept the punishment. McCollum shook his head and said, Do you understand what a 30-game suspension entails? Not only will your salary be halted, but the performance of your team will also be severely affected. Do you realize how many players have faltered and never recovered due to a ban? Upon hearing this, Chen furrowed his brow. While he was not overly concerned about his salary, he pondered the implications for the team. If the suspension were to last that long, what would become of the team's standing? Would they fall below the playoff threshold? McCollum continued, In any case, the players' union will not stand idly by. Chen felt a warm surge of gratitude in his heart and nodded appreciatively. Let us dine together at noon. I shall treat you to a taste of Huaxia cuisine. McCollum readily agreed. Subsequently, the The two made their way to a renowned Chinese restaurant in San Francisco, famous for its exquisite Hunan dishes. Chen ordered several stir-fried dishes and said to McCullum, "You often indulge in fried food. This time, why not try the exquisite stir-fry of huaxia?" McCullum chuckled. "I have heard that huaxia's stir-fry is bursting with flavor. I am eager to savor it." At that moment, a 5- or 6-year-old girl of Chinese descent approached their table. Clutching a jersey in her hands, she looked up at Chen and asked, "Excuse me, are you Chen of the Warriors? Could you please sign my jersey?" Chen gazed into the girl's clear, bright eyes and smiled. "Of course, my little angel." As he accepted the jersey from her tiny hands, he prepared to inscribe it. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Stephen Curry's number 30 jersey. At that moment, the girl's parents approached, their expressions filled with embarrassment. Hastily waving their hands, children often lack understanding. They grasped the little girl's hand, intent on leading her away. Chen immediately called out to them, "No worries. I can sign it for her." The little girl was overjoyed and exclaimed, "I especially went to buy your jersey. But the staff at the NBA children's store informed me that they currently do not have your jersey." Chen signed his name and gently pinched the little girl's cheek, saying, "I see, it's all right. They will have it soon." The little girl happily accepted the jersey and waved goodbye to Chen. At her tender age, she, of course, was unaware of the implications. After Chen's retirement, the Curry jersey signed by him fetched an astonishingly high price at auction. At that moment, Chen's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number from Huaxia. Who could it be? Chen, filled with confusion, answered the phone. A melodious voice emanated from the other end. "Chen, can you guess who I am?" The voice was both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. Could it be Lin Qing? "Oh, you still remember me. Since graduation, you have not reached out to me. And I thought you had long forgotten about me." Chen was taken aback. How could she possess my number? Nevertheless, she replied, "Oh, no. It's just that with graduation upon us, I've been quite occupied with work. It's rare to see you so career-driven now. By the way, your basketball skills are remarkable. The last time I accompanied a colleague to the Datong Center for a game, I recognized you at a glance." Chen was once again taken aback. "You have come to America?" Lin Qingxue replied, "Humph, you haven't been paying attention to me. Ever since I graduated from university, I have remained here. And now I am working at Citibank's San Francisco branch." Upon hearing this, Chen regained his composure. It was hardly surprising. Lin Qingxue had always been at the top of her class in high school. Later, he heard from classmates that she had gone abroad for her university studies. It turned out she had come to America. However, what could be the purpose of her sudden phone call, especially at a time when he was entangled in such significant troubles? Chen found himself engulfed in confusion. As it seemed, the voice on the other end was aware of his thoughts. "I have 2 reasons for calling. One is to catch up with an old classmate. And the other is..." Lin Qingxue paused momentarily, then continued, "I learned about your situation today. Do not overthink it. Simply focus on playing your best." Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, "My affairs? What matters of mine? It pertains to your suspension. I shall endeavor to mitigate the repercussions as much as possible. For we are classmates, and it is only right that we support one another." Chen was bewildered. How could she possibly know? After all, this matter had yet to be made public, and even the president of the Players' Union, McCullum, had only just been informed. A warm sensation coursed through his heart. In America, few people cared for him to such an extent, especially someone who had once been a classmate. "Thank you, Lin Qingxue. As for my gratitude, a sumptuous meal next time will suffice." Okay. After ending the call, he saved Lin Qingxue's number. Regarding her offer to mitigate the impact of this situation, he felt deeply touched, yet remained skeptical. After all, even the immensely influential Yao Ming had been unable to resolve it. Although Citibank wielded considerable power in America, Lin Qingxue had only recently embarked on her career. It was unlikely she could reach the management level so swiftly. He had come to accept this reality and even, during dinner, began to outline his training regimen for the upcoming 2 months of suspension. He also commenced his research on the opponent after 30 games, the Los Angeles Clippers. After finishing his meal, he expressed his gratitude to McCullum once more. Chen returned to his apartment. In the afternoon, Coach Kerr had not scheduled any training, especially considering that he would be suspended the following day. At that moment, Kerr was likely strategizing how to manage the game plan in his absence. Subsequently, he sent a message to General Manager Lee, informing him of the league's decision, as Lee was still tirelessly advocating for him outside. Since the matter was now settled, it was imperative to relay the news promptly to spare Lee from unnecessary exertion. Before long, a reply from Lee arrived. I have done my utmost. But there is nothing more I can do. Meanwhile, in the NBA headquarters, in the president's office, Adam Silver was reviewing the documents regarding Yi Chen's punishment. After examining them for a while, he squinted and handed the file to his assistant, stating, "Everything appears to be in order. We shall issue a press release to the media promptly tomorrow morning." The assistant nodded in acknowledgement. Once he finished his tasks, Silver reclined lazily in his grand leather chair. Suddenly, his phone erupted with an urgent ringtone. Furrowing his brow, he wondered who could be so inconsiderate as to call during lunchtime. However, upon seeing the name displayed on the screen, he immediately straightened up, his expression turning grave as he gestured to his assistant. The assistant quickly retreated from the office and firmly shut the door behind him. The following morning, Yi Chen had a deep and restful sleep. Upon awakening and completing his morning routine, he picked up his phone, anticipating that the headlines of the American media would be dominated by news of his suspension. He imagined that many would take the opportunity to criticize him harshly. To his surprise, after searching for his English name on Twitter, he found no mentions of his suspension. This revelation left him astonished. Checking the time, he noted that it was already 10 a.m. McCullum had indicated that the punishment would be announced at 9 a.m. Yet there had been no updates. At that moment, a new text message arrived from Coach Kerr. "Yi, your suspension has been reduced. The league has only imposed a 2-game suspension. Prepare yourself for the 3rd game against the Western Conference leaders, the Thunder." Yi Chen was taken aback, his jaw dropping in disbelief. What? From 30 games to merely 2? Has Capital truly shown benevolence? He paused, a thought striking him. Could it really be Lin Xingxue? What kind of enchantment does she possess that can sway the Bo Kai Company? Chapter 84. Facing the Tempest of Youth. Upon learning from Coach Cole that his punishment had been reduced from 30 games to just 2, Yi Chen was astonished. Yi Chen understood that this was certainly not a benevolent act from the Capital, especially since even CJ had informed him in advance. After the initial shock, he promptly dialed Lin Xingxue's number. She was now the only one who could provide an explanation. "Lin Xingxue, my punishment has been mitigated. It was you who helped me?" A melodious voice echoed from the other end of the line. "Hee, just focus on playing well. If you wish to express your gratitude, treat me to a meal next time." Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment. It was indeed her. Of course, there is no problem. Once I finish this busy period, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Thank you." Lin Xingxue chuckled lightly. "Thank you for what? We are all classmates." And then hung up the phone. Yi Chen fell into deep contemplation. What is the origin of Lin Xingxue's influence? Matters that even Di Yao cannot resolve seem effortless in her discourse. Furthermore, what compels her to extend her assistance to me? After pondering for a while, he found no answers. Perhaps he should focus on training instead, especially since Lin Xingxue has rendered such significant aid. Her only advice was for him to dedicate himself to the sport. 5 days later, in Oklahoma City, at 9 p.m., the match between the Thunder and the Warriors is about to commence. Yi Chen arrived with the team yesterday afternoon. He was suspended for the last 2 games, during which the Warriors faced the Celtics and the Pelicans. Despite Curry scoring 37 and 31 points respectively, the team suffered 2 consecutive defeats due to the sudden absence of Yi Chen's offensive support. Currently, the Warriors hold a record of 7 wins and 5 losses, slipping to 7th in the Western Conference. Meanwhile, the Thunder are on a formidable trajectory, not only leading the Western Conference but also riding a 5-game winning streak. At the Chesapeake Energy Arena, the Warriors players completed their warm-up and awaited the Thunder's player introduction ceremony. The arena lights dimmed, and a massive illuminated screen appeared above, showcasing an image of Alexander at its center. Following a breakthrough, he executed an iconic pull-up mid-range shot. Swish. Subsequently, highlights of the Thunder players were displayed. Thanks to the arena's naked eye 3D technology, the Warriors players at the sidelines marveled at the impressive 3D imagery. Looney remarked with his characteristic earnestness, "That must have cost quite a bit." Green added, "The Thunder owner certainly isn't short on funds." Moments later, the introduction ceremony concluded, and the large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. The Warriors maintained their usual lineup, while the Thunder's starters were as follows. Point guard, Alexander, 198 centimeters. Shooting guard, Dort, 193 centimeters. Small forward, Jalen Williams, 198 centimeters. Power forward, Chet Holmgren, 216 centimeters. Center, Hartenstein, 213 centimeters. Today's TNT commentary team consisted of Reggie Miller and Jamal Crawford, both former NBA players. Upon seeing the Thunder's lineup, Crawford said, "Miller, In an era where the league emphasizes fast-paced play, why does the Thunder deploy two 7-footers? Miller explained, the Thunder's performance this season has surprised everyone, with SGA leading the charge. The dual tower setup is crucial. Hardenstein and Chen complement each other remarkably, with one inside and one outside, capable of both offense and defense, making them formidable. Crawford nodded. This dual tower reminds me of the combination of DeAndre Jordan and Griffin during my time with the Clippers. We were known as Lob City. Miller shook his head. The defensive capabilities of this combination are likely more fearsome than yours, given that Griffin's wingspan is not particularly long. Crawford chuckled. Perhaps so. I truly can't fathom how the Warriors will counter this dual tower. Miller shook his head again. I can't imagine either. Let us await the game's commencement. As the Warriors players took to the court, Curry turned to Chen, patting his shoulder. Brother, I am so glad you are back. I have missed you immensely. Chen nodded slightly. In these two games, without Chen by his side, Curry once again experienced the taste of being overwhelmed. Chen's participation in the game has become his greatest source of reassurance. On the court, Chen leaped to seize control of the ball. SGA dribbled past half-court, transitioning the ball to the high post where Chen resided. Meanwhile, Dort and Williams were continuously weaving through the defense. Williams executed a backdoor cut, successfully evading Wiggins. Chen promptly delivered a pass, allowing Williams to effortlessly score with a layup. The arena erupted with the thunderous cheers of over 20,000 spectators, all adorned in blue short sleeves that echoed the colors of the Thunder's uniforms. The crowd resembled a vast ocean of blue, sending a shiver through the hearts of the Warriors players, signaling yet another exhilarating night on the road. As the Warriors launched their offensive, the moment the ball reached Chen's hands, Dort charged toward him with fierce determination, his eyes wide with intensity. This was a task deliberately assigned by Coach Daniel before the game. However, Chen opted to pass the ball, aiming to create opportunities for his teammates and regain his rhythm after several days without competition. Wiggins, positioned in the corner, took a rigid jump shot, but it missed the mark. Chen soared to secure the rebound with steadiness. It must be said that the Thunder have indeed struck gold. Although Chen missed the entirety of his first season due to injury, upon his return last season, he quickly established himself as a reliable cornerstone in the Thunder's interior defense, averaging 15 points, 7 rebounds, and 2.5 blocks in the playoffs. Even more impressive is his increasingly reliable three-point shooting, heralding a bright future ahead. On the court, as Chen claimed the rebound, all Thunder players, except for Chen, swiftly sprinted towards the front court, eager to capitalize on a fast break. This relentless pace is one of the reasons the Thunder have been so formidable this season. Chen released the ball quickly, and Williams received it at midcourt, darting toward the front. At this moment, Chen was the only Warrior hustling back, trailing closely behind. The players on the Warriors bench observed this sequence with a sense of ease. The vivid memory of Chen's impressive performance, showcasing 10 hot pot-style dunks, lingers in their minds. They unanimously believe that Williams is destined to be thwarted this time. Williams is undoubtedly aware of Chen's formidable shot-blocking prowess. However, the front court is unguarded, and Chen, positioned behind him, is still a considerable distance away. With a surge of determination, he resolves to take a gamble. Thus, he propels himself forward, charging towards the basket with all his might. Simultaneously, as Williams leaps into the air, Chen plants his left leg firmly on the ground, preparing to soar. Without needing to glance back, another resounding block is imminent. The Warriors players have already raised their arms in anticipation. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. As Chen forcefully pushed off the ground with his left foot, he suddenly lost his footing. In an instant, he found himself unbalanced and fell to the ground with a thud. Subsequently, his body slid out of bounds. Meanwhile, Williams effortlessly completed a layup. Oh! The hands of the Warriors bench, which had been raised in anticipation, instantly transformed into gestures of despair. The home crowd of Thunder fans erupted in loud derision. This Eastern fellow is utterly incompetent. Surely he must have been sent by a circus to perform. He has been away from the game for far too long. He has become inept. Chapter 85. I truly do not wish to miss the basket on the court. Chen rose to his feet and returned to the spot where he had fallen. He gestured to the ball boy, who promptly rushed over to wipe the floor. Chen stretched his back, maintaining an upright posture. Among NBA players, who has not experienced the infamous 5 blunders? Even Curry has slipped while attempting a layup. Westbrook has missed dunks, and even Jordan has had his moments of failure with open shots. As Chen retreated on defense, Hatton passed by him, uttering a mocking remark. Yellow-skinned? Have your legs gone weak? Chen cast a cold glance at him, choosing to ignore his presence. On the court, Curry passed the ball to Green, initiating a cutting strategy for the Warriors. However, Chen and Curry executed several screens outward. Dort and SGA skillfully maneuvered around the picks. As Green found no opportunities at the top of the arc and with the shot clock dwindling, he reluctantly attempted a three-pointer, which missed its mark. SGA advanced the ball into the front court. This time, he opted not to pass but instead faced off against Curry at the arc. After a swift change of direction, he pulled back to beyond the three-point line and released a jump shot. Swish. The three-pointer found its target. The Thunder surged with a 7-0 scoring run. The camera panned to Coach Kerr on the sidelines, yet he showed no intent to call a timeout. In the subsequent possession, the Warriors mounted an offense. Curry executed a pick with Green, seizing an opportunity to exploit a mismatch. However, SGA and Chet disregarded Green, charging towards Curry. Thus, Curry had no choice but to pass the ball to Green, who charged into the paint. Yet, Dort had already established his position. Beep. The referee signaled with a fist. Green was called for an offensive foul. The Thunder initiated their offense, maintaining their momentum. This time, it was Jalen Williams who emerged around a screen. Wiggins got caught on a solid pick by Hardenstein. Jalen received the ball and executed a long two-point jump shot. Swish. He scored once more. The Chesapeake Energy Arena erupted with thunderous cheers, as if to engulf the Warriors players entirely. Finally, Kerr could no longer remain seated and called for a timeout. In the Tencent broadcast room, the commentators were Kofan and Guan Weijia, with the female host, Wang Xiaoqi. Guan Weijia remarked, Chen has averaged 28 points, 7 assists, and 3 rebounds over the past 4 games. After a 2-game suspension, he returns, possibly still finding his rhythm. What do you think his performance will be today? Wang Xiaoqi, with a mischievous grin, replied, Brother Yi will definitely score over 30. Kofan glanced at her and shook his head. The Thunder's defensive efficiency ranks first in the league, allowing only an average of 104 points per game. For Chen to surpass 20 points against such a defense would be commendable. Meanwhile, the comments section was buzzing, with fans beyond Chen's supporters chiming in. Facing the best defensive team, he is faltering, isn't he? I told you Chen is just a gust of wind. Others inquired. What vow is the old man making now? The old man declared, if he scores 30 points, I will live stream myself doing a handstand while eating excrement. On the Warriors bench, Kerr addressed his players. You're all too tense. Take a deep breath and relax your bodies, will you? Meanwhile, Curry tugged at Chen's hand and said, Yi, it's time for you to make your mark. At the age of 36 this season, he perceives these 2 years as the final window of opportunity for a championship in his career. Recently, in an interview with the media, he expressed his deepest desire for the team to maintain its championship aspirations and to avoid descending into a lottery situation akin to the latter days of the peak Lakers. Chen is well aware of Curry's thoughts and certainly will not stand idly by. However, the Thunder commenced the game with such ferocious momentum, exceeding his expectations. This match is destined to be a formidable battle. Chen's gaze radiated a fierce determination from this moment onward. He could not afford to let his guard down for even an instant. On the Thunder's bench, the players appeared at ease, believing victory was already secured in this match. This sentiment was hardly surprising, as we are the champions of the Western Conference, nay, the very best in the entire league. At this moment, Dort cast a haughty glance towards the opposing team. This Eastern contender, who had recently garnered such acclaim, was hardly as formidable as they claimed to be. Where was the strength they boasted of? As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, the Warriors initiated their offense, with Green orchestrating the play from the arc. Chen suddenly initiated his movement, cutting sharply towards the paint. Dort, caught off guard, found himself quickly distanced from Chen. Subsequently, as Chen circled within the key, Dort hurriedly adjusted his footwork to pursue him. In an instant, Chen pivoted abruptly, dashing towards the arc. Dort trailed closely in defense. Yet Davis's solid frame had already positioned itself firmly in his path. Chen successfully maneuvered to find an open space beyond the arc. His hands poised to receive the ball. This exemplified a classic Warriors tactic of interior and exterior cutting. Green swiftly delivered the pass. Upon receiving the ball, he made no extraneous movements for adjustment. Chen leaned back slightly, deftly executing his move. Clang! A piece of forged steel was produced. Chen shook his head, realizing that the three-point shot was indeed not his forte. The ball bounced far and was seized by SGA, who surged forward on a fast break, facing Davis's defense. With a fierce drive, he unleashed a layup. The ball swished through the net. As SGA retreated on defense, he gestured toward Chen, which momentarily unsettled the usually composed Chen. After enduring a 2-game suspension, trailing by 11 points on the road, and facing provocation from the opponents, he was beginning to reach his limit. On the next offensive possession, the Warriors continued their characteristic passing and cutting strategy. This time, the opportunity fell to Curry. However, just as Curry prepared to shoot, Chen lunged at him with his impressive 2.29-meter wingspan. Curry cast a glance at Chen beside him and, without hesitation, passed the ball. Chen received the ball and took a deep breath. In the final moment before Durant lunged forward, his eyes filled with determination as he unleashed his shot. Clang! The rim once again denied him. Damn it! Chen could not help but utter a profanity from his hometown. Is today destined for him to become a factory blacksmith? The nearby Warriors player stiffened. Although he couldn't comprehend the words, he could surmise that Chen was not offering praise. The Thunder swiftly scored again, a remarkable 13-0 run. How could Kerr dare to call a timeout now? However, at this moment, the game entered an official timeout. In the TNT studio, Crawford remarked, "Though this topic may seem rather cliché, I must assert that Chen could indeed be the second Jeremy Lin." Miller shook his head. As a former three-point king in NBA history, he understood that fluctuations in shooting performance were entirely normal. He stated, "Not at all. Especially considering he hasn't played in several days, and as far as I know, three-point shooting is not his forte." Crawford then inquired, "Then what is his strength?" "Post-play." Miller almost eagerly responded, "I hope to see him receiving the ball in the low post." As someone who battled alongside Michael Jordan throughout his career, although Miller himself did not excel in post-play, no one understood the intricacies of it better than he did. Meanwhile, on a certain streaming platform in Huaxia, Su Jingyu was infuriated by the Warriors' performance. "What on earth is this team playing? Enough. I will expel the entire village. Not a single weakling shall remain." Chapter 86. A beautiful jump shot on the Warriors' bench. Kerr furrowed his brow, observing his players. The team had gone nearly 5 minutes without scoring, which filled him with anxiety. Was the team on the verge of collapse? At that moment, Curry approached Kerr, offering a reassuring pat on the back while his gaze fell upon Chen. Kerr nodded in understanding and instructed the team. "Next, we will implement a low-post strategy, with Chen receiving the ball in the mid-post, while the weak-side players continuously cut to create space for him to operate." The Warriors players nodded in unanimous agreement. At present, Chen's post-up game has become widely recognized as one of the most reliable scoring methods within the team. With the timeout concluded, Coach Kerr substituted Hield for Davis. The Warriors lineup now consisted of Curry at point guard, Chen at shooting guard, Hield at small forward, Wiggins at power forward, and Green at center. Although this arrangement suffered a height disadvantage in interior defense, all 4 players, aside from Green, possessed a consistent three-point shooting ability. Consequently, the Thunder were hesitant to double-team Chen in the low post. As Curry crossed half-court with the ball, Chen called for it from the left side 45-degree angle in the post. Durant, witnessing this, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The moment had finally arrived. This was one of the crucial tasks assigned to him by Coach Daniel for this game, to utilize Durant's individual defense to limit Chen's effectiveness in the low post. Daniel is known across the league for his adeptness in devising defensive strategies tailored to player characteristics. His decision not to double-team Chen was driven by 2 reasons. First, Chen's previous success against the Spurs through passing from the low post was still fresh in memory. Second, Durant had matured over the years into one of the league's premier perimeter defenders. Curry executed a high lob pass, which Chen secured firmly in the post. Durant, using both hands to push against Chen's back, taunted him. "Oh, a back-to-the-basket move? You think you're Kobe?" Since the turn of the century, while Kobe has indeed been the foremost master of post-play, he is not the only one proficient in this art. Players like Paul Pierce, Carmelo Anthony, and Joe Johnson also showcased classic post-up techniques. In the current league, the skill of post-play seems akin to a long-lost martial arts manual. Apart from Chen, only Tatum and DeRozan have shown a comparable level of proficiency. However, regardless of the player, none can match the elegance of Kobe's post moves. Hearing this remark, Chen let out a cold snort. With his left shoulder bearing against Durant and his right hand dribbling with force, Chen leveraged his height advantage. Despite Durant being a physically strong player, after taking 2 steps toward the basket, Durant had already pushed himself to the limit, bearing down on Chen. Simultaneously, his left hand was poised to swipe at Chen's ball. The Warriors players felt a tightness in their chests as they witnessed Chen begin his post-up. It was not a lack of faith in Chen, but rather an acute awareness of Durant's defensive prowess. Their urgency for Chen to find his rhythm was palpable, as they feared he might miss the shot. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, Guan Weijia remarked, "Kerr has finally allowed Chen to operate in the low post. Let us see how it unfolds." Ku Fan shook his head. Durant is quite a formidable physical presence. Moreover, this season, he harbors the potential to be selected for the all-defensive first team. Chen wishes to back down and confront him, but it may not be so simple. Upon witnessing this intense physical confrontation, Wang Xiaoqi's face flushed slightly. Her fists clenched tightly as she anxiously exclaimed, "The competition is fierce. Chen, be careful." On the court, Chen initiated his third surge towards the basket. At this moment, Durant seized an opportunity. He took a slight step with his left foot, reaching towards the ball in Chen's possession. Consequently, Durant's position shifted closer to Chen's left side. In that fleeting instant, Chen deftly pivoted to the right, releasing his momentum as he propelled himself off the ground. With a backward leap, he executed a jump shot. The essence of this maneuver lies in the ability to perceive the defender's position with one's back. Only by discerning the defender's stance can one instinctively perform the appropriate technical response. This innate skill is an intrinsic part of Chen's prowess. Durant stumbled forward due to the sudden shift in momentum. Not only was he unable to block Chen's shot, but he also failed to disrupt it in the slightest. By the time he regained his footing, a crisp swish echoed behind him. He lamented with a frustrated clap of his hands, questioning why he had attempted to intercept the ball, thus granting the opportunity to the Oriental player. As Chen retreated on defense, Durant leaned in close and muttered fiercely, "I merely slipped. There won't be a second chance." Chen let out a cold laugh once more. The Warriors players exhaled in relief, and Kerr's brow slightly unfurled as he too sighed with ease. This score not only stemmed the bleeding for the Warriors, but, more significantly, marked Chen's first successful fadeaway jumper. For a star player, once the initial shot finds its mark, subsequent shots tend to flow more effortlessly. Although Chen may not yet be deemed a star player, he certainly occupies a notable place in the hearts of Kerr and the Warriors team. Chen has already become a reliable scorer within the team, second only to Curry. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, Xiaoqi was so thrilled that he couldn't help but stamp his feet. "Chen, that jump shot is so elegant. It's simply a work of art." Guan Weijia chimed in. "Indeed, Xiaoqi. I must say, your Chen's post-play this time was truly remarkable, with impeccable timing." The moment Durant attempted to steal the ball, he immediately pivoted. Ku Fan nodded in agreement. This is certainly not mere luck. It embodies true skill. In the ensuing play, Jalen took a mid-range shot while being closely guarded by Wiggins. Unfortunately, he couldn't capitalize. Green secured the rebound. Bang, bang. After advancing the ball to the front court, he made a lob pass to the left side at a 45-degree angle. Chen once again seized the ball at the waist. This time, SGA beside him attempted to provide assistance. However, Chen feigned a pass to Curry, instantly causing SGA to be deceived. Durant, wary of overstepping, firmly held his position, but his mouth did not cease. "Oriental fellow, how many games have you played? Do you truly believe you are Kobe?" Chen paid no heed whatsoever. His ambition was to become a legendary superstar, and he did not regard Durant as a significant threat. Naturally, he would not provoke him. After applying pressure and taking 2 steps inward, Chen suddenly pulled the ball back with his right hand while simultaneously pivoting to the right. Durant revealed his teeth in a grin, exclaiming that he had anticipated Chen's rightward turn. He leaped into the air, lunging towards Chen. However, Chen's movement was merely a feint with his shoulder. As Durant's feet left the ground, with his left foot as the pivot, Chen propelled himself off his right foot, executing a graceful turn to the left while pulling the ball, followed by a smooth jump shot. Durant could only watch in astonishment as Chen effortlessly released the ball. Swish! The melodious sound echoed in Durant's ears once more, causing a slight mental lapse. He found himself at a loss, unable to intercept the ball or anticipate the jump. Chapter 87, The Picture-Perfect Jump Shot 2.0. These 2 shots exhilarated the Warriors players. With back-to-back baskets, Chen mirrored Kobe's scoring prowess, leaving the opposing defense in disarray. If this did not elevate their spirits, what else could? The bench erupted in applause, with players rising to their feet. Little Peyton cheered exuberantly, clapping his hands against the side of Looney, who, in turn, beamed with a joyous grin, revealing his braces. Chen found himself both amused and exasperated by the antics of these 2 characters. Upon witnessing their antics, Cole felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. The familiar footwork and rhythmic movements evoked memories of an extraordinarily talented teammate from the past. There was a time when his sole responsibility was to transport the ball past half court and deliver it to Jordan in the low post. Although the majority of today's young fans have never witnessed the games of Jordan's era, his highlights continue to resonate across various online platforms, accompanied by his signature background music. The moment the familiar melody plays, everyone recognizes it as the stage of the divine. When one thinks of Jordan, one cannot overlook his iconic scoring technique, the back-leaning jump shot. In this regard, Jordan is the originator, Kobe the ambassador, and each in the air. In the TNT studio, Reggie Miller immediately noted upon seeing the shot, Kobe's fadeaway jumper is a tribute to Michael Jordan, and Chen's execution of the fadeaway is strikingly similar to Kobe's. Jamal Crawford nodded in agreement, stating, "In my playing days, we employed traditional techniques, whereas I adopted a modern style." Chen's fadeaway jumper stands as one of the premier techniques in today's league, embodying elements reminiscent of both Kobe and Jordan. Miller was asked how he perceives the similarities and differences in fadeaway jumpers between the two legends, given his experience playing against both. He responded gravely, "That's an excellent question. Let me elaborate." Viewers across the nation leaned in with keen interest. Not only fans from China, but also American audiences have grown weary of the NBA's fast-paced offense and three-point shooting. Miller took a sip of water and explained, "Both Jordan and Kobe represent the pinnacle of this craft. Jordan, with his superior physical attributes, larger hands and broader shoulders, often scored through rapid pivots and the elevation of his fadeaway. In contrast, Kobe's backpost techniques are more intricate and flamboyant, relying on footwork and deceptive maneuvers, utilizing a dazzling array of crossovers, spins, and pump fakes to elude defenders." This analysis was astutely articulated, prompting Crawford to inquire, "And what of Chen?" Miller lowered his tone slightly, stating, "Jordan's fadeaway has a moderate arc, while Kobe's is more pronounced. In Chen's case, I would assign an 8 out of 10 to Kobe and 2 out of 10 to Jordan." Crawford responded, "Why is that?" The 8 points arise from Chen's physique and footwork, which closely mirror those of Kobe, as both possess slightly smaller frames than Jordan. The remaining 2 points in similarity to Jordan stem from Chen's height during his fadeaway, which is marginally greater than Kobe's. Upon hearing this, the American fans seated before the television began to view the replay from this perspective. On the screen, the 2 backward shots executed by Chen were replayed repeatedly. The fans infused Miller's viewpoint into their observations and discovered an uncanny resemblance. This inevitably led them to perceive Miller's commentary as increasingly professional. On the court, after Chen's successful shot, he shrugged at the furious Durant. Durant's veins bulged as he exclaimed, "Do you think you are Jordan?" Chen shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he declared, "In the next offensive, I shall score upon you in the same manner." Upon hearing this, Durant was infuriated, nearly spitting blood in disbelief. "Dream on, Oriental. That's a showboating trick of Kobe Bryant. What qualifications do you, Amir Hwashia, possess?" After several rounds of play, the Warriors regained possession. Chen swiftly positioned himself to block Durant. As anticipated, he secured the ball at a 45-degree angle on the left side. The broadcast director skillfully zoomed in on Chen as he received the ball, captivating the audience at home, who were wide-eyed and intensely focused, fearing the loss of any minute detail. Meanwhile, Durant exhibited the prowess of a first-team defender this season, bracing himself with his elbows firmly pressed against Chen's back. Simultaneously, he bolstered his own resolve, affirming, "I will defend this shot. I trust my defense. Bring it on." Chen smiled faintly, initiating a powerful dribble as he charged towards the hoop. This time, Durant dared not attempt to steal the ball or fall for any feints. Instead, he firmly pressed his elbow against Chen, determined to hold his ground. However, after a second surge of energy, Chen suddenly pivoted and executed a leaning jump shot. Durant's eyes glimmered with avarice as he prepared to leap in an attempt to block the shot. Yet, his height proved disadvantageous, and Chen's approach allowed him to release the ball with a swift motion. Consequently, Durant's leap lacked the necessary elevation. He could only watch helplessly as the ball glided past his fingertips. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed once more, signaling another successful shot. Chen shook his head and remarked, "Why was I not guarded against once more?" Durant, filled with rage, retorted, "Wait. In the next play, I shall surely defend against you." Chen shrugged once more, raising his hands in resignation. It was time for the next assault. Chen once again called for the ball from a low position, and Curry passed it to him. The viewers in front of the television widened their eyes in anticipation. Could he score again? He had already succeeded in scoring over Durant 3 consecutive times. Chen once again began to exert his strength. Durant was nearly using every ounce of his energy to resist Chen. Simultaneously, he employed a subtle maneuver, gripping Chen's waist in a way that would prevent him from pivoting towards the baseline. The referee, however, failed to notice this action. Yet, Chen remained undeterred by the interference. He continued with a feigned shoulder shimmy to the right. Observing this, Durant immediately shifted laterally, stepping forward. However, Chen's shoulder feint to the right was merely a ruse. At the very moment Durant advanced to the right, Chen suddenly pulled the ball with his right hand and turned to the left. At that moment, Durant lunged forward with great effort. Chen leaped high into the air, his body arching backward to its utmost limit, almost forming a 35-degree angle with the floor. Yet, he exerted every effort to maintain his balance. After gliding gracefully for a brief moment, he harnessed the strength of his fingers and propelled the ball with all his might. The trajectory of the ball was remarkably high, and after reaching its zenith in the air, it descended vertically into the net. Despite being an away game, the beauty of this shot was utterly breathtaking. The fans could not help but gasp in awe. However, due to the extreme backward lean, Chen lost his balance and landed abruptly on the ground. Chapter 88. A stunning jump shot 3-0. Chen executed a stunning fadeaway jumper, scoring over Durant consecutively 4 times. Coupled with the preceding points accrued by the Warriors, the deficit on the scoreboard dwindled to a mere 6 points. Coach Daniel promptly called for a timeout. The Warriors bench erupted in jubilant celebration, welcoming Chen as if he were a returning hero from battle. As players, they inherently understood the challenge posed by the final shot. First, with a series of shoulder fakes, he successfully created space from Durant. The defensive prowess Durant has demonstrated this season has rightfully earned him the title of one of the NBA's premier perimeter defenders. Yet, he was effortlessly outmaneuvered by Chen, a testament to Chen's remarkable physical coordination. Again, while in midair, he executed a perfectly balanced drift shot, showcasing an extraordinary level of core strength. One by one, the Warriors players approached, patting Chen on the back. Curry repeatedly marveled, "You must have secretly been honing your core strength." Looney quickly chimed in, "This guy unveils a new skill in every game." Peyton, inspecting Chen from head to toe, jested, "I hardly recognize him anymore." Chen has truly kept his talents well hidden. Chen cast a glance at them, bemused. Was it merely a few jump shots that warranted such teasing? In the 10-cent NBA live stream, the barrage of comments from fans had already taken flight. "Mamba is incredible. Haha, that Kobe-style fadeaway is so cool. I want to kneel and sing conquer for Chen. Can he score a few more? I crave more of such goals." Agreed. 1. Wang Shaoqi beamed with delight, a rosy hue adorning her cheeks. That shot by Chen is so stylish. Meanwhile, Guanweijia shook his head repeatedly. He resembles that man too much. It's almost uncanny. Ku Fan, with a look of astonishment, remarked, "When I commented on the Warriors game last week, he certainly did not possess such a comprehensive skill set. In just a week, he has added another weapon to his arsenal, one that could even be likened to a nuclear weapon." On the Thunder's bench, head coach Daniel was outlining strategies for defending against Chen. Durant's cheeks puffed out. Having been consistently beaten for 4 consecutive baskets, his confidence wavered. Could he truly defend against that Eastern fellow? Yet, as a key defensive player on the team with the best record in the league, he felt the weight of expectation. As a player who took pride in his defense, he pondered where his dignity would lie if he couldn't contain even a single Chinese player. Thus, when Daniel turned his gaze towards him, he met the coach's eyes with determination and declared, "In the next possession, I will stop him." However, Daniel shook his head. "We need to double-team him in the low post. Caruso will take the primary defense, and you will assist." This statement struck Durant like a heavy blow, indirectly undermining his one-on-one defensive abilities. He instantly felt his standing within the team diminish significantly. Daniel, perceptive to Durant's change in expression, added, "That number 8 player from the Warriors is in exceptional form. This is not a denial of your defensive skills. Rather, it's a strategic choice to employ a double team. Besides, Caruso's defensive experience is better suited for guarding him." The timeout concludes, and the Thunder regain possession. SGA calls for a pick-and-roll strategy. Hardened promptly steps up, and the two execute a high screen. Green switches onto SGA, while Curry, wary of SGA's ability to penetrate, opts to apply immediate pressure. SGA dribbles backward, creating space for a pass, and delivers the ball to Hardened, who is moving towards the free throw line. Davis, observing the situation, refrains from advancing to defend Hardened. Should he venture out of the paint, Harden's playmaking prowess would allow Chen, positioned behind him, to effortlessly complete an alley-oop. Thus, Davis chooses to remain anchored at the rim. After surveying the Warriors' defensive positions, Hardened takes a step inward from the free throw line and releases a delicate floater. Swish. The ball finds the net. The Thunder's remarkable improvement this season can be attributed not only to SGA and the development of the young players, but also to the addition of Hardened. He possesses not only impressive height and commendable defensive awareness, but also exceptional playmaking skills and a reliable floater. Following his successful shot, as he retreats on defense, he casts a pointed glare at Chen, tauntingly remarking, "How do you like that, yellow skin?" This marks Harden's second instance of deliberately provoking Chen during the match. Chen remained unresponsive. On the field of competition, actions speak louder than words. Turning back, the Warriors launched their offensive. Chen once again positioned himself at a 45-degree angle on the right side, seeking the ball. Naturally, the Warriors players had no reason to deny him. The defender behind him was now Caruso, a player who was named to the NBA's first-team All-Defensive in 2023. Renowned for his strength and fierce ability to steal the ball, he posed a formidable challenge. Yet, Chen remained unfazed. He continued to dribble with his right hand, lowering his shoulder and exerting force towards the basket. Meanwhile, Durant, who was on the perimeter, promptly abandoned his defensive assignment and converged to apply pressure. After exerting force inward, Chen suddenly pulled the ball back with his right hand. Caruso felt a sense of foreboding, realizing that this individual intended to drive towards the baseline. He quickly retreated to the right rear to prevent Chen from pivoting and breaking through. Meanwhile, Durant, who had come to assist in defense, stepped forward. Together, the two of them positioned themselves, effectively sandwiching Chen like a filling in a cookie. Chen found himself with scarcely any room to maneuver. Everyone present believed that if he could merely pass the ball without faltering, it would be deemed the best possible outcome. At that moment, Chen executed a low dribble with his right hand and feigned a shoulder shake forward. In such a situation, only a low dribble could prevent the ball from being intercepted outright. Caruso and Durant instinctively mirrored Chen's movement with a step. Their bodies shifted, granting Chen a sliver of space. He once more pulled the ball back with his right hand and pivoted towards the baseline. Caruso chuckled inwardly. Realizing it was merely a feint, Chen still intended to navigate the baseline. He promptly lunged to the right, effectively sealing off the baseline position. With the baseline now blocked, Chen's only recourse was to pivot and turn to the right. Simultaneously, Durant surged forward, his eyes gleaming with ambition. At last, the opportunity to block the Oriental player had arisen. With this thought, he bent his knees, preparing to leap. However, Chen executed a subtle half-turn. In the instant that Caruso and Durant initiated their defensive maneuvers, Chen forcefully planted his left foot on the ground, executing a swift and thunderous turn as he advanced towards the direction of the basket. This sudden maneuver caught both Caruso and Durant off guard. They had anticipated that Chen would veer to the right rear and had committed fully to their backward pursuit. However, adjusting their defensive stance to keep pace proved utterly impossible. Chapter 89. The Limit of Aerial Suspension and the Pull-Up Jumper. Yet Durant remained undeterred, striving to adjust his steps in an attempt to keep up. Yet, barely taking a step, his right knee brace scraped harshly against the floor. Chen crouched low and accelerated, creating a gap between the two defenders. Subsequently, he brought his hands together, initiating his move. After taking a step, he pushed off with his left foot, soaring towards the basket. He raised his arm, poised to shoot. At that moment, in the restricted area, Hardened immediately leapt into the air. With a towering height of 13 meters and his lengthy arms extended, he surged towards Chen to block the shot. The Warriors players felt a sudden weight in their hearts. This shot, after shedding the two defenders, Chen's balance was precarious, resulting in a jump that lacked significant height. Meanwhile, Hardened propelled himself forward with the momentum of his body, utilizing his height and wingspan to completely obstruct Chen's shot. Given that Chen had already initiated his move, attempting a pass would likely result in a traveling violation or a turnover. The Thunder fans in attendance wore expressions of smug anticipation, relishing the moment when this Eastern player would finally be thwarted. Thankfully, we had acquired Hardened during the offseason. His rim protection was invaluable to our team. Hardened shared this sentiment, exclaiming with fervor, "Let the yellow-skinned Eastern player taste defeat." However, in the next instant, Chen executed a remarkable maneuver. Prior to his leap, he had already spotted Hardened beneath the basket and anticipated the impending block. Thus, He refrained from shooting immediately upon reaching the apex of his jump. Instead, he retracted the ball. Teng's outstretched arms swiped through empty air, eliciting a sigh of resignation from him. At that moment, as Teng began his descent, he was astonished to observe that Chen's body was still ascending slightly. His mind was jolted, his eyes widening in disbelief. Logically, Teng's jump should have been higher than Chen's, so why was Chen still rising? In truth, Chen had leapt while moving laterally, and the horizontal force in midair allowed his body to maintain a drifting posture. As Teng descended, Chen flicked his wrist and released the ball. The trajectory of the shot was imbued with a tremendous amount of spin, causing the ball to rotate rapidly through the air. Chen maintained a gentle wrist pressure with his right hand in midair until the basketball gracefully swished through the hoop. Chen landed gracefully, gradually lowering his hand. As the ball swished through the net, the over 20,000 spectators at the Chesapeake Energy Arena were engulfed in a wave of astonishment. In unison, they directed their gazes towards the large screen above the court. Eagerly anticipating the replay, the live director promptly switched to the replay footage. In the next moment, a vivid image flashed through their minds. The moment of extreme suspension followed by a pull-up shot. 15 years prior, from the very same spot, Kobe had executed an identical maneuver over Howard. Chen flawlessly replicated Kobe's iconic pull-up against Dwight Howard in the finals. At this moment, in the last row of the audience, an elderly gentleman clad in a number 24 jersey instinctively reached for his lower back. What extraordinary core strength could possibly allow one to maneuver midair to evade a block and then shoot again? In the annals of NBA history, aside from Jordan and Kobe, there are remarkably few active players capable of executing such a feat. Perhaps even Morant, known as the king of agility, might struggle to accomplish this. On the court, Curry bit down on his mouth guard, shaking his head, while his right hand unconsciously mimicked Chen's wrist motion. The Warriors bench erupted like a volcano in fervor. "OMG, what have I just witnessed?" exclaimed the rookie, as the towel in his hand flickered through the air. Looney, riding on Peyton's back, excitedly pounded his friend's shoulder. In the TNT broadcast studio, upon witnessing this remarkable play, Miller's mouth formed an astonished O. Crawford shook his head, commenting, "Chen has nailed another difficult shot. I think Daniel needs to take some action." Miller regained his composure, retorting, "No, he can do nothing. Just as we were helpless against Mike back in the day." Crawford shot a surprised glance at Miller. "Are you being a tad hyperbolic by comparing him to Jordan?" Undoubtedly, Miller's comparison was somewhat exaggerated, yet it is a natural reaction. For players of Chen's caliber are indeed a rarity. This was Miller's moment of awe, captivated by Chen's prowess. On the court, the Thunder were orchestrating their offense. Nearby, Daniel observed the Warriors' number 8 defending, shaking his head in resignation. He held no grievances towards his players regarding this defense. They executed the double team and helped defense as instructed. However, he had no words to address Chen's shot. With just 1 minute remaining in the first quarter, the Warriors were inspired by Chen's picturesque jump shots, gradually warming up their shooting touch. Curry and Wiggins made consecutive baskets. Even Green found himself unguarded at the arc, sinking a three-pointer. Meanwhile, the Thunder relied on the individual talents of SGA and Jalen Williams to secure 6 points. With only 24 seconds left in the first quarter, the Thunder led by a mere 3 points as the Warriors prepared for their final possession. After a few rounds of rest, Chen felt rejuvenated. He positioned himself to block Caruso and raised his right hand toward the ceiling. Curry, instantly comprehending the signal, promptly delivered a high lob pass. At that moment, Caruso, quick on his feet, suddenly shifted his position to defend from the front. He leaped high, attempting to intercept the ball. Chen did not anticipate this. Yet he leaped to contest the ball. The two players soared into the air, with Caruso securing possession of the ball first. However, in the next instant, Chen's hands also grasped the ball. Upon landing, their arms became entwined. A vigorous tug ensued. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a jump ball. The two players approached the free throw line. Although Caruso stood merely 2 centimeters shorter than Chen, given Chen's current leaping ability, it was nearly impossible for him to reach the ball. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, Chen leapt gracefully, delivering the ball to Curry, positioned just beyond the three-point line. With a mere 8 seconds remaining on the clock, Curry made a slight adjustment, preparing to launch his three-pointer. However, SGA advanced. Attempting to block him, Curry feinted, retreating to the right to evade SGA, intending to take the shot. Yet, he was the historical three-point king. No one dared to leave him unguarded. Beside him, A Thunder player moved in for double coverage. With time slipping away, Curry deftly passed the ball to Chen. Only 4 seconds remained. This was undoubtedly a moment of opportunity. Chen dribbled the ball sideways, facing Caruso's defense. With a swift pirouette, he created just enough space for his shot. He then executed a clean jump shot from his position. Swish. The buzzer beater found the net. Caruso had positioned himself well for the defense, but could only helplessly shake his hand. The first quarter concluded with the Warriors trailing at 32 to the Thunder's 33. SGA scored 13 points, and Jalen contributed 8. On the Warriors' side, Curry also tallied 9 points, while Chen stood out brilliantly, managing to net 14 points after an initial struggle in the first quarter. Chapter 90. The Substitute Bandit 3 days prior, in Bristol, Connecticut, at the headquarters of ESPN. Reporter Marika sat at her desk, brimming with enthusiasm. Last week, during an interview with Chen, she unearthed a major scoop. Since Chen officially entered the NBA, he had single-handedly ignited a fervor within the sports community, making him a prominent figure in both the United States and worldwide. This interview had the potential to lead to a suspension of over 30 games for Chen. Once this news was officially announced, the entire basketball world would undoubtedly take notice. As the journalist who discovered this story, a promotion and raise seemed well within her grasp. Upon arriving at the office that morning, Marika sensed a shift in her colleagues' demeanor towards her. Each greeting was infused with newfound warmth. She even felt that the office air was particularly invigorating that day. Anticipating that the editor-in-chief would commend her at the morning meeting and publicly announce her reward, she was filled with excitement. Just then, her phone rang. It was the editor-in-chief. Surely, he was about to divulge details regarding her anticipated promotion and raise. With a flutter of anticipation, she answered the call. A deep voice resonated on the line. Marika, please come to my office. Okay. I'll be right there, she replied, unable to suppress her internal cheer. Yes. This long-awaited day has finally arrived. Her nearby colleagues smiled and congratulated her, saying, "Congratulations. Don't forget to treat us to a feast." She flashed an okay gesture, responding, "Of course, no problem." Then, she swiftly made her way to the editor-in-chief's office. As she pushed open the door, she was met with the editor's somber gaze, which immediately weighed on her heart. Yet, she remained hopeful, believing that the editor was merely feigning seriousness and that a delightful surprise awaited her. "Good morning, Chief," she greeted. The editor-in-chief gestured for Marika to take a seat. Once she complied, he gazed at her in silence for a moment before slowly speaking. "Please hand over all the press releases regarding Chen that you have in your possession." Marika, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Chief Editor, I have organized everything thoroughly. Do you wish to review it?" The editor-in-chief gently shook his head. "No, rather, all of it must be retracted. Moreover, as per the director's instructions, the company has granted you a 2-week leave to rest." "What?" Marika's eyes widened in disbelief. After uncovering such significant news, surely I should be rewarded according to protocol? Instead, I am being forced to take a break. A break implies being momentarily abandoned by the company. "Editor, I have unearthed such monumental news, and you want me to rest?" At that moment, Marika felt as though her heart were shattering. The editor, with a resigned shake of his head, remarked, "You have always excelled in uncovering news, and this instance is no different." However, he shifted his tone. "This time, you have entangled yourself with the wrong individuals." "Are you referring to that Huaxia person? What kind of background could he possibly have?" The editor lit a cigarette, casting his gaze toward the ceiling. "As the saying goes, there are greater powers beyond our own. The mysterious forces behind him are beyond my knowledge." Marika retorted, "Even so, I remain resolute. This is a nation that champions freedom of expression for the media." The editor-in-chief exhaled a plume of smoke. "You are rather naive, Marika. You have yet to grasp the complexities of the media industry. There are certain truths we cannot simply voice." Upon hearing this, Marika fell into a deep contemplation. In truth, she was not entirely oblivious. The media often finds itself embroiled in scandals concerning major corporations, jeopardizing the interests of the powerful figures behind them. Such reports undoubtedly attract mysterious influences. Yet, she could not fathom what force lay behind this Eastern figure. In her eyes, these basketball players were merely simple-minded brutes with brawn. The editor-in-chief regarded her briefly. "The decision to grant you leave comes from higher up. I am merely the messenger. Based on my position, I only possess fragments of rumor." Marika perked up, her curiosity piqued. "What is it?" The editor-in-chief extinguished his cigarette with fervor and lowered his voice. I have heard that the main figure at Citibank has exerted pressure on the league. At this revelation, Marika's jaw dropped. Citibank? The main figure? Who could it possibly be? The editor-in-chief shrugged, palms upturned. I do not know who exactly. If I did, I would not be sitting here chatting with you. I would have already taken flight. What I can assert is that this individual is undoubtedly formidable. Marika felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over her. Regret gnawed at her insides, making her wish fervently to call Chen and offer a heartfelt apology. The editor-in-chief adjusted his posture and straightened up. To prevent the situation from escalating further, please take some time to rest at home until we communicate with you. We hope you can understand our predicament. With a heavy sigh, Marika weakly exited the office. Chesapeake Energy Arena. The game had progressed to the second quarter, with the bench players engaged in a fierce battle. Ever since Chen had been promoted to the starting lineup, the primary rotation for the Warriors comprised of Podziemski, Hield, Moody, Kuminga, and Post. Following an impressive performance against the Spurs, the rookie Post was temporarily integrated into the regular rotation, as he exhibited greater agility and three-point shooting ability compared to Looney. However, this did not imply that Looney was discarded. He remained crucial against specific opponents, such as the imposing Denver Nuggets and Cleveland Cavaliers. Looney's towel-waving prowess was only second to Gary Payton II within the team. The Warriors bench, aside from Kuminga's ability to penetrate defenses, consisted primarily of spot-up shooters, with Podziemski tasked with facilitating the offense. In contrast, the Thunder's bench included Aaron Wiggins, Isaiah Joe, Carson Wallace, Caruso, and Kenrich Williams. None of the five exceeded 2 meters in height, yet their tenacity and rebounding was formidable. Aaron Wiggins was responsible for guarding Kuminga, and whenever Kuminga drove into the paint, Carson Wallace would quickly converge to apply pressure. Though Kuminga possessed a height advantage and decent court vision, he found himself thwarted by the Thunder's bench players, who exhibited remarkable agility and defensive rotations, effectively sealing off any openings. The Warriors bench appeared bewildered by such relentless defensive rotations, often forced to take desperate shots as the shot clock neared expiration. Consequently, with 8 minutes and 24 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the Warriors managed only 5 points over a span of 3 minutes, relying solely on Kuminga's layup and post three-pointer. Meanwhile, the Thunder blossomed offensively, with Aaron Wiggins contributing 4 points, Carson Wallace adding 5, and Isaiah Joe sinking consecutive three-pointers. The Warriors were outscored 15-5 in the quarter, trailing the Thunder 48-37. One cannot deny that the Thunder's bench players were indeed a formidable force. As the game approached an official timeout, the broadcast studio at TNT showcased Miller's admiration. The Thunder truly exemplify the league's frontrunners this season. Not only their starters, but also these young players off the bench are performing exceptionally well. Crawford nodded and remarked, indeed, among the substitutes, Isaiah Joe's performance has been impressive, achieving nearly a 40 shooting accuracy this season. Miller responded, yes, the Thunder are the team most likely to contend for the championship this season, aside from the Celtics. Goodness, just look at their roster. With Chen's stellar performance in the first quarter, the game had expanded to a lead of over 10 points in less than 3.5 minutes, truly frightening. Crawford posed a question. With both teams' starting lineups about to return, how do you think the Thunder will adjust their defensive strategy against Chen? Miller pondered for a moment and replied, given his current form, it is impossible to completely contain him, but the Thunder have an abundance of skilled players. If I were Daniel, since our defensive specialists cannot restrain Chen, then we must exhaust him on the offensive end. This analysis was astute, reflecting the wisdom of a man who had previously suffered at the hands of seasoned veterans. Hearing this, Crawford chuckled mischievously and said, you, old sage, should really be a head coach instead of merely a commentator? Miller burst into laughter. On the Thunder's bench, Daniel commended the performance of the substitutes. Then, shifting his focus to the starting players, he forcefully struck the tactical board and declared, once the starters take the court, I want you to attack that Eastern player after every pick and roll. Turning to Jalen Williams, he added, Jay, your physique closely resembles his, and you are stronger and faster. He swiftly diagrammed strategies on the board, instructing, the player being guarded by Chen should set a pick for Jalen, ensuring that every offensive possession features Jay matched up against him. Do you understand? The Thunder players nodded in agreement. A hint of satisfaction spread across Daniel's face. How formidable can the Eastern player be? Can he possess limitless stamina? The Warriors bench players took to the court, and Coach Kerr furrowed his brow. After Chen and Curry exerted themselves during the latter half of the first quarter, they had managed to narrow the score. However, as the second quarter commenced. They swiftly fell behind once more. Observing the condition of Chen and Curry, it was evident that their stamina had not fully recuperated. He genuinely wished to prolong the rotation lineup to afford the starters some respite. Yet, the competition in the Western Conference this year was exceedingly fierce. Moreover, during Chen's 2-game suspension, the team had suffered consecutive defeats, now leading the 8th-placed Lakers by a mere 0.5 games. It appeared that this match would demand a relentless struggle. With a silent sigh, he had no choice but to reintroduce the starters. As the second quarter progressed, both teams' main players returned to the court. The Thunder commenced their offense with great intensity. SGA, utilizing a pick-and-roll with Chet, penetrated the lane for a layup. And after drawing the defense, assisted Chet for a three-pointer from the arc. SGA's ability to drive was formidable, and while Green could defend, he struggled to keep pace with SGA. Thus, he was left to choose between two formidable threats, SGA's drive or his pass. Meanwhile, the Warriors responded with Curry and Green connecting on a three-pointer from Chen's assist, maintaining a score fluctuation around a 10-point margin. On the sidelines, Daniel, seeing the score remain stagnant, forcefully struck the tactical board, handed the ball to J1 and set a screen for Jalen. Finally, in the next possession, J1 held the ball at the arc, and Dort swiftly approached to set a pick. As a result, Chen, who was matched up against Dort, found himself switched on to J1. Realizing the mismatch, J1 immediately executed a step-back three-pointer. Swish. The ball found its mark with certainty. Although three-point shooting was not J1's forte, he had achieved a commendable 35% shooting accuracy from beyond the arc this season. At this moment, Chen remained unaware of the unfolding dynamics. In the next possession, the Warriors' offense failed to convert, and SGA, during a baseline inbounds, directly passed the ball to J1. As Chen's defender, Dorte, advanced to set a screen, Crawford, watching from the TNT broadcast booth, couldn't help but shake his head, exclaiming, "I must say, Miller, you are indeed a crafty old fox. No wonder you managed to push the old rogue and secure the game-winning shot." Miller chuckled in response, "No, I did not push Mike. That was merely a routine physical confrontation." On the court, upon witnessing this exchange, Chen understood immediately and a smile crept across his face. The previous three-pointer had not been met with his full defensive effort, but if Dagnott intended to train him rigorously, then he was ready to embrace the challenge. Chen suddenly lowered his center of gravity, his arms outstretched. His gaze, sharp and piercing like a sword glinting in the cold light, was fixed intently on Jay Wei. This sudden defensive stance sent a jolt of unease through Jay Wei's heart. As a mere rookie in his third year, he had never encountered such a fierce glare. Yet, this was the coach's strategy, and he had no choice but to comply. At that moment, all the players on the Thunder court spread out, creating space for Jalen Williams at the top of the arc. After dribbling the ball in a cross pattern twice, Jay Wei executed a left-handed pass and charged fiercely to the right. Chen swiftly stepped forward, positioning his body firmly to obstruct Jay Wei's path. Jay Wei's body collided almost directly with Chen's, startling him momentarily. How could this fellow move laterally with such agility? He quickly pivoted, leaning his left shoulder against Chen. With a powerful dribble, he advanced 2 steps inside the three-point line. Letting out a shout, he executed a forceful fadeaway jump shot, a staple of his arsenal. However, just as he leaned back in midair, preparing to release the ball, an imposing hand descended from above, firmly pressing down on the ball. With a deft motion, Chen's fingertips propelled his right hand, forcefully pinning both the ball and Jay Wei to the ground. Jay Wei was sent sprawling onto the floor. A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience, and the fans furrowed their brows. This play was undeniably brutal. Chen intercepted the ball from Jalen and embarked on a swift, fast break towards the front court. Rather than opting for a dramatic dunk, he executed a conventional 3-step layup to secure the points. Aware that this match would be a fierce contest, he understood the necessity of conserving his energy. The previous jump shot, characterized by a spin and a backward lean, was indeed Chen's signature move. He was acutely aware of the preparatory actions an athlete must undertake prior to such a maneuver, allowing him to block the shot without even needing to leap. Upon returning to the backcourt, Chen playfully patted Jalen on the rear and remarked, "Jalen, make sure you score on this upcoming attack." Jalen merely cast a sidelong glance at Chen, refraining from any verbal response. Chen held a favorable impression of Jalen Williams. After all, he was one of the few rookies capable of executing a mid-range fadeaway jumper. Furthermore, Chen recognized him as a remarkably humble individual, a commendable young player indeed. Chapter 92. Greetings, Jalen Williams. This time on defense. Chen cast a glance at Wiggins. Understanding the unspoken cue, Wiggins discreetly stepped away from Jay-Wei. Chen immediately stepped forward, pressing his body closely against Jalen, then shouted at the dribbling SGA, "Hey, pass the ball to Jalen, or you might miss your chance." This left the audience in a state of bewilderment. Simultaneously, Chen directed his gaze towards Daniel on the sidelines. "No need for complicated screens and switches. I'll come to you and let you attack me." Inside the TNT studio, Miller erupted in laughter at this scene, exclaiming, "Ha! This player Chen is simply delightful. I hereby declare myself his fan." Crawford imitated Chen's psychological dynamic, saying, "Hey, what the hell, Daniel? No need for all that hassle. I'll come to you. Let this rookie Jalen Williams take a shot at me and see what he is capable of." Miller, holding onto the broadcast desk, was nearly in tears from laughter. On the court, SGA was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he adhered to the coach's tactical plan, lofting the ball to Jalen, who was positioned at a 45-degree angle with his back to the basket. Upon receiving the pass, Chen intensified his defensive efforts, forcefully colliding with Jalen while shouting, "Hey, show me what you've got." Jalen dribbled with his left hand, leaning his right shoulder against Chen, exerting pressure inward. Thud, thud, with two powerful thrusts. Yet Chen remained steadfast, as if his feet were rooted to the wooden floor. Although Chen's iron wall badge was not activated at that moment, he possessed an impressive strength rating of 80, complemented by his nearly daily workouts in the gym. This was evident from his well-defined and prominent arm and shoulder muscles. Given Jalen's weight of 95 kilograms and his rookie strength, attempting to back down Chen was simply unrealistic. After two exertions, Jalen felt fatigue setting in but was still unwilling to relent. With a fierce determination, he made one final, desperate effort, pouring every ounce of strength he had into it. Chen finally staggered back a bit from the impact. Then, seizing the minuscule opportunity, he executed a jump shot in an instant. With a resounding clap, Jay-Wei's hands were already extended into the air, yet he grasped nothing. The ball had already been deftly snatched away by Chen. In truth, Chen's retreat moments ago was merely a figment of Jay-Wei's own perception, or rather, an illusion. The excessive force exerted during his third attempt resulted in an equal and opposite reaction. Jay-Wei, incapable of moving Chen, found himself rebounding a step backward. Thus, he mistakenly believed he had created space for his shot. After intercepting the ball, Chen passed it to Curry beside him, then turned with a smile toward Jay-Wei, remarking, "Rookie, you really ought to spend more time in the gym." Jay-Wei, unfazed, pretended not to hear and swiftly made his way to the backcourt. Once Curry advanced the ball past the half-court, Chen proactively positioned himself at the left 45-degree angle, extending his hand to call for the ball. Curry, ever perceptive, delivered an unselfish lob pass. Meanwhile, Wiggins took the initiative to move to a low position, setting a screen for Chen, which forced Jay-Wei to switch his defensive assignment. Observing this, Thunder's head coach Daniel shouted loudly from the sidelines, "Jay-Wei, utilize your wingspan, make use of your physique, and defend that shot." This served as a timely reminder for Jay-Wei. Although he stood at a height similar to Chen's, his wingspan measured an impressive 2.19 meters, surpassing Chen's 2.08 meters by 11 centimeters. With this in mind, he immediately extended his long arms, persistently disrupting Chen's dribbling. Chen bent down, dribbling the ball as he spoke. "Hey, let me teach you how to back down. Watch closely." With that, he executed a right-handed dribble, using his left shoulder to apply pressure against Jay-Wei. He then brought both hands together on the ball, firmly planted his feet, and deftly faked to the right. Chen did not commit to a pivot foot, allowing him the freedom to transition seamlessly between options, thereby enhancing the threat of his movements. Jay-Wei instinctively shifted his body to the right, prompting Chen to swiftly fake to the left. Consequently, Jay-Wei had no choice but to lunge in that direction. In the same fluid motion, Chen pivoted once more in the opposite direction. These three shoulder fakes were executed without a hint of hesitation, flowing as smoothly as silk. Chen pivoted towards the baseline, arching his body to deftly deflect the ball. Meanwhile, Jay-Wei had already been left off balance, rooted to the spot, merely watching as the ball glided through the air. Swish! The delightful sound of the net echoed, a testament to the effortless elegance of the moment. Chen snapped back to reality and playfully patted Jay-Wei on the backside. "Hey, have you learned anything?" Jay-Wei tilted his head slightly, offering no direct response. Chen has never been fond of engaging in verbal sparring with his opponents on the court. He believes that true prowess should be demonstrated through skill. However, today, Facing off against Jay Wei, he finds himself somewhat amused by the young player's incessant chatter. He does not harbor any animosity towards Jay Wei. In fact, he has developed a certain fondness for him. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, as the ball swished through the net, the comment section erupted with excitement. "That was another Kobe move," exclaimed one viewer. "Is Chen possessed by Kobe today? He is truly remarkable, schooling Jay Wei," another chimed in. "This is getting a bit cheeky." At this moment, the long silent old man, pushing his cart, decided to join the fray. Chen's fadeaway jumper indeed possesses finesse, though his three-point shooting remains a weakness. "If he can sink 5 threes tonight, I will first settle your previous debts, old man." Someone interjected. "Why aren't you employing the tight marking vest today? You should just stick to pushing your cart. One day, your passion for watching games might just overwhelm you." Meanwhile, Little Seven was clapping enthusiastically. "Yes, another fadeaway jumper from Chen. I give this move a perfect score." Kufan seemed to have a thought and chuckled. "Are you sure it's not a 9? Guan Weijia echoed. "Haha, the 9-point joke about Wade. I think that shot deserves at least a 9. 1. This comment sent the crowd into fits of laughter. The 9-point joke stems from an incident during the 2020 NBA All-Star Slam Dunk Contest, where Wade awarded Aaron Gordon a score of 9 in the final round, which drew criticism from fans and Gordon himself, ultimately depriving him of the championship title. Since his opponent was Derrick Jones Jr., a player for the Miami Heat, many believed Wade was biased towards his team's player, allowing Jones to win with a higher score. There was a telling moment when, after giving his score, Wade turned to the other judges, suggesting he might have altered his score on a whim, further inciting fan outrage. Just yesterday, Gordon expressed his lingering frustration with Wade's scoring in front of the media. Back on the court, SGA once again passed the ball to Jay Wei, who chose to dish it out to the open Dort. Dort launched a three-pointer from the corner, but it clanked off the iron. The Warriors seized the opportunity to counterattack. After navigating a screen, Curry faced Dort's defense and opted for a high-arching three-pointer. Swish. Chapter 93. The filthy Curry faced Dort and executed an incredibly difficult shot. There remained 4 minutes and 27 seconds in the second quarter. The Warriors once again narrowed the gap to just 3 points. Coach Daniel called for a timeout, clearly realizing that his strategy against Chen had faltered. During the timeout, Hardened did not pay attention to the tactical instructions but instead cast his gaze towards the Warriors bench. In his eyes, Dort and Jalen Williams were like younger brothers. Having been overwhelmed by Chen, he felt compelled